Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, Vacation. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. After the news of Grindelwald's escape was released, the wizarding world has been in constant panic and fear. Everybody was making preparations. Governments, organizations, nobles, even the common families. Stocking up on potions, salves, magical ingredients, portkeys, warding up their houses. All in preparation for the worst. And the situation was disastrous in Britain. Because of Lord Black's actions with him calling back all debts, the situation took a turn for the worst. The noble families managed to make a deal by sharing some of their family secrets. But the middle-class families who took a loan from the Black were hit hard. And when the elite are hurt, the low-class families bleed. Taxes were increased, people became poor, they lost their jobs and homes. Luckily for them, the Potter Foundation stepped in and bought up the property rights and workplaces. Now people have stable jobs and the rent was lowered so that families can survive. Which made him even more beloved than he was before. The incident of him killing two lords was completely erased from people's minds. A large part of the low class and some of the middle-class citizens closed their Gringotts vaults to save on money. This obviously caused panic and chaos in the Goblin Nation. Gringotts was their main source of revenue. And Gringotts Bank lost a large amount of customers. The bank closed for a week to think up any strategy since they were losing business and were delaying the other wizards from closing their vaults as well. But this caused the wizards to get worried and panic. Many people protested outside the bank. Looks like another goblin war was on the horizon and magical Britain was going in a recession. Everybody was stressed out and worried about the future. Well, everybody except one family. Harry's family. Who were chilling on the Caribbean islands. Once school was over, Harry grabbed everyone, quite forcefully, and took them on one of the islands. And by forcefully, he bribed them. No matter what events or clients you might have, I'll reimburse you. Melinda thinks that I'm not social enough, so she and Hope are making it my problem. And now I'm making it your problem. We are all going to a tropical island to party and relax. And in Melinda's words, and I quote, make sure Harry doesn't wake up the Kraken or something. So all of them went on a holiday trip together. At first it was strange to them, everybody together on a vacation. But after 2 days, everybody relaxed and started having fun. And when you can do magic, the games become much more interesting. Harry placed notice-me-not wards around their private beach. And he raised the sea and created a jungle gym house. You swim up a cube made out of water. Above it was compressed water to make the room to stand on, then you can jump off it or slide down into the sea. It was a miniature water park made out of water. He even created an air bubble deeper in the sea where they can have their dinner, surrounded by fishes, like an aquarium. For the next month all of them kept having fun. Doing all sort of various activities. Naturally, Harry being Harry never stopped with his research. Sometime the clone would do research. Other times he would kick the clone out to hang out with the group while he goes in the lab. Even if he gets the feedback from the clone, he gets antsy when he doesn't do something with his own hands. And so the end of their vacation was finally getting closer. They were getting somewhat bored of the islands. The ladies, meaning Melinda, Narcissa, Andromeda, and Ophelia, along with Nymphadora and Bellatrix, were sunbathing on the beach, enjoying the sun's rays on their skin. All of them have gotten a nice tan during the past month. I must admit, this is quite nicer than I expected. Narcissa said with a smile as she enjoyed the warmth of the sun's rays on her skin. She will probably get even more modeling shoots now. A beautiful tanned busted blonde MILF. She can expect a nice increase in her bank account. It is. Come to think of it, we never enjoyed our summers like this on the beach. It was too muggle and mudblood for such a noble family to do. Instead, all our summers were in other magical areas in the world, and father was making deals there. Andromeda commented, such as the classic pureblood rigidness. Same, Ophelia nodded knowingly. Bah. Morons, the whole lot of them. And when they go to a private beach just by themselves or with another pureblood family, they wear those old-fashioned silly bathing suits, Melinda scoffed. She had more than enough experience dealing with idiotic wizards. Brrrr, Bellatrix shivered, don't remind me. It was like yesterday for me. Wearing that stupid tasteless one-piece bathing suit. I love this bikini, it shows off my shape well. Man, am I glad I had a normal uprising. I went to a lot of places with Mom and Dad. Dora just laughed, viva la bikini. Nymphadora, don't be so crass. Mum. Don't call me that. Bellatrix shook her head, I don't understand why you hate it. That's because nobody teased you in school, Dora shot her a mock glare. Bella huffed, like they had the balls to say anything bad about me. Okay, you show off. Since Dora and Bella were similar age, they hit it off and became friends. It was weird for Dora to be friends with her psychotic aunt. But due to her cheerful and outgoing personality, it took her 3 days to just forget about it and just go out and have fun. She now had a friend who wasn't a backstabbing bitch and won't make comments about her being a metamorphomagus behind her back. Speaking of showing off. I might have met someone in France while doing so, Narcissa said in an uncertain tone, causing all the ladies to turn to her. Really? Andy stood up quickly. Well, spill girl, Melinda also pushed to hear the tea. Damn way to go, Auntie. I said about how I enjoy my new lifestyle, right? Melinda nodded at Narcissa's words, amen to that, sister. I love being young again as well. Well, during one of the outdoor shoots, I noticed a man was admiring me. After the shoot was over, he approached me and asked if I had time for a cup of coffee. I used the spell Harry taught us. He was just a regular human, a muggle. I was amused by his boldness, so I agreed. I enjoyed myself more than I expected. So that led to a second, then third date. What are you doing here then? Bellatrix said with a raised eyebrow. I'm sure Harry would understand if you tell him. Oh, I saw him yesterday. Harry teleports me to France and back, Chissa said with a smile. Andromeda came to a realization. Oh, so that's where you were. I knew that you were missing for quite a while, but Harry said it was fine and that you were sleeping. Secret getaway in the middle of a vacation. Nice, Dora just nodded to herself. Bellatrix was a little weird about the topic. All of them were in some sort of a relationship while she had just returned to being 17 without remembering most of the bad stuff she did in her adult life, but as far as Harry told her, she didn't have one even as an adult. She had apparently put her husband's dick in once, to consummate the marriage, then cut off his dick. That always made her smile. Andromeda looked at her daughter. If you think it's nice, why don't you actually try to get a good boyfriend for once? Dora groaned out and grabbed her head. We talked about this. It's not my fault. Every guy I have ever dated was an asshole. Aha, Andy deadpanned. You have poor taste in men, girl. Melinda, Narcissa, and Ophelia laughed at that. Mum. I plan to get pregnant as soon as possible with Harry's kid. Bella blurted out, causing all of them to snap their necks in her direction. You were serious? Chissa said in a surprised tone. I plan to hunt down all of those bastards. I still have time before the fighting starts, but if I get pregnant while the war is at full peak, it will cause a lot of inconveniences. The most important being no longer able to go out and hunt down the bastards that enslaved me. Bella glared at the ground as the magic within her stirred. Melinda just shrugged. Harry is fine with that. In fact, the reason why he plans to have many wives is because he wants a lot of kids. He is a distrustful person at heart. But the only thing he trusts in is family. He plans for all of us and his kids to take over his businesses and political messes, so that he can focus on his research. But why is he in a hurry? Ophelia asked in curious tone. She was really grateful for what Harry had done for them. Astoria adores Harry. Yes, Daphne will be forcefully married to him. But honestly, when she looks at the boys in her daughter's generation, she didn't think she will find anyone better than Harry. The only real negative is that Daphne has to give birth to his child, and that was pretty much it. They aren't locked inside the house or beaten as she was. Harry gives all of them complete and total freedom. He just demands from you to study and be able to defend yourself, which she approves of. Melinda sighed when she heard that question. Things in the supernatural world have not been so good lately. Things are moving in the shadows. If Harry's contracts and divination is right, there will be a huge war in 15 to 20 years. So if Harry starts having kids now then they would be 15 when it starts. And if they are anything like him, more than old enough to help out and keep the family safer. Andromeda finished her sentence. Damn. He is building a mini-me army. Dora laughed at the idea of miniature Harrys walking around while Melinda just paled. The world is gonna end if they are anything like him. Andromeda sighed. If this keeps up, I'm never going to see any grandchildren. But then an idea popped in her head. Wait. Nymphadora has a problem with her boyfriends asking her to change her body to suit their tastes. But Harry hasn't asked her to change into anything besides for some information on the transformation itself. And she did pay close attention to him when he was working out. If this works, maybe my stupid daughter can lead the life she wants. At least Harry will keep her safe. Daughter of mine, what is your opinion on Harry? Andromeda let out a smile, which caused Dora to squeak in fear because of how scary it was. Whatever it is that he did to piss you off, I had no part in it. Daphne, Astoria, and Hope were playing in the sand. Well, Astoria was playing, the other two were just being dragged along by the little sugar-high gremlin. So many pretty seashells. Tori was running on the waves of the sea as it reached the beach. After they enjoyed their stroll, Astoria was using her newly learned Lego transmutation skills to manipulate the sand and make sandy Lego blocks to build a very interesting sand castle. "Harry, come play with us," Tori yelled out. Harry, who was on a boat in the sea, just threw a spell from his hand. It flew across the water and hit the sand on the beach. And in a few seconds the sand morphed into a 3-meter-tall castle, with a functioning gate for Tori to slip in. "Cheater." Tori stomped her foot. "If you aren't cheating, that means you aren't trying hard enough," Harry's voice echoed in their ears. "Hey Hope," Daphne asked with a tiny nervous voice. "Yeah?" Hope turned around wondering what was on Daphne's mind. This might come off as rude. But how doesn't it bother you? You know that you won't have Harry to yourself. It's obvious that you love him. And it's common for a lord to have a concubine or mistress on the side. But Harry will have wives. Hope looked thoughtful for a moment. Not expecting this from Daphne, as the girl was quite antisocial and generally indifferent. "It did bother me at the start. But you could say that I don't care about it now. Harry's priority will always be his drive for magic. After that comes family, and he wants a big one." I sat and thought about it, and he is right. It isn't logical for one woman to have so many kids. And I know he also cares about and loves me. So that won't ever change. Harry is weird and insane. Guess I just accepted that, and I am here to stay. He and Melinda rescued me, gave me a home and education. Even now, besides all the stress Harry has been causing, things have been great and are continuing to be so. When I see our house filled with people you can call close and laugh with. When I see our family and what the future holds, I feel happy. So if you want a reason, that's all I have." Hope smiled at Daphne, who went silent as she processed this information. "Don't worry about it too much. You aren't under any pressure. You have until you are 25 to give Harry a kid. Enjoy your life for now." The problem was Daphne was having similar thoughts as Bella. Have a kid now or as soon as she is able to do it safely, and the future will be free for her to do as she pleases. But that was for another day. By the way, Tracy sent an SOS letter, saying to get her out of a ball she has to go. Hope raised an eyebrow. "Didn't she leave like just last week after spending 9 days with us?" Harry told her it's fine to stay. "She is your best friend." Daphne chuckled. She had to go back with her family, but looks like 7 days back in Wizarding Society has made her crazy. "Sure, just ask Harry, he will get her here. That kind of long-range teleportation is beyond me." "Thanks," Daphne said, but didn't mention on what topic, and she didn't need to. "You are welcome," Hope just smiled. "HOWW." Sirius screamed out, "Not a single fish caught while Harry has a bucket full. We are using the same bait. How are you getting more?" Sirius grabbed his head. He was going crazy. "You are cheating." He pointed a finger at the boy, who looked bored out of his mind. "It's called skill difference. Maybe the fish just hate you. Did you and your friends bully one?" Sirius grabbed his heart. Low blow. Right in the feels. "Good, so my aim was correct," Harry says in a bored tone. In truth, he was cheating. Every self-respecting gamer who has ever touched Minecraft knows, luck of the C3, before doing a lot of fishing. The fishing hook was actually enchanted. Poor Sirius, he double-checked the rune, to make sure I haven't charmed it. But since the hook was always under the water and I made it so it can't be detected unless magic is used directly at it, he never could get proof. As soon as I catch a fish I throw it at Sirius and just place the bait and throw it in the water, giving him no time. Sirius checked the fish if they were being manipulated with magic. That's the whole reason I'm doing this thing. Just to mess with him. Oh. Sirius grabbed his chest even tighter. It felt like someone got punched his heart. "Give it up, Sirius, and enjoy the mood," Ted said in a relaxed tone. He was laying in his chair, wearing shorts and a Hawaiian shirt along with a big hat over his head. "Easy for you to say, I haven't caught anything all day." Sirius looked at his empty bucket as if he was trying to set it on fire. He cannot be this unlucky. "By the way, what is your clone doing, Harry?" Sirius asked in a confused tone. The clone was on the deck of the ship and the staff he was holding was glowing. "Oh, I'm doing layered sonar spells looking for buried treasure." Both men deadpanned at him. "Really? How unexpectedly childish." Harry raised an eyebrow at the, "You just thought it was childish." "What? No. Not in a million years, you couldn't be more wrong." Both of them tried to bullshit their way out of it. But Harry just smiled. "Well, if you are uninterested, then you probably don't want to see the 2 buried chests I found earlier." Sirius and Ted dropped their fishing rods. And it was either fate mocking him or bad luck. It was at that time a fish caught on his line and dragged the fishing rod off the deck and into the sea. "No!" Sirius yelled out, hand over the railing, watching as his rod sank further and farther. "Forget about that." Ted got near Harry. "You found treasure. Like real pirate treasure." Harry grinned, yep. But since you are uninterested, I guess you don't want to see it. Wait. Ted yelled out, I take it back. I take it back. Yeah man. I'm depressed over here. Show an uncle some love, Sirius tried to beg. Too little, too late, he tried that trick on the wrong person. Scree. YSSSS. Harry looked up and saw Zeno flying around with 3 snakes holding onto him for dear life. Selena was dangling off of him while laughing. Sabrina had her eyes closed. While Salazar had enough. Shaya. Land right now, you idiot. Zeno shook his head. Scree, no. SSSSSSSS, you asked for it. Salazar untangled his tail from Zeno and used his body to tie up his 2 main wings. Zeno turned around with a shocked expression on his face as he couldn't flap his wings anymore. SCRE. What? All of them started to scream while they crash-landed in the sea. SCRE. Scree. Help. I can't swim. The Thunderbird flapped around in the water trying to keep himself afloat. SHA. Drown, you moron. Harry just deadpanned, what are these idiots doing? He lifted up his hand and Zeno started to float out of the water, saving him from drowning. He turned to Harry with a grateful look but noticed that Salazar was swimming below him. Zeno smacked him with his wing, sending the snake underwater. Harry saw this and dropped Zeno in the sea again, but this time Salazar came up and started to choke him. After all, if you are unconscious you won't inhale water and drown. How kind of him to help Zeno out. A/N. Salazar is a fucking menace. He is like a grumpy Harry. Chapter 102, Voldemort Revelation. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. What is he doing? Melinda pulled down her glasses as she saw smoke going up in the sky. I have no idea. Hope was right next to her. All the girls were in a jacuzzi pool that Harry built by literally snapping his fingers. Compress stone and dirt, make a pool big enough, fill it with water, few runes and done. Water heats and air shoots out of the runes. You think he is setting the island on fire? Dora couldn't be bothered to move even if he was. She was in heaven. Maybe he is cooking something. Astoria said as she played with the yellow duckies that were floating on top. Harry cooks. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Unless you count him cooking up some crazy concoctions in his crucible. Then no. House elf. Pop. Yes, a house elf appeared near them, but they all noticed the elf was crying. What's wrong? Bella asked curiously. All of Harry's elves were very well taken care of. What could make this one sad? Sniff. Master Harry kicked all of us out of the outdoor kitchen. Master Harry says he be the chef for this meal. Food is done. Harry yells out, well, makes his voice echo throughout the island. He made it especially loud near Melinda. Ugh. I hate it when he does that. Melinda cracked the glass she was holding. At this point I think he does it to annoy you, Andromeda chuckled. He really cooked something. Hope said in shock when a voice transmission arrived at the pool. Hope. I'm nearing the level of Grandmaster in potions. You think I can't cook a steak? When all of them arrived they saw exactly what kind of steak it was. There was a dragon spine on the floor with its bone wings. The meat and the ribs were gone. All right. We have wyvern meat for lunch. Steaks of all sizes and different methods in preparation in cooking. Yes, Hope, there are some rare to medium rare for you. The girl smiled at that. As a tribrid, especially one that still hasn't fully unlocked her vampire heritage, her werewolf side is the dominant one. She prefers her meat more raw. Smoked wyvern brisket and ribs. Grilled tail, pan-fried meat, burger patties, anything you can think of it's here. We have fries, roasted potatoes, salads, different sauces freshly made of course. Fresh bread and buns. Grilled vegetable skewers. Enjoy. Harry did a little bow as everybody looked at him with a shocked expression. Wow, Sirius was quite literally drooling. You can say that again. Ted kept himself civil, but his eyes did not leave the food on the table. But Melinda and Hope weren't buying the act. Harry has never once cooked in all the years they knew him. He would rather make the elves cook and just spend time on research. He has something planned. Okay, fess up. What's the real reason for all of this? Melinda crossed her arms. Hope copied her while nodding her head. Harry tilted his head. What do you mean? Harry, you never do anything without a reason or if it has any scientific value. So why are you being nice and cooking now? Melinda said with a suspicious look in her eye. Oh. Harry now understood what she meant. What are you talking about? This is for science. Huh. I have 30 wyvern corpses. It's logical to discover the most delicious way to eat them. That's why you are here as taste testers. That and if the method of cooking does anything to the magic inside the meat. Taking small bits and pieces of meat from specific cuts and then cooking them didn't make sense to me. So I just cooked the whole thing and I didn't trust the elves to do it right the first time. That's why they are on the sidelines watching and learning. Melinda opened her mouth to say an argument, but then just closed it. Why do I even bother, and for such a stupid reason as well? I'll just shut up and enjoy the food. Soon after the barbecue party was in full swing. But Hope couldn't help but sigh for the friend they left behind. Poor Helena ghosts, well spirits as she has evolved now can't teleport. She is stuck back in Potter Mansion, raiding the secret library like a kid in a candy store. It would take forever for her to fly over the ocean to the Caribbean. Especially if she were to get lost. Then you are just a ghost floating in the middle of the open sea, no idea or direction where you are supposed to go, wandering around in circles. The only efficient way would be to wait for night and orient yourself according to the stars. Then why are you cooking up another one? Dora pointed at the wyvern that was skewered and being turned above on open flame. Oh, that's for the wolf pack. The guys have been working hard. Marcus as well, the dude does his job right. Everybody important now knows that Harry Potter has wolves and a devil protecting his business. So if they want to come at me they need to bring strong mid-class or at least a low high-class magician. You are doing it on purpose. Luring them out, Bella pointed out. Harry snapped his fingers, bingo, give the lady a prize. You are planning on experimenting on them, aren't you? Melinda picked up his thought process. Yep, quite honestly that's when their guard will be at its lowest. Huh. Dora looked up in confusion. She still wanted to be a hit wizard, so what he said didn't make sense to her. Wouldn't it be better to target them when they are alone? On the contrary. Strong magicians are most on guard when they are alone. Let me paint you a scenario. A high-class magician. Someone capable of whipping out a city area was called to deal with a few wolves and a mere mid-class devil. Would you take them seriously? Harry grinned at the end. Dora smiled at that. You are so evil. Me. I haven't done a single thing. That's the best part. If they leave me alone, so be it. But they won't. I have been playing defensively this whole time. So any orders they do get would be from their own family, with no reason to doubt it. Now I am not as strong as a high-class mana wise or capable of the same level of destruction. But I'm a hell a lot more versatile and most importantly, I cheat. When they arrive, I'll activate the wards. No teleportation for them, and I will poison all of them. Yeah. Bad guys come, Harry tricks and kills them all. Can we all shut up and continue eating now? Sirius yelled out, his mouth was covered in sauce and oils. The meat was absolutely perfect. Ted chuckled, he is probably right. At the way he is going he will eat it all even if it kills him. Harry then had a very messed up idea. He grinned as he placed a spell to increase his metabolism for a few hours. Sirius, let's bet on who can eat more. Loser has to run naked in front of people on the nearby island. Deal. Sirius smiled, no way he was going to pass on an easy bet like this. He was an adult and could hold more food. His cousins on the other hand just deadpanned. Andy, Bella, and Sissy resisted the urge to facepalm. Idiot, they all had the same thought, but nobody said a thing. He should have learned by now. You don't make bets with Harry. Hope just smirked behind her glass as she was drinking, another one bites the dust. Hogwarts. Inside the headmaster's office Albus was sitting on his chair sipping a glass of fire whiskey. His office was just as bare and empty as before. Well, except for the mountain of paperwork that was on his desk. Most of these papers were reports on Grindelwald and Voldemort's forces. Both have been making pretty big moves. Yet one thing keeps Albus worried and a bit stressed. Gellert Grindelwald has not made an appearance yet. It doesn't make any sense. Why hasn't Gellert shown himself at all? This is a perfect opportunity to take control and recruit more people for his cause. Are his injuries from Nurmengard that difficult to heal? In his mind Grindelwald was a much more dangerous opponent than Voldemort. Tom was a rabid dog, who just attacks and lashes out when he gets what he doesn't want. His people follow him because they fear him and because they are psychopaths who hate anybody who isn't on their side. Gellert on the other hand was intelligent, handsome, and charismatic. His goal no matter how bloody was, just in a way. It had logic and reason. Grindelwald was a wizard supremacist who believed that wizards are superior over gnomage, and they shouldn't be the ones who are hiding. Which is right in a way. Wizards are superior to normal humans. He wanted wizards to reveal themselves. To stand loud and proud into the light, for the muggles to be under his benevolent rule. His motto, for the greater good, the violence and abuse was justified to him because the result would be worth it. Many muggle-born or first-generation wizards and witches followed him. A few were even commanders. They believed in his ideals and vision. And they would die for them, because in their mind they are fighting for the future of all wizard kind. The Death Eaters betrayed Voldemort as soon as he died and plead innocence. It was obvious to see which group was more dangerous. But there is a silver lining in all of this, Dumbledore chuckled. The good news is everybody is begging for his assistance. Quite literally both his political allies and enemies were begging for him to confront the two terrorist groups. Quite frankly, even I didn't expect it would be this much. But then again, his enemies were more than happy to throw him at the front line of this war, so that explains a lot. They were hoping for Dumbledore to get rid of some of them before being killed. They really believe they can use me like this? It seems that my old age has made them more confident. Well, if they want my protection and for me to make a move and join this war, they are going to have to pay for it. I just love it when karma comes around to punish those that have caused me trouble. The flue lit up. Albus. Dumbledore looked at the fireplace. It was Alastair Moody calling. Dumbledore raised his hand and the flue was unlocked and Moody could pass through. FOOSHHH. Moody limped through with a grumpy expression. Though with him it was hard to tell. Grumpy was his default setting. Alastair, Dumbledore smiled, what news do you bring? Moody sat down with a loud thud and brought out his flask to take a gulp. Ah. It's chaos out there. I haven't seen anything like it. Not even during Voldemort's attacks. 2 Dark Lords are loose. People are moving Albus. Deals made in the shadows, and not just deals between wizards. Moody leaned a bit with a frown on his face. The mages have approached Grindelwald's acolytes. Dumbledore closed his eyes and focused on the matter at hand. This shouldn't be too bad. Most magicians dislike wizards, especially the powerful ones. So no one too powerful should have approached Gellert. Did you get a name? Moody shook his head. No, it appears to be an organization of magician outcasts. Quite frankly, from the rumors I have heard, my best guess is that they are low on funds. So while the wizards cause chaos, they want to use this opportunity to make some quick cash. Dumbledore nodded. Good, so they won't interfere much. And if they want money, maybe they can be bribed with rare materials. Gellert has been in prison for decades, while I have been hoarding anything useful I can find. I do have some news about Voldemort. He seems to have gone to Korea. Albus looked at him in surprise. Korea? South or north? South, but that's about all I know. He seems to be looking for someone. Thank you, old friend. But now I have another problem, Dumbledore admits. I need a new defense against the dark arts teacher. Dumbledore had been planning to use Remus Lupin, but with the world's eyes on him, he needs a good one. And a werewolf was not good for a reputation boost. With the way things are going, these children are going to need the best chance they can get. And there is no one better than you. Moody grunted as he thought things over. Fine. I needed a small break anyway, got a few things placed in order. This peg leg of mine won't survive another war. It will take time for them to reach me, but I will only do it for 1 year. Otherwise I will get rusty. Dumbledore let out a jolly laugh. The next school year will be an interesting one. South Korea. Undisclosed location. Voldemort had searched for weeks, but he had finally found it. The Necromancy Guild. It was located in the deep woods where no one dares to enter. People have been known to disappear near here. In front of him stood a Gothic mansion. The most interesting thing he had found about the guild is that it regularly moves its location. Dark wizards and magicians are members of this guild. There are various rules, but the most important one is once you join there is no leaving. If you even attempt it, you would find yourself on the lab table. Your body and soul changed into something that would serve the guild for eternity. Or until they were destroyed, one of the two. He had already sent his servants away to do other tasks. In his journey to find a way to heal his soul, he stumbled upon some rumors about the Peverils. His information came, it was mostly through torture and old books. He found an old wizarding family and killed them for their journals. Inside there were records about the old days. About a mysterious clan taking souls and using them for battle, but could also heal the soul. It was also mentioned that they were capable of wielding some sort of green flame. Now the only person he knows with the connection to the Peverils is the Potter boy, who is now the head of the family. And he was in no condition to go after the boy in his current state. So he searched through other means, but it appears the guild was his only shot. SHHHH. Something in the shadows moved. Tom was instantly on guard. The shadows morphed into a humanoid shape, and in the next moment a shadow knight stood in front of him. You are quite strong for a mid-class magician, and what an interesting soul you have. Voldemort steeled his nerves. I am here to join the guild. The knight chuckled. Of course you are. With a soul like that you won't last long on the outside. But be warned, in your weaker state the others won't hesitate to take advantage of you. I am aware. The knight waved his hands and the doors. Welcome to the guild. I hope you will entertain us in the future. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Voldemort looked at the knight with a shocked expression as the knight formed back into shadows and merged with the ground, as he was never there. Chapter 103, Letter. PatRayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Another day on their vacation paradise. The day was perfect, sunny with a few tiny clouds. The sea was calm. You will never catch me alive. Astoria giggled as she flew on the hoverboard across the beach. Right behind her, Kiera and Nala were chasing them in their normal huge cat forms. Rawr, rawr. They had grown slightly bigger than the last time. Rather than lionesses, they were now bigger than normal lions. And lions are 30 centimeters higher and 50 centimeters longer on average. Why are they chasing her again? Melinda asked Andromeda as they watched Ophelia nervously looking at her daughter. She was not afraid of the lionesses, no, they were kind and gentle. But giving a 9-year-old a hoverboard was a terrible idea. And given how excited Astoria was, she might crash at something while flying at high speeds. Don't worry. Harry placed a bunch of protective charms on her before he gave her the board. She could crash into a wall and come out unscathed, she said to Ophelia, who smiled before she turned to Melinda. As for why, Astoria did an electric static charm on the big cats that made their fur stand up and turn them into poof balls. Andy smirked when she recalled that moment. But then Melinda froze all of a sudden. Wait, where is Harry? Well, a few minutes ago he suddenly got an idea, and guessing by the evil smile on his face, it wasn't a nice one. He ran off inside to do whatever his crazy mind had cooked up, Bella communed as she read a fashion magazine. That brat. I swear he can't go a full month without causing trouble for someone. Melinda huffed as she crossed her arms under her now very impressive chest. It's not as bad as you say it is, Melinda, Ted said from a bit further away. He was laying down on a beach chair while reading the newest newspaper from different countries. I think Harry is extremely impressive. At such a young age he creates and handles many things. Running his business, politics, counterintelligence. All that chaos and trouble he is causing means less people look at him, since they have bigger things to deal with. He bears a lot of burden. Melinda chuckled, oh, don't be so sure. As soon as you all are at a decent level he will dump much of the work on you. Harry despises anything that interferes with his research. For example, he will soon dump the potion-making business to Andromeda, who is already dealing with a lot of things as Regent Black. That's fine, Andy stretched, Harry has already done everything, I just need to run it. He gathered desperate and afraid potioneers and made them sign 10 pages of magical contracts. They are now part of Potter's Potions. And Harry has a strict system in place. The potion must be at least 90% perfect for it to be sold at the cheapest price. For each percent after that the price increases but quality is ensured. He lets them keep 10% cut of all potions they brew, but if they fail to make it at least 90%, the ingredient cost comes out of their money. Essentially he is forcing them to strive to perfect their potions so they get more money. Astoria's voice was heard. They had finished one lap around the island, and just when Astoria was about to reach the group again, Kiera and Nala speed up and knock Astoria off the hoverboard. Oh, Astoria tumbles through the sand before she slides down right in front of her mother, who was not looking amused by the scene. Due to the spells Harry placed, she was completely unarmed. A bit further away Daphne and Tracy were sitting under the parasol. Tracy lifted up her wand showing the number 10 while Daphne gave her a 7. Hi Mom, the little girl said cheerfully. Ophelia just rubbed the bridge of her nose, while Kiera and Nala just raised their paws and high-fived before they went back to lazing around, maybe eat some of the dragon meat as well. Harry was inside the house that he made on the island. Earlier when he read the newspaper about the attacks he got a brilliant idea. He was currently writing a letter to the zealots. But grumbled as he wrote with a quill on parchment. He hated the way it feels writing with this feather on old as parchment. The rough texture and how time-consuming is to write with a quill. Especially if he wanted to mimic Grindelwald's penmanship. He actually made his own paper that he remembered from his past life. His modern notebook and the feel of smooth paper was perfect. Writing with a ballpoint pen for random notes and a fountain pen for important stuff. And done, Harry put down the quill and looked at his letter. Comrades, friends, brothers and sisters. I am alive and well. This month I have been in a safe house healing from the injuries and ailments I have gotten during my time in prison. I have also regained quite a bit of my former power thanks to a few allies I found. A gifted potion master and an artificer who share our cause. I am writing to you all now because it is time. Time for my return and for us to cleanse our beautiful world of those who are unworthy. I ask that you pool your resources so that our new allies can make potions and artifacts for us. Soon war will be upon us, and I will be ready. I will see soon ready and prepared to lead the charge of revolution once again. Sincerely. Gellert Grindelwald. Then at the end Harry placed the invisible ink code that proves it is from Grindelwald. He acquired all of this knowledge from the memories he got from the old man. Interesting guy. Lots of crazy ideas. The man was stuck in a prison for more than 40 years, not a lot to do in there. Harry, Hope called out from the door. Harry turned around and smiled at her. Hey. Why aren't you outside enjoying yourself with the others? Hope smiled, I haven't done any work lately. I have been feeling restless. That's what happens when I get caught up in your crazy pace. Anyway, I received some news from our people. Well, your people. I still don't understand how you could have made a network up and running in only a few months. Harry just smirked. Money and magical contracts. Hope. Plenty of desperate people ready to do anything for me. What did they say? They have informed me that the ministry has finally calmed down and stopped running like a headless horse because of all the chaos. They need money and to show they are in command. So the ministry decided to hold Daphne's trial in 2 weeks. Naturally, they are going to inform us a day before the trial. Harry threw his head back and laughed like a madman. Oh, this is gonna be good. He rubbed his hand like an evil mastermind. The girl next to him just facepalmed and smiled wryly. They are all dead. Why do wizards insist on making things difficult for themselves? They know Harry is powerful. They know he killed 2 pureblood lords. Yet they still want to piss him off. She then notices a letter that Harry has been writing and peeks over his shoulder to see it. Harry, what are you doing? You normally hate writing letters. Nothing much, just scamming a few hundred people out of their money, resources, and lives. He turns his head and gives a smirk showing how proud he was. Hope's eyes widened as she read the contents of the letter. Her chin was on his shoulder and she noticed he was looking at her, so she turned her head to look him in the eye. They were very close together and would have been a romantic scene if she couldn't see the smug look on his face. Really, Harry? Hope deadpanned at him. Scamming Grindelwald's army. Hey, free stuff is free stuff. I could just go and rob them all. But this way they will even gather the resources I need with their own money. They are shopping and giving all the stuff to me. And I don't have to move a finger. You are unbelievable, Hope giggled as she stared at Harry's green eyes. It was one of her favorite things to do. Thank you for noticing. Really gives a guy an ego boost. Shut up, Hope didn't move her head, but she did slap him on the other shoulder. Make me, Harry smiled even wider. And make him, she did. Hope leaned over and kissed Harry. They continued kissing for a few moments before pulling away. Hope's face was bright red and she had a big smile on her face. You know, I don't mind if you use that method from now on to get me to shut up. Harry. Hope got even more embarrassed. What I was just say dash, seeing that he was going to keep talking, Hope realized that this was indeed the right method and kissed him again. Lawrence, Kansas. Ugh. That was a bitch to handle. Dean walked into his home and headed straight for the fridge. Who the hell sets up a base inside a crumbling building? Every low intelligent monster, Dean. But at least it was easier than Romania. Sam was right behind him. He closed the door, activating the defenses around their house. Click. Click. Dean opened up 2 bottles and sat down. Don't even get started on Romania. We would all be dead if it wasn't for John. Fucking high class pulls out of nowhere. Sam lowered his head. Yeah, he said in a sad tone, we lost a few good ones that night. I can't believe Blade actually died the way he did. He is a freaking legend. Dean grimaced. Blade was still a sore topic, not just to them, but to all hunters. Blade had killed more low-class vamps than any hunter alive. He had everybody's respect even though his attitude was shit. And he was killed from behind by a vamp who could use shadows. Yes, he was. The brothers heard a voice behind them and turned around with their guns drawn. Castile. They both looked shocked to see the men. Castile, a handsome man of average height in his 30s. He sports a pair of dress shoes, a black suit, a buttoned white striped dress shirt, and loosened blue necktie accentuated by a beige trench coat. Hello, Dean. Sam, the angel, nodded at both brothers. Where the hell have you been? We haven't seen you since you sent us on that fiasco in Romania. Dean put his gun away. You know, for an angel of the Lord you are quite forgetful. Sam frowned as he looked at the men. Castile was the one that told them something was happening in Romania. Something important. That's why they even accepted the offer to work with Libra. Europe wasn't their cup of tea. They operated mostly in the States. Apologies, things have been busy as of late. Devils? Sam asked with a raised eyebrow, causing Cass to sigh. Indeed. When is it not? Well, why don't you let us help you out? We have hunted devils before, Dean suggested. In fact, he was quite eager to do so. Castile shook his head. You kill strays, these are different. Why don't more of your brothers and sisters help out? Sam stood up. He just doesn't understand why the angels do nothing when people are suffering. The angel sighs. It's not that simple. We are low in numbers as it is and scattered across the globe. Heaven has a lot of enemies. If we make a wrong move, everything could come crashing down. Sam and Dean scoffed. Just another way of saying you guys are useless. We hunters do most of the work. Hell, I barely even see any exorcists anymore. The reason why you don't see any exorcist from the church is because many have been expelled or left on their own accord. They wanted to fight the devils and are now searching for devils through the states. We use hunters because we have no other choice. If we send down angels, they will send stronger devils. It will cause a never-ending cycle that could perhaps restart the Great War, which would cause mutual destruction. And neither side wants that. Enough of the doom and gloom. What are you here for, Cass? There is trouble brewing in Western Europe. A wizarding war, and some other parties have noticed and shown interest. Wizards are very isolated and don't mingle with the supernatural world. But if someone were to fan the flames, then it will blow up and turn into a pain in the ass for everybody. Great. Just great. Dean finished off his beer and opened another one. I hate days like this. So what do you think we can do? I mean, hunting small groups of vampires or devils we can handle. But a war. Sam looked at Castiel like he was crazy for coming here. Castiel showed an uncomfortable expression on his face. Well, it's not exactly you that we want. Do you guys have any way to contact John Constantine? We have sent word to the Belmonts about the matter, but we still haven't received a reply. Sam and Dean looked at each other and both smiled. Constantine and an angel in the same room. Oh, this they can't wait to see. Sure, we can help out, but it comes with some conditions. Dean leaned forward from where he was sitting and had a smirk on his face. Castiel rolled his eyes. What do you want? He was already regretting coming here. But they needed someone to take a deeper look in the wizarding world. And since all wizards hate the church and heaven, it was proving increasingly difficult to get solid intel. But they know the Belmonts have a connection with that world and were hoping to use it. Money, beer, and to be in the same room when you meet, Dean said without missing a beat. Dean. Sam looked at his brother like he was crazy. Oh, Dean came to a realization. I take it back. Money, beer money, gas money, and to be in the same room, he finished off with a smile. Sam facepalmed while Castiel looked at the ceiling. Michael. Can someone switch with me? He received no answer. I hate my job. Chapter 104, Demon Crowley. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Sam and Dean were feeling pretty good about themselves for this deal. Especially Dean, he had a bright smile on his face as he leaned back and took a big gulp from his beer. Oh. Finally gone. I feel a bit bad for putting John on the spot like this. But hey, we have bills to pay. Sam sat down and turned on the TV. Dean chuckled. Yeah, we do. And it's not like we aren't going to tell him who he is meeting. I know Castiel is an angel and all. But I still don't trust him. Frankly, I think that's the best attitude to have when dealing with all this supernatural people, factions, and stuff. I agree. Click. Click. Both brothers pulled out their guns and turned around. When they saw who it was, they pulled the trigger without any hesitation. But the man raised his hand and caught the bullets. Well, that wasn't very nice. He opened his hands and the bullets harmlessly fell on the floor. Crowley, the brothers growled at the sight of him. Hello, boys. Crowley the demon just smiled at them. Crowley was a demon. He was of average height and slightly round torso. He had light skin and dark hair, although he was balding a bit on the front, noticeable by his hairline. As a demon whose true form was just a smoke cloud, Crowley had to possess a human body. He chose this one because of how ordinary he looks. It was quite easy to make deals when you can blend in anywhere you want. He liked this body so much that he has been using it for hundreds of years. The body itself was barely human, being affected by his powers over the centuries. His true form, however, was still the same. And if he was killed in his vessel before escaping into his true form, he would die with it. And the Winchester brothers had him marked. What do you want? Sam said slowly, his arm not moving an inch and ready to fire. The last time we saw each other, I said dash. Crowley rolled his eyes. You were going to kill me, yada yada yada. Dean took a step towards him, his gun aimed at Crowley's head. You think this is a joke? Say, I got an idea. How about we drop the bravado and talk like civilized people? Civilized? You set us up. Sam got angry. You were going to kill me afterwards. Crowley pointed at him. Yes, I know, and I'm still here. So can we please sit down? I don't exactly have a lot of time. Dean caught on to that. No time, huh? And why is that? Weren't you the men with all the time in the world? Seeing as you can teleport anywhere you want without a magic circle. It's one of your racial perks, right? Crowley just spread his arms. Why do you think I don't want to become a devil? Sure, I get more powerful, a real form to call my own, more magic that I can imagine. But I'd lose this little perk, as you said. Demons with no form like me may be weaker than most, but if we want to run, it's difficult to stop us. Pros and cons balance in everything. I have always wondered about that. Sam narrowed his eyes. The famous ones, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and the others. Are they devils or demons? Ugh, don't they teach you anything in Hunter School? Crowley couldn't believe he was going to waste his time teaching these denim-wrapped nightmares about the basics. How are you two even still alive after fighting all those strays, demons and vampires? Hey. It's not exactly like we are from one of those hunter clans. We just relied on what our family had. Dean yelled out, it was kind of a sore spot for them. To survive they had to rely on some pretty dangerous stuff. Stuff that their father initially forced on them. Crowley deadpanned, "Are you serious?" Both brothers said nothing, causing the demon to sigh, "Damn. Fine, sit your asses down and drop the guns for fuck's sake. I'll fill you in, you are useless to me if you don't even know this." Sam and Dean looked at each other and nodded. They put down their guns, but their fingers were still on the trigger. "Look, since your history is obviously lacking, I'm going to fill you in on some of the details. Demons were first, they existed in the underworld long before the devils and fallen came along. Demons were the inspiration for Lucifer to create devils. Leviathan, Asmodeus, and Beelzebub were demons, not just any demons, they were the most powerful demons in the underworld at the time, each had their own physical body and specific power. They were the first devils Lucifer turned, but seeing as they were a bit disobedient, he and Lilith created the rest of the 72 pillars before turning other demons into devils to increase his army. For example, one of the more famous ones was Mephisto. That guy became a devil just so that he could have more access to better magic. "I see," Sam nodded, "but if that's how devils were made, and now with them reincarnating other species into devils to keep their numbers up and increase their army, how are demons still roaming around? I'm pretty sure most would have agreed to become a devil." Crowley sighed, "Most still did. I was alive when the blasted Ajuka invented those little slavery chess pieces. Many demons got trapped in their peerages out of desperation like the idiots they are. I heard stories of how Lucifer forced many demons to turn into devils. Serve or die. At least they had a reason to turn. These new morons only became slaves. Fucking pathetic," he sneered. "Still doesn't explain how demons are formed." "I have heard rumors, whispers, but that's all," Dean pointed out. As much as he hates Crowley, he does have to admit the man has his uses. Crowley continued, "When a human completely gives into sin, and I mean completely, or has just sinned so much their soul is sent into hell. Now, contrary to popular belief, there aren't many demons or devils torturing souls because of some sort of job. Some souls are just unlucky to be found by a demon and be tortured for a bit of fun. Now once the soul is in hell, that means heaven and Big G have turned their backs on that soul. Most of the time after being burned, melted, or frozen by the various climates and demonic energies in hell, the soul gets completely corrupted, turning into a demon. It's up to chance what kind of demon they end up as. Could be like me, or maybe something like an imp or some other demonic creature. Once that happens, it's done, no turning back. And it's survival of the fittest down there. Now demons first came up with the concept of deals. Even through devils are now the mainstream thing since they don't take souls anymore and have more people willing to make deals with them." Sam raised an eyebrow. "They don't. Yeah, nowadays is all about status down there, the amount of deals made and the amount of money or connections gained from the deals. Demons, on the other hand, still need souls to boost their strength. We are low in numbers and constantly backstab each other to gain the souls that the other demon has. Honestly, if the others were a bit smarter, they would realize that sticking together is a much better option. But again, they were once humans who were consumed by a sin, or psychopaths who sinned too much." "Not very clever," Crowley shook his head. "Honestly, dealing with demons was one of the worst things he has to do. It's like talking to Neanderthals." I don't mean to be rude, but why are you so different?" Dean said in a strange tone. Asking someone why he isn't stupid was a strange question. "Because unlike them, I didn't get consumed by a sin or sinned too much. I chose to become a demon. I made a deal. I helped a demon get more human souls, and in return when I die he would bring my soul to hell and help me out to keep some of my sanity intact, while he also sped up the transformation. He channeled the demonic energy directly in me instead of me being exposed to it for a long time." Crowley shook his head. "Never mind that, we got sidetracked. Now that you know the basics, we can get to why I am really here. I know that the angels visited you. I also know about Romania." The brothers reacted to that, causing Crowley to smile. "Now how would you like to hear the news?" Sam and Dean just raised their guns slightly, causing Crowley to roll his eyes again. "Nice, very Texas of you. Listen here, the reason why everybody, especially the angels, are interested in Romania is because apparently a damper girl was born with a holy relic sacred gear." "A damper?" Sam said in surprise. "A daywalker-like blade?" "Yep," Crowley popped the poor girl. "Dampiers are treated like shit in every vampire community, outcasts, freaks. But since she was born with a holy relic, she can be turned into a weapon. Last I heard, they are keeping her chained up and brainwashing her. Strange enough, nobody seems to know what relic she has." "Why are you telling us all of this?" Dean said in a suspicious tone. Crowley stood up. "Well, obviously so you can tell the Belmonts. I'm not going anywhere near those psychopaths. And I will be damned if heaven gets back a relic that can be used against me. Especially if Castile is the one to retrieve it. He is the one angel that I most want to crush between my teeth, if I could, that is." Dean sighed, while Sam just looked confused. "How did you even know Cass was here?" "I know a lot of things." Dean then realized something. "Wait, if heaven knows a relic is there, why don't they just get it?" "Because they can't. If they start attacking anybody they want, the others will gang up on them. And let's say they are in no position to be part of a war right now. That's why they are using middlemen right now. Namely hunters and exorcists from the church. Pleasure doing business with you boys. And please don't tell the Belmonts the news came from me. Consider it a price for the history lesson. Cheerio, and in the next moment Crowley was gone, like he was never there in first place. Sam just looked at Dean, who raised his hands. I know. We need new wards. God damn it. We just got paid and it's already gone. A/N. I want to do a bit more world building. Like how different species and faction work and relate to each other. BTW. Valerie Teeps is born in 1988. She is 20 in 2008. So now she is like 4 years old. Just Crowley quotes. There's only one rule: make a deal, keep it. Good one, unless you are a pirate. So much backstabbing in Pirates of the Caribbean. Literally every 15 minutes someone gets backstabbed. You betrayed me. Nobody in the history of torture has ever been tortured with the torture like you'll be tortured with. Please. I've sold sin to saints for centuries. You think I can't close one little demon? Let's just say when they're getting their Grammys, they shouldn't all be thanking God. They ate my tailor. 2 months under a rock, like a bloody salamander. Every demon on hell and earth's got his eyes out for me. And yet, here I am, last place I should be, in the road, talking to Sam and Dean Winchester, under a friggin' spotlight. Chapter 105, Author Note: PC Trouble. Sorry for not updating guys, but a few days ago my PC got stuck in startup. Republic of Gamers logo and it won't move from there. Every day I have been trying different methods to fix it. No success so far. So I'm not dead, just can't write. I can write on the phone but it's painfully slow and not efficient. But I'm still making notes for future chaps. So wait a bit until I deal with this shit. I'm starting to get stressed out, withdrawal symptoms from not being able to write, rolling on the floor laughing. Chapter 106, Author Note: the culprit is. After a week of investigative work. Searching for clues for the heinous criminal who put my computer on a boot loop. My Tanti, great detective, alcoholic panda, Idagawa Conan, has discovered the Hanin culprit. The person who committed this vicious crime is my SSD. What? Deadpool shocked face. Yep. Out of all the possibilities it was the least likely. Hell, it is impossible. How the hell did my SSD get screwed up? I don't play games, I don't visit shady sites. It is honestly baffling. I told my programmer and tech friends about the situation and they told me I was lying. I showed them on camera when I removed the SSD and plugged in an USB with Windows on it and it works. They were like, WTF. It was honestly funny because their faces reminded me of confused Jack Sparrow. Like they didn't believe what they were seeing. Now, normally, no matter how infected the SSD is, it still won't stop the BIOS from opening up. This did, the BIOS wouldn't open at all and it was stuck in Republic of Gamers logo. It doesn't make any sense. So yeah. I downloaded Windows 11, it sucks, on an USB and am using it as a temporary SSD. So at least I can write now. Gonna try my friend's SSD in a few days. If that works, that means I'm going to have to buy a new one. Because my current one won't open up, let alone format it. Anyway, that's it. A week of suffering, found the problem and did a temporary solution. Going to try to write and make up for lost time. Chapter 107, Sharing Info. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. You think he will be here? I mean, we have been waiting for an hour, Dean said impatiently as he tapped his foot on the ground. Well, he said he would be here, and we did send him the message yesterday. Give the guy some credit. Sam also had his hand near his gun as he watched their surroundings. The location for this meeting was an abandoned city. They just finished off a group of vampires that made this town their base for some quick cash. How convenient for them. Why are you so adamant on defending this guy? Because he is a Belmont, Dean shook his hands in a spooky gesture. They were elites, now they are back, and we haven't even seen or heard of any other except for Constantine. All for good reason, mate. Both brothers turned around and Constantine was casually leaning up against the wall while smoking a cigarette. Where have you been? Dean said impatiently with his arms crossed. It was clear he was not amused being forced to wait outside for so long. Constantine just smirked, scouting out the city. You really didn't think I was just going to show up unprepared, did ya? Come on dude, it's us. You really think we would screw over another hunter? Constantine just raised an eyebrow. I have known you for only like 4 hours. He does have a point. Sam turned to Dean, who was just looked at John with a really bitch look. Okay. Dean raised his hands. He won't be as aggressive. What have you been up to? We heard you became some kind of assassin. What's up with that? Sam tried to change the subject. Constantine just sighed, don't start. I was demoted by the young lord. He called me sloppy and that I needed to return to the basics. Meaning I get to kill assholes without any magic. Fun, he said in a sarcastic tone. So what? We have never had any magic. Dean smirked, somehow proud of that little fact. Yes, but you also never met my boss. He can be downright terrifying. You have never had the honor of being beaten to a pulp by a child. It's demoralizing. If he was a devil or vamp I wouldn't feel so bad. But he is human, he picked me up and threw me around, we spar with magic and he makes my spells blow up in my face. We shoot with guns and he aims for my bullets so his ricochet off mine and hit me while he is unharmed. You try sparring against that. Constantine said in a fed-up tone. Harry was really selling the act, spreading rumors about the young lord. He did this for a simple reason. The more hyped up the Belmonts were, the better offers he would get. That and more connections for him to get stuff. Sometimes the black market wasn't enough. So instead of buying from the middleman, he can get rare materials directly from the hunters for a discount since they don't have to pay the middleman. Heh. Sounds like a real piece of work. Constantine only grunted to show that he agreed. Well, Sam clapped his hands, thanks for coming. There are 2 things that we want to say to you. 2 very important things. First of all, someone would like to meet you, he says in a very strange and awkward tone. Who? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Not that it could be seen as he was wearing a half-face mask to hide his identity. Well, that's the thing, the one who wants to meet you is an angel. An angel. Constantine dipped his head a bit in disbelief. Castile. He will be here after we call him. He wants to offer the Belmonts something and he was quite annoying. Sam looked at his brother, I think you mean persuasive Dean. Nope, said it right, Dean said with a self-satisfied smirk. You 2 know an angel. Constantine said in a surprised tone. That sounded like an insult, Dean frowned but Sam smacked him on the chest and looked him in the eye. Stop it. Dean glared at Sam, why? Because I said so. He is a dick. Sam titled his head a bit agreeing with Dean, so are you. Harry coughed in his fist, you do know silent communication only works if the other person can't read facial expressions. Okay, enough. Castile will come after we call him. But we have another piece of information about you. Apparently all of this is because Damper in Romania was born with some kind of holy relic. Sam explains all the things they were told. But don't tell him anything about Crowley. When he was done they looked at the dumbfounded expression on John's face. Shit, Constantine cursed out loud. He quickly stopped playing around and read their minds. Seeing everything that he needed. Why, what's wrong? Dean said with a frown, even when they were running from a high-class vamp this guy wasn't this bothered. Spread the news. Tell the hunters to pull back from Romania or only just stick to the outskirts, he told the brothers with a serious voice. Why? I mean I get it, it's a big deal, a holy relic. Sam didn't understand. Harry groaned resisting the urge to facepalm, I want to punch you 2 in the face. Everybody already knows what the relic is. Huh? How? Dean said in a surprised tone, we didn't hear anything about this. That's because you are just hunters. Every supernatural faction keeps track of powerful weapons, sacred gears and relics. And every relic has been accounted for except a few. And any one of those few is trouble. Big trouble. So that means what? Sam was curious to hear more. That means Romania will become a war zone in the next few years. Do you know why nobody just hasn't attacked the vampires and just killed them all? Constantine took a puff from his cigarette. Sam and Dean looked at each other and just shrugged. The elder vampires, the really old ones, they can use their blood magic to quickly create more vampires and even more thralls. So if they ever feel threatened by war, they will just attack the humans and make an army of thousands and thousands thralls. Which will obviously be noticed by the humans exposing the supernatural side to the world. And if that happens everything goes to hell. A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky dangerous animals and you know it. Once the news is out chaos follows. The vamps don't mind dying. But they are going to drag the world with them. So that means hunters are Sam started. Cannon fodder. Since we are just hired guns we can go and cause a mess and when the vampires reveal something. The big guys will have some sort of excuse, or will just use us as a distraction to go in and steal the damn thing, Harry finished for him. Wait a minute. So we are just bait. Dean said with clear anger in his voice. Yep, like worms on a hook. If you do things their way, most of you will die, while they reap all the benefits. It's how this world works. The strong decide the fate of many. Constantine sighed and turned to the brothers. Thanks for the info, mates. In return I gave you one in return. If you don't want to die, I strongly suggest you avoid Romania. We are square now. Sam looked at Dean and shrugged, we kinda are. Fine, Dean agreed, we are done here. He pressed his palms together and prayed. A few moments later he opened his eyes. Castile is on the way. He will be here shortly. Come on, Sammy. We got places to be and I don't think I can look at Cass and not punch him in the face. Sam grimaced, yeah. That's probably a good idea. The brothers got into their car and drove away. What do you think is going to happen? Sam said as he looked in the mirror to see Constantine just standing there. I don't know, nor do I care. They can kill each other if they want. Our part in this is over, Dean said in a cold voice. Yeah, and we still got work to do. We need to go to the men of letters. They said they have a new safe house for us. Ugh. Safe house my ass. It will probably be a nerd bunker or something. Dean grimaced but had his eyes on the road. Okay, relax. Obviously you are in a bad mood. How about we get some food? Bacon cheeseburger. Sam sighed in exasperation. Dean, there are other foods. The dash. Bacon cheeseburger. Dean glanced at Sam with a look that said, I will fight you for this. Sam just facepalmed, fine. This caused Dean to smirk and his mood to turn a complete 180. The ride to the nearest fast food restaurant was a good one. Especially after he put on some music. Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. I love this song. With a big smile on his face, Dean put the pedal to the metal and the car blasted off, leaving a concerned Sam hanging for his life and Dean laughing like a maniac. Back in the abandoned city, Harry was waiting in the Constantine disguise for an angel to show up. Huh. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen any other angel besides the Seraph Gabriel. And she is a super rare one to meet as a human. I'd rather I didn't meet her at all. I didn't get anything out of our meeting. Frankly, I lost in that meeting. I was forced to show my trump card. Harry's clones are special and very useful. Rather than clones, they are avatars. Something people here rarely see. He had checked out books and techniques that people use. Yokai illusionary clones. Solid clones. Even if some clones that did have a memory function, it would at best work like a knockoff shadow clone. Recon stuff that transfers some of the memory back. Harry suddenly flinched as he heard the sound of wings flapping. He activated all of his defense spells, even the ones he has on standby. Constantine lit another cigarette as he turned his head. He raised an eyebrow when he saw a man in a trench coat with 10 wings behind him. Not what I expected an angel to look like. Fuck, 5 pairs of wings, ultimate class. Castile chuckled, not all of us wear robes. Some like me like to blend in. Greetings, I am Seraph Castiel, but as time changes my name has also changed among mortals. Sam and Dean know me as Castiel. The messenger of God. You can call me Cass if you'd like. I quite like that nickname. Harry frowned, the fuck. I thought Gabriel was the messenger. Castiel just smiled, she is. It's just that she delivers a different kind of message. Now I am just confused. Whatever this info is for another time. Harry smiled at the angel, his senses working into overtime trying to gain as much information without actually using any spells on the man. His aura. It doesn't match his wings. His wings are also a little dim. He is weaker than normal, must have been in a fight and is currently recovering. A lot weaker, if I had to guess judging by the aura he is giving off. He is mid-high class. What the hell did he fight? Something that can bring down a Seraph from ultimate class all the way to middle of high class. Man, that is giving me the chills. Well, Cass, I am here. What did you want to speak to the Belmonts about? The angel had a strange expression on his face before he steeled himself. Ehem. Heaven and the Church want the Belmonts to lead an attack on the vampires together with all the other hunters and exorcists to the heart of Romania. To end their tyranny once and for all. Constantine just stood there speechless as he watched the angel in front of him with his jaw dropped. Did you hear me? Are you ill? Castile said in a worried tone, I can heal if you have any injuries. Are you out of your fucking mind, mate? Castile winced at how loud the human in front of him was. There is no need to curse or yell, he said in a peaceful tone. The fuck there isn't. Harry gritted his teeth. The nerve of these people. You want us? Hunters, humans. To wage war on all the vampires in Romania. Against who knows how many vampire ancestors. Bonfire ultimate class vampires. Freaking immortal unless you vaporize every single cell in their body. Have you lost your minds? Castile closed his eyes as if he was already expecting that. It's the fucking Graal, isn't it? The angel opened his eyes in shock. How do you know that? He unleashed his aura upon Constantine, who completely ignored it and started to curse right in front of the angel while walking in circles. Fuck. Bullshit. Motherfucking cunt-licking bastard. I hope you get fucking hemorrhoids, you fucking asshole, and bleed out to death. This time it was the angel who was speechless. It had to be the fucking Sephiroth Graal. Out of the 3 unaccounted holy relics, it had to be the Graal. It was then that Castiel realized what had happened. Constantine speculated that it was a holy relic. And only few were unaccounted for. He himself had given away the information. Sigh, I really am getting careless. To think that after the last battle I still didn't learn my lesson. Constantine, if you know about the Graal, then you know how important this is. We need to do this. Constantine was about to say something when he looked to the sky in shock. What's that? Castiel quickly turned around and saw nothing, then turned back to Constantine. Wadash. Fool. Harry blew off the black dust on his palm right into Castiel's face, who instantly backed away like he had been punched. SWA, he started to sway like he was dizzy. Heido number 88. Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Dragon striking heaven shaking thunder cannon. Why is it so long? Harry raises his arm and a huge beam of lightning erupted from it and engulfed the angel, temporarily paralyzing him. Heido number 63. Raikoho. Heido number 63. Raikoho. Fulminous. Lightning. Harry kept spamming lightning spells, not even giving the poor guy a chance to recover. In between the lightning spells, he started to layer wizarding debuff spells like weakness, headaches, and stuff like that, while also using sealing techniques and poison. It was a disgusting combination used in a cheap shot on a completely innocent man not expecting any violence and whose only goal was to make a peaceful deal. Unknown to Harry, Castiel was even weaker than he thought. A week before the angel even visited the Winchester brothers, he was in brutal fight against an ancestor vampire who decided to destroy a few churches in Romania. Castiel made the vampire run away, which was given since his holy power is extremely affecting on undead. But not before the ancestor used a powerful blood curse against him. If Castiel had stayed in heaven, he would have healed faster. The blood curse not only sealed off a large portion of his holy power, but also lowered the strength of his body, meaning he could muster very little of the power that was even left. This type of blood curse is also very dangerous for the vampires. They are immortal because of the vitality in their own blood. It's the vitality that allows them to regenerate even after they are cut up into tiny pieces. The blood curse requires a large chunk of that vitality, and it will take a long while to regain it. But being the good soldier he was, he couldn't let humanity be unguided for too long. So even when he was at his weakest, he went to do his job. And since he was only meeting friends, he wasn't in any danger. Poor man never even saw it coming. 10 minutes later of non-stop sealing and debuff spells, Castiel was completely unconscious and covered in soot. His hair was all spiky and a random stream of electricity would run through his body, causing him to twitch. Huh. That was easier than expected. Well, time to get to work. I need to copy all of his useful memories. One that contain knowledge that I can use. He is an angel that has lived for millions of years. Let's see what the dude was actually good at. After surfing through his brain for a while, Harry was pleasantly surprised to see that Castiel was good with seals. Especially holy seals and boons using Enochian. Along with some of the more modern seals. Not a lot, around intermediate level. But still a lot of useful knowledge about seals, some random facts, trivia. But really, is this what heaven looks like? Sheesh, good think I'm never going up there. My eyes would go blind from how white and shiny everything is. And how can you have so little knowledge when you have been alive for literally longer than humanity? Come on, man. 80% of this dude's life is just chilling with angles and preaching about the Lord to humans. 10% is battles against other gods, and the other 10% are his seals that started off as a hobby. Then determination to protect his family. But since he wasn't built for seals, his average talent could only take him so far. This is sad. Now I feel bad about doing this to him. You know what? I'm feeling nice, I'll fix him up as much as I can and leave him a note. Ugh. What happened? Castiel grabbed his head before he remembered. The hunter. Castiel jumped and was instantly in battle mode. His wings spread wide, a spear in each hand, and his aura tearing through the concrete street and cracking the walls of the nearby buildings. He looked around and saw that there was no one in the vicinity. But then he noticed something strange. He wasn't in pain. He was sure that Constantine attacked him, yet there was not a wound on him. If anything, he felt better than before. He noticed that his coat was missing, and he saw it floating above the street a bit further away from him along with a letter. Castiel cautiously approached his trench coat and letter and did some diagnostic spells on it. Both came back negative for any curses or poison, but there were some spells interwoven in his coat which made him frown. But first he opened up the letter. Hello Castile. First of all, I would like to apologize for what I have done. It was unsportsmanlike and rude, especially since you haven't been aggressive with me. But I did it out of caution. I am only a weak human and couldn't risk you forcing the issue. I didn't know how far you were willing to go to complete your mission. I have healed you as best as I could and noticed you have some sort of blood curse. Unfortunately, that is beyond me, but I did manage to make it less restrictive for you. As an apology for my actions, I have 2 gifts. First of all, I used some spells and enchanted your trench coat. It will now be more comfortable and can regulate temperature for you. No matter what environment you are in, it will always be the ideal temperature. Castile immediately stopped reading the letter and put on his coat. Oh. So soft. And it really is the ideal temperature. This is very comfortable. Castile had a smile on his face as he fixed up his coat. It was dead at night in an abandoned city. So it was fairly cold. He stopped using his holy power to regulate his temperature and forcefully dropped it to be the same as a normal human. The coat worked as intended. It created the ideal temperature that he needed. Very nice. My brothers and sisters will love this little piece of magic. Castile continued to read the letter. The second one is information. Now I won't join the raid and will actively tell other hunters to do the same. But I did capture a devil and extracted some information from him. Apparently Lucifer's son Rizavim is very interested in the Graal and will most likely be making a move for it. Best of luck. Constantine. Haiya. Chapter 108, Daphne Trial. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. 6th Heaven. Zeeble. Home of Seraphs. Castile had returned from his meeting with John Constantine and was about to report to his fellow Seraphs. 6th Heaven. Zeeble. Home of Seraphs. Castile had returned from his meeting with John Constantine and was about to report to his fellow Seraphs. Well, the ones that were here anyway. Castile, he heard a light and cheerful voice coming right at him. Castile let out a small smile as he spread his arms, already knowing what's coming. Gabriel jumped on him and hugged him tightly. Too tightly, he grunted in a bit of pain. It's good to see you, sister, but please let go before you break something. Gabriel flushed and quickly backed away. She forgot that he was weaker now because of the blood curse. Are you hurt? Do you need me to heal you? Why don't you lie down? Gabriel was flustered and kept rambling. She was clearly worried about him. Castile just sighed wryly with a small smile. Even though Gabriel was older and stronger than him as the 2nd generation along with Uriel and Raphael. Along with Michael, they were the 4 great seraphs. He and everybody from the 2nd and 3rd generation like him treat her as if she is their younger sister. She is just so pure and innocent they can't help themselves. The 3rd generation consists of many famous angels, such as himself, Metatron, Sandalphon, Rugel, Sariel, Remiel, Raziel, and the other 3 who were a part of the 10 seraphs. A/N. These 6 were in the DxD wiki. Azazel and the cadres of Grigori were also a part of this generation. Castile placed his palm on her head and patted her. I am fine. Thank you for worrying. Ha ha ha, Gabby glomped, another one. Remiel laughed out loud. Castile titled his head, glomped. It means when someone runs, jumps, and hugs you very tightly. It's a new human word I heard. A tackle hug, when dives or lunges at the receiving party, Sandalphon explained as he walked over. I see. Cass nodded in understanding. Cassiel, Michael entered the room with a gentle smile on his face. But everybody noticed the exhaustion he was trying to hide. And they couldn't help but feel useless. Michael, the 1st generation, the strongest of them all, even with him taking over the position as leader of heaven, as Archangel Michael and gaining a power boost. He could still barely keep the system running and prevent it from collapsing. Every day, their oldest brother quite literally takes the weight of heaven on his shoulders. What is wrong, brother? I can feel that you are troubled, Michael said as his eyes looked at Castile. As expected of him. Castile chuckled and explained what happened. He attacked you. Uriel said with anger in his voice. Castile just sighed. Uriel was always the most aggressive of them all. Yes, but I do not blame him. Perhaps it was not a good idea to send someone as strong as me to meet him. Constantine was quite polite at first, and when I told him about the plan he got angry. I think he assumed that I was going to force him to accept. An oversight on our part. He did apologize and heal me afterwards. And even fixed up my coat. Oh, come and take a look. Castile excitedly took off his coat to show it to his siblings. It's so comfortable. It is. How did he do this? The seraphs were very curious about this interesting piece of magic. Not knowing that it was the same type of magic they hate. Wizarding magic. But to be fair, it was almost impossible to tell what kind of magic was used in enchanting clothing without ripping it apart. Unless specific runes were used in plain sight. Metatron then stopped there rambling. Wait, you meet a magician, you tell him about the plan and he does a cheap attack that renders you unconscious and helpless. Castiel thought about it and was an accurate description of events, yes. Metatron just laughed out loud. It was even more ridiculous since he was wearing a ninja uniform on him. You got combo ganked, brother. The rest of his siblings also laughed while some including Castiel and Gabriel were confused. Where do you find these words? Castiel said with a frown. He cannot recall ever hearing that word. Sandalphon once again comes in for the save and explains it. It's a term used in video games. A gank is a surprise attack against another opponent, most of the time against a stronger one. A combo gank, I think, is a series of attacks done at once in surprise that leave your opponent defenseless or dead. Oh, the angels nodded in understanding. Most of them didn't hold that much hostility towards Constantine. The man had healed Khazadal, helped him lessen the burden of the blood curse and gave him a nice upgrade to his new favorite coat. One of 10 coats that look exactly the same. While others. I still don't like him. He hurt Castiel. Gabriel crossed her arms and huffed. Held a small grudge. It's fine, Gabriel. I am alive and well. Castiel tried to calm down his little sister. Wait, no, she is the big sister, he had to remind himself once again. No matter how many times it happened, no matter how many millennia, he always forgets. Michael chuckled when he saw all of his brothers and sisters having fun. This is what fulfilled him, what gives him the strength to carry the burden that he bears. Each time he sits in his father's chair and activates the system. It feels like mountains pressing down on him. As he sorts through all the prayers and tries to prevent any new bugs in the system. He was perhaps the one man in the world that could understand Atlas the Titan the best. Castiel, I will be forbidding you from leaving until you are fully healed. I'm sure you understand why. We are lucky this human decided not to kill you. A surprise attack or not, you were defeated by a foe that was not your match even in your current state. Castiel just sighed. Fine, it was no use talking to Michael once he was in Big Brother mode. Excellent. Michael smiled. Now why don't we all go and have some dinner? I'm taking a break now and we can discuss things there. The Seraphs agreed and all siblings went to have a nice family dinner. Potter Manor. Harry was sorting through the new knowledge he got from Castiel. Bam. 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 Harry was banging his head on his work desk. Fuck. Fuck. And more fucks. Why do I do this to myself? The reason for this? He had a perfectly drawn and calculated ward scheme that he designed with his previous level of knowledge. Now, because of the perfectionist he is, he was going to scrap the whole thing and start from scratch. That was months of work down the drain. But if this was going to keep him more protected, it would be worth it. But it also came with problems. The wards he got from Castiel were different than what he was used to, naturally, as they were written in an entirely different language that he had to connect to his previous wards. But the bigger problem was boons. He hasn't even started on that. In general, there were 3 types of static defense magics. The Trinity. Wards, hexes and boons. You would most likely use one of these to protect your home no matter where you are. Wards, they were the neutral one of the 3. The most used and most powerful. You get a ward stone and link your wards to it. Their strength depends on how much power they have access to and the skill of the caster. Each ward has a specific purpose and they do it. How you combine wards is up to the caster. Hexes are different, they don't need ward stones. They need a foci, a magical focus, specific items, magical items, or artifacts used as a base or sacrifice to create the hex in the first place. They are more malicious, more focused on causing damage, or in simpler terms, it was a type of magic that defended by attacking an enemy. They were basically traps. Once you trigger them, you get a Vita range of curses inflicted on you. Curses that you can't lift as long as you are in the vicinity of the hex. The stronger the artifact, the harder it is to get rid of the curse. Now on the other side of the spectrum, boons are just fucking weird. There are so many types, dare say vague. Some were good, some were practically a blessing. But putting it simply, they just grant a boon to your defenses. An extra oomph if needed. They are good at helping and supporting and sometime even helping out the target if that is the purpose. A boon used in a medical room, for example. It targets the patient and helps keep the patient stable. Or maybe just helps a bit with the healing process. The guest right was a simple one and most commonly used boon. It just sits there, doing nothing. But if the guest right is broken, then the boon activates and boosts all the extra defenses, and even by itself it can throw away, attack and defend against the enemy. Boons require foci just like hexes, but instead of malicious ones, they need something in tune with good or holy or even nature. Hence why it's mostly used by the church, druids, and gods. Well, some gods, since divine power is still holy in nature, but their domains can't interfere with the boon. I will need a lot more materials. And with all the added boons, I will also need a bigger central ward stone, or ward core I should say. Harry leaned back. But still. He mused out loud. I didn't expect to take him down so easily. Even if he was weakened, he was still a high class. But then again, it isn't really a good measurement. It was a very, very dirty trick. I poisoned the man, paralyzed him with so much lightning that his heart should have stopped, cast every debuff spell and curse I knew, along with a quickly set up draining ward and gravity ward to pin him down further. Yeah, that's a disgusting combo. It's like in those old fighter games when you are thrown in the air and the other guy just keeps comboing you and doesn't let you land. Harry. Why did Melinda tell me you cheap-shorted an angel? Hope came into the room with an angry expression. She tries so damn hard to keep Harry out of trouble, and now she finds out that he did the equivalent of hitting someone in the balls. On a seraph. Because I did. I'm quite proud of that one actually, Harry said with a smug expression. Hope face-bombed. Of course you are. She dragged her hand down her face. You are crazy like that. Like some of your crazy lines, some I get, but some I just don't know where they come from. Like, you shall not pass. Harry froze in place and looked at Hope in shock. Who was in turn shocked herself. Harry is almost never shocked. And she didn't give him any heavy news about the supernatural. So what triggered him? You don't know that line. Haven't you read Tolkien? Hope frowned and tilted her head. Tolkien. Is that some niche author? I have already read or at least heard of all the famous books. Harry's jaw just dropped and he stood there frozen in place. Harry. Harry, I am really starting to get worried. Hope came near him and put her palms on his cheeks. Harry snapped back to reality and he had a mad glint in his eyes. Rings. What? Rings. I need to learn how to make rings, and with that he just ran off into his labs. What just happened? A few days passed and it was time for Daphne's trial. Almost everybody was in the living room. Ophelia was calmly sipping her tea, but on the inside she was a tiny bit nervous. Astoria and Daphne, however, were worried. But Daphne put on a brave front. After all, she had heard things about the ministry since a young age and things like that don't go away easily. But what if they try to arrest her? What if they use force? Tori said in a worried tone while clutching to Daphne's clothes. She patted her sister on the head. Don't worry, I'm sure it won't happen. Oh, I am counting on it. Harry just let out a big grin as he interrupted her, causing Ophelia to choke on her tea. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow. And why are you counting on that? Harry smiled even wider, because as Daphne's betrothed I can just declare an honor duel. So this is why you refused when I offered to represent Daphne. Ted just sat back in his seat as he shook his head. You are planning to rob them again, aren't you? Andromeda said in a knowing tone. Bingo, Harry snapped his fingers at her. Be sure to record all of it from your angle. What if they decide to gang up on you, Harry? Ophelia asked in a worried tone. There was a reason why people didn't do this. It would mean war against the entire ministry. Then I'll declare a blood feud and kill them all. If things go well, Dumbledore will jump in as well. Wait, Melinda stopped him right there. You want the old man to jump in? Well, yeah, Harry nodded. I am most worried about fighting him in Hogwarts, in his territory so to speak. But in the ministry with all those people watching. He will be forced to not use certain spells to protect his image and he will have to save people for the same reason. Eventually they will have to agree to my terms or they will lose too many of their precious purebloods. You are insane, Dora pointed at him. I know. It's great. Sanity is for losers. Chapter 109, Daphne Trial. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Ministry of Magic. Minister's Office. The Minister's Office has had a couple of changes. Fudge had tried to be subtle but it didn't really work. A new desk, a small but expensive alcohol cabinet. Filled with the most expensive bottles of course for his guests that gave a lot of donations. New expensive leather chairs, a new desk to make himself look more important. And the reason for this is because his ratings are dropping, so he is looking for more supporters, instead of doing anything useful to get the people to like him more. The minister had invited his dear friend Lucius over for a chat. And by chat meaning Fudge tells all his fears and insecurities to the Death Eater next to him. Lucius had a calm and collected expression, while Minister Fudge was nervous and had sweat dripping down his face. Lucius, are you absolutely certain this will work? Fudge wiped off the sweat off his face with a napkin. Yes, of course, Minister, Lucius said in a confident tone. The girl injured many pureblood heirs. Potter can't do anything to save her. And it will be a perfect opportunity to remind that brat of his place. But what if he calls for an Honora duel, like he did for Goyle and Crabbe? Lucius smirked at the minister's panicked voice. We are counting on it. See, we have hired a professional to represent us, he said with an evil grin. A professional? Fudge said in a confused tone. Potter may have killed 2 wizards. But this one has killed hundreds. The minister's eyes widened. How did you find such a man? We didn't. He found us. Amelia office. Merlin. Amelia nursed a headache with a glass of Ogden's. What is wrong with these idiots? She looked through the files on her desk. Daphne Greengrass's trial was tomorrow. She saw the evidence they had on the girl. They are going to twist the facts. It's obvious what was happening, a group of boys cornering 2 girls in a bathroom. I should be locking them up. But bloody politics. And naturally Harry Potter is going to intervene. The girl's mother Ophelia Greengrass is consolidated under the Potter Foundation. She is a part of his group. Amelia took another big gulp. Potter has made some powerful moves. Ironically for the better while screwing over everybody else. He has bought houses and businesses and saved a lot of people when the economy crashed thanks to the mysterious Lord Black. Everything he touches suddenly gets a massive innovation of the whole process and business starts to grow. And the purebloods are naturally jealous, especially since Potter wants nothing to do with them. Amelia pulled up the information she has been compiling on Harry Potter. And she did not like what she has. Complete magical education by the time he was 10. Master potioner and enchanter since he could create those pots. Merciless and morally grey. Has no problem using violence and killing people. He handled Crabbe and Goyle like they were children. She reached out to some contacts over the pond and got information from his former teachers. Each Dada teacher says they have never had a student like Harry, since they didn't know his name they treated him like a up-and-coming genius. Instead of having any prejudice against him. Which they do, in America common wizards are jealous of the rich old families, both in Britain and their own country, since they receive their education earlier and are generally more powerful because of it. Harry Potter beat all of his teachers in a duel, a proper duel with rules. There are rumors running around that he hunts dark creatures as well. No real evidence, but he has managed to acquire some rare creature parts for his potions. And his potion master Vincent has no idea how he got them. Merlin, Potter is going to kill them all. She waved her wand and the door to her office opened. Scrimgeour. Amelia yelled out, her voice reached the entire office. A few minutes later her second-in-command walked in. You called boss? Rufus Scrimgeour asked with a raised eyebrow. Bones never called him like this, it was a bit demeaning for him as her second-in-command. But he looked past that whatever she wanted must be serious. Amelia closed the door and activated some privacy charms. Tell our men, no matter what happens tomorrow. They must not face Harry Potter, Amelia said seriously. But boss dash. Damn it, Rufus. She slammed her hand on the desk, startling Rufus. If we push him too far, we may have another Dark Lord on our hands. Potter. Scrimgeour said in surprise, he is still a child. And that child can kill a lot of us. If we push him and he escapes, then in 10 years we will have another Voldemort on our hands. And considering he is still alive we might have to face him and Potter at the same time. 2 powerhouses, and I don't think we would be able to stop them. Rufus stood there as he ran his palm down his face. You think the Potter could do something like that? Amelia let out a tired sigh. Rufus. From all that I gathered, from all my sources. They all say the same thing. That kid only cares about magic. Just like the first day he came to Britain and we met him. He genuinely wants to reach the peak of magic. To surpass Merlin. And anyone who gets in his way will be killed. He has killed before. Crabbe and Goyle were annoyances at best. He barely tried for Merlin's sake. A first eye, killing 2 veteran Death Eaters. They were not the best, but they still saw some action in the previous war. You say they were annoyances. But if someone were pissed that kid off. Amelia looked him straight in the eye. That kid will tear through our world to kill them. And he won't be concerned about casualties when he does it. Harry sighed. Let's go, people. We can't be late for such a special occasion, Harry says in a giddy and excited voice while the people around him just look at him blankly. Harry, you are going to be late, Melinda says as she was going through some orders. She was sitting comfortably on the couch as she watched Harry, Daphne, Andromeda, and Ophelia get ready to leave. A wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to, Harry says in an old and wise tone. Where are you getting these from? Hope looked like she wanted to strangle him. Harry was obviously quoting something from a book or movie. But no matter how hard she looks she can't find the source material. This causes Harry to burst out laughing. Man, these are so much more fun now. I have my own inside joke. Awesome. Just leave already, Bella rolled her eyes as she was painting her nails. One of the best things about, well, being in the future, at least from her perspective, is the food, the entertainment, and the many, many widely available female produces. Sometimes she has fun painting shapes and figures on her nails, then using the color-changing charm on them to find the best variation and shade. I agree. Hope nodded. She was sitting on the other side of the sofa reading through some magazines. Astoria was looking at them with worried expressions. She couldn't hold it in and went to hug her mother and sister. And after that she hugged Harry and looked up at him with big and tearful eyes. Everything will be fine. Right. Harry chuckled and patted her head. Don't you worry your pretty little head, my tiny apprentice. They won't be able to touch them. When the group arrived at the ministry, the first thing they noticed was the reporters. A huge crowd of them. Fucking vultures, Harry cursed in his mind when he saw them. But this time he didn't answer any questions. He just walked right through the middle with oars pushing back the crowd so they can make a clear line to the entrance to the room. The room that was chosen for them was the biggest one. The one used for the most notorious criminals. Namely the Death Eaters. And a plan for Harry Potter to find himself on trial here. The plan is still non-existent. The Wizengamot room was ostentatious, to show off the wealth and power of the Ministry and the Lords of Magical Britain. This room was dark and intimidating. The accused was placed a lot lower than everybody else. So they can know their place. It seems they were going all out on this one. The room was filled to the brim. It seemed that everybody had arrived. Harry's eyes glanced around the rooms. The minister and his frog along with the traditionalist faction looked at them with glee. But he then glanced at Amelia Bones, she tired keeping a stone-cold face. But Harry noticed from the little body language that she showed that she was nervous. Amelia noticed Harry Potter was looking at her. Once their eyes locked, Harry sent her a grin that made her stomach drop. He was here to cause trouble. And she didn't really want to know what he has planned. In the boy's own words. If there is a trail and they try to manipulate whatever evidence they have to frame Daphne, I will just declare a blood feud against the whole ministry and call all my allies from across the world. Ah. Mrs. Greengrass, you have arrived, the minister said in a pompous tone as he was looking down on them from his seat. Lord Potter, he glanced at the boy, he was still very afraid of him, but kept a calm face chanting, the plan will work, over and over again in his head. Why are you here? I understand Mrs. Greengrass is your friend, but you have no legal grounds here. And there is the plan, Amelia couldn't help shift a bit. It is a plan, somewhat. Since Harry Potter has no legal grounds, the minister and Lucius hope that even if he declares a blood war no other governments will support him. Just so they don't come out looking as the bad guys. They are hoping to push Harry Potter into an honor duel. Ophelia stepped up with a little smile, of course Harry is here. After all he is family, Daphne and Harry are betrothed. Betrothed? Ha. What? Impossible. That's right, the Black family has a marriage contract with the Greengrasses. The lords in the room yelled out. The minister paled. Amelia looked at the scene with wide eyes. Well, so much for that plan. How did you break the marriage contract? That is set in stone, Lucius's cold voice silenced all the others. Ophelia just had a smug look on her face. It was so nice to get one up on these stuck-up purebloods. Break it? We did nothing of the sort. We honored the agreement. Harry Potter's grandmother is Doria Potter née Black. Lord Black didn't want anything to do with the contract, but since it is unbreakable and he is much older than Daphne, he didn't want a young girl to be forced in such a stupid position. He simply accepted Harry into the family and named him Heir Black for the moment, until he has children of his own. And since Harry is the youngest Black, it falls onto him to marry Daphne. Andromeda continued with an even tone. But everybody could see how amused and gleeful she was behind her stone-cold face. Her eyes were giving it away. Harry chuckled, nice guy. Good sense of humor, and since he didn't want anything to do with the dark past of the Black family, he just gifted me their entire library as a future wedding gift, and now I can use the Black family spells all I want. Harry's eyes focused as he looked at the minister. Now shall we continue with the trial? Chapter 110, Daphne Trial. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Now shall we continue with the trial? Harry's light words echoed in the chamber. The revelation that Harry Potter was now Heir Black, even. Naming a person from another family your heir just because of morals. It was unheard of. Even with the old progressive families. They would rather wait for the girl to reach majority before honoring the contract or passing it down to their children. But simply giving the future of your house to a stranger. They knew Lord Black and Harry Potter were in contact. The boy had expressed a great desire to learn the rare magic Lord Black has. And the madman gifted the boy his entire library. As a gift for the future wedding. The Black family history, their pride, centuries of perfecting their dark spells. Just given away like it was nothing. Why? Because the men wanted nothing to do with the stain that was in their history. It was maddening. Absolutely disrespectful to all the traditions the wizards had. It was a slap to the face for all of them, no matter what faction they belonged to. Amelia palmed her face. I warned them to stop, but did they listen? No, they decided to make an example of a future magical Titian. One who now apparently has the entire library of the Black family. The spells that made them feared and respected all across Britain. Ah. The minister coughed in his fist, the collar of his shirt under his suit and robe suddenly felt much more tighter, making it harder to breathe. Let us resume the trial, the minister spoke up with authority in his voice. But the image he displayed destroyed that. His forehead was covered in sweat and he kept tugging on his collar to loosen it. Lucius looked at them with a stone-cold expression. On the inside he was going through all the possible changes this will bring to his plan. This changes nothing. We knew Potter would interfere regardless of the legality of this trial. But it is still a pity that we lost a card to play. The public would have been somewhat on our side once Harry Potter was seen in getting involved for the younger Greengrass without any foothold in politics with the ministry. Politics at its core is a grab for power and resources. Power created through deals and certain laws that you create. That power keeps you safe and allows you to destroy your enemies just by using words. Much how he had decimated the Weasley family. And how the places he owns and businesses he runs are always in prime positions for buyers to visit. Power and resources. Lucius watched as the boy glanced at the seat Daphne was supposed to sit in before he snorted. Harry Potter slapped the seat as they felt his magic coursing through it. And a moment later all the enchantments, all the bindings were viciously torn apart. Now it was nothing more than an ordinary chair, and then it wasn't. Harry's magic pulsed again and the chair transfigured into a very comfortable little throne with a cushion. With a mirthful smile Harry held his hand out to Daphne, who took it and gracefully sat down on the chair like a proper lady. Now, Harry eyes glanced at the lord and lady sitting above him. What are the charges? Amelia Bones coughed in her fist, gaining the attention of the court. She took a parchment and started to read out the charges placed against Daphne Greengrass. As absurd as they were. Very well. Greengrass Daphne was charged with attacking 10 pureblood heirs and attempt at 10 line extinctions. Harry chuckled at that line extinction. Please, everybody is related to everybody in this country. Another member of another family can take over the house. The one with the closest blood relation. Harry, they usually declare the line extinct and confiscate their money, Daphne added in politely. Ah, Harry nodded, of course, because why revive a family when you can just profit from it? This sent murmurs among the peanut gallery and the ministry glared at him like they were trying to set him on fire. How do you plead? Amelia says with a dry expression. She already knows where this is going, so this is just a waste of time, and the ministry decided to make it a show. Not guilty, Daphne said in a deadpan voice. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Harry was a terrible influence. Previously she would have been terrified to find herself in a position like this. Arrested and presented at the ministry echelon like a criminal. Harry not only stopped her arrest, but was also here for the trial. Well, 80% of the reason was that he wanted to kill and rob another pureblood moron. But Daphne was still thankful. Feel free to defend your case. Amelia couldn't be bothered to stay official at a time like this. She knows what's coming, everybody knows. She has had a splitting headache all day and potions only take the edge off. Bzzzzz, bzzzzz. A strange buzzing sound echoed in the chamber. Everybody turned to where the sound was coming from, and it turned out to be Andromeda, who calmly took out a mirror from her purse. Regent Black? Amelia asked in a confused tone. Lord Black is calling me, Andy replied in a calm tone before she took a deep breath and activated the mirror. My lord. On the mirror there was a man in his late 20s. He was handsome with short-styled black hair, a short-styled beard and piercing grey eyes. He was currently in a black Armani suit in a plain A/N, Harry clone, number 4. No magic in him yet, as he was the newest one, and Harry was still pushing the limits of the clone spell every day. The clone was actually on a plane, not just pretending. It was Harry's private jet. Why was he going through all the trouble of flying in mundane? Well, a new millionaire named Nicholas Black was traveling in America to do business. And he needed a legal entry. Harry was about to scam rich people out of their money. You can never have too much money allocated to his research fund. Especially considering how much money he burns through on a daily basis. Research was expensive. Andy, pleasure to see you again. I seem to have caught you in a bad time, the man said in a calm, deep voice. The lords and ladies along with the ministry were very curious about this Lord Black. Yes, my lord. Today is the trial for Daphne Greengrass. Andromeda turned the mirror towards Harry and Daphne. Ah. Potter, I should have known. The handsome man rolled his eyes. Yo, Black. Still mad about last week? Harry grinned at the mirror. You spiked my drink. Black roared out and the people gasped. Air drugged the lord of his house. You were annoying. Harry deadpanned. You burned through 100,000 galleons in a day. I was giving you advice. Do you know how advanced spatial thermodynamics correspond with matter manipulation during random gravitational shifts? The lord and ladies off Britain just watched the back and forth conversation. Their minds still had trouble working around of spending 100,000 galleons a day. They knew Harry Potter was rich. But not this rich. Dumbledore was particularly interested in what Harry was working on but had trouble understanding the terms he had used. Something about space and gravity. No. Then I don't need advice, I need more money for research. Lord Black just face-bombed. You are a terrible businessman. I am a researcher. When I need money I will just invent something else and sell it. Anyway, as you can see we are in court. Lord Black rubbed his eyes. Why are you even in court? Harry gave a little legitimacy nudge to Daphne so she knew what to say to keep the act going. I'm Lord Black, 10 pureblood heirs attacked me and I defended myself, taking them all down. Now the ministry wishes to send me to prison. Of course, Nicholas sighed, what else did I expect from such a backward society? And people wonder why I did what I did. A little girl getting prosecuted because she defended herself. Wonderful, Amelia hid a grimace. The ministry and the court were even more antagonized. Many were not happy with Lord Black because he took their wealth and caused a minor economic collapse in magical Britain. Harry, why are you toying with them? He asked. The man was clearly amused. Harry just smiled in an innocent tone. I don't know what you mean, Black. Yeah, right. You are rich, powerful, and influential. You can snap your fingers and the other countries will force Britain to do what you want. Hell, I can do that and I am nowhere near your level of influence. That gained the attention of the wizards in the chamber. The minister looked like he wanted to interrupt their conversation, but on the other side he was too afraid to antagonize this Lord Black further. Archaic rules, Harry simply replied. Nicholas just nodded. You plan to use their own stupid laws against them to amuse yourself. Are you that bored? Harry shrugged his shoulders. Meh, I have a little time on my hands, why not make it fun? Good luck with that. Andromeda, I will want to see the memory later. Andy just nodded, understood, and Lord Black turned off the call. Harry clapped his hands and smiled brightly at the minister. Now where were we? Lucius was not a happy man. It was easy to rile up these fools into going against Potter. Use their misguided haltered on their current situation and pointed at the Potter boy. Who just so happens to be now part of the Black family. The same Black family that financially ruined them. Things were going great. Then Black called and they were even better. The hatred of his allies and enemies was at its peak. He had the perfect advantage to engineer the situation as he wished. But then Black opened his stupid mouth again and reminded people of just how much power Lord Black and Lord Potter possess. It was true, with a snap of their fingers an army will roll into Britain and take over. The people around him got their bearings back. They weren't as eager to accuse Daphne Greengrass anymore. They didn't want to get on Potter's bad side. And at the end of the day, the only real damage done was to the heirs of the traditional faction. This was always just an excuse to attack Harry Potter. The plan is ruined. They won't rally up against the brat anymore. Pity, I was hoping to squeeze more out of the situation, but I will have to settle for this. The man we hired was expensive, but he is the best. The Black Kaiser, an ostentatious name, but his body count equals the Dark Lord's. The minister was about to open his mouth, but Lucius cut in before he could. We were about to continue with the charges against Daphne Greengrass and you were going to declare an honor duel, he said in a dry voice. Oh Lucy, you know me so well. Should I be worried? Sorry bub, but I don't swing that way. Harry dropped the act and said with a somewhat cruel smile. Tactics 101. Piss people off, the more the better. Anger makes people stupid and stupid people die. Lucius is a prideful individual, and in a backward society like Wizarding Britain having relationships with the same sex was seen as somewhat of a taboo. And Harry just implied that he was gay in front of everybody. Not that he cares about that stuff. A major reason why Harry was so chill with the sexuality part of that whole mess was Bon Clay from One Piece. The man sacrificed himself, twice for his friends. Being gay or queer or whatever doesn't matter. Value loyalty above all else, quote from Raymond Reddington. And he takes that to heart. All of his people are treated very well. They have everything they need. Lucius gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to curse the brat that was looking at him with a smug look. But he had already hired someone to do that. Harry, however, looked a bit refreshed. Good, meaning this way we won't have to waste any time. I know this is a trap, but I don't give a shit. So how about it, Malfoy? I challenge you to an honor duel. Andromeda just palmed her face. You couldn't wait 5 minutes. She knew Harry hated politics, but he didn't even want to spend 5 minutes into the trial. Malfoy stood up. I accept. They go to the dueling chamber in the ministry. The place where honor duels are done within the ministry. Allow me to introduce my champion, the Black Kaiser, the best hit wizard in the world. Malfoy raised his hand to gesture at the man who was waiting for them. First thing Harry noticed that the man was tall and well built. His muscles were clearly visible through the coat he wore. Then he noticed the enchanted leather armor underneath his coat. Dragonhide most likely. The man was also looking at Harry. So this is the kid that caused all that chaos. To think both wizards and magicians are targeting him. Well, I get paid by both parties, so it evens out. I kill the kid for the wizards, but not before I extract his memories with the artifact in my pocket and hand it over to the magicians. I would feel bad about killing a child. But this one already has blood on his hands and he doesn't exactly seem normal. Seeing the way he walks over and the way his excess mana was coating his clothes. Harry let out a grin mid-class. Somewhere in there, can't tell yet, he is hiding his strength as best as he can, but he is weaker than Dumbledore on a mana scale. What are you smiling for, child? The man raised an eyebrow. Well, it's just so rare to see a mage come near me. The man was visibly surprised but quickly schooled his face, returning it to a stone-cold facade. Harry smirked. Humans who train in mana are called magicians. But wizards who dabble in magecraft are called mages. Since they are more in line with classical wizard look. Whoever made that up clearly wasn't thinking about what sounds better. But then historically wizards were also called mages in some places, so the name might have come from there. It's just a designation and those change all the time. There is a big price on your head, boy. One that I am eager to collect. This time it was Harry's turn to raise an eyebrow. He knew all the contracts on Harry Potter and none of them were big money. There is a reason his clone Constantine was working as an assassin. So it's not an open contract, someone privately hired people to kill me. And if he can employ a mid-class mage or wizard killers as they are known. Mainly because they know wizarding spells and how to break and cancel them. And using magecraft to decimate ignorant wizards. Interesting. I will be happy to hear more about that, preferably with you screaming from the top of your lungs, Harry replied casually. Well, there goes any guilt I had over this. Are you both ready? Dumbledore called out. He had been watching carefully both at Harry Potter and this man. And this fight would reveal at what level Harry Potter is. And if he dies, well then so be it, he just has to find Voldemort and kill him to be once again the hero and the leader of the light. Yes, Kaiser replied. Let's get this over with. Dumbledore nodded. Well then, begin. A/N. I actually planned to make this more like a trial and research some stuff. But then I all stopped when I was trying to write this with Harry's personality. I planned for some quip remarks, for him to insult and make everybody angry. And I realized once again, just like with his grandparents. Harry doesn't take shit from anyone. He really hates being around wizards. And he probably wouldn't have the patience to stick around. And I am sure you guys are dying for some action. So next chap, Harry vs. Black Kaiser. Chapter 111, Harry vs. Black Kaiser. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Begin. Dumbledore's voice echoed thought the chamber. Neither Harry or Kaiser moved. Cheap shots and he who strikes first wins might work in some situations as a quick opening move. But when you are fighting a professional or a careful opponent, that first cheap shot might be your last if you open yourself for an attack. Harry was actually surprised that Kaiser didn't straight out attack him, considering he was just a child in Kaiser's eyes. The man chuckled. Harry realized it must have shown on his face, I am no fool, Mr. Potter. There are no records of you fighting anyone. But you have powerful people working for you that take care of your attackers. And in my experience, powerful people don't follow weak leaders. Harry smiled. Is that so? Then I'd better not disappoint. He raised his wand a bit as if a spell was going to shoot out of it the next moment. Kaiser tensed up. He was ready to dodge and quickly counterattack. When he felt something behind him, his instincts flared up and a black magic circle barrier appeared behind him, stopping a stone spike from impaling him in the lower spine. When he looked back at Harry, a big lightning bolt was flying straight at him. Kaiser rolled to the side and turned the magic shield that was behind him to the front to block the lightning attack and the spells that followed. He looked at Harry with a new light. Wandless magic through your feet. You transfigured the stone while waving your wand like a rookie to throw me off, but you were channeling a real spell in the meantime. A double bluff. If I focused on the spell, the spear would hit me. If I blocked the spear, the spell would have hit me if I didn't react fast enough. Are you sure you are 11 years old? Harry just chuckled. Oh please, you could have dodged both of them while you were blindfolded if you were prepared from the start. That was just a greeting. And thanks to that I know where you fit in now, high mid-class. Not bad for a wizard. So the rumors were true. Kaiser got a lot more serious. He was paid to make a theater show of this match. To show the world how weak and pathetic Harry Potter was, in the words of Lucius Malfoy. But it looks like things won't be that simple. Yep, Harry just smirked as he raised his hand and a red magic circle appeared. In the middle of it was the Potter family crest. As soon as Cassier saw a flicker of flame from on the crest, he dodged to his right where he stood. A flame lance but itself in the floor and exploded. Peak low-class attack. Is this his limit? No, can't say for sure. The kid is shrewd. Kaiser also raised his end and a magic circle appeared on his other hand. He started off at throwing some dark spells that are known to be difficult to block and followed up by some lightning magecraft attacks. Theoretically, he didn't even need the wand to shoot out wizarding spells. Both the wand and the magic circle are foci that help to focus when casting spells. But as a born wizard, he spent more than half his life using his wand. Even though he switched up to magecraft, the wand is still part of him. Kaiser watched as the spells flew at the boy. His mind already calculating the next barrage of spells. The dark spells he sent out were the blood boiling, organ exploding, flesh scrape and eye gouge curse. followed by a wide-range lightning spell. Harry's eyes darted at the spells before he raised his hand and pointed his wand at the ground. Four small hexagonal shields appeared in front of Harry, but each were a different hue of blue. A spell came out from his wand and hit the ground in front of him, transfiguring it into a big metal rod. Everybody watched as the 4 spells hit the shields and did nothing. There was no explosion or pushback, the spells just frizzled out. The lightning spell was just redirected towards the metal rod and flowed harmlessly to the ground below it. Completely neutralized. He even took into account that it was a mid-class magecraft spell. And since I used science as a basis to save on mana, he returned with science to neutralize it. But a normal metal rod wouldn't cause this effect on a lightning spell of that magnitude. He must have specifically changed the polarity of the metal to cause an even greater attraction. Now it's making more and more sense, no wonder his bounty is so high. This child will be a serious threat to quite a few people in the future. I believe it's my turn now, Harry said sarcastically. In a real fight there are no turns. The fact that he allowed Kaiser to have one shows how much he looks down on him. Kaiser couldn't even reply when he saw 4 magic circles form around Harry. 2 on each of his sides. You should have done your research. I live for this stuff. Harry started to spam spells at Kaiser. Each one of the 4 circles threw fire, water, air, and lightning spells. He casted dark spells from his wand and used the magic circle in his hand to manipulate the terrain to attack Kaiser. $Serpensortia Maxima $, Harry called out, and 10 magical snakes ash vipers were conjured. When using the spell in Latin you only conjure a normal snake. But parselmouths can conjure magical snakes. Then he used transfiguration to form chains and wolves to attack his foe. Let's see how you like spamming spells, Harry grinned as he continued his onslaught. Third POV. The wizarding lords and ladies along with the ministry officials watched in awe as the match progressed. They had seen Harry Potter fight twice before. But he had never shown the skills he was currently using. They were especially surprised about the magecraft. Dumbledore glanced at the wizards before he turned his gaze back on the honor duel. I suppose it shouldn't be that surprising. The boy does have connections in all magical societies because of his pots. And he already expressed his desire to learn all magic. Magecraft does qualify in that regard. It's already impressive that he has managed to acquire a magic circle and so many spells in such a short amount of time. But he is too raw. He is just throwing spells wildly at Kaiser, hoping to overwhelm him. Dumbledore watched as Kaiser weaved through the attacks, dodging and parrying spells. But navigating through all those spells wasn't easy, especially with the Potter boy making his targeted area unpredictable. More often than not the boy focused his attacks in a way that Kaiser would have to parry 2 attacks and forced to block 1 attack. That left him open for the boy's traps. Kaiser swung his wand down and black smoke started to surround him. Ah, that's a dark African spell, difficult to use but versatile. The spell requires a lot of power to cast, but the user can control the smoke to thicken it at certain areas to block spells and then send it to their opponent. They would constantly have to blow away the smoke because once they touch or inhale even a small bit of it, a terrible curse would activate. Nice one, Harry smiled, but what about this one? Harry Potter did the same movement as Kaiser and black smoke erupted from his wand. But it was different, there were streaks of red, purple and dark green among the black smoke. Everyone turned to Kaiser who had a grim look on his face. That spell was one of his favorites and now a child used it and had even modified it to be more deadly. Those different colored parts of the smoke clearly signified different types of curses woven into the original spell. The smoke clouds clashed and it was obvious that Harry's modified spell was winning. On contact they started destroying each other, but the modified one kept pushing. Kaiser blew both clouds towards Harry and started attacking him with spells. Harry did the same move. Both of them were in a deadlock. That didn't make it any less interesting for the audience. They were in awe and some in dread. Harry Potter was only 11 years old. Yet he could match the best hit wizard in the world spell for spell. Lucius Malfoy was sweating. This was supposed to be a done deal. A performance to show how weak the boy was. Yet now he realized he had a real chance of losing. A real chance of losing everything he had worked so hard to gain. Stop fooling around and kill the brat. Lucius yelled out, using Saronis on his voice while he did so. The honor duel arena was encased in a barrier to protect the audience, but it also was a sound dampening effect so that they don't distract the participants. What Lucius did was a huge breach in etiquette and his reputation would take a big hit. But in his mind, if he didn't do so he would lose everything. A little bit of lost reputation was the least of his problems. Kaiser growled, now this monkey was insulting him, if it was that easy he would have already done the job. But the boy turned out to be a much bigger problem than he had imagined. It had been years since he had this much trouble during a job. He had faced Dark Lords parading around in Africa and they still didn't push him this much. Harry just turned to Lucius and gave him a smile along with a little wave, further infuriating him. Harry then turned back to the Kaiser. Well enough playing around, let's kick this up a notch. Chapter 112, Kaiser takes the knee. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Well enough playing around, let's kick this up a notch. Harry let out a wild grin as he crouched down a bit, more magic rolling off him. He has more. Kaiser frowned as he braced himself, his knees crouching ready to dodge if needed, his eyes never leaving the boy as he watched like a hawk. Harry Potter was no ordinary wizard, that much was sure. Bombarda Maxima. Harry called out and a whitish energy was released from his wand along with a few nasty spells behind it. Kaiser was prepared. The Bombarda is a classic spell that many wizards use, he knew how to handle it and more. He conjured a stone slab with a rune already engraved on the back. The Bombarda hit the stone slab and exploded, but then the rune on the back activated, creating a strong wind explosion. Kaiser had used Protego to hold against the wind pressure that blasted the Bombarda back at Harry and made it even stronger due to the wind. It even blew away all the spells Harry shot out. Huh, never thought of that. Harry looked a bit surprised. He pointed his magic circle in front of the fire and started manipulating it. When will he learn? Fire magic against me just doesn't work. My god, I am a pyro. Dumbledore watched as Harry controlled the flames to stop, turn into fire spears and then launch them back at Kaiser. Impressive flame manipulation. The boy's affinity for fire magic might surpass even mine, but he lacks experience in that regard. Does this kid ever stop? Kaiser danced around the flaming spears when suddenly the spears started to shake. Shit. Boom. 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 Can't believe you fell for that, Harry chuckled as he watched the smoke cloud created by the explosion. Suddenly he shivered, his instincts screaming at him. Harry's breath hitched. A Hex Pro, Million Escudo. Several blue shields made up of hexagonal smaller shields appeared in front of Harry and right behind them several green shields. SHHHHHHHH. Just in time as a purple laser shot out from where Kaiser was and hit the shields dead on. The first crack formed on the hexagonal shield, then easily pierced through it and the following shields until it reached the escudo. The fuck? A laser. In this unexpected situation, Harry found himself getting pushed back, his feet dragging on the stone floor of the chamber. After a few moments, Harry finally stopped with a drop of sweat coming down from his forehead. I did not see that coming. He broke through 15 of my escudo spells. Right, I'm making them more sturdy from now on. And that was most likely his strongest spell. I'm learning that shit after this. The piercing power was insane. Kaiser pulled himself up, he had burn marks on his clothes and was bleeding from his forehead. He watched with a disappointed look as the shields around Potter disappeared. Not even that was enough. A peak mid-class spell designed for killing targets with strong defense. But he accomplished something else that very few have managed to do. He pissed off Harry not because of humiliation or pride. Nothing like that, it was that he destroyed 15 escudos that Harry would have to spend time and energy to rebuild. Not counting the 120 he still has remaining. Time to finish this. I have played around enough. Just when I think I have been making improvements, some fucker like this guy pulls out a spell like that. Without my shields I would have at least lost an arm or a leg as I attempted to dodge. Though I must admit the timing of the spell was perfect. He was hiding in a smoke cloud right after I blew him up and my guard was slightly dropped. Totanki Esli Koyawak, blood boiling wide, from Harry's wand a dozen small reddish-orange spells shot out and began to move while they flew towards him. Dumbledore's eyes widened. That's an Aztec curse spell. Now where did young Potter find that? The Aztec community are notorious for keeping to themselves and are very aggressive towards outsiders. Skin rotting, a few puffs of dark green smoke came out of the magic circle in Harry's hands before they started to circle him and then flew at Kaiser like hound dogs. Now it's a dark spell from the Wagado School of Magic. The boy is growing faster than I ever expected. Dumbledore watched curiously how Kaiser would handle the situation he had found himself. A/N This is supposed to any old Nobby in the language they use in Wagado, but translators are giving me different results. So I don't know if it's right. Since the Aztec spell was so scattered and most of the spell shots were curved going at Kaiser from various angles, it made it difficult for him to dodge without risking a hit, and then there were the small puffs of green smoke. He could feel the curse in them. So the most logical step would be to block the spells and deal with the smoke curse. And that is exactly why he won't do such a thing. Depulso. Kaiser pointed the wand below him and blasted himself in the air, grunting as he felt the force move through his body. He quickly created a magic circle on which he could stand on and saw that the spot he was previously standing on was covered in stone spikes. Each spike pointed in the most painful position possible. Harry even went overboard as the spikes had barbs and thorns to make the removal worse. I knew it. Damn, fighting against this brat is tricky. It's absurd to think an 11-year-old has the same mana capacity as me, but what's even more absurd is his fighting style. It isn't normal. You can't just place one trap after another in a high-pace fight. Harry and Kaiser have been blasting each other with spells for quite a while, not letting up more than 4 seconds, and that was mostly to dodge spells. It was a deadly dance of who would make a mistake first. Kaiser looked down as Harry lowered his wand and called back his spell circle. What is he doing? Giving up? No, that's impossible, not with his personality. Harry let out a small smile. Checkmate. You finally decided to take the sky. Took you long enough. Kaiser felt a chill creep down his spine. I need to dodge, but just as he was about to, he felt 2 stings pierce his skin, through the enchanted clothes he was wearing. Intense pain followed soon after, causing him to lose control of his magic, and the circle beneath his feet vanished. As he was falling down towards the ground, Kaiser turned around so he could see what did it. And he saw the cause of his defeat. Bees. No wasps. 2 wasps were just flying where Kaiser was, their stingers were exposed with yellow venom dripping from them. Harry grinned. I love Ayakashi, such useful little buggers. Heh, buggers didn't even mean that to happen, and neither did I. Harry got near Kaiser and flipped him over on his back by pushing him with his foot. You alive down there? Huff. Huff. Kaiser gritted his teeth. He was obviously in extreme pain. Fuck you. You are not my type. Harry looked at the man as he was writhing in pain and flicked his wrist. A small telekinetic burst left his hand and hit Kaiser straight in the balls. Kaiser groaned out in pain. He was about to ask why Harry did it, but before he could open his mouth, Harry cut him off. That was for my shields. Surrender. Despite the excruciating pain he was feeling, Kaiser looked up at Harry with a shocked look on his face. You are letting me live? But it's an honor duel. You have to kill me, otherwise you will get less rewards from the losing party. Harry chuckled quite darkly as he kneeled down. I am well aware of that little rule. The purebloods use it when they need to move large amounts of their wealth very quickly. They just do an honor duel with a friend, but that is beside the point. He stared right at Kaiser's eyes. Kaiser looked at the boy who defeated him, barely a scratch on his clothes, but the strange thing was the eyes. The boy looked at him not as a human but as a thing. His green eyes looked like they were staring right at his soul. You, my friend, are worth far more than some gold and trinkets that I can gain from Malfoy. I will spare your life, but in exchange you will work for me from now on. The wizard killer was speechless. He wants me to work for him. Fool, I will kill him once I get the chance. Even with a contract or an oath, there are ways around that. I have made contingencies, codes for when I am forced into silence. You can't tell someone to kill your employer when you are under oath, usually under do no harm to me in any way possible. But you can meet your friends and say something random like, I need to buy some milk. It's not my fault my friend decided to kill somebody. Will you serve? Harry pointed his wand at Kaiser's head. I'll get you sooner or later. Despite the pain he was in, Kaiser pulled himself up. This kid has some serious issues and maybe some fantasy about having powerful servants. I can use that. Kaiser gets down on one knee. I will serve. Good. Harry smirked as he pulled something out of his pocket and gently threw it at Kaiser, who caught it. He looked at his hand, a silver ring with a white gem, and then information flooded his mind. What the ring was and how to use it. Constant invisibility along with thermal and scent erased, and a speed boost that can double your speed for 10 minutes. This is an artifact. An artifact designed for escaping. In his line of work this was extremely valuable. When faced against a more powerful opponent, more than often you have to escape when the assassination fails. He had quite a few close calls over the course of his life. Harry was watching his shocked expression with hidden glee, especially when he remembered the project he was working on at home. The one ring to rule them all. Consider it an advance paycheck. Do your job right and there may be more items in the future. Harry also pressed his palm on Kaiser's chest and the pain he was feeling vanished like it was never there. Yes sir, Kaiser instantly replied. He might have to hold off on killing the kid until he gets the good stuff. He healed me instantly. Looks like his title at the Order of the Healers wasn't just for shot. The boy was laughing like a maniac inside his head. The rings that I based on the ones from Lord of the Rings are cursed. Yes, they do give the wearer a buff, which was very difficult to enchant. Even I don't have rings like that yet. Well, mostly because I want perfected items, not some half-backed buffs. But the more they wear the ring and use the power, the faster it corrupts their minds. Sooner or later he will turn into a puppet. A perfect slave. It's not some possession that can be cleansed or exorcised. The rings fundamentally change who they are. It's much worse than what Voldemort did to Bella. And just to give credit to the books and movies, I used a bit of necromancy. After they are bound to me and become my servants, they will turn into Nazgul. Immortal wraiths hunting down my enemy. There are downsides to this. Wraiths are weak to holy magic, but unless an angel does it, the wraiths bound to me will just come back. And the stronger I become, the stronger they get. I love Peveril magic. They were some sick freaks, but they knew their craft. Your decision, Harry reminded the men who tried to subtly check the ring for any curses or spells. But he couldn't find any, and that made him very happy. Right, Kaiser nodded before he turned to Dumbledore and the minister. I surrender. Harry Potter is the victor of this battle. Fudge looked surprised at the result of this honor duel. More so because both of the duelists were still alive. Lord Potter, are you aware that you only gain half of the rewards if your opponent is still alive? Harry stretched as he popped the joints along his spine. Yes, it's been quite a tiring day, so let's wrap this up quickly. Fudge huffed, stupid disrespectful brat. Very well then. The victor of this honor duel is Harry Potter. As per the rules, he gains half the wealth of the House Malfoy. He said that last part in a worried tone as he glanced at his biggest supporter. Aka Sugar Daddy Lucy. Lord Malfoy is angry and happy at the same time. Angry that he couldn't watch Harry Potter die, but happy because the child was stupid enough to spare his opponent. That means he still gets to keep half of his wealth and wouldn't lose everything. It would be beyond embarrassing if a pureblood lord like himself was left out on the street without a Canute in his name. He would be worse than the Weasleys. And that is even worse than death for him. Dumbledore noticed the conflicting emotions that Lucius had and the relieved faces of the dark faction, along with some greed and ambition mixed in there as well. Malfoy would fall down the ladder because of this, and that meant a position would open up among the leaders of the traditionalist faction. Fools all of them. Albus withheld a scoff. None of them noticed the most important thing. Harry Potter just gained a very well-known and very powerful servant. At the age of 11 he was already building up his forces. I need to make a move very soon, because if I wait too long the people he will gather around him will be able to decimate my supporters. And I can't allow that to happen. After all, what kind of shepherd would I be without some ignorant sheep following me? A/N. This took a while, I know. Damn, I am still not happy with the fight scenes. I need more detail and to make it flow better. I tried to fix it up but my head wasn't in it. I want to see smooth action with details like you are watching an anime. But writing like that is hard. Hoping I will improve for next time. Chapter 113, Mischief Managed. Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon. The Burrow. As always, it was chaos in the Weasley family home. But seeing as the house itself was being held by magic instead of falling apart, that seemed to be the norm there. Every summer the children spend a lot of time gnoming the yard. This type of magical garden gnome were similar to moles. They dug in the earth and eat the roots of plants and vegetables. Garden gnomes were strange magical creatures, not to be mistaken for magical gnomes. It was the same situation with goblins. Magical goblins and gnomes were sentient and intelligent. Ironically enough, both went into the banking business, except that the gnomes led a real bank in Switzerland instead of a deposit box like the goblins did. Garden gnomes looked like a potato with arms and legs. They could reach a size of approximately 1 foot. They were usually brown in color and had disproportionately large heads along with hard and bony feet. Although not dangerous creatures, they had razor-sharp teeth and tended to bite if provoked. Most low-income families used a jarvey, a magical beast resembling an overgrown ferret, to hunt down the garden gnomes. But some didn't because of their brutal methods. The richer wizarding families had wards against magical gnomes. As did the Weasleys. The oldest son, Bill Weasley, was a curse breaker. He had an extensive knowledge of wards and put some up to better protect his parents' house. Molly disabled that particular ward to keep her children busy so they don't cause too much trouble. After all, if they don't have any free time, then there is no time for trouble to be caused. Stupid gnomes and stupid yard. Ron Weasley was cursing under his breath as he grabbed a gnome and spun it around, making it dizzy before throwing it over the fence. Why do I have to do stupid work like this? It's because you are stupid, Fred replied as he kicked a gnome over the fence like you would a ball. Stupid people do stupid jobs, that's the truth of this world. George grabbed a gnome by the leg, spun around a few times and chucked it high in the air. That's why Percy is at home studying and not doing this. Ayo, spitting facts. Didn't realize until I wrote it, man, my mind is messed up. Oh yeah. Ron clenched his fist in anger and looked at his two older brothers. Then why are you two doing it, huh? The twins turned to Ron and replied at the same time, we got busted trying to prank Percy. Unlucky timing it was. Can't believe Mum saw us in the act. Ron huffed and turned away and continued to whine and curse, blaming everybody for his troubles except himself. Later that night everybody had gone to sleep except the twins, who snuck out of home. They went a bit further away at some hills and went to the lowest point between several hills and were somewhat hidden. It's time, handsome brother of mine who shares the same face, George said with a smirk, hiding his nervousness. Yes, we have tried all methods available to us to prank Harry Potter and his haughty nightmare bodyguard. Yet all have failed. So now we seek the guidance of the true king of pranks. To our Lord and Savior, God of mischief, Loki. The twins in their tough times decided to pray to Loki for an answer to their problems. Everybody could be pranked, even gods. Loki had proven that. They refused to believe that they could not prank Harry Potter. Loki doesn't require a specific way to pray to him. You make a fire and throw in anything to show your sincerity. You must be true and not lie in the slightest. You have to focus on honesty, authenticity, and a willingness to embrace both the positive and negative aspects of life. Loki is a complicated god. He is the god of magic, mischief, and lies. Yet he dislikes being lied to. Even if he decides to help, sometimes his help might make things even worse. Since they were asking for help in a prank, the twins decided to sacrifice a few of their original prank items as well as some Zonko products. Along with a list of pranks they attempted on Harry and Hope that failed. Hear us, Loki, god of mischief. 2 of your followers asked for your call to prank someone. Asgard. Prince Loki's chambers. Loki, that's a name everybody has heard at least once in their life. And that was for ordinary humans. For the supernatural side, it represented power and cunning. Loki, the god of magic, mischief, and trickery. A prince of Asgard and one of the greatest mages who currently lives. Even among other gods of magic. Gods of magic mostly focus on power or impressive magical feats. Loki is more suited for subtly crazy things. Gods will place a big magical barrier to block everything from escaping. Loki will place a barrier that acts as a maze for anyone looking to disable it. Gods will use elemental magic to pressure you into giving up. Loki will change the battlefield to increase the gravity while also slowly draining your strength to watch you suffer until you drop. And so forth and so forth. This is the biggest reason why people actually avoid fighting Loki. He doesn't follow the usual rules. You are either strong or have strong magic and fight it out. Fighting Loki was a nightmare. He quite literally makes his opponents too annoyed or helpless so they give up and leave. And said God was currently relaxing in his room. Loki is a well-known shapeshifter. In fact, he was shapeshifting since birth. Every few centuries he would change up his look just to keep things fresh. Currently he was a handsome man standing at 1.9 meters with a lean physique. He had shoulder-length black hair and green eyes. Since he was in his room, he wore casual clothing, comfortable dark green robes. Loki's personal quarters were entirely personalized by him throughout his long life. His large king-sized bed was made by Asgard best carpenters from what he had personally gotten at Alfheim. He was much better received and treated there than Asgard. Here there are nothing but dumb brutes that have no brain. On Alfheim the elves use seer, magic, and as an accomplished mage himself he was well respected. He had plenty of bookcases filled with thick books and scrolls. The bookcases were also from wood from Alfheim. A particular type of wood along with enchantments to protect and preserve the books. On the walls there were a few of his spoils in battle. Swords from warriors, staffs from mages. Horns, fangs, and feathers from creatures he had defeated. Naturally these were the special and rare kinds of war spoils. Enchanted or very valuable. He wouldn't clutter his room with junk. Loki was sitting on his chair reading the dozens of scattered papers and books on his desk. This was his method, his way of learning. Loki thrives in chaos even in his everyday life. He was working on a new magic spell he had been devising for one of his many schemes. When suddenly he felt something. Something he hasn't felt in quite a while. Someone was praying to him. How long has been since I felt this? A few decades at least. Loki waved his hand and a water mirror appeared in front of him. He focused his magic and an image appeared on his mirror. He saw 2 young children praying to him for guidance. These children posse seer, so these are the wizards from Midgard I have heard about. A failed experiment of the devils of old. Let's see what they want. Loki waved his hand and a flame appeared. All of the things the Weasley twins sacrificed appeared in front of Loki. A small smile appeared on his face once he saw the items. At least they know what to do. Loki picked up the piece of parchment that was with the gifts. He read through the list of pranks the twins have done. Interesting. Spells and items designed for pranking. He kept reading down the list. Dung balls. Inching powder. Throwing up slugs. I'm trying this on Thor later. Bat ears, seems silly but a harmless prank. Canary cream, turns the victim into a giant canary, definitely using this one. As Loki went down the list he was getting more and more impressed by the ingenuity of these wizards. They have created a large variety of interesting spells solely for the purpose of pranking. And yet none of these have worked. Seems like the children have met their match. Harry Potter, was it? Wait, I remember that name. Yes, it was on a report about the devils looking for a boy who had created magical pots that accelerate the growth of plants. Loki let out a little chuckle. Ah, how nostalgic, doing pranks on people more powerful than you. Good times. Maybe I'll help out these children a bit. It would be interesting to watch and see what will happen. And they were generous with their gifts. I will be using those later. I haven't done a prank like this in ages. Loki pointed his finger at a specific book and it floated to him. With a snap of his fingers an identical copy formed next to the book. It was a spell book that he had personally written. His first one in fact, when he was very young. To him this book was filled with nothing but childish spells, so it seemed appropriate to give as a gift to children. But what was childish to him was priceless to naive wizards like the twins who know nothing about the world. The book is a guide to becoming a prankster. How to detect wards and traps, how to move undetected. How to notice when spells are being cast near them, and most importantly, how to lie and get out of trouble. Everything one would need to become a competent thief/prankster. He enchanted the book so it was only available to the twins and no one else. The book would be invisible to anyone under peak high class. And would return to them if it was taken and not immediately sealed. Why did he go so far for an useless book? Because it would be more fun, obviously. Even if someone noticed the book, they would see his magical signature on it. He couldn't wait to see the faces on the fools who would try hard to break the book's enchantments only to realize it was a prank book for children. Loki threw the book into the fire and turned to the mirror. In front of the twins a book shot up from the fire. They watched with clear awe in their faces. They opened the cover of the book and in there they saw the title. Pranks and Spells to Cause Chaos. Written by Loki Lofison. At this point the twins had tears streaming down their faces. They turned to the fire and gave a deep bow. We will make you proud. Word count. Chapter 114, Cheater. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. It was late in the afternoon at Potter Manor. Since Daphne, Andromeda, and Ophelia were with Harry, the rest decided to just relax, drink some. It was late in the afternoon at Potter Manor. Since Daphne, Andromeda, and Ophelia were with Harry, the rest decided to just relax, drink some tea and enjoy some delicious biscuits. And gossip, lots of gossip. On the main leather armchair sat Melinda. She had started to wear more modern clothes ever since regaining her youth. If it wasn't so embarrassing she might have even joined Narcissa on the runway. Hope was laying down next to her on a two-seater sofa. She was relaxing and reading a fashion magazine. Dora was doing the same on the other two-seater, but she was reading a music magazine. Bella and Astoria were sitting together. Since the little one was so nervous, Bella decided to teach her how to paint her nails to take her mind off the trial. Astoria accepted. In her own words, I will make Daphne's nails pretty when she comes back with Harry to celebrate. The men Sirius and Ted didn't want to stay here and make the mood weird, but mostly they didn't want to hear any gossip at all. They were in the electronic room. Harry had hooked up cable and made the room magic-proof so that electrical devices can function normally. So naturally Ted decided to show Sirius the joy of football and his favorite team Arsenal. Just then they noticed the wards in the manor shake a bit before calming down. Harry set it up so that the wards would target anyone at first, regardless if it was family, guests, or enemies. Once the scanning wards confirmed they were entered into the wards, then they would disarm. The group entered the manor and went straight in the living room. Look at that smug face, Melinda scoffed as she saw Harry walk in the room. He is so proud of himself. Hope glanced up from her magazine. She wasn't worried at all. If Harry's theory was right, then Dumbledore was stronger than him due to him being linked to Hogwarts. But if there is one thing Harry is confident about, it's running away. Daffy. Astoria jumped out of the sofa and ran to her sister at full speed. Oh no, Daphne prepared herself for the tackle of her life. Astoria jumped, fully intending to glomp at Daphne, but a hand reached out and grabbed her by the scruff. So now she was dangling in air with a pouting face glaring at Harry. Harry just sighed. You can't be that reckless, Tori. What if you hurt Daphne? Actually, the one who is most likely to be hurt is you. Be more careful next time. Harry just turned Tori to Daphne and the little girl moved like a serpent. Her arms were around her sister's neck and her legs around her waist. She looked like a little koala. He, Tori just giggled as she hugged her big sister. Mom, what happened? Did everything go well? Dora asked her mother in a worried tone, seeing her exhausted expression. You could say that, Andromeda chuckled dryly. She truly had no words for the chaos Harry had done today. It was a trial. It was meant to be boring, to twist words and to use politics. And Harry just said, nope, I'm settling this with a death match. And instead of actually killing his opponent, Harry hired him as his worker. One of the most dangerous wizards on the planet, reduced to a minion. Well, tell us what happened, Bellatrix said in an unusually excited expression, which was fair. In her mind, put some purebloods and Harry in the same room and there is a big chance of a slaughter happening. Harry just turned to Andromeda. When he told her to record the trial, he wasn't kidding. Actually, Andy started recording as soon as they entered the room. The gem in her necklace wasn't there for no reason. Fine, but let's get Ted and Sirius in here. Siri would definitely whine like a child if he doesn't see it with us. Dora stood up from the sofa. I'll get them, she said with a mischievous grin. A few moments later they heard her voice echo throughout the manor. She used sonorous was the thought they all had. Dora happily skipped back in the room with a grumpy Ted and Sirius behind her. Ted walks in dressed in an Arsenal football shirt and cap along with ordinary shorts. And Sirius in casual wear except for the goofy Arsenal top hat on his head. He was also grinning like a child. I will admit, the game was fun, then he scowled, but the ending was not. He shot a look at Nymphadora swearing vengeance. Dora just raised her hand and brought her fingers back a few times. Bring it on, old man. Fight later. I just want to see what happened, Bella grumbled. She was really excited, yet these people were dragging it out. Let's start already. Harry waved his hand and a device jumped out from Andromeda's purse. With a snap of his fingers, archive magic popped up. A few types on the keyboard and the data from the magical device was loaded into the system. The new and improved archive magic can be used with these devices that acted like a camera. For the next hour or so the group watched as Harry made a mockery of the whole system. Sirius was especially amused when Lord Black appeared on the mirror. Lucius's constipated face made him and Dora laugh like maniacs. Harry fighting with Kaiser. The fast-paced deadly fight, and Harry whining by cheap shot using his Ayakashi insects. Then they watched Harry hire the men. Harry, where did you get that ring? Melinda turned to Harry with a small sunny smile. Hope shivered all of a sudden and distanced herself away. Animal instincts for the win. Made it, of course, Harry said casually while waving his hand like it was no big deal. And how did you manage to do it? Magic. Harry joined his palms and spread them slowly with a grin. Smack. Melinda didn't hesitate, she smacked him over the head hard, making Harry look at the floor. Don't get cheeky with me, brat. How did you do it? She had an excited expression on her face. Harry smirked and snapped his fingers. From the one of the labs a clone sent something over their shared pocket dimension. Suddenly in front of Harry there was a red metallic gauntlet floating there. It had a green gem on the front and two sharp golden spikes on each of its sides. Hope's eyes widened as she looked at the item in front of Harry. Is that a sacred gear? Harry nodded as he flicked his finger at it, causing the gauntlet to spin around. Big G's artifacts to humanity. This is twice critical, a dragon-type sacred gear and the most common sacred gear in the world. As some of you know by now from the common history of the supernatural side. About 600 years ago the great war between angels, fallen and devils took a wild turn as the two heavenly dragons, Ydrae Gotch and Albion Gwaib, were fighting each other and stumbled upon the battlefield of the Great War. The damage they caused just by fighting each other caused numerous casualties among the forces. Even more when they decided to fight back. This caused the three biblical factions to join forces. Together with Big G, the cadres of Grigori and the four Devil King, they managed to defeat and slay the heavenly dragons. Now Big G, being the scumbag that he is, muscled his way in and took their corpses and their souls before anyone could do a single thing. He hadn't made any sacred gears before that, so he burned through the resources in Albion's corpse with nothing to show for. Only saving a large chunk for the future. This was mainly because of how difficult it was to copy, divide, with such a weak vessel. He proceeded to test on Draig and having large success. Boost was much easier to recreate since it only increased the host's strength and didn't do anything to the enemy. He created hundreds of twice criticals from the flesh of the Draig. After that he continued to make more and more sacred gears before he created the Longinus. Divine Divide, from Albion, and Boosted Gear, from Draig. Harry paused, letting them process the information. He tapped the gauntlet, making a clanging sound. This is just a tiny fragment of Draig's power, capable of doubling anybody's power once. It has a limit, of course. The most this thing can boost is twice the power of a peak high class. A while ago Marcus, the stray devil under my employment, was attacked by a rather arrogant exorcist who had twice critical. Marcus easily knocked him out and brought me where I extracted the sacred gear from the poor bastard's soul. It was a painful and fast process because I didn't care what damage it caused him. But it does open up an interesting research topic. A way to extract sacred gears without causing harm to the host. He let out a small chuckle. It was a very profitable business. Some sacred gear users didn't want them, as they were a big neon sign above their heads signaling the supernatural to their location. Others just wanted a more powerful gear or something that fitted their style more. Then, after studying it to the best of my abilities, I managed to copy only one, the basic physical boosts. That means strength, speed, or durability. I have tried to mana amount or regeneration, but it ended in failure. I need more research to completely copy the boost within twice critical. Or even just boosting more than one aspect. You had something like that and didn't tell me. Melinda was furious. Enhancement-type artifacts were rare. Only a few top-class enchanters knew the method and they didn't share. Every few years the type of artifact would appear in an auction and it was bought for a ridiculously expensive price. Of course I didn't. I'm better at researching than you. Now that I have cracked some of the code and can directly share it with you instead of you wasting time figuring it out. With the base already researched, you can help me out to completely decode this thing, Harry said as if it was obvious. Why can't these people keep up? Ah. Melinda threw her hands in the air. There was no understanding with this brat, freaking cheater. How is he so lucky that a sacred gear falls in his lap like this? Hope crossed her arms as she sighed. Now what? Now? Harry asked with a head tilt as if the answer was obvious and he was confused why Hope was even asking. Now we go shopping. I got some money from deal old Lucy, it would be a shame not to spend it all. I need more research materials. But I have to go to the bank first. Harry let out a grin. He had gone so much to Gringotts that he has really started to enjoy bullying the goblins. Their faces filled with pain as they watched him empty out vaults one after another was hilarious. Especially since everything was legal. And all of the people they sent after Harry didn't even make it to him. Just one of the Fenrir wolves was enough to keep watch over things here in Britain. After all, his store was closed, but it was still the only location the goblins can use to find clues. Harry didn't know that the magician families in Britain have already set their sights on his stores in France. They were just waiting for Harry to appear in one of them. "Well, what do you want?" "I want Wagyu." Hope raised her hand without blinking. "I want more books," Daphne followed up. She wasn't that shy anymore. "Music records." Dora pumped her fist. "Chocolate." Astoria joined in and yelled out loudly with her arms in the air. Melinda chuckled and stood up. She looked at the others. "Well, are you waiting for an invitation?" "I plan to make a dent in these new funds before they dry up. I also need some new materials." "Well, I could use more rare potion ingredients." Andromeda looked unsure about spending large amounts of money this carelessly. "Who cares, it's Malfoy's money." "I want new boots." Bellatrix followed behind the group. Ted and Sirius looked at each other and sighed together. Harry was going to dump the girls with them while he went to get his stuff. No matter what world, men always suffer during shopping time. Chapter 115, Azazel is stumped. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. The underworld has the landmass 3 times the size of Earth if it was drained of its oceans. Due to the many pantheons in the world, everyone has a part of the territory, yet still a large part of this wasteland is unclaimed. Only wild demonic beasts live there. The little ferial land that it has been claimed by the fallen angels, the devils, and the original inhabitants of the land, the demons. There are many areas classified as danger zones. The inhabitants of the underworld just call them the pits, because they quite literally large deep holes in the ground. A cave system going down hundreds of meters. A breeding ground for demonic beasts. The underworld also had strange climates and zones. The area where the devils settled was engulfed in darkness. Only recently did the new Maus make a fake sun to make it easier for the reincarnated devils to adapt. The area where the fallen settled was almost always day. They chose this location because the light reminds them of heaven. And just like devils are stronger during the night, angels are stronger during the day. Fallen angels can do both, but it's mostly due to nostalgia that they search for the light. Naturally, as any faction does, in Grigori there are people who hold different opinions. Azazel, being the schemer and manipulator that he is, saw where the Great War was going. Grigori was in the worst position, and likely they were going to be the first to get eliminated. After all, heaven had God, the 4 archangels and the 10 seraphs. The devils had Lucifer and 3 powerful demons that were turned into devils, along with the 72 devil clans and various demons. Grigori only had him as the powerhouse. After their strongest member Azrael, the angel of death, perished, what was left were the cadres along with a large amount of troops. Due to all the angel falling, many were dissatisfied with the way God their creator handled things, others just fell to sin. After God and the Maus fell, it was a perfect opportunity for Grigori to strike. But Azazel was always worried about heaven going nuclear. And with God gone, they might have just done that. So he pulled back his troops, letting heaven and the devils duke it out, lowering their numbers even further until a ceasefire was declared. Many fallen still blame Azazel, especially Kokabeel, who claimed they would have won the war if they kept going. On the other side, many are grateful for the peace Azazel had managed to get for the fallen. With his diplomatic skills, Penium's management, and Shemhazai handling domestic matters and Barakwil handling the military, Grigori was running like a well-oiled machine. Unlike the devils, which were a complete government with lords and lands, Grigori was more structures as an organization. The top leaders handled everything while the others had missions and jobs. Azazel made sure that they had plenty of off or vacation time. They have a work and life balance, with work being doing things they enjoy. Violent fallen go to handle threats. Those who fell because of lust work in Azazel's paid bars. They get to have sex and collect information. The more lazier ones work in Grigori as logistics or research. They get to do things they love and have vacations. There was little to complain about. And this style of living let them raise their numbers that dropped after the Great War. Of course, compared to the devils, who raised their numbers rapidly with their reincarnated slaves. Grigori also recruited some sacred gear users, but it was a genuine recruitment and counted as extra forces. They were well compensated for their positions and the work they do. Not that they don't kill any humans who are a threat to them. Sacred gear users are just tools to them, employees. Many of these sacred gear users join in Grigori's schools. After they have been trained, they join Grigori. Azazel's office. Unlike most powerful people who make fancy offices with expensive furniture and books, Azazel's office was quite modern and somewhat minimalistic. He prefers to spend as little time as possible in his office. The one thing he hates most is the never-ending flow of paperwork. His worst enemy that keeps him away from his labs and pay bars. Strangely enough, pay bars are a big part of his job as well. He meets important people there and gets them to relax. No matter how tough men were, unless they were constantly on guard they would mellow out a bit from the alcohol, the beautiful half-naked woman dancing in front of them and Azazel's charisma. He knew just what to say to make them relax and be more open-minded about making deals with Grigory. Frankly, the main reason Grigory is even doing so well is because of all the contacts and allies Azazel has gathered throughout his long life. His way of living is also proof of that. Always having a perfect appearance, wearing just the right clothes for the occasion, remembering every detail about the person he was meeting. For Grigory, his greatest talent is not his power or his intellect. It's his unapparelled diplomatic skill. The Fallen are also part of the biblical faction which is universally hated across the supernatural world, yet barely anyone has any grief with Grigory. The man was a pervert and genius. The heart and brain of Grigory. And at the moment he was scratching his head as he was looking through reports on his desk. Azazel was stumped, something that rarely happened. Who the hell is this Fallen? For once all of my men are accounted for. Did another one of my brothers and sisters fall from heaven but still kept to the teachings of Father? Penemu sent the word out to look for a stray Fallen helping out humans and hunting stray exorcists and devils. And what did they find out? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No clues, rarely any witnesses, and all that was left was the traces of the battle which was cleaned from any magical signatures. Even physical clues as footprints were gone. He had considered that it was one of his own people going AWOL. Absent without leave. There were a few Fallen who came to mind, but none of them would even consider hunting stray devils and helping out humans. Many Fallen dislike humans, well, early humanity is more accurate. God paid much more attention to humans than his own children, and he gave unreasonable commands which caused most of them to fall. Instead of helping or guiding his children, he created sacred gears to help out humanity. They fought, bleed, and died for him. Spreading his faith, conquering other pantheons. And what did they get in return? One small mistake and they are banished from their home, their holy light stripped away, leaving them with a fraction of its purity. After large numbers of angels fell, Azazel and Azrael started gathering the Fallen as there was strength in numbers. As more and more angel fell, they decided they need a system and organization. Hence Grigory was created. The Watchers. And ever since they backed off the Great War, things have been doing great for them. Azazel looked at another report and grimaced. Except for a few whining individuals. Kokabeel bitching as always, wanting to be more aggressive. Why can't they take a hint? Azazel pinched the bridge of his nose as he read through the request from Kokabeel to increase the funds in Military Division 8. His division, Kokabeel's Legion. 10,000 Fallen personally trained by him. Even if they were on the weaker side, their teamwork was flawless even in large numbers. Kokabeel has been doing military drills and tactics for hundreds of years. And without a war to show use them, he was getting even more war-hungry. And it's not even him. Satnal has been asking for more and more rare materials. Which is nothing unusual as a researcher. But it's the type of materials that has Azazel worried. Satnal has been acquiring large amounts of poisons. And materials that can withstand that poison. Satnal is doing some of his crazy weapon ideas. But if it goes too far, I might have to stop him. The last thing I need is his project blowing up in his face and poisoning the entire R&D department. Knock. There was a single strong knock on the door and Azazel smiled. He already knew who it was. Come in, Barakweel. A tall muscular man walked in. His strong and heavy footsteps echoed in the office. Barakweel had the appearance of a middle-aged gruff-looking man with black hair and a matching beard. You back already? Azazel asked with a small smirk and a bit of confusion. He was well aware that Barakweel's daughter was born a few months ago and had given the man some time off to be with the family. Especially now that he and his wife Shuri could finally have sex now. Yeah. I thought I'd dropped by to check on things, Barakweel said in a stoic expression. But even though he revealed nothing, Azazel was suspicious. No fallen angel says no to a long vacation. Then it clicked and Azazel let out a wide grin. She drained you dry, didn't she? Barakweel's eyebrow twitched, which caused Azazel to let out a roaring laughter. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe it, you commander of Grigory's armies, the most physically strong fallen angel. Was drained dry by a frail human Miko. Ha 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 ha. Azazel was gripping his desk for dear life, otherwise he would have fallen off his chair. Barakweel coughed in his fist. Well, her hormones are at her peak, and little Aquino is sleeping most of the time. So we decided to indulge. Azazel smirked. Oh really, is that why you are hiding your injuries? That's why you took those heavy steps, didn't you? You didn't want me to notice the pain your body is in right now, you damn masochist. Bara just palmed his face. This is exactly what I wanted to avoid, but now that it's out in the open we can talk about something important. He quickly pulled out a phone and shoved it in Azazel's face. Look at that adorable sleeping face. I have the cutest daughter in the world. Azazel looked at the picture. A baby with a tuft of black hair and violet eyes was wrapped in a pink blanket and was sucking on her thumb. Her big eyes were almost sparkling as he imagined she was staring at Baraquel when this picture was taken. Yes, you doting father. Your daughter is very cute. Azazel passed him a drink. Baraquel nodded with a satisfied smile as he picked up the glass of whiskey. I can't wait until she becomes a teenager and gets a boyfriend. Crack. The glass shattered in his hand and the whiskey spilled on his hand and the floor. No. I'll shatter the bones of any boy who dares approach Aquino. Baraquel declared as lightning started to flicker across his body. Azazel let out a low whistle, if his brothers in heaven could see this. The most stoic angel turned into a doting overprotective father. Nobody would believe him. He decided to change the topic into something serious. Well, now that you are here, can you check on the military division? Baraquel instantly got serious. You expecting trouble? Something like that. We are currently in a cold war with the angels and devils. But that doesn't stop outside forces making some moves for the Great War to start again. After all, the one who benefits the most out of the Great War are outside forces. If heaven is forced to go nuclear, then even better. We all destroy each other and the rest come in to pick up whatever loot they can. It's them, isn't it? The mystery organization, Baraquel said with a frown. Yeah, Azazel sighed. He had predicted someone was moving behind the scenes. Too many coincidences had happened recently. Old enemies suddenly stopped fighting, people disappearing, resources moved extremely subtly in large quantities that he discovered by pure luck. He doesn't know anything about them, not their members, their capabilities, or their goals. But he still has to make preparations just in case, better that than getting caught off guard. Understood. I'll do some drills before I get back home. Thanks, Azazel nodded before he remembered something. Oh, and stop being stupid. Leaving Shuri out there alone is a big risk. Bring her here in Grigori. I'll handle anyone who has complaints about her connection Shinto pantheon. Baraquel let out a wry smile, if only it was that easy. Shuri wants to live in the shrine that her parents left her. And it was obvious that she wore the pants in their relationship. I'll keep that in mind. Baraquel left the office, leaving Azazel to deal with a mountain of paperwork he needed to finish before he got back to his research. A/N. Please tell me you got the pun. Chapter 116, Professor Potter. Some of you were complaining that the last chapter was filler. Kinda, but it was also important and I will keep doing these. It's necessary for the world building. We mentioned how angel and devil society works and I wanted to do the same for the fallen. Again mentioned that Aquino is still a baby. Further making sure the timeline is correct. I have a whole fucking chart about this shit. The story is not all about the MC. The world moves even without him. And I want to show those moments. This one is also a bit of a filler depending on your definition of filler. To me it's all important to plot and character development. Word count. Raroya. Atoll in French Polynesia. Lily's dream. It was a gorgeous sunny day with very few clouds in the sky. A perfect day for a swim, dive, or a little stroll on the sandy beach. But being the insane sadistic maniac that Harry was, he decided it would be a good idea to hold a class on the supernatural world. And Harry told the rest there would be no playing until they finish one of their supernatural classes. Dora and Sirius whined the loudest, that's why they were glued to their seats. The rest were smart enough to figure out the faster they finish the faster they can go out and have some fun. Okay devils, what do we know about them? Harry addressed the class. Which was everybody except Melinda and Hope. Narcissa was also here, she finished up a photo shoot and came right away. Like she was going to miss another day at the beach. Didn't matter that they were in the Caribbean for a while. The beach is always fun. Sirius cheerfully raised his hand, evil sons of bitches who enslave people. Smack. Smack. Andromeda and Ophelia smacked him over the head. Andy just because it was Sirius and Ophelia because she didn't want Tori to hear bad words. Harry is enough bad influence without adding someone else. Correct, but I was really hoping for a more comprehensive answer. Harry chuckled at them and then looked at Daphne. Short notes. Daphne nodded and recalled Harry's lessons. God is a bad leader, Helio rebels and leaves heaven, somehow turned himself into the polar opposite of Angel, becoming the first devil Lucifer. He goes to the underworld with Lilith. Turns the strong demons that were already there into devils. But realizes they won't be enough, so he and Lilith create the 72 pillar clans. Those were the pure blood devils, while the ones who were turned from demon to devil are considered extra clans. Like the great demon Meph. Daphne stopped herself from saying his name. Damn, got careless. Seeing this, Harry smiled. Good. You have been learning. Names have power. But you can say them here. We are on a boat and this has anti-divination wards on it. Even if he feels us, he will only know our general direction, same with other gods. But it's always a good habit to not name them. Very good, Daphne. Yay sis, Tori cheered for her bestest big sister in the world. Yo bossman, Dora raised her hand. Yes, Dora. Why are the fallen called the Watchers? That was a good question, some of the others have been wondering that as well. Because that's what they are. Angels whose job it was to watch over humanity. But they got too close, they saw humans enjoying themselves and figured why shouldn't they as well. Some drank a lot, some got greedy with the wealthy lives humans had, some fell to lust. Aha, Dora nodded. Then once the angels up in heaven saw that, probably a few more fell due to God's decisions. Man, this world is so complicated, and that's only the biblical faction. Yes, her mother nodded, and we are most affected by them in the Celtic pantheon. When will we cover them, Harry? Harry scratched his head. Well, I guess I can give the short notes about them right now, but I'll make a plan for them later. The Celtic pantheon originated in Ireland. Tuatha De Danann. Ever since their chief god Draga died. Lugh, the god of light, has been the leader of the Celtic pantheon. They mostly keep to themselves, battling against the Fomorians. Think of them like giant monsters. Every pantheon has their regional enemies, like frost giants for Norse or titans for Olympus. There were some interesting figures in the Celtic mythology. One of my favorites is Cuchulainn. The god Lugh decided to live as a human for one lifetime. In this reincarnation he was known as Cuchulainn. He was taught by Scathach. She is called the Queen or Witch of Duin Scaith, which translates to the Land of Shadows. Master of the spear, martial arts, and primordial runes. One of the few humans who have managed to slay gods. A true god slayer. Gibolg was her cursed spear. That is a nasty piece of work, something I hope to never have to face. Harry took a sip from his drink before continuing. Another interesting one is Conla, son of Cuchulainn, who surpassed his father in every way at the young age, so much so that he forced his father to use his ultimate attack, the Gibolg, just to survive the battle. That attack killed Conla. This was Cuchulainn's greatest regret. The Celtics are also famous for their druids and healing. But that's enough about them. Let's continue from where we left off. Studies continued. Harry turned out to be a great teacher to the surprise of many. Even though it was fun and interesting, they got tired. Dora, who had just finished Hogwarts, practically fried her brain with these extra studies. What is wrong with these people? She whined in her head. They fight each other over petty reasons every few decades. And I thought the wizarding world was messed up. Sirius was also having the same thoughts. According to Harry, the biblical faction just keeps fucking around. Devils reincarnate humans, pissing off the church, so they kill the new reincarnated devils. Fallen kill high-potential humans if they can't recruit them so that the devils don't get them. Heaven and church attack the fallen once they cross the line, since they are all traitors. It's just stupid. It's like they are taking turns attacking each other. You will get used to it, Harry said casually while he typed on the keyboard created by archive magic. Did you just read my mind? Sirius looked at Harry. It's rude to do that, you know. Harry didn't even look at him. I also told you to work on your clemency shields. Sirius just sighed. There was no arguing with Harry. What do you mean I will get used to it? The situation is all over the place. The biblical faction has been fighting each other ever since Lucifer rebelled and the first angel fell. That was millennia ago. It hasn't changed and it will never change. Just because it's a somewhat cold war now doesn't mean the fighting is over. Somebody will definitely do something stupid and restart the war. So what are you planning to do about it? Harry smirked as he pulled out some cards from his pocket and held them between his fingers. On them were Viper's logos. Well, obviously make a profit. Sell to both sides, loot the corpses. He didn't have a reaction at first, but then just let out a sad smile. A merchant of death. People who profit from the suffering and pain of war. It's sad that Harry turned out this way, but nobody can convince him to change. What do you plan to do if they go after you? I mean, you are the one making things worse for both sides and profit from them. People like that are the most hated. Harry lets out a confident smirk. Let them try. Viper already has a ruthless reputation on the black market. Anyone who tries to scam him ends up poisoned and dies an excruciatingly painful death. Harry was always working on improving his defense, and it was coming along nicely. Even if by some miracle their divination comes through and they find this place. I'll make the ward array so ridiculously strong that it will make Hogwarts milieu old charged wards look like child's play. And if it looks like they are going to break through those, I'll just pack up and go on my boat. After a full day of messing around and just relaxing, everybody gathered around a campfire. The elves cooked the fish and crabs that were acquired during finishing and diving. Salads were finished, the fish and crab meat were cooked to perfection, and buttered garlic bread was put on the grill to give it some texture. All in all, it was a great meal. You are planning to go to France? Narcissa asked with a confused expression. She had heard from the others what happened there the last time. Harry called a code black and they immediately retreated, and he by some miracle managed to trick 4 of the most powerful beings in the biblical faction. Harry just chuckled. Yep, I need to pay a visit to the Delacours. Harry, you do know it's not their fault, right? They're just wizards and can't really protect you from people like the big shots you met. Hell, it was an open conference. They could have found out from a number of sources. Sirius asks in a worried tone. He didn't want Harry turning into a Dark Lord. Melinda scoffed. Oh, he knows. Ophelia frowned. She was not following. If he knows, why is he still going? Hope was the one to shed some light on the situation. Why else? So he can scam them. Oh. That makes sense. That's just mean. Daphne couldn't help but muse on the situation. Well, not like I can change that. Poor souls, I wish you good luck. France Delacour Manor. With all the chaos with Grindelwald's zealots are causing, the Minister of France was having a rough time and couldn't properly enjoy the summer with his family. Apolline was also busy. In such a chaotic situation there are always deals to be made. She had to support her husband to get as much political power as possible. Even if he was already the minister, there are always families to win over. That left Fleur and Gabrielle at home. Fleur, as the older, was babysitting. Au clair de la lune. Mon ami Pierrot. Prête-moi ta plume. Pour écrire un mot. Ma chandelle est morte. Genai plus de feu. Ouvre-moi ta porte. Pour l'amour de Dieu. Little Gabrielle was sitting around swinging her little legs while singing Au clair de la lune. By the light of the moon. It was a well-known French folk song from the 80s. Fleur watched with a loving smile as her little sister sung. Even young Villas already showed their talent for singing. Since the situation was a bit dangerous, Fleur didn't go out much, only a few times to the beach in Nice. They of course went to a private beach. A bunch of young Villas in bikinis. That is a recipe for disaster. But on her mind was also the young boy who arrived a few months ago. After that she met plenty of boys around her age, but none of them managed to even hold a proper conversation with her. Let alone ignore her like he had done. Fleur raised her head as she heard the flapping of wings. A mail all delivered a letter. Naturally Fleur assumed it was from one of her friends. But she was shocked when she saw the name on the letter. Harry Potter. Chapter 117, Grindelwald is back. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. I know releases are slow as hell, once a week. But nothing can be done, busy with my day job. I only write when I have free time. Which is becoming less and less. I just hate people at this point. A secure location outside Lyon. Today was the agreed upon date when all the zealots would gather. Over the past few months they have relentlessly been gathering information and resources. Hundreds and hundreds of zealots, the original members who supported Grindelwald and got away, as well as their children and allies who have agreed to come. To meet the legend himself. There were tents set up everywhere. On the outside were tables and chairs. Campfires with food being prepared. It was obvious they have been here a while, and not everybody arrived on the same day. Finally the time is upon us. Lord Grindelwald will return. An old man in a suit designed in wizarding style spoke up. Strangely enough, the zealots were much more modern and civilized compared to wizards, even with their extreme views. Each member was impeccably dressed in stylish clothing. Yes. We lost the war, but look at what our enemy had accomplished. Another man addressed the crowd. Everything Lord Gellert foresaw. Everything we told the wizards around the world became a reality. They mocked us, told us our goals were extreme. Look at us now. Hiding like cowards while the Nomage rule the world. Agreed. Dumbledore defeated our Lord, and what has he accomplished? He changed nothing, he did nothing. All he does is stay in Hogwarts and vote for the light sometimes at their ministry meetings. A man with a heavy French accent spat out. A few British wizards realized he was talking about the Wisengamot. The men obviously didn't care to learn the name. But they still agreed with the men. Dumbledore held all the power, yet besides passing some little law or regulation, he did nothing. While the magical community in Britain rots. No, you are wrong. He isn't doing nothing. He is delaying progress on purpose. He uses his power to force others to follow him, to slow down innovation. A German fellow slammed his fist at the table. On the far side of the camp were a completely different group. Well, two groups. One of groups were mages, wizards who have learned some magecraft and managed to separate themselves from mere wizards. They consider themselves higher than what they were, as if they had evolved into something greater. Which is technically not wrong. The other were stray magicians that have banded together to form a small organization. Doesn't matter which magician group it is, big or small factions. They were always short on money. Research eats up a lot of resources. So when they heard that the stupid wizards now had two Dark Lords running around, their eyes practically turned into dollar signs. They would join and cause a bit of chaos, get paid by these morons, all while raiding rich, pure-blood wizards. To them it was like finding a tree that grew money. Ironically, this whole group is filled with people who look down on other people. Zealots on the sheep in the wizarding world, mages on wizards because they are better than them, magicians on the entire wizarding community, treating them like monkeys with magic wands. This was a logistical nightmare, settling different groups and cliques together in a place like this. They had to go in the woods to avoid the French oars, and since there was friction between the groups, the temporary base needed to be spaced out so they could put their tents correctly. The worst possible place to be during an attack is in an expanded tent. If the enchantments are damaged even a little bit, the entire thing will implode, destroying anything that was inside. Everybody either weak or strong wanted to avoid such a stupid death. So the tents were spaced out in little groups so they could defend themselves. Even if they shared a common cause. You never know if somebody is a spy or not. Checkpoint to enter the camp. I don't believe it, a guard looked at the figure walking towards them with his jaw dropped. The other one wasn't any better, he just nodded with a shocked expression. A ghost from past. That's what was standing in front of them. They knew their lord was coming, but they expected an old man like Dumbledore to appear, after all they're the same age. Yet this person, the Gellert Grindelwald who appeared, was in his prime. He wore his distinctive black wool coat, his was a long, double-breasted trench coat with a broad lapel collar and open hem cuffs with straps. A white shirt with the collar popped and a dark blue vest above it. Black pants and black boots that almost went to his knee. He also had a dark blue ascot around his neck tucked under his shirt. Johnny Depp Grindelwald. Lord Grindelwald. Both men gave respectful bows to this man. Now that he was up close they could definitely see why their parents followed this man in war. Just by standing there he gave off a certain presence, like he was telling you he was stronger yet he means you no harm. The way he carried himself like a noble. Ah, new recruits. It brings me great pleasure to have the bright and young join my cause. I expect great things from you, Grindelwald spoke in a soft yet mesmerizing tone. With just a few words and his charisma he already won the hearts of the guards. Shall we proceed, gentlemen? Yes, sir. One of the guards broke out of his stupor and started to guide the lord to the camp. The other quickly notified the leaders, telling them to get ready. Harry walked in the camp with a confident stride. Never pausing for even a second, keeping up the Grindelwald persona. The whole crowd watched in awe as Grindelwald walked, his mere presence demanded attention. The original members had tears coming from their eyes. He looked just the same as back then. His spiky white blonde hair, his trimmed mustache. His gray eyes shining bright with power. My brothers. My sisters. My friends. It is good to see you again, he looked at the members with a warm smile on his face. Today we will retake what is rightfully ours. I have said before, many, many times that I do not hate the no magic, the muggle, the no mage, and I did not, but that has changed. The vision foresaw has happened. They have ruined this world with war, with pollution. It is time to take matters in our own hands. Harry stopped with a dramatic flair. He was having the time of his life acting as Grindelwald. It was like theater, except real. He was gaslighting hundreds of wizards and they didn't have a clue. During the time I have been imprisoned I have developed a new power. I give you all the flame of life. A green flame appears on his hand, he controlled it to rise up and form the shape of a small tree. With this flame we will reclaim a better future. For freedom, for truth, for love. For life itself. That is why we are all fighting. Harry looked among the crowd. The way people were looking at him with awe and obsession. His speech has riled them up to a whole new level. If he told them to attack the ministry this very second they would all probably rush in blindly. So this is what blind faith looks like. No wonder Dumbles doesn't want to give up his seat as headmaster and leader of the light. He got drunk on this feeling of power, having the lives of hundreds of people depend on just a few words from him. Now my friends. Take this power and let us lead a revolution that will go down in history. Grindelwald waves his hands, on the green fire tree apples started to sprout. Those apples fell off and each one went to a person in the base. The zealots are so eager to regain their youth or gain more power that they place the flames inside their chest of their own violation. They immediately felt a warm feeling course through their bodies. It takes a while for the effect to take place, but you should start feeling the warmth spread through your bodies first. Grindelwald smiled gently. The outsiders were not so easily fooled. They waited until everybody else had done and even then they didn't come into contact with the flames, only some naive mages and magicians dared to take it. Heh. Like taking candy from a baby. But as expected not all of them took it. Time for the next part. His clones were waiting outside the base camp. Near him were Michael and his Fenrir pack alongside with Marcus who looked oddly excited. Hee. Dealing with a bunch of nobodies and getting a huge bonus from Harry. I freaking love this job. I'm going to treat myself to something nice. I don't really have that much to buy honestly. Anything Harry makes is better than what I can find on the market. The big flat screen TV he gave me was awesome, he really is a jack of all trades. Let's get this done. Harry's 4 clones surrounded the camp on each of the 4 corners. Since there were 4 of them, they were quite weak, about the same power as a Hogwarts graduate. But it was more than enough to use the items they have brought. They each had a small obelisk about 4 meters tall. It had a pointed end on both sides. Each clone slammed the obelisk in the ground, burying it about a meter and pumping it with mana. The now 3-meter obelisk activated. The runes on it started to glow. A transparent barrier connected each of the 4 corners. They were inscribed with anti-apparition and anti-teleportation wards, as well as a weak physical barrier in case one of them managed to slip past Harry's employees. "Let's go," Michael said in a low and deep voice with a growl. Harry had made items for them in the form of collars so they could speak to humans. They also functioned as portkeys and storage items. The Fenrir pack and Marcus dashed inside the base. Huh. What is this? A barrier? Everybody in the base started to panic as they felt wards being set up. Harry, still disguised as Grindelwald, grinned wildly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Burn. With a single command from Harry, the gentle warmth they were feeling turned into a raging inferno. The people were being burned inside out. Mind, body, and soul. Screams erupted in the camp. Ah! What is this? It hurts. He is a fake. Imposter. The wizards reached for their wands even as they were burning to ashes. The mages and magicians didn't wait for an invitation. Everybody immediately started firing off spells. Giant wolves the size of cars rushed in the base, tearing apart anything in their way. Above in the sky, Marcus was grinning as he was bombarding them with spells. Harry dropped the illusion. He was in his adult form to match Grindelwald's frame. "I love potions. With the recipe I modified there are no consequences, it's just that my body builds up tolerance to it and each transformation lasts less and less." "Time to work, you lazy bastards." Harry opened his coat and a bunch of tiny animals jumped out of it. 3 snakes, 2 lion cubs, a bird with 4 legs and wings, and a 3-headed little puppy. The enemies were confused but didn't let up on the attacks, even if their attacks sometimes just slid off the surface of the barrier. Looks like the new improvement is working. Still needs a lot more development. Redirecting every 7th attack is just weak. Harry snapped his fingers and all the animals on the ground started to grow, and grow, and grow. Roar. What the hell is that? Familiars. What kind of bullshit magic allows for more familiars? If it's strong, more than 1 or 2 familiars will fight each other or their owner. And how can he even handle the bond of that many? His soul should have shattered by now. The man who said this only saw a large shadow behind him before 3 dog heads ripped him apart. Fluffy the Cerberus joins the fight. Ever since Harry took him in, he fed him plenty and used potions to fix his malnutrition. The puppy was now smack dab in high-low class. And a bunch of snacks were scattered all over for him. Selena squeezed a mage to death. "You. This one smells." Salazar was zooming around, coiling around their necks before twisting and breaking it. "That's because you squeezed him to death, you moron. It's normal to defecate when they die, shit or pee when you die." He proceeded to spit venom at a few people grouped up before leaving, enjoying the sounds of their screams. "But we are snakes, this is how we kill," Selena said in a confused voice as she slammed her tail at a magician's legs, making him fall before she bit his head off. "We are all snakes, but sadly for you, you didn't get smart like Salazar and me." Sabrina, she proceeded to bite another one before she disappeared. The mage started to seizure before he fell down dead on the ground. Roar. 5. Kiera yelled out as she crushed the neck of the female magician below her. RAWW 7. Nala puffed up her chest. GRRR what? Liar. SKREE, the loud shrill from the air gained the attention of many before they were struck down by lightning. "Can't touch this. Tananana. Can't touch this." "Idiot," Fluffy scoffed before he continued to fight. He hasn't even known Zeno that long yet he still realized that the rumors were true. Birds do have a brain the size of a peanut. The next 10 minutes was just a massacre. Plain and simple. They never stood a chance. Harry let the others fight while he sat at the back controlling the battlefield. Each time they grouped up or looked like they were going to seriously hurt someone, Harry threw spells at them, forcing them to defend or separate, making them easy targets. Eerie green fire wisps floated around the battlefield. As soon as someone died, a fire orb would dive down and collect the soul. All that remained were hundreds and hundreds of corpses. And 5 wizards, 2 mages, and 2 magicians. The leaders of their groups. Harry purposefully spared them to extract information from them. He didn't want to risk losing the information when he searched their souls. It still wasn't a 100% accurate. "Good job, guys. You can head back. Oh, and expect a nice bonus for this." Harry smiled at them. Marcus and the Fenrir pack just grinned. Today was a good day. Kill a couple of weaklings and get a prize. It was like an amusement park for them. Harry turned to the prisoners. "Now, let's see where you hid the loot." Chapter 118, Delacours. Again. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Harry was happy and was whistling, even as he was ripping the minds of the survivors for intelligence. He started on the wizards. They were Grindelwald's zealots, the leaders knew where the resources were stashed. A third of the resources were on them, actually inside expanded trunks. Harry was so glad that he didn't burn the bodies completely and left the leaders intact. It would have been a disaster for him if he burned his loot. Damn it, I didn't expect them to be this cautious. I almost lost a third of the loot. It was pure luck that the leaders were holding onto the miniaturized expanded trunks. Now that I think about it, it's exactly what I would do. If I'm dying, I'm taking everything down with me. Moving on. Harry proceeded to get all the info available from the people alive. All that was left was an empty shell of a body. The good news is that all the mages and magicians that were there were not part of a big faction. It was more accurate to call them a group or a clan. They were so small that they had to join a wizarding war, a barbarian war in their point of view, to get some quick cash. If they were that broke and desperate for money, Harry wasn't worried about any revenge. And if they did come, hey, free souls. Harry then proceeded to clean up and take anything valuable, but not before leaving a few nasty surprises. What nobody knew is that Harry purposefully allowed himself to be seen when he was playing Grindelwald on the way to the base. He made sure he was seen by at least 3 wizarding folks in the city of Leon as he walked to the outskirts where the base was. And as concerned citizens, they naturally reported this to the Aurors. A couple of hours later, a dozen and more Auror teams showed up ready for war. And all they saw were signs that a large amount of wizards had gathered here. They saw the tents in the camp and assumed they left in a hurry. They must have met up with Grindelwald. This is bad, very, very bad. I need to report this to the minister. Damn it, one of the younger Aurors couldn't help but curse out. He had heard enough horror stories from his father. His grandfather had been butchered by those fucking cultists. The older ones were even more affected. They had lost parents in the previous war. They never imagined that they would be the ones repeating the same scenario. What has become of this world? Heh. It's always like this. Except we get the worst Dark Lords. The ones in Africa are just a bunch of amateurs warlords. They get a semi-competent Dark Wizard who gathers a bunch of low-life wizards, and we get the most talented Dark Lord to ever walk the earth. Do we even know how Grindelwald regained his youth? Like any idea whatsoever? Most likely rituals. Sacrificial blood rituals have been traditionally used to extend life force or just regain youth. But something like that can't be hidden. Grindelwald was 1 foot in the grave and now he is back in his peak. The amount of sacrifices needed to accomplish this would be like a beacon of magic. A female Auror spoke up. She had an elective in rituals when she was still in school. She is right. Let's say he did it in France. Every monitoring device in West Europe would have picked it up. Hell, the Nomage would have noticed it too with the extreme weather change it brings, another man further explained. Nice. Isn't that just perfectly terrifying? If this really was the method they used, that means they managed to perfectly hide the magic from the ritual. The young man resisted the urge to grab his head. We are all so fucking dead. Ministère de la Magie. Minister Delacour's office. Jean-Luc Delacour was not having a fun time. The more pressing matter was that Dark Lord Grindelwald was seen in Leon a few hours ago. The problem was his appearance. It was the same look he had in his peak. Naturally, he sent every available Auror there to check on the situation as a preclusion. If he wasn't there, then he wasted a few man-hours. But if he was there, numbers should allow them to retreat back safely. The information he had received was not good. The site Grindelwald was at was filled with tents and supplies for a large amount of wizards. That means Grindelwald has met his army and they all left in a hurry. Their Department of Mysteries used a time turner to go back in time and spy on the meeting from afar using a mix of divination magic. They only managed to glimpse at the beginning of the meeting, where Grindelwald showed off his new power and gave that power to increase the strength of his soldiers. Then a barrier appeared all of a sudden and they lost all contact. When the barrier was removed, they came across the same scene as the Aurors. The minister quickly complied his finding and sent it to the International Confederation of Wizards. Grindelwald had returned to his peak and was stronger than ever. He used rare magic, potentially dark magic going by the color of the flames, to give a boost to every member of his army. This was not something just one country could stop. Everyone who important remembers the scars of the old war. The helplessness that they felt when they faced Grindelwald. As bad as the man was, there was no denying his greatness. They fought, they struggled, they bled. Fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters. Thousands of lives were lost. Just to stop his army or push against him with sheer numbers. Yet when they dealt a massive blow to his army, Dumbledore swoops in and takes down Grindelwald. After waiting out the whole war. That is the reason everybody despises him. He defeated a Dark Lord on his own, that is true. But why had he waited so long? Why couldn't have he come to help earlier? The answer was simple. To reap the most benefits. After the war he was hailed as the savior by the public. The leader of the light. While the true heroes of the war, the fallen, all that was left of them was just a name on a gravestone or multiple names on an obelisk. For those who had nothing left to bury. Many wonder what Dumbledore would have done if Grindelwald had won. Would he have still fought against him? Or would he have joined his side? As rulers of the new world. Jean shook his head. He had a lot of work to do and can't let thoughts like that distract him. He continued to sort through paperwork and logistics. Sending Aurors to pick up the tracks of Grindelwald and start making preparations for the actual war that everybody knew was coming. Hopefully he will move to another country so tracking him down would no longer be his responsibility and he could make his war preparations in peace. But as soon as he was done with one problem, another appears. His family came to visit him in the office. He hasn't been home lately, taking quick naps in his office. It's not the first time they had visited. He was proud of his family and liked to show it off. The perfect minister with the perfect family. Yet there were no smiles on their faces. Once they got to his office, his eldest daughter Fleur handed him a letter. As soon as he saw who the sender was, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Merd, shit. Merd. Gabrielle said the same word, not understanding what it meant, and Apollon gave her husband a glare. But this time Jean couldn't even register it. He quickly read through the letter and had a dark look on his face. The letter could be summed up into, I was ambushed right at the conference. You fucked up and I'm coming to collect. Which in a way was true. Even if they had told everybody, it would be a public event. The location was secret and the reporters were each brought in separately. He hadn't heard of anyone causing any trouble. But if Harry Potter says so, that means they sneaked into the venue he had prepared. Luckily though, Harry Potter added that he wouldn't take his revenge out on them. In return he wanted one simple thing. Find out the rat who leaked the information. Harry knew they tried their best. And the security was adequate for wizards. It's not like he can expect these apes to stop 4 powerhouses. But the problem was someone leaked the information and were still breathing. Otherwise they would have heard of some French purebloods gone missing or someone from the staff if the biblical faction players had extracted the information from them. So Harry decided to be nice and not to scam the Delacours. Naturally the one who ratted him out was going to pay. Hogwarts. Headmaster's office. Well, what's left of it? Albus looked at the reports he had just received from France. It's nice having people everywhere that were in his pocket. Things were getting complicated. He already knew Gellert's followers have been buying and stealing recourses for the last few weeks. But Gellert regaining his youth and returning to his peak threw him off. That was not something you see every day. Dumbledore came to the same conclusion as the Aurors, that he could have used a ritual to accomplish what he did. And he immediately dismissed the idea. There was no way he would miss a magical signal that big. And even if he did, his little spies were carrying around the alchemical trinkets that he made. They would have picked up on the signal. No, there was a simpler solution to this. And an obvious one if you think about it. The elixir. He gritted his teeth once he recalled that it was taken right under his nose. The thief must have given Grindelwald some from the Philosopher's Stone. Blast that man. He robs me blind and now he is giving power to Gellert. As if things weren't going bad enough. What is it with this year? First I lose all my reputation and power. Being forced to wake up and manage things again. Then I get robbed in broad daylight, I regain my power and my position stabilized. And now all hell is breaking loose on the continent. He means Europe. Albus sighed as he rubbed his eyes, so be it. The ICW emergency meeting should be called soon after they hear this predicament. I'll generously volunteer to go to France and search for Gellert. Not without getting something in return. A lot of something. My books and Fox were taken. I need to start acquiring more materials anyway. Chapter 119, You Again. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Harry was in a good mood when he was walking through the streets of France. And when he is in a really good mood, that means somebody else is about to have a very, very bad day. It's been a few days since he sent that letter. The minister should have everything sorted out for him. Who the enemy is, where is his location and things like that. It's nice to abuse my power so I don't have to waste time looking for them myself. Harry was walking around and testing a modification to Glamour Charm. His face was hidden and he was just observing things around him. From the corner of his eye he could see Aurors disguised as Nomage running around in a hurry. Going everywhere they could to gather intelligence. They got an anonymous tip, Harry cough. That the zealots were hiding as Nomage, so the Aurors and the agents of the Bureau de Mystères were running around in shady places subtly using spells to check if there is a wizard in disguise. But so far not a single one has been found. Wonder why? Harry just smirked as he watched the chaos he had caused. And he didn't stop there. Once in a while he would snap his fingers and a blast of harmless magic would appear in a dark ally. causing the Aurors to rush there and find nothing. This continued on for an hour. Harry even stopped to have a croissant in cafe as he relaxed to the silent screams of the Aurors and agents who were stressed out. After that, Harry finally had enough and reached his destination in 5 minutes. Ministère de la Magie. He arrived at the visitor's entrance. Which was the Wallace Fountain served as the visitor's entrance. It was located in the grounds of Place de Furstenberg, in Furstenberg Square, found in the 6th district of Paris. If a person stood in the middle and coughed, the roots of surrounding trees rose up into a birdcage elevator and descended into the ground. Now Harry could have coughed and gotten it over with. But where would be the fun in that? He decided to mess with the entrance. Even by some minuscule chance that he broke it, they owe him a lot. And the matter would easily be covered up. Harry placed his palm on the edge of the fountain and started to seep his magic into the stone. And there he found the runes. PFFF. They actually added French words to the ward's scheme. My God, this is ridiculous. I know it's just the visitor's entrance, and not that important overall. This entrance can only lead to one opening where guards are set up. But still there is being lazy and being stupid. And this is just stupid. I have a sudden urge to blow up this disgrace of a ward scheme. But he didn't. Harry just tweaked it a little to open up, without notifying the guards at the other side. He silently walks in the hallway and sees the guards standing there chatting. Perfect. He slowly positions himself behind them. Bonjour. Harry happily calls out. Wah. Murd, the 2 guards jumped away, quickly taking out their wands at the intruder, only to find a child cheerfully waving at them. They both turned to each other and judging by the surprise on the other's face. This wasn't a hallucination. A young blonde boy with blue eyes was smiling at them. Their talk is all done in French. I will spare you the French accent words. Child, what are you doing here? How did you get here? Both men said at the same time. I'm here to meet someone called Jean. Oh, and I just walked in through the hallway. An old man with crooked teeth said it was okay. Crooked teeth? What is that old bastard Pierre doing? They yelled out in their heads. Harry, on the other hand, had to hide the shock. Holy shit. There is actually somebody like that. Wow, as expected of wizarding magic, I'm manifesting bullshit situations now. Let's just take him to the minister. The other guard just shrugged, not like we have any other choice. Normally they would take him to the department head in charge of Aurors. But he was also out on the field coordinating the forces. The other department heads were busy, so they figured they would let the minister punish this delinquent. He was wearing nice expensive clothes. On the off chance that he was a noble, they didn't want that kind of heat on them. So they are just going to dump it on their boss. After a few minutes of walking they reached the minister's office. Knock knock. Enter, a tired soulless voice came out of the room. The guards opened the door and... Right after they entered the office, Harry removes his glamour. Minister, we found this delinquent sneaking into he ministry. Since the other department heads are busy, we brought him here. The boy said he was here to meet you. A boy sneaked in. The minister looked up from the pile of paperwork that was on his desk and looked at the people who entered. Jean-Luc Delacour nearly has a heart attack at the ripe old age of 40 when he saw who it was. Harry Potter, he started to stutter on reflex. One of the most powerful and influential wizards on the planet, was called a delinquent and manhandled into his office. A boy who was known to be extremely petty and vengeful for the smallest things. You could almost see his soul leaving his body. It's over. We have to deal with 2 dark lords and now a third one will join in the fray. The 2 guards jumped away from Harry, both of their faces turning white. It was actually impressive how fast the blood drained from their faces. They just stood there for a solid 3 seconds before one of the guards straightened his spine and saluted, Mr. Potter. The other one also followed and saluted as well. He turned to the first guard and mouthed silently, why are we saluting? The first guard wanted to cry, I don't know, it was a reflex. Jean just sighed and waved his hand, dismissing the guards who were quick to leave, making Harry chuckle, interesting people. Well then, Minister, I won't take up much of your time, let's do business. I'm sure you know why I'm already here. Jean stopped himself from letting out a sigh of relief, good he is not going Dark Lord on us. We really need his pots. The war isn't starting up that soon, so we can use this time to grow more plants for potions. Yes, he just nods seriously at the boy. Jean has done some investigation, and found out who leaked the location of the conference. It was Daniel Morales and his allies. Harry frowned, that sounds familiar. Jean had to stop himself from deadpanning, you threatened him just a few weeks ago. He is the leader of the traditional faction in France. Ah. Him, Harry recalled the man. He doesn't focus on useless information. If he forgets about it, it's fine. He has people to remember stupid things like that. His brain is practically built and upgraded for magic and research. Anything else is left to the others. Of course. Why am I not surprised? He is the Lucius of this country. Welp, he is dead. Do you have a location on his whereabouts? It should be arriving in a few minutes, and just as the minister said that, there was a knock on the door and it was immediately opened without him allowing them in. Harry turned to see who it was, and as soon as he saw them he realized why they had entered so disrespectfully. It was Apolline and Fleur. Of course he left this to his wife. He is busy handling the imaginary Grindelwald problem. Monsieur Potter, Apolline curtsied and Fleur followed. It's good to see you again, Harry. Harry nodded at the two Vela ladies. Pleasure seeing you again. Might I assume you have the location of the soon-to-be-dead wizards? Apolline looked at her husband, who helplessly shook his head. What was he supposed to do? The boy has no tact whatsoever. Who casually admits that they are about to slaughter a group of people. Fleur, on the other hand, had a completely different reaction. Her eyes were practically sparkling as she looked at Harry with awe. Wow, so bold, so dominant. The boys at school are nothing like this. Apolline gave Harry a list which he thanked her for. More than I expected. Well, more souls to experiment with. I have really been making progress with Peveril family magic because of all the idiots who keep messing with me. After that, Harry spent a few minutes doing polite conversation with the Delacours. Jean was also fishing for some support until Harry got a distress signal from one of his stores in France. He quickly stands up. Apologies, it looks like I'm going to have to cut this conversation short. There is a problem that just appeared and it demands my immediate attention. Jean, realizing that something must have happened, just smiled at the boy. Of course, it was good seeing you again. Might we reschedule this meeting for another time? He was not about to let this gold mine go without strengthening his ties with him. It was just common sense that you'd want to keep in touch with powerful figures. Ironic, since he was one of the most important people in France. Harry just smiled. Sure, I'll send you a message when I'm available. With that, he left the room and quickly went to the nearest flue fireplace. In the outskirts of Marseille, right in between the city and the magical village of Colmar, was located the main store for Potter's pots in France. Harry specifically chose this location. It was near enough for both magicians and wizards to come and buy them. If he had put it in the city or in the village, he would be losing out on customers. And his pots were in high demand, so people were more than willing to make the short trip there. But today things were different. The store was under siege. They were surrounded by about 30 magicians. Most of them were low class, but the problem was 5 of them were mid-class. And only Marcus and Michael were mid-class among the defense. The rest of the Fenrir pack were peak low class, on the verge of breaking though, but not quite there yet. So naturally, when they saw how many enemies arrived and how strong they were, they sent out a distress signal to Harry. Damn it, who are these maniacs? Marcus curses as he was firing spells from the roof of the store. It was 3 floors tall and had plenty of defenses. Normally the Fenrir pack would dash out and start ripping them apart. But with 5 mid-class opponents it was suicide. So they stayed inside and used their mana to continue to power the wards. I don't know, but they are serious about this. Aren't they worried about the backlash? Harry's pots are world famous and now they are attacking his store. If it wasn't for the barrier they set up, we could just leave and let other factions take care of these clowns. Michael the Fenrir wolf growled as he opened his mouth and launched a torrent of fire. Doesn't matter, we just have to hold on. And if they break through these ridiculous defenses, we go all out and try to take down as many as we can before we fall. Marcus shot a wide-range attack that got 2 low-class magicians. Understood, Michael just nodded. There was no need to say anything else. They would have their answer in a few minutes. Either the defense would wall and they would die, or Harry would come and save them. All that was left to do was leave it to fate. A/N. Harry, fate is a bitch. Chapter 120, Unseen Enemy. Vacatin. Do you guys smell that? It smells like freedom. Those bastards at work knew I was going on vacation and gave me the toughest work. Now 2 of us are on vacation and 1 is sick. I hope they have overtime for the bullshit they did. Insert Ikaku, Bleach, Happy Dance. Marcus and Fenrir pack are in a pinch. They call Harry, but it would take time for him to arrive. Naturally, it would be idiotic for Harry to just rush in. The element of surprise is important in situations like these. You have one chance to deal as much damage as possible, because once you do, your position is revealed and you are a target. So their job was to stay strong and take out as many of them to weaken their formation, making it easier for Harry. But it's not like he didn't leave them without any defenses. They were defending a potion store and it's time to show them what that means. The wolves stood in front of several cannons that were hidden and aimed at their enemies. Fire! Marcus yelled out, but was only heard by his people inside the barrier. The wolves channeled their magic and the cannons silently fired, since they were shot with air. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The magicians raised their heads and saw projectiles incoming. But they didn't panic. The front row raised their staffs and created magical barriers, while the back row shot out spells to meet the projectiles. Boom. 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 Those projectiles were potions, various types of potions. The first were the unstable explosive potions Harry developed. If they just defended against them, they were in for a nasty surprise. But their real goal was to set out a chain of detonations, breaking the other potions as well, unleashing multicolored clouds across the battlefield. Only 30% of the potions exploded while the rest were filled with these strange clouds. What the hell? A smoke screen. So stupid, a low-class newbie just rushed through the smoke screen to go pummel the barrier some more. He needed to show some incentive to rise through the ranks. And if he managed to be the one to break the barrier even by luck, that would be a big thing for him. He took out a big hammer and mana coursed through his limbs and onto the hammer. Thumb. He slammed the big hammer onto the barrier, causing that part to pulse with energy as it absorbed the impact. He smirked when he saw the barrier shake. But then he felt something wet around his eyes and cheeks. Huh, he touched his cheek and looked at his hand. It was covered in blood. Same thing was happening to the grunts who passed through the cloud. They looked at each other and saw blood coming from all the orifices. Poison. Thud. 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 Legendary Viper's poison. Silent, deadly, and extremely efficient. No pain, no signs, the most demanded poison on the black market. The poison they threw at the magicians was a prototype before the perfected version. Harry never throws anything away. He either sells an incomplete product for some cash or keeps it just in case. And in this case he turned it into a wide-range smoke cloud. Because why not? Michael grinned once he saw them die. Say what you want, the kid is a genius and brutal. I was confused at first when he just said throw potions in case of emergency. But to think he did this. Marcus grabbed a few more potions. You haven't seen nothing yet. He threw a few more bottles specifically aimed at the long-range fighters. Fall back. It's poison. The 5 mid-class magicians had grim looks on their faces. They didn't expect this much resistance, let alone the losses they are taking. But one thing confused them. Their family has obvious connections to the black market, yet this is the first time they have seen. The grunts noticed ones looked different. So they didn't let their guard down. They used their strongest barriers to block a wide range of spells that have negative intentions towards the user. The closest thing low-level magicians have to a protego, which is an universal shield for wizards against many kinds of curses and spells. One of the mid-class magicians also stepped up and set up the same barrier, only bigger, and shield the ones who focus on enchantment magic. Only for the bottles to slip right through the barrier. What? The bottles broke on impact and splashed them. Many of them started to panic, but then they noticed nothing bad was happening. Wait, I feel stronger. Now that you mention it, me too. Did they throw the wrong potions? But why make us physically stronger? Marcus grinned once he saw their confusion. Those weren't ordinary strengthening potions. They were deliberately tampered by Harry. It does give an overall physical strength boost, but after a few minutes the drawback starts. Extreme stamina exhaustion. So much so that you can't even stand on your feet. A failed and flawed potion, something you would receive the worst grade in school, is now used as a weapon. Not all magicians here were long-range specialists. Some used swords and spears, strengthening their bodies with mana. On them the effects were worse, a little power boost and you are then down for the rest of the fight. Since they were using magic on their bodies, their mana would also suffer exhaustion. They waited a few more minutes until the magicians started to move slower and became more lethargic. Second wave. Marcus yelled out. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Potions were in the air once again. Marcus used a large wide-range wind spell to break the bottles. Then all of a sudden a raging wave of fire started to spread, further being blown forward by the wind. Wyvern fire in a bottle. Interesting, a man in the shadows watched as the siege was underway. He was the real leader of this mission. An elder of Gatos *** Oliver Russell's family. He was Reginald Rigth. He was a high-class magician. Admittedly the weakest one in the family, he broke through a few of years ago and still wasn't even a proper low-high class. He was just enjoying the benefits that came along with the position. Unlike the other magicians, he was still young and was enjoying the benefits of the position. Being an elder of the family means you can sit back and relax. You enjoy all the benefits and the money and only need to show up when there is a threat or an important target to acquire. But since he was still new and younger than the others, his position wasn't as solid, not that he cared. If he worried about inter-family politics, he would never get some rest. Better to spend his time enjoying good food and women. The magical families in Britain follow a simple hierarchy. Actually, it was very similar to the way the mafia operated. The leader and his family at the top. Then come the boss's right hand who handles day-to-day affairs. After that were the officers. The high-class magicians. Each of them had their own mid-class subordinates who in turn lead their own teams of low-class magicians or fighters. Now, contrary to popular belief, being a magician doesn't always mean sitting in the back and throwing spells. There are many types of magic, the simplest one is mana enchantment along with a few attack spells. Many of the low class follow this route. As you climb the ranks the magic gets more and more complex. Take him for example. He focuses on attack magic fire and lightning like most magicians above low class do. As force is most useful. The experts are almost always attack oriented. They do have a few mages in the family which focus on water and earth magic in case they were attacked and needed extra defense that barriers and magic circle shields could provide. And since they didn't expect such a strong resistance they brought none of the defensive mages with them. They usually are stationed in their base or important logistical locations. But aside the point. Unleashing a powerful attack and wiping out a few city blocks makes you a high class. But to be a good high class magician you need more than raw power. A proper magic circle to start, the better the magic circle the more efficient you can fight. A good staff as an extra foci is also good. Especially in a situation where you can't keep up with the calculations. Taking out a staff and just blasting magic through it works quite well. Defensive artifacts are also crucial. Magicians are quite weak physically making them the go-to target to eliminate first. And the most important one, knowledge on how to modify spells. Now anybody can make a spell even on their own. Using magecraft requires lots of calculation and knowledge about science. But there is also a part that is similar to programming. You make a spell and by some miracle it works. But you try to tinker with it and all you get are bugs and errors and you have no idea what's wrong with the code. So let's say you need the fireball to turn right. You need to do precise calculations about the distance, the force, the intensity of the flame and etc. But you also need to put these calculations in the right place in the code. And since pre-existing spells have a lot of errors in them, the spell just fails. That's why most stick to tried and tested family spells. These families have spent a lot of time and effort into making the spells work properly and that can be modified correctly. And have permanent members who focus on developing spells. The higher you go up the power ladder the stronger spells you need. You can't just keep overpowering weaker spells that you have a grasp on and hope for a miracle. Better use spells that suit the level of mana that you have. Humans don't have the innate power that devils have, they just have to imagine the fireball changing direction. While magicians have to go over these complicated processes. Reginald watched as some of his men died. Poison, well not surprising. But the fact that they died so fast means it's a very strong poison. After I beat the brat and capture him we will have it all. The pots, the potions and everything else he knows. What the bloody hell is that? He watched speechlessly as his men started to get stronger. Did they throw the wrong potions? Do you have so many that you can mistake them or are you just randomly throwing them now? Damn it. Look how much their strength increased. What a fucking waste, these would be very useful for the family. Reginald silently cried in his mind of the waste of money. He had come from humble beginnings, even though he is an elder now and has an absurd amount of money, he is always known as a cheapskate and saves money when he can. Treating himself to good food or women doesn't count. That is relaxation. But anything else, hell no. He secretly counts the money he has on him and constantly checks his ever-growing bank account. He was broken from his thoughts as the next wave of potions arrived, only for them to be turbined into a wild wave of extremely hot flames. Shit, even he couldn't sit still with that, he had to block it lest he loses his officers. Low-class scrub can be found everywhere. But every faction in Britain is on the lookout for free mid-class fighters or magicians to join their family. Harry watched as the leader went to the front and made a big-ass barrier. He was under the death cloak and layered more spells on himself. High class, huh? Well, this is definitely a trap for me. But who is desperate enough to send one after me? Welp, doesn't matter. Now let's get this show started. As Harry walked from the woods and towards his enemies, his magic subtly spread out in the air. He was gathering all the oxygen and hydrogen he can get without alerting anyone. And seeing as how they were focused on dealing the wyvern fire at the front, he unleashed his attack. Take this, you pests. Let's see you block this. Explosion magic mini nuke, fiend fire, Genfire Diabolica, Protego Diabolica, but without any defensive qualities. He unleashed it all on the unsuspecting group in front of him. They set a trap for him, yet now they were the ones boxed in. Reginald was the first to notice the strong magical fluctuation behind him. He didn't even have to think, he immediately created a barrier behind him. His second in command did the same. Unfortunately, the others were a bit too late. They were either distracted or weakened by the potions. The fires on both sides eliminated all the remaining low-class enemies. Along with the mid-class. Leaving only the leader and one mid-class officer. The weakened officer, who was doused with strengthening potion, and another mid-class, died instantly. The third one actually survived, but he was out of the fight. Harry could have gone for the high class, but that was risky and there was a high chance that he would block it. So Harry went for the safe route, take out his backup, injure and kill as many as he could. Then turtle up behind the barrier and annoy the living shit out of them. Who knows, maybe I'll be so annoying that they will leave on their own. Just for shits and giggles. For shiggles, as the legendary Jack Black said it. Only Harry was actually insane enough to try this. He wasn't even peak mid-class. His opponent was in the beginning of high class. Just one of him can wipe out dozens and dozens of mid-class. Harry looked at the grim faces of the two magicians in front of him. He summoned a little flame on his palm and made it flicker a little. Now then, gentlemen. What kind of business do you have with me? Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Chapter 121, True Might of a High Class, done. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Now then, gentlemen. What kind of business do you have with me? Harry's words seemed like he was mocking them. Reginald was not amused. He had lost 4 officers and 30 grunts. All because of a little boy. He planned to use the siege as a baptism for the grunts. If some die then fine, but at least the newer ones will be tougher. They can always get more low-class magicians and warriors. But this was a bloody disaster. You must be Harry Potter. He wasn't asking a question, it was a fact. The boy, their target, is the reason for this fuck-up. Harry smirked and spread his arms. In the flesh, you still haven't told me why you are looking for me. Harry wasn't just sitting around trash-talking with his opponents. He was already preparing his next move. Apparition within the barrier was ready for a quick escape. Spells ready to be unleashed as he was running the calculations for them. Marcus has the next wave of potions ready, but now that there are only 2 people left, it's inefficient to just shoot them, since there is a high probability of missing. So instead of cannons, he will be throwing them himself. He already took off for the sky, and the Fenrir pack was on the ground to back up Harry. They might be useless against the leader, but they can still distract the officer while Marcus fights him. Our boss would like to meet you, and I suggest you surrender before things get messy, Reginald answered calmly. It was absolute confidence that he had in his abilities. Really? He should have sent a message, Harry said in a surprised tone. He did, the leader answered in a cold tone. Oh, then I must have mistaken it for fan letter and burned it. Harry laughed a bit. Maybe he should have sent a gift as a normal person instead of tracking devices and spells. Well, it's not too late to meet him. Reginald said nothing else. He waved his hand. Midwave a big magic circle appeared, and the next instant a tsunami of fire erupted. This was even bigger than the flames Harry created, by quite a lot. Harry didn't even think about it. One moment he was there, and the next he operated inside the store's barrier. He saw with his own eyes what a casual attack from a high class could do. Even if he tried, he couldn't make an attack like this, unless he pushed himself and was left with no mana. How do you fight something that is literally on a whole other level than you? The answer is you don't. Once the attack was over, Harry popped away to keep the leader's focus on him. He instantly unleashed the spells he had been calculating. First things first, behind him were 2 spell circles that had little flames, about a dozen of them spinning around in a circle. Then they started firing like a machine gun. So aptly named, Brid Machine Gun. Then he used the human transmutation spell to give himself mouths on the back of his palms. Next step was more spells. On right hand he started mixing hydrogen and oxygen, on his left the raisin shuriken. Then he compressed the bomb mixture as much as he could and covered it in a thick mana layer, and smacked it inside the core of the raisin shuriken to make a Rasen nuke. He threw it straight at Reginald, and didn't stop for a second. The moment it left his hand he started spamming Heido and Bakudo spells. Reginald blocks it all with a barrier. His barriers were durable as hell, even more crazy than Harry's ridiculous hex barriers. It even rivaled the Escudo barriers Harry has been making for years. Years of hard work and carefully creating a single Escudo barrier, then stacking it, all outdone by sheer power. Then again, it's already impressive enough. His barriers can match those of people an entire tier higher than him on the world power scale. TSK, not strong enough. Harry clicked his tongue inwardly, unaware if any high class heard him they would curse him till he died. Bitch, we wasted years, even decades, to get to this level. You are 11 and you want more. Reginald POV. He watched as spells kept bombarding his barrier and couldn't help feel admiration for the child in front of him. Impressive, very impressive. A wide variety of spells, perfect efficiency on each spell. Some of the stronger ones are just brute force slamming into the barrier, but a few of the water and wind spells were precise, focusing on penetration and attacking the same spot over and over again. The boy is around the middle of mid-class. Had I been the same when I was peak mid-class, I wouldn't have been able to withstand this bombardment. The efficiency is on another level, a 2-front attack. 3 actually. First, the absurd power and complexity of his spells for his level, forcing anybody on the same level to focus on maintain the barrier, then the attacks aimed at piercing, making the defender split his focus on strengthening those areas of the barrier. Then the way the brat tore chunks of earth from the ground and flung it at him. No magic in the earth, a physical blow, meaning the barrier would also need to be altered to defend against purely physical attacks. There are universal barriers that protect against both physical and magical attacks. But they are weaker compared to specialized barriers. The boy is forcing anybody who fights him to overthink and make mistakes. Reginald then notices a change in Harry aura. What the hell is that? Harry pulled out a giant warhammer from his inventory, experimental weapon number 47. Spells were still being spammed by the magic circle behind him, and his mouth, well, mouths never stopped chanting spells. He then popped open a few potions, then drank them. Strength potion, strengthening solution, Re-em blood, speed potion, fire protection potion, Idurus potion. He then used buff spells on himself and pulled out a ring. This was not like the ring he gave Kaiser, which only boosted speed. This little beauty was the culmination of his research on the twice critical. He still couldn't figure out how to boost his mana reserves or spells, but he cracked the code for boosting physical traits. His ring doubles every physical trait on the body for a few minutes. Harry grinned at the men in front of him. You think I will just sit around and be easy prey like every wizard? Or that I will allow you to sit behind your barrier? Harry appeared a few meters away from Reginald. $Accelero momentum dollar, he hissed out, his momentum tripled and waved the giant hammer at barrier. Have a taste of this. Big bang impact. Bang. Harry's hammer hit the barrier, causing it shake and wobble, but it didn't break it. However, that was not his goal. The moment the hammer hit the barrier, its hidden mechanism activated. The liquid glass containers inside it broke and a chain reaction started, one far more dangerous than Harry's potions. This one had uranium-235 dust in it. Boom. Marcus POV. Now this I can work with, Marcus grinned as he flew down. His opponent, the officer, was having a really tough time. The Fenrir pack were dashing around, each looking to tear him limb from limb. As a high mid-class magician, just one spell should wipe out a peak low-class beast like them, but they just kept standing up. What he didn't know that they weren't ordinary wolves. They had the blood of the divine beast Fenrir, the god-slaying wolf. Because of their low power base, the leader could pierce through their defense, but this mid-class scrub. Harry's spells during spars deal more damage than that. The officer couldn't last long, he was surrounded and a devil kept bombarding him from above. However, the moment he lost was when he heard a large explosion. He quickly turned around and saw Reginald get engulfed. Leader. Marcus wasn't nice enough to miss this opportunity. He quickly dived down and used most of his demonic energy on a spell Harry had taught him. Heido number 63. Raikoho. A large beam of lightning engulfed the officer, breaking through the barrier and temporarily paralyzing him. The wolves jumped at him at the same time, each taking a limb or a part of his body. The next second they pulled and he was literally torn apart. All that was left from the siege was the leader, and that was not a battle they could get involved with. Reginald's barrier was shattered and an enormous explosion engulfed him. The shockwave sent Harry flying, but he was already prepared and created a full sphere hex barrier. The madman was grinning as he was spinning in the air. Well, that worked out well. He glanced at the now broken hammer in his hand before he threw it away. A hammer nuke, or a nuke hammer. Reginald burst out from the rubble. His clothes are ruined and he has some light injuries. The necklace around his neck shattered. And he has a visibly pained expression once he noticed that. Interesting. An artifact, probably an expensive one considering he just survived a mini nuke to the face. Gonna make one later. Reginald was furious. What kind of insane madman would even make something like this? A nuke is just a big missile. What kind of moron puts it on a close-range weapon and detonates it with him still in the damage zone? But that would end soon. He saw that the boy is physically stronger now due to spells and doping. Now that he was still under the effects of the potion, Harry chases him around while Reginald was waiting for the effects to pass. They had a cat and mouse game where they dashed and threw spells at each other, second after painful second. The entire area around them was reduced to rubble. Harry tested an entire arsenal of close-ranged weapons against Reginald. The leader put up a barrier. Harry pulls up a sword twice his height and slams it down at the barrier, breaking it, and getting hit by a spell to the face in return. How is he even able to break my barriers? Runes, bitch. Harry mentally screamed as he followed his enemy. During this chase, Reginald waited patiently, even with the little injuries that were piling up on his body. Then his chance to strike had arrived. Harry stumbled as he felt the potion effects leave his body. The next moment Reginald used spells to increase his speed, arriving right next to Harry, intending to knock him out as he was still needed alive. Harry breathes out a cloud of poison. He is a poison expert who naturally makes himself immune to the poison he creates. It was his big plan to do the ritual with the basilisk. The more poisons and venoms he is immune, the stronger the ritual will be for perfect immunity. He also uses this opportunity to give out a punch. But when his wrist by Reginald before hitting. A little green scorpion jumped from his finger and stung Reginald on the back of his palm. Reginald flinched back as he felt extreme pain in his hand. He sent out a wide blast, sending Harry flying back, and immediately pulled out a syringe and inserted it into the back of his palm. Well, damn, they are well prepared, I'll give them that. Harry watched as Reginald's expression grew more relaxed, as if the pain he was feeling was going away. That antidote he used won't completely clear the poison, but it will buy him time and lessen the pain. And as a magician, the neurotoxin won't really do much. He doesn't rely that much on his hand that was probably numb and useless for the rest of this fight. Reginald glared at Harry. That's it. I have to bring him back alive, but half dead still counts. And this brat has enough skill to survive this. High-class spell, explosive javelin. He used a lot of mana to form a big fire javelin and launched it at Harry. This spell could massacre a group of mid-class opponents. He only hoped the boy would still be alive in the end. Harry grinned when he saw the spell. Got ya. Mirror Alice. A mirror appeared in front of Harry, absorbed the spell and shot it back at double the power. What? Reginald yelled out as he saw his own spell shot back at him with double the power. He threw himself to the ground on the side, the attack passing through the spot where he was exploding a few dozen meters behind him. That's more damage than I have ever accomplished. No, forget that. The brat has a sacred gear. The shockwave from the attack sent him flying forward just in time for Harry to blast him away with a fire spell. That did nothing due to Reginald's barrier. Reginald raised his hand to fire a spell but then saw the mirror floating behind Harry and stopped himself. Harry is kind of stuck fighting Reginald. No matter what he throws at him, his barrier won't move. Unless he pulls out more of his risky untested weapons. That barrier was a pain in the ass. Reginald was feeling strangely the same way. Frustrated with this fight, the boy was much weaker than him. Yet for some reason was keeping up with him somewhat. He had never felt this uncomfortable and restrained. Poison, artifacts, potions, strange spells and now a sacred gear. He was already limited from the start. The boss wanted this kid alive. That means none of his sure kill spells that almost always guarantee a kill. Now his targeted spells were also unusable since the mirror would just shoot them back. All he was left with were the wide-range destruction spells which are useless since the brat would just pop back into his store to hide from them. Meaning he would have to fight close range and he was not looking forward to facing those strange weapons again. But he did have one thing going for him. His mana capacity was much bigger than his target. He had roughly spent about 60% of his mana capacity. While the brat was running on empty, he most likely had only about 20% left. Victory is almost at hand. I need to finish this quickly. Harry steadied himself. All that running around, spamming spells and the boosts that he used had left him exhausted. Looks like I'm going to have to go for the risky play. But all in all I have been doing a pretty good job of fighting against a high-class magician. Harry sends out a message to Marcus and the pack. Don't interfere no matter what. Reginald watched as the Harry started to mobilize a large amount of mana. This will probably be his final attack. I'm fine. I got more than enough mana left to defend. After this, the brat won't be able to defend himself. Harry pointed his hands forward. Heido number 90 Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin. Black lines appeared around Reginald in a shape of a cube with him as the center. The lines were quickly filling up with black panels. Now the man wasn't going to just stand there and let Harry do what he wants. But when he tried to move he realized he couldn't. His body was so heavy he could barely move at all. Gravity. Where did this kid find a gravity spell? These things are insanely rare and expensive. He pumped in more mana, letting it flow out like a torrent from his body to fight against the pressure. But the black box was finished. Sword-like protrusions started to appear on the surface. Harry lowered his arm and the blades pierced the black box. But just as the swords were halfway in, the front side of the box exploded. Reginald breaks out of it through sheer force, magic rolling off his body in waves. But he didn't have a fun time inside. He was bloodied up with stab wounds throughout his body. The man didn't waste a single second. In a blur he arrives in front of the exhausted Harry and grabs him by the neck, slowly lifting him up while slowly chalking the young boy. I finally got you, you little bastard. Reginald laughed like a maniac. He lost his men, lost his pride and almost lost his life against an 11-year-old child. But he finally did it. He won. And he was going to demand a fucking raise and a vacation. And after they extracted all the information out of this kid he was going to slowly torture this brat until he goes insane. He. Harry lets out a creepy laugh, breaking the man out of his thoughts. No, I got you. He grabbed Reginald's arm from his wrist. The bracelet started to quickly shift. Click. Click. Titanium handcuffs locked into place, digging into the skin, making it impossible to remove. What is this? He tugged on the handcuffs and tried to use his other hand to break them, but they didn't budge. There were small runes on the chains. Harry casually used his other hand to cuff his wrist to Reginald's bicep on the other arm. After all that running around, I finally have you immobilized. Release me. I will kill you. You stupid dash. Reginald's words died in his throat. Something strange started to happen to the boy. His remaining magic vanished, his face went pale and his hair started to fall off. At this point Reginald started to freak out. He watched as the boy in front of him was rapidly losing vitality. His cheeks sunk in further and further. The boy was turning into a fucking mummy in front of his eyes. Whoosh. Harry's clothes, his accessories, everything he had on him disappeared. showing only his skinny body that looked like it was losing large amount of muscle and moisture every second. The only things that remained was his underwear and 2 belts crisscrossed on his chest. The belts contained potion bottles and specialized grenades that kept beeping. Go to hell. With those final words, the light inside Harry's eyes vanished. He slumped forward as the beeping on the grenades stopped. No. Boom. Chapter 122, Actions Have Consequences. Boom. A large explosion engulfed Reginald at point-blank range. He couldn't do a barrier due to how close it was. At most he used his remaining mana to form a layer on top of his skin. But that didn't last long. The shockwave broke through the mana layer, the heat burned the skin. Harry's body was incinerated, there was nothing left but ash, and Reginald was screaming his lungs out for a full minute before the fire ended. Inside the shot barrier, Marcus and the pack were watching with shocked expressions. My God, holy shit, the boss died, he blew up, he is with Jesus, or in hell. Marcus flinched and gabbed his head. Would you stop that, you fuckers? The wolves snickered. Everybody was shocked at first, but then they remembered who they are working for. Their boss probably has a spare body lying around somewhere, or he would just come back as a ghost. But still, that maniac really blew himself up. Michael withheld a shiver. Fighting an insane magician like Harry gives him the shivers. He would rather die fighting a high class than fight Harry. Regulus regained consciousness, and the only thing he felt was pain. But the strange part was his torso and face didn't hurt as much as he threw, only some parts of it were excruciatingly painful. Fuck, 3rd-degree burns. Reginald realized it right away. Then the fire burns the skin so much that the nerves end up being destroyed. A 3rd-degree burn doesn't hurt, but the area around the burn hurts like hell. This is going to take a while to heal, and it's going to cost a lot. Man, the boss is going to kill me. But this way the brat is dead. Maybe we can take over the factories now that his magical signature is gone. Tap. 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 Reginald heard footsteps and immediately assumed that the devil from the store had come to finish him off. He raised his body to get in a defensive position to protect himself. But when he saw who it was, he froze in place. Impossible, Reginald whispered in horror. A few dozen meters away from him, Harry was casually walking towards him. There was not a single injury on his body. He was even wearing the same cloths that were torn and burned earlier. You aren't looking so good, Harry said in a cold voice. He was completely and utterly pissed. Your death will not be quick or painless. I admit, while I was serious, I played around testing different things, but that little stunt I pulled earlier took a lot more than I expected. I didn't anticipate this. Was I not quick enough in the transfer of energies? Or is this the cost when a clone dies? 4% of my total mana, 7% of my physical ability, and 3% of my soul. Harry glared at the burnt and defeated man who was laying on the ground. I can regain all of that, but on the other hand that would have been a boost in the future. But I really don't have the right to complain. I can cheat death, and the cost is about 4% of my total strength. That isn't even permanent. Guess I was a bit arrogant thinking I could let the clones just die. If I haven't transferred all the energy from the clone, the loss would have been even bigger. They aren't shadow clones or a grown clone from DNA. Every Harry is real and is a part of the whole. Even though there was no mana inside that body and I pulled out the soul before the explosion, they were still damaged. Perhaps feedback through the link. The body was still there. In any case, this needs to be researched and possible countermeasures need to put in place. How are you still alive? Reginald roared out, fighting through the excruciating pain he was feeling. Harry said nothing and just shot out a low power binding spell. Reginald cursed he didn't have the energy to run away. Damn it all. Looks like I'm going to have to use it, and against a brat like this too. He quickly pulled something out of his pocket. It was a green orb just a bit bigger than a tennis ball. He uses his last treasure, a true life-saving method. A rare artifact he found in a tomb in some ruins in Wales. It creates a barrier that can tank a few hits from a peak high class. Ha 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 ha. It's over now, brat. A few more minutes and the whole family will be here to hunt you down. Reginald called for reinforcement as soon as the barrier was up. He could no longer move, his pride can go screw itself. You need to be alive to be prideful in the first place. Harry let out a cold chuckle. Reinforcements. Sorry pal, nobody is coming to save you. I warded this entire area while we were fighting, but still you were hiding such a big trump card. You must think you have one since I don't have much mana left. But lucky for me, I was also hiding a few aces in my sleeve. Mirror Alice, subspecies. The big mirror split into 3 smaller ones. And they each positioned themselves in a triangle formation with the mirror pointing inwards towards the center. This technique is quite risky to use in battle. Lucky for me you are a sitting duck. Harry points his hands to one of the mirrors. He summons a small wind on one hand and lightning on the other. They each looked harmless. It was a spell that was taught to complete beginners just so they can actually create the element. Then a magic circle appeared on top of his hands, below the 2 elements. The wind and lightning started to twist, Harry was forcefully pushing them against each other and causing them to spin. After a while the two elements continued to twist and spin, creating a small drill that kept going faster and faster. Go! Harry flicked his hand, the wind lighting drill shot out into one of the mirrors, then it shot to the one on the left, then again on the left, then once again back at the first mirror. The first cycle was completed, the power of the drill increased by 30%. The second cycle was finished a bit faster, and the third faster than the second. In 3 cycles the power of the drill almost doubled in power. Harry just watched. If he had more mana left he could have used it to increase the speed of the cycle. But he was running on empty. The only thing that was getting used was his stamina each time a cycle was completed. And he had plenty of potions to help with that. After charging for 5 entire minutes and practically drowning in potions that increased stamina, boosted stamina, and even tapped into his training potion stock, nutrients, calories and protein all in one potion for maximum gains. All of that just to charge up this attack. It's done. Barely ultimate level wind lightning drill. Fuck, I feel like I'm about to pass out. Harry was pale and he could barely stand with how tired he was. Using this method was a serious drain on the stamina, but stamina was all that he had left at the moment. The main reason it took so long is because Harry was out of mana and he started with what was basically a fire ember. If he had started from a strong mid-class spell it would have taken a lot less time. Reginald watched the whole process and now prayed in his heart that his barrier would block the next attack. Even if his distress signal was blocked. If they didn't return in a few hours the family would notice something was wrong and would send someone to check out the situation. He could only hope he would hold out until then. WHOOOOSSSHHHH. The drill launched at the barrier. On the moment of impact there was a sharp metallic ring, as if a spear hit a shield. The noise came, sharp high-pitched lightning grinding away at the barrier that could withstand several hits from a peak high class, was pierced through in a matter of seconds. It continued on, going through Reginald's stomach and into the ground as it continued its course. The barrier shattered and disappeared. Release it. Harry called out. Marcus from above took a briefcase and flipped it over. 5 ginormous pillars came out of the briefcase and dropped on Reginald, instantly knocking him out and sealing his magic. Bakudo number 75, gotcha Tekken, Harry muttered as his enemy was immobilized. The pillars had runes inscribed on them. Harry recreated the spell in a way that the pillars are conjured with runes on them for the sealing effect. Of course he is going to give it to his people. Living enemies are so much more useful for research. Now let's see what secrets you are hiding. Harry let out an evil grin as he looked at the unconscious men on the ground. They cleaned up the battlefield, taking all the corpses and anything they could find. 2 hours later, scouts from Gatto's family arrived only to see an empty store and a destroyed wasteland around it. The earth was turned over with large craters scattered around. Fire was still burning in some places and in others just ash remained. Some strangely colored liquids were also scattered. But one thing was for sure, their team hasn't returned contact in hours, meaning the mission has failed, and judging by the terrain, it's possible that not a single person from their family had survived. Potter Manor. Inside the living room an exhausted Harry was laying on the bed while a clone set up potion 4 drips. Hope and Melinda were standing over him, each with a foot impatiently tapping at the ground. Hope, Melinda, even if you glare at me like that I won't burst into flames. I already tried and failed, so I'm researching that method. That pissed off the ladies even more. Hope wanted to smack Harry. What were you thinking going up against a high class? Sirius was on the side watching the show. After being forced to study by Harry he could finally see the kid lose. Otherwise he wouldn't even be here. Sirius used every free moment away from studying that he had to go and chase after women. Something along the lines of, die Madafaka. Die. Harry chuckled, but the ladies were not amused, so he stopped and sighed. Frankly, I didn't want to fight him. It was incredibly dangerous and a tough fight. But my men were out there and if I didn't put up a fight, they would just go to other stores and keep harassing me. That would lower my reputation. But you died, Melinda pointed out. That can't be without consequences. Hope got a bit teared up when Harry told them about the fight. It isn't, Harry answered Melinda. I do lose something permanently. But with a bit of effort I can get it back. Another way to put it is I'm cutting off a limb to save my life. I can regenerate that limb with time and effort. But it doesn't change the fact that it was cut off. Was it worth it? Helena looked up from her book. The books in this manor were fascinating. She has been reading books 24/7. And sometimes watching as Harry performs his experiments. Harry let out a grin. Oh yeah. A high-class test subject. There is a lot I can learn from his body. And after I have extracted all of his knowledge and finished testing, I'll rip out his soul to strengthen mine. Helena nodded. Good. So what now? Now. I rest and recover. After that, well, karma is a bitch and she is on my side this time. A/N. As always, please comment your thoughts and opinions. I'd like to hear what you guys think as the story continues. PatRayon.com/alcoholic_panda Word count. Chapter 123, Discovery requires experimentation. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Oliver Russells is the head of the Russell Magician family, of the 20 major families in Britain's magical association. Their base, like the other families, was massive. Naturally, Oliver has his own manor where his family lives along with servants. But his base was an entire neighborhood on the outskirts of LYDD. LYDD was on the southeast of London on the sea, making it a perfect hideout for people like him. His trade business was not as strong as other members in the great families, but it still brought some income. Right now they were in the meeting room where the high class, the captains, were gathered. And Gatto was not happy. You mean to tell me that Reginald along with 5 officers and their teams were completely wiped out? Oliver roared out as he slammed his fist on the table. Yes sir, Tommy Blake answered. One of my officers and his team went to check out the situation. All they found was a destroyed battlefield and an abandoned shop which was in pristine condition. We can only assume that Reginald lost and the enemy retreated. Damn it all, Oliver grit his teeth as his hand crushed the arm on the chair. This is going to make me a laughingstock. Boss, we need to do damage control. John McQueen said in a serious tone. Losing a high class was a big thing. They are called major families for a reason. Each only has 4 or 5 high-class fighters or magicians, including the boss of the family. Oliver sat down and started to calm himself. Even though we are allies, those 4 bastards won't hesitate to double-cross me. Our alliance only works because together we have a monopoly on the magical plants and agriculture industry in Britain. Any family that wants to buy magical plants has to buy it from us or look for the expensive import from Germany or France. And since we have a monopoly, we can manipulate the prices to our advantage. One day one of us will raise our prices by a lot, saying there is a short supply, and the people will go to buy from one of the other 4 who also raised their prices slightly. We just continue to rotate and everybody profits. Naturally, most don't know we own all of the industry, just under different names. There is also logistic, growing, production. Each family has their own advantage, so they don't lose money even if only 1 or 2 are mainly focused on selling. But if I show a big weakness, the other 4 will come in like vultures, ripping apart my business and splitting it amongst themselves. I need to move fast. They will get the news soon that I failed. Why did I have to brag that things were going to be finished today? He rubbed the bridge of his nose, still feeling frustrated, unable to keep himself calm. That's just the way things were in the Magician Association. Not just here but through the whole world. Most beginners believe only devils and demons are cutthroat, and they are, but so are humans. Demons and devils do more evil things to satisfy their urges and sins, but when it comes to business, it's always the same no matter where you go. And this was just Oliver's allies, let alone the other competitors among the 20 major families. Putting more effort on Potter seems to be the way to go. I don't know how he killed Reginald, and normally I would just cut my losses and move on. But those damn pots are too valuable. If I can get them, not only will I recuperate my losses, but I will go beyond my current level and be able to contend globally. Potter is just one boy, a wizard, who refuses to do politics. With my resources and connections, I can rapidly create factories and increase production at least by 3 folds. Do the other families show any activity to look into the battle? He turned to Roman Hamilton, the last high class in his family. Roman was in charge of intelligence and counterintelligence. Not yet, it's still too early to say, but everybody has their own things going on in the background. I suggest we move fast and say that the boy retreated as soon as he sensed danger and let the shop be destroyed, that he slipped through our fingers, and that Regulus is out on missions. That way we can hide his death for at least a month, maybe 2 if we are lucky. Ever since Reginald became a high class, he has been going to parties and meetings. Due to his younger age and lack of accomplishments, it's easier for up-and-coming magicians or families to approach him. Whether to directly join their ranks, or to become a subordinate family. The middle-ranked families talk alliances with the more experienced high class. Now that he has disappeared, it won't take long for people to put 2 and 2 together. Roman will have to spread some fake news and most likely disguise someone to make an appearance or 2 as Reginald. But that would still only buy them the time he suggested. He had already taken this into account. Maybe he can spread some rumors and make the other families more distracted for a few extra days. Oliver nodded and closed his eyes. He thought carefully about the options he had. If he doesn't make any moves, he will continue to lose influence and territory. Racketeering territory, to me more accurate, and clients. Magicians are useful because they are hired to protect companies from other magicians and devils, demons, and etc. Not literally protect them, but from mind manipulation spells. Actual protection costed a lot more. And the only way to keep these is to get a huge advantage that will even cover up the loss of Reginald and the 5 officers. Focus on Harry Potter. Give me any information you can find. Maybe there will be a weak spot, a family member, a girlfriend, anything that we can use as leverage. Check out the American school that he went to, there might be something there. But be discreet, we don't want to alert the brat next time we are capturing him. I'll go personally if I have to. The others nodded and the meeting continued for another 30 minutes discussing other various problems before everybody left to do their job. Only 2 people were left in the room. Am I making the right decision, Tobias? Oliver turned to the men who sat throughout the whole meeting without uttering a single word. He was Tobias Clark, a man in his late 80s, but looked to be more like his early 70s. He was dressed in a suit, his white hair and beard were well groomed and he had this sharp look in his eye. Age hasn't dulled his intellect and wisdom. Tobias served Oliver's father as an advisor as well. He has done a lot for the family and was deeply trusted. Tobias only sighed when he heard the question. If you want to quickly recuperate your losses, this is the only way to do it. However, if it were me, I would just let the matter go and take some future losses as well. Something feel right about that boy. No matter how sloppy Reginald was, he was still a high class and could escape if he wanted to, or at least call for help. Yet that didn't happen, meaning either the boy is a lot more powerful than what he has shown or he has some strong backers. Oliver nodded. He understood what Tobias was saying, but things were a bit complicated to let go that easily. I know about it too, but the boy is really a recluse. He practically makes an enemy of everybody he meets. And I know the situation is strange, but losing Regulus and everybody that was with him was a big hit. We lost nearly a fourth of our military strength. Luckily we still have some more officers and soldiers. That will cause us big losses and we will probably lose some territory. It took a lot of time to raise through the ranks. I'm not going to be dropping back now. Well, you are the boss. It's my job to give you advice now that I have. Get out there and get it done. Let an old man rest some more. Tobias shot him a small smirk. He has known the boy since he was in Dippers. In the entire family only he can talk to him like this. Naturally they only do it when they are alone. He doesn't want to undermine Oliver's position. Hey, crazy old man. Oliver shook his head as he left the room. Harry sighed. Reginald screamed as Harry sorted through his memories. Oh, for God's sake, you are a high class. Tough it out. Hope gag him. His lovely assistant just put a towel in Reginald's mouth. She had cold eyes as she looked at him. You started this. Don't go complaining now. And you heard Harry. Don't look at me with those eyes begging for help. Reginald was strapped on a table with runes painted all over his body, sealing his magic. Oliver Russell, huh? And fucking hell, he really does resemble Gato from Naruto. To think a little shorty like him actually has the balls to come after wizards. And thanks to Reginald, I finally know why wizards have mostly lived in peace from the other factions. It's because they are fucking insane. No other faction wants anything to do with wizards. Wizarding kind has successfully managed to enslave an entire race. A feat that not even devils and demons have accomplished. It was a low-level race of brownies that became house elves. But it was still not done before. The closest one to do this was Lucifer himself when he started turning demons into devils. That and the wizards' crazy rituals that they have developed that wipes out magic. Harry let out a dry chuckle. To think my kind is so crazy that people go out of their way to avoid us. A few centuries ago devils and demons completely stopped making any deals with wizards. That's kind of fucked up, I'm not gonna lie. The scum of the earth actually looks at wizards with the same viewpoint others look at them. Harry didn't stop for a single second. He was going to take every single piece of useful info from this man's head. Spells and theories on mana, Russell family secrets, their location, bases, safe houses, members. Information on other families that Reginald had access to, which was quite a lot even as a newly promoted captain of the family. Interesting, these people have a lot more influence than I imagined, and each controls a few key parts of Britain's economy along with criminal underworld. Sure, their influence weakened significantly outside this country, but it was not bad. Harry continues to extract information from Reginald's head while other clones were working on other things, taking muscle tissue and bone marrow samples, testing how big of a change happened to the body once Reginald reached high class. Testing out extremely small doses of poison to see how the body of a high class would react. In any case, the best way to deal with these guys is by getting stronger. I'll make some better port keys. Hell, I'll just dig out tunnels under my shop so they can go in and just leave under any anti-teleportation barrier they make. As for this little attack, well, they try to wreck my shop, it's only fair I do the same, and I'll do it old school. Hope perked up. Speaking of school, Harry, we leave in 3 days. Harry frowned at her but then realized what she was talking about. Right. Forgot about that. We have to go back to Hogwarts. Well, at least I can continue researching the Room of Innovation. And now I'm pretty confident about dealing with the basilisk. He let out an evil grin. Oh, this year is going to be so much fun. A/N. I don't know why the page refreshed so randomly. Dude, like 700 to 800 words, gone, that just sucks. Anyway, here is the breakdown of Russell's family. 5 high class. Oliver, boss. Tobias mid class, just an advisor. Roman Hamilton, intelligence and counterintelligence. Tommy Blake. John McQueen. Reginald, captured by Harry. They lost 5 mid class, but there are still about 20 to 27 of them left. And about 100 soldiers, low class of different levels. Chapter 124, Happy New Year. I Alcoholic Panda wish you a Happy New Year. I missed the Christmas announcement well. Because I forgot. I just went about my day as usual and didn't even notice it passed. Rolling on the floor laughing. But I'm doing this in advance instead of midnight is because I will probably be drunk. 80 to 90% drunk. Take care guys and gals, watch yourselves and your friends. I will also be careful, or at least I will try. Hope you have a good one. By the way, I know some of you are going to hate me because it's not a chapter. For them I have only one word. Get a beer and forget this conversation ever happened. Rolling on the floor laughing face with tears of joy. Chapter 125, Train Ride. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Well, I didn't listen to my own advice and got blackout drunk. I have been drinking from the 31 to the 3rd of Jan, which was my 27th birthday. Man, I am getting too old to be drinking like this. The spirit is willing, but the body can't keep up anymore. I forget I am not 20-year-old me that can drink a liquor store and still be fine afterward. Guess I will be drinking a lot less at parties. DxD. Once again Harry was on this godforsaken train, and once again he decides to sleep through it while laying on Hope's lap. The girls around him carried on as usual with their gossip. They had arrived early as to get a compartment for themselves. Naturally Harry expanded it and plopped down a table and an extra couch. In the cabin were Harry, Hope, Daphne, and Tracy. Astoria the little happy munchkin went to buy snacks for everybody. She couldn't wait for the lunch lady to come since the train hasn't even left the station yet. Man, this summer was such a blast. Tracy grinned happily. She had so much fun with Daphne, going to beaches, having amazing food, she even got to surf. I enjoyed it more than I thought, Daphne admitted. It was nice, calm, peaceful days at the beach. Well, it was peaceful for them. Harry as usual causes chaos anywhere he goes. But besides that, Astoria was having fun. Her mother was happier than she had ever seen. The only thing that bothered her was the marriage contract, but maybe, just maybe it was going to be fine. Rationally she realizes it's not a big deal as it was going to happen anyway, probably with Draco Malfoy or a much older man. Emotionally was another thing. Emotions are difficult, especially in young teens. It was fun. Hope smiled as she gently played with Harry's hair. For a long time it was just the three of us. More people definitely made it more interesting. Before that it was mostly Melinda and me, but she was old then and couldn't move around much. Harry just did his thing and tested out any wild idea that popped into his head. Like what? Tracy said curiously. What could Harry Potter do as a kid? She didn't know that thought was a rabbit hole you did not want to go into. Hope just sighed. At the time I didn't understand most of the stuff he was doing, but from my point of view, he tried channeling electricity through his body like a conduit. He used lightning on seawater hoping to make it explode like a bomb, making a true blue flame, only to lose control and set a lake on fire. True blue flame. Can't we already make blue flames? Daphne frowned. She had been reading a lot about science, but temperature differences like that was later on her reading list. Hope shook her head. I'm not talking about fire magic, we're just changing the flame's color. Harry tried to create a fire that burns hotter than the sun. It was frankly an insane experiment to begin with, and he was lucky he didn't blow himself up. Thermodynamics is measured in Kelvin. The surface of our sun, for example, is measured at 6,000 Kelvin or 5,600 Celsius. And that's a yellow start. White stars have 10,000 Kelvin and blue stars, the hottest stars in the known universe, have an average of 20,000 Kelvin, close to 20,000 Celsius. Both girls were deadpanning at the sleeping Harry. He tried to make that. Of course it wouldn't work. Hope chuckled at their expressions. She didn't mention something she had casually overheard Harry mumble. The hottest known star is WR102 in the Sagittarius constellation, a Wolf-Rayet star with a surface temperature of approximately 210,000 Kelvin. Wonder how that heat could be created in a spell. Harry was a walking global disaster just waiting to happen. Daffy, I brought a friend. A loud yell was heard from the hallway, causing Daphne to facepalm. Soon after, Tori entered the compartment with another girl next to her. Tori had a proud look on her face. Meet my new friend, Luna Lovegood. A few minutes earlier, Tori picked a bunch of snacks for everybody, more for Daphne like the bestest little sister she was. As she made her way back to the part of the train where the rest were, Astoria finds a blonde girl being teased by a few girls her age. She didn't understand most of what they said because of how much they overlapped when they talked, but she got that they were mostly talking about her crazy father and his newspaper. Their parents said it's rubbish, so they were throwing it in the face of the little girl. They also called out her strange clothes. Naturally, Tori was not going to just let that happen. Harry said if something doesn't feel right, do something about it, just don't be stupid. Harry doesn't prevent them from doing good things, he does however stop them from being manipulated. One of his lessons was about heroic acts, and how most of them are manipulated. He gives them various scenarios and lets them answer before he gives the realistic reason and cause. Astoria subtly waved her wand and a bunch of bugs appeared on top of the girls who were bullying the blonde girl. Loud screams followed soon after. The girls started to run around in panic and even left the train while the bugs followed them anywhere they went. The blonde girl looked confused and dazed. Then for some reason she turned to Astoria. Tori was surprised that she was noticed, thinking that she was being really subtle. "Thank you for helping me," the blonde girl said politely with a small smile. Tori, feeling proud of herself, puffed up her chest and grinned, "No problem. I hate bullies and I was thought if I ever saw one to show them their place. I'm Astoria Greengrass. What's your name?" "Luna." "Luna Lovegood." Harry woke up when Astoria enters. A part of his brain is always active when he is asleep, and when he is awake it rests. That part detected an unfamiliar magical signature enter his vicinity. Harry woke up and looked at the person who entered. It was a young petite girl with blonde hair and silvery eyes. She wore blue and pink clothes and had a strange butterbeer cork necklace. Harry focused on the corks. They were aged differently, meaning it took a while for her to collect the corks and turn them into a necklace. Harry realized immediately who it was, Luna Lovegood. How Astoria sure has some strange luck to meet with her. Well, whatever, both will do each other some good, they both need more friends. He didn't think too much of it. Luna was a kind strange girl, she didn't pose any threat to Astoria, so in his mind they can do whatever they wanted. He wouldn't interfere. Harry snapped his fingers and a mug appeared in his hand with fresh coffee. He would have fallen asleep again, but that was rude, and once he was awake he had a difficult time falling asleep again without the assistance of spells. Luna looked at Harry with her head tilted a bit. "You are strange, you have a green fire on your head." PFFFFFFFF. Harry, who was drinking his coffee, spat it out on the ground from shock. Hope looked at him with her jaw dropped. Harry was never surprised, not like this. Luna then turned to Hope and giggled, "You look like a wolf cub with bat wings, it's so cute." Hope's jaw dropped even more. Hope exe shut down. Daphne was next. "You feel nice, like a forest in the morning," but frowned when she looked at Tracy. "You have rackspurts, actually all of you have rackspurts now, how mysterious, you didn't have any before." Luna like a hurricane walked in and created chaos with her casual remarks. Harry didn't waste any time. He used legilimency. This was very hypocritical of him since he hates when someone mind rapes people, but he couldn't let this one go. Oh boy, that was a mistake. Pain immediately erupted in his mind and he quickly pulled back. Harry gripped the seat and closed his eyes. There was one thing he saw in Luna's head. Chaos. All her thoughts were all over the place. Literary. Just a bunch of incoherent words to him. But he did get something, an image of them. It was how she saw them. Harry looked at himself in the picture. His hair was set aflame with green fire. And tiny balls of squabbles were buzzing around him. Holy shit, rackspurts are real. No, that's not it, it's magic. She sees pure magic and emotions. No, the soul or mind. No, that's not it either. I have no idea what she can see. These rackspurts are probably how she sees confusion and panic. Harry rubbed his eyes. I need more data, Luna. Since when could you see those things? The little girl slumped a tiny bit. My mum died a few years ago during a magical experiment. I could see weird things after that. It was clear that she was still sad about her mother's passing. Do you know what experiment? Harry nudges her with his friendly attitude. Luna perked up, eager to make some new friends. Yep, I remember it. She writes a symbol on a piece of paper, a symbol she will remember for the rest of her life as her mother was writing it when she last saw her. Harry recognized it. It was the symbol of the Egyptian god Horus. Luna's mother was doing a ritual involving Horus. What the hell is Horus doing? This was the second case he had found involving Horus. The first one was Leonardo from the Hunter Team Libra. He is just giving people different eye abilities. This isn't Fate or Naruto. I like your ring, it looks sick or broken. Are you taking care of it? Luna pointed on the scorpion resting on his finger. Harry smiled at her. Luna, I think me and you are going to be great friends. Now let's see what else you can see. On the inside, Harry was laughing like a maniac. If Luna's eyes really do what I think they do, then she can see the secrets of magic. Even if she doesn't understand what she sees, just her descriptions can help me on stuff I have hit a roadblock with. Tori deserves a prize. I'll get her something nice for this. Hey, your rackspurts are gone. Luna cheered but then tilted her head. But I see something else. Little red creatures with horns and spinning eyes dancing around his head. Imp from Soul Eater. Hope just sighed. She was smart herself and picked up on what Luna could do, and judging by Harry's expression she could guess his thoughts, probably his insanity or greed. Luna, ignore him. How about some sweets? She patted the little blonde on the head. Do you have pudding? Luna asked shyly. Oh. I want some too. Tori raised her arm up high. USA, Nicholas Black. I'm sorry, Mr. Black, sadly we cannot accept your offer at this time, a slightly chubby businessman said in a fake tone. The man was a slime bag, but he held a lot of sway in the company. A pity, Nicholas nodded at him. Well, there will be other chances in a future. I'm sure they will, the man nodded. Not in your lifetime, bub. I'm sorry to have taken up your time. Nicholas stood up but held back a smirk. There will be chances, but not for you. I was going to help him out if he accepted, but he made his choice. What kind of idiot acts like this when there is a hit on his head? Putting Constantine in as an assassin was the best decision they have made. He has a list of people that are going to be killed. Nicholas Black approaches them and based on their personality and what they have done will make them an offer. Helping them leave the country in exchange for money or shares in their company. Ever since he stepped foot in the US, he has been hanging around within these circles. Scamming people left and right. Legally. New York. John Constantine was hanging around in the lobby of the Continental. Looking through contracts on his phone. There was another reason why he was doing assassination without magic. Magic makes things easy and effortless. But it also makes you lazy and sloppy. He was brushing up on Belmont's skills. Stalking silently in the night, unseen and unheard. He chose his targets carefully, all of them were scumbags. And the client sometimes asks for them to be killed in specific ways. With these types of requests, most are them for the target to die in painful agony. In these cases, John uses a few new normal poisons they have developed. Test subjects and he gets paid. Win-win. And if the client doesn't say to make it look natural, he robs the targets blind after he kills them. No magic. Just hacking into their accounts. Which proved to be difficult and he failed a bunch of times as expected. But it was good practice. Normally he would just rip the information out of their heads. But these kills were done without magic. And he was sticking to that, better this way so that some faction of the supernatural doesn't go hunting for a magical serial killer. Assassins were fine, that's the problem for the police. But when magic gets involved it becomes their problem. The mundane world can't be allowed to find out about the supernatural or all sorts of chaos would be set loose. Another target acquired. Scamming people out of their homes. Made a lot of enemies using that money. A hit has been placed on him. Well, this is a job for me, I'll take that one, and this good judge will be handled off to Nicholas, easy money. Harry made a good scheme here. Nicholas scams bad guys and Constantine kills them. Constantine finds info about hits on good guys, and Nicholas saves them. Both clones haven't even been in the same city. There was no connection and no evidence. Not to mention Constantine was somewhat popular as an assassin. 100% success rate on mission he takes on. In the last few months he has finished 55 jobs. What is this? Constantine looked on a hit, if you could even call it that. It was a bounty. A bounty on an unknown man. Demanding a confession, proof, and an extremely painful death. Target, Red John. Serial killer in California. Say what now? A/N. Just a little thing I put in here. How many of you know the TV show? It won't take long, it won't be an arc. A chapter or two of Harry scamming people of that show. Chapter 126, Train Ride. Well, back to work. I really do hate the people at work. They held off on doing the harder tasks until I got there. When I got back it was hell, people were coming over to me to complain about mistakes in the warehouse. Things put in different places, labels not done correctly, the entire procedure line was fucked. I'm like, I was gone for 3 weeks. How much did these guys fuck up? I'm the new guy, only here for 2 years and rest are here like for 6 to 8. And they are the ones making the mistakes. Red John. That name definitely rang a bell. All versions of Harry stopped for a moment. Since they all processed the same information in real time. One thought popped up, really. From The Mentalist. Red John was a serial killer, one that had killed the wife and daughter of the protagonist Patrick Jane. Who then spent years in the CBI tracking down this killer who kills all around California. Well, ain't that a nice surprise? If I remember correctly, there was a whole secret society made up of dirty cops, detectives, agents, judges, and prosecutors. And Red John is the one who created it. It revolves around doing favors, we help you out and when the time is right you do what we tell you, no questions asked. This is how these guys get promotions, take out competition and cover up anything that threatens the organization. It would be a shame if somebody just took out Red John and replaced him. He. Tiger. Harry smiled and his clone Constantine was already on the move. Time to go to California. Outside the train, students were saying goodbye to their families and boarding the train. Well, except one family. Now listen here, I don't want any shenanigans from you two. Am I clear? Molly Weasley stared down at her 2 sons. The demon twins from Gryffindor. Yes, Mum, both of them answered in synchronized bored tone while mentally rolling their eyes. Frankly, with the book their lord and savior Loki gave them, especially focusing on protecting the mind and lying better, it made their twin bond even stronger. Somehow they have gained genuine telepathy linking each other. Before it was just a feeling. They were in sync and can guess what the other would say or would think. There was no guessing now. They could speak to each other and share senses. All thanks to what boils down to a mind and soul corridor between them created by Norse magic. Naturally, this was only possible because they were unusual even among magical twins. That kind of bond shows once in a generation across all wizarding kind. Not to mention all the tips, tricks, pranks. They were ready. They were finally going to prank Harry Potter. Molly nodded to herself. She looked over at Percy, who was moving his perfect badge as it would be in the best position on his robes. She was so proud of that boy. Yes, he was already in robes. Normally wizards wear regular clothes since they would have to go through the flow. But Percy learned a lot from his fellow perfects. Especially how they use magic during the summer. The trace is meant for Muggleborn or half-bloods living in Muggle neighborhoods. When an underage wizard uses magic that has a couple wizards there, the trace doesn't register it, since it has no way of telling who casted the spell. But when there is a single family in an entire block, it's much simpler to tell if the spell came from the parents or the child. He has been secretly using magic in his room during the summer. And this time he went in first, so that he could cast Scourgify on himself quickly and in secret. And since they were always late, his family wouldn't even register his clothes. Now on to the two she was most worried about. Ronald and Ginevra. Ronald has always been a jealous boy, having so many older brothers and hand-me-downs. He always complained, yet never put in the work to do anything really. Just lazing around all day reading the Quidditch section on the Daily Prophet. But Ginny was an even bigger worry. It was partially her fault, telling her daughter those Harry Potter stories and that he is some kind of prince that is going to save her and they would live a happily ever after. Well, instead of a prince, a demon showed up. Powerful, ruthless, and willing to take out anything that gets in his way. She had heard the stories that were going around. Someone heard from their uncle, who heard from his sister, who had a cousin living in the US. All sorts of rumors were going around. Harry Potter killed a dragon, killed a Nindu, killed all sorts of dangerous magical creatures for potions. Harry Potter is a reincarnation of Merlin. And now her baby girl is going to school with that monster. Now listen to me. All of you. You must avoid Harry Potter. Don't get in his way, don't talk to him, don't even look at him. Ginny immediately frowned and stomped her foot, but no buts. Are we clear? Yes, mother, the twins answered, but then glanced at each other. She didn't say we couldn't prank him. Yes, Ginny lowered her head. It's okay. Harry will come to me, I don't have to go look for him. Hi. Hey, why would I want to talk to him? Ron made a disgusted look. He didn't even want to see that rich bastard, who was probably going to be friends with Slytherins this year. Fine, Molly let out a slight sigh of relief. Now get on the train, you rascals, or you are going to miss it. She shooed away her kids with a smile on her face. And of course she would be. After all, she and her husband will finally be alone now that all of her kids are off to school. Before that, like any parents, they had to do it in secret. Ever since she had Ginny, she had her ovaries sterilized. That was the plan she hatched with Dumbledore years ago. After Percy was born, when she actually planned to stop having children. Still, it took 3 tries before they got a girl. But finally they can have some peace and quiet, maybe regain that old spark. And just maybe she will be able to pick up a new hobby. On the train, the twins immediately left their younger siblings and went to their friend and partner in crime, Lee Jordan. Lee was a dark-skinned boy with dreadlocks. He had a mischievous streak, and it was no wonder he became best friends with the twins. Lee also serves as an unbiased commentator in Quidditch matches. Hurry up, lads, he ushered them in the train compartment and closed the door with an excited smile. They had kept in touch over the summer, and the twins said they found some old notes in a second-hand store containing spells that would help out with pranking. Relax, we got you, mate. Fred pulled out a parchment with a few spells and descriptions along with a few tips. You are going to need these. George nodded. They are not doing this just because Lee is their best mate. They oftentimes need him for a double distraction to confuse Fitch or one of the professors. Jordan looked at the list like it was the Holy Grail. Lee. Mates, I'm fine. He waved them off. There was nothing to worry about. The twins just shared a glance. Look at this guy, amateur. Lee, you know what fine stands for, right? Freaked out, insecure, neurotic and emotional. Jordan rubbed the back of his neck. He knew that they were right, he just got a little too excited. So what's the plan, gentlemen? We prank Harry Potter. But first we have a tiny obstacle to get past. Hope, the haughty bodyguard. You want to go against her? Didn't she kick your asses in pranking last year? Mates, it seems hopeless to go up against her. Pun intended. Nope, you got it wrong. Where there is a will, there is a way. And we have found the way. The twins pulled out a parchment and on it were schematics for their greatest prank yet. Lee looked at the parchment. This will take a few months to finish. It will be worth it, in the end when we win. I have a feeling this will not end well, Jordan thought to himself. Luna was happily munching on snacks in Harry's train compartment. She liked it here, everybody was nice and didn't make fun of her. Maybe she finally made some friends on her own. She especially liked the pudding. Ginny was her friend, but that's only because their families live close by. And when they always played Ginny's strange house games where she was married to Harry Potter. Hee hee, Astoria had a blissful expression on her face as her big brother was petting her head for doing such a good deed. Daphne was feeling a bit jealous since Tori was so close to Harry instead of her. I'm your sister. Only I can give you head pats. Hope was jealous but for a different reason. She wanted to be in Tori's place. Harry often did that when they were younger. I'm confused, Tracy raised her hand as she looked at the newest blonde in the group. What does she see again? Harry looked at her and smiled. I have absolutely no idea. But you know everything, Tracy pointed out. Harry was a know-it-all, arrogant mad scientist. Exactly, do you know how rare it is for me to know absolutely nothing on a subject? Does Luna see magic itself? Does she see aura? Life energy? Different aspects of magic? I can only theorize, but I can't wait to find out. Harry was one very happy, insane boy. Luna, what do you say about working for me? The girls in the compartment deadpanned at him. Even little Tori with her small understanding knew that Harry was asking something unreasonable. Harry, she is 11, Hope pointed out like speaking to a child. So? Harry spread his hands. I have been running businesses since I was 6. That's not the point, Harry, you can't just hire a kid to work for you. Hope snatched Luna and put the little girl in her lap. Luna was very petite and small for her age. She was the same size as Astoria, who was a year younger than her. Harry grinned. Watch me. Hey Luna, how about you help me out with a few things? All you have to look at them and say what you see. I'll give you 30 galleons each time you help me out. Luna looked at Harry and frowned. How many puddings is that? I want to be paid in pudding. I'll buy you a pudding factory if you help me out whenever I ask. Deal. The little girl raised her hand and Harry shook it. Yay. Infinite pudding. Luna cheered with her arms in the air. Mystic eyes get. And it only took a pudding factory. If Azazel or Ajuka knew about this, they would have a stroke. Those two bastards would probably blow the whole R&D fund just to have Luna look at their projects and point out flaws or tell them what she sees. At that level of research, it's not so much a problem with money, rather with improvement. They tackle extremely advanced stuff, the frontier of science. It takes a lot of time because you are going in blind and don't know what direction to take. And sometimes you just need some outside perspective to show the right path. He really hired a kid to work for him, Tracy said in disbelief. And all it took was a pudding factory. Daphne shook her head at this ridicule situation. I'll contact your dad and let him sign the contract since he is your legal guardian. And I'll see if he will accept letting you be a ward to my house. What's a ward? Think of it like being under my protection. Nobody will bully you or call you names. Luna just let out a bright smile. That sounds nice. I'll write to Daddy, he will be happy too since he was worried about the mean girls who are filled with waxperts. Harry turned to Hope with a smug expression on his face. Hope only groaned and buried her face in Luna's blonde locks as the little girl was sitting in her lap. Luna looked confused but then just continued enjoying her snacks. Harry just smirked and looked out of the window. This year is turning out to be more interesting than I thought. I already planned on dealing with the basilisk this year. It will help me get back the stats that I lost with my little suicide bombing trick. And the materials are essential. Other than that, I still have to look out for Dumbledore's games. Quite frankly, he is a lot more dangerous than the entire Russell family. They are multiple high-class, yes. But Dumbledore is a wizard with a direct connection to Hogwarts. As long as he is here, he can just keep draining magic from Hogwarts to sustain himself. So I continue to do my part, let him play his games while I get stronger. Speaking of games, I need to check out the hidden rooms in Hogwarts. Before Dumbles realizes their location. If they are in the same places as the games and have the same defenses, then I have a huge advantage. Then again, if the reward is shit, I won't bother with the other ones. Then he looked down at his hand. I will be turning 12, I am way ahead of any wizard at my age, but at the end of the day I'm still only mid-class. Compared to some freaks who are born high-class, I'm still behind. Bloodline does matter, wizards can scream all they want about purity. But they are just at most peak low-class beings who keep interbreeding to barely keep that level of power. For example, Le Fay Pendragon, at 15 that girl had mastered multiple magics, her teleportation magic could even escape the dimension lost. She was somewhere in the early ultimate class and was on Vala's team and was squaring off against gods. While I was messing around with mid-class spells a few years ago, she was or will be doing high-class spells. There is a thing such as too much talent, you know. Well, the only thing I can keep doing is to get stronger. Bit by bit, spell by spell. Until the day comes that I won't have to hide. When people will be forced to walk away instead of fighting me. And that day will come. That I am sure of. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Chapter 127, Patrick Jane. I am alive. Don't worry about that, shitty week all in all, and super busy this weekend, barely been home with the amount of shit I had to do. Anyway, here is the chap word count. England, LYDD. 2 Russell family grunts were coming back from their mission. Which was just some supplies to bring back to the base. You don't run a base with hundreds of people without having adequate supplies. Food, drinks, medicinal supplies, basic toiletries, and those were just the non-magical ones. Man, I can't believe Mr. Wright got killed, one of the grunts couldn't help but mutter. They all have heard the rumors. The target was an 11-year-old boy. But an entire platoon was killed. Not a trace of them remained. 1 high class, 5 mid-class and 30 low class, gone, like they were never there. What kind of freak did the boss provoke? Reginald died because probably underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, how the blazes would he lose to a child? And stop calling him Mr., he is dead. Greg, the grunt, looked towards his partner since he didn't reply, only to find him on the ground with a bloody hole in his neck. The next moment a knife pierced his heart. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he lifelessly fell on the ground. He joined his partner. The next moment the air distorted as a figure appeared. It was the mage Harry had beaten to the ground and recruited. Black Kaiser looked at his handiwork and then at the ring that was on his finger. Almost perfect invisibility, killing has never been easier. How ironic that I would be hunting down the same people that sent me to kill the brat in the first place. It's even better because the kid gives a good price for each member of the Russell family I kill, and this is after the generous amount he gave me for some French wizards. So I get to adapt my fighting style to the ring and get paid. 2 birds with 1 stone. Kaiser stripped the 2 grunts out of anything that they had of value before he burned the corpses to ash. On to the next one, the time to steal as much money as possible from the boss. Kaiser disappeared into thin air. But he himself hadn't noticed. He was now referring to Harry as boss. He was completely unaware that the ring was slowly but surely changing him. Bit by bit, at a snail's pace, but it was happening. His mind and soul, his very being was being rewritten. He was like a fly trapped in a spider's web. Doesn't matter how much money he makes, all of that will eventually return back to Harry. Sacramento, California. Patrick Jane was casually strolling around the city. He was getting lunch for the team. He felt a bit bad for cheating the other members, especially the naive Van Pelt who always falls for his tricks. Just a little bit guilty, a tiny bit. You don't get to be a conman if you suddenly grew conscious. He had been in that line of work since he was a kid. He was born in the carny life. The circuses and carnivals. Since a child his father taught him the tricks, and he had great talent for cold reading. It's the art of making high-probability guesses and observations about a person, what clothes they wear, how they act, personality traits. You make educated guesses based on proven patterns in people. And that's how you become a psychic. As he grew he got better and better. He gained rich clients, appeared in TV shows and was very famous and wanted by rich desperate people who had lost someone and wanted some closer. And like the conman he capitalized on it, making absurd amounts of money. Until the fated day, because of his arrogance and ego, he tried to make a psychic read on the serial killer known as Red John. He just said some facts that most serial killers share and taunted him, calling him an ugly tormented little man. And Red John punished him for that. Once Jane was done with his show and returned home the next day, what awaited him was a nightmare. His wife and daughter, butchered like animals. He suffered a mental breakdown because of that. But after 1 year in the psych ward, he was released and had one goal in mind: kill the men who killed his family. Since then he has been working as a consultant for the CBI, California Bureau of Investigation. Hoping to catch a lead on Red John as he mostly kills in California. "Sir, your order will be done soon," the waitress broke Jane out of his thoughts. "Ah, yes thank you," Jane replied politely. This has been happening often after he watched the video sent by Red John. The video was of Lorelei, a one-night stand, someone who he hoped to use to get to Red John. She had died months ago and given him an important clue. He had narrowed down the list of Red John to only 7 suspects. Yet in a video filmed months ago Red John predicted his thoughts and deductions perfectly. That left him extremely rattled. "Patrick Jane." Jane heard a voice next to him. A tall man with black hair, with a white shirt and a black suit. "Yes." "Who is asking?" "Someone who knows who Red John is." "Lorelei Martins gave you a clue, right?" "Pity it didn't pan out." Now that got Jane's attention. His face hardened, emotions were pushed back, all that was left was an analytical gaze as he tried to gather as much information as possible about this man. "Who are you?" Jane said calmly. "John Constantine. And I hold the solution to your problems." Jane was about to say something when the waitress interrupted him. "Sir, who are you talking to?" The waitress addressed Patrick, who was suddenly very confused. Was he hallucinating? Constantine chuckled and waved his hand. The waitress's eyes glazed and then she returned back to her job. It was a very strange sight from Jane's perspective. "They can't see me unless I want to be seen. Now let's continue, Mr. Jane." Constantine points to a nearby table. The wary Jane decided to follow him. This man seems to have credible information. As for how he did what he did, perhaps hypnotism. Well, let's make sure we can't be overheard. He snapped his fingers and all the sound around them disappeared. Constantine had removed the sound from the restaurant around them. Neither of them could hear the workers yelling or the customers muttering among themselves or the sounds of the utensils being used. Jane clenched his fist out of shock. Well, definitely not hypnotism. What the hell is this? Well, Mr. Jane. Are you ready to hear my proposition now? Jane just nodded rigidly. Of course, after all it's a topic that is very important to me. But first, can you tell me how you did this? Some new technology? Are you from a secret division in the government? Magic. Jane frowned. Magic. Please be serious, we are not children. Constantine snapped his fingers once again. This time, he freezes the entire restaurant. Jane looked in shock as the people in the restaurant froze in place. He mechanically turned his head towards the man who was casually sitting across him. No, I did not stop time, I just froze their minds and their bodies simply followed. Magic is very real and very dangerous. It's how I discovered Red John's identity. But very few people among the civilian population are aware of it or the supernatural side of this world. Jane's mind was processing this insane information as best as he could. After all, you can't just say magic is real. Cool, and just shrug it off. And there was a whole supernatural side. What if they had done something to him in the past? But then he remembered his goal, his reason for living. Killing Red John. Anything other than that didn't matter. I believe that you know who Red John is, but I also know you are not doing all of this for free. What do you want? Constantine smiled at that and pulled out a contract which he slid towards Jane. What I want from you is simple, a copy all of your experiences, tricks and knowledge about cons and cold reading. Jane did a take back and leaned back into his chair. So you want my memories? He asked slowly. It was a weird and very personal topic. Constantine shook his head. Not exactly, I want everything related to those moments. I don't care about your love life. How should I put this? Specific memories, experiences like when you pickpocket someone or do a read. That is a very valuable skill, even when dealing with demons and devils. All useful in negotiation and political meetings. Not that Harry had plans on using it himself, he was going to transfer the knowledge onto others and his children. Let them deal with the troublesome stuff. Demons and devils. Of course. Jane was starting to get numb from all the shock. Wait, if they are real, what about angels and God? Angels are real and so are gods, but the Christian Big G kicked the bucket, John blankly replied, but he had a smirk on his face like he was enjoying the situation. So now God is dead. Hanicha was right, it sorta makes sense. I'm getting sidetracked. I would suggest you don't mention this to anybody else. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back. I'm afraid it's much more literal on my side. Nietzsche actually got that one right. Now that you know, you need to be a lot more careful not to let anything slip. Just continue with your life like you haven't heard anything. But let's get back on topic. Do you accept the deal? My experiences for the name of the men who killed my family. I don't even have to think about it. Jane signed the contract and it transformed into a white orb that just floated there. Red John is Sheriff Thomas McAllister. Constantine said calmly as he watched the orb. As soon as he spoke those words out, the orb launched into his head. Constantine closed his eyes and immediately used the Harry link to distribute the information so he doesn't get a headache. After a few moments they processed the info and there was a lot. Damn, who knew this thing was so technical? I actually think this will even help me with fighting. I can screw with people like Joseph Joestar. Oh, I'm so doing that, especially since JoJo manga exists in this universe. I wish I could see the reaction of my enemies who survive when they realize they were duped by a comic book trick. Jane's eyes narrowed. Thomas McAllister, one of his 8 suspects. I believe our deal is finished. Now if you will excuse me, I have to go and kill someone. Constantine nodded. Our deal is finished, but I will be accompanying you. Thomas McAllister still has his uses even after he is dead. What could possibly interest you? Jane said with a curious voice. This man was a mystery. He was powerful. He deals with demons and devils. What use could a little sheriff have, or even his identity as a serial killer? Red John throughout his life has created an association. A network comprised of corrupted police officers, firemen, doctors, nurses, lawyers, prosecutors, judges. federal, state and local government agencies within the California area. It's not too much to say that he has California in the palm of his hand. They call themselves the Blake Association. Jane's eyes widened. Tiger, tiger. Constantine nodded. That's their code word. A way to identify themselves. I want it. I will bleed it dry of its usefulness before all of its members are either in jail or dead, if they're lucky to even get that. Well, that certainly made Jane feel better. He had no idea if this man would use them for good or bad intentions. But at the end he didn't care. All he wants is his revenge. It's just a bonus that everybody who might have helped Red John will go down with him. Well, let's be on our way then. Jane stood up. Today is the day when all of it will be over. And his family can rest his peace. A/N. Harry is still childish about a few things he does to amuse himself. I always found it weird when reincarnated characters are acting completely their old age. They are in a body of a child, the brain is still developing. I like this approach better. Smart, crazy Harry, but has his childish moments. He will grow and mature as he should. Character development folks XD. Chapter 128, End of Red John. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Constantine and Jane got into a very fancy car. It was a 1977 Chevrolet Camaro, painted yellow with two big black stripes in the middle. Harry couldn't resist. If there ever was going to be a Transformers movie, he was getting the cars first, then sell the idea in the movie. The OG Bumblebee car. He couldn't wait to get the 07 Camaro car as well. He and Jane were currently driving towards Napa County, where Sheriff Thomas McAllister was located. There was an awkward silence in the car, especially with the 80s rock music playing. But Jane didn't mind it so much. He was finally going to accomplish his role. And Harry? Him being awkward. Impossible, his face is thicker than his hex barriers. He was thought by Vincent, the man is so old he can be considered ancient. He will make things awkward and difficult for you while having a smug look on his face. Something that Harry obviously picked up on. Oh, we just got a whole shipment of Manzanilla de la Muerte. The manchineel tree, the tree of death. Every part of the tree was poisonous and the fruit of the tree resembles a green apple. It's native around the coastal areas of Central America. The sailors that ate it died a painful death. The little apple of death. Constantine just got an update over the Harry network. And this was the mutated magical version of the plant. Well, that's nice, more poisonous things to mess around with. Harry got a shipment of mostly apples and a few trees. Mr. Constantine, just out of curiosity, how are you connected to the supernatural? John slowly lit a cigarette and took in a drag. I'm a hunter by trade. I hunt things that hurt humans. Vampires, werewolves, stray devils, etc. But I fucked up a mission, so now I'm being punished to work as an ordinary assassin. Jane didn't really react to the monsters he mentioned, but was curious about this so-called punishment. As a mentalist and con man, it's practically a habit to gather information and quirks of people. Punishment. By whom? Who could punish you? Constantine awkwardly rubbed his neck. Technically he would be my father-in-law in normal terms. But in the supernatural he is the leader of the clan I married into. Even though he is a teenager. A teenager punished you. Jane let out a smile. John huffed. Laugh it up, mate. People like me are pretty famous, yet we can't hold a candle to that freak of nature. Jane raised an eyebrow. How strong is this teenager? Let me put it to you this way. It would take him 15 minutes to slaughter half of Sacramento. Harry let out a smirk. He loved doing this. Jane was obviously going to tell someone about the supernatural. But what happened to him after that wasn't his problem. He was creating a boogeyman. The Belmont Lord. When Harry reaches his 20s, the Lord will obviously be the same age and will have a lot of accomplishments on his name. Harry hopes that someday he can just drop the name Lord Belmont and the scrubs of the supernatural would just run away. Someone you know about and know their weaknesses isn't scary. But a mysterious boogeyman who kills everything in his way and doesn't leave witnesses. That's concerning. If you have no data, you can't plan around him. Is he a sane and reasonable man, or is he crazy and petty? You don't know which one you will get, and if you choose wrong you suffer big losses. I see, Jane said with a blank look. That was hard to even imagine. Sacramento had a population of 400,000 people, in 1992, 30 minutes to wipe out a city. This was actually not far off. Harry's destructive force was nowhere near needed to destroy a city. Affecting a city with one attack was the bare minimum required for ultimate class. When you destroy a city with one attack you are officially an ultimate class. But killing everyone in it within 30 minutes was doable for Harry. Drop a few poison nukes and leave. Use magic to spread the poison smoke cloud and let loose the Ayakashi, along with some golems, and there you go, a dead city. Of course in this scenario there are only ordinary humans involved. And there are never just humans involved in anything. After driving for another hour they arrived in Napa County and went straight for the sheriff's office. Jane walked in first alone, a gun tucked away on the back of his pants. There was only one man in the station. Thomas McAllister was a man in his late 50s, possibly early 60s. He had gray hair and a clean-shaven face. Though he did have a mustache the first time Jane met him. His sheriffs had kept people from noticing his balding head. Thomas looked surprised to see him. "Patrick, Jane." "Well, this is a surprise. Where is Agent Lisbon? She usually isn't too far away from you." Jane just nodded. Well, she was a little busy. "So it's just me this time," but on the inside he was feeling disappointed in himself. "I can't believe I didn't see it before. It's his eyes. I just assumed those were the eyes of an old man looking to make his life interesting like Brat Styles. No, this was the look of a man playing a game only he knew. It's been only a few days since he has seen the tape. I think he never would have imagined I would find him this quickly. I am going to enjoy this." Thomas laughed. "Ha, makes me glad I was only a sheriff. Those agents always running around, busy, busy, busy. No thank you, the quiet country life suits me just fine. A minor crime or two every few months. A murder maybe once a year. It's pretty peaceful." Jane felt a little buzzing in his ears. A signal that Constantine was finished. "Well, that's enough of that." He quickly drew his gun and shot Thomas in the shoulder. This was completely unexpected and caught Thomas off guard. Pain erupted from his shoulder as blood started to quickly flow out of the wound. "Jane, are you insane? You shot me." He went for his gun only to find that it had disappeared. He pulled out a drawer of his desk and his backup gun was also gone. "No, I'm quite sane. I must say I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Hello, Red John." Thomas's eyes widened. Jane knew who he was. His people weren't anywhere near him and he was trapped in his own office. "How did you find out?" Red John growled. He already pressed the panic button, hoping to stall Jane long enough for his people to come and save him. Every other suspect had an alibi for the day of the Red John killings. Jane lied without even blinking. It was such a bad lie too. If that's all it took, his identity would be discovered much earlier. No, Jane was mocking him. He was trapped. He was no longer worthy of even considering as an opponent or threat. "Well, congratulations, you finally got your guy." Thomas was pressing down on his shoulder as he stood up with a wince. Jane looked at him silently. "What, no clever comebacks?" Bang. Bang. Jane shot him twice in the stomach. "How's that for a comeback?" Red John fell on his knees. Blood pooling from his wounds. He felt despair. He was desperate. He had no weapons and no backup. He couldn't talk his way out of this situation. "No. I refuse to die like this. I rule California. I can't die like this." At that moment the doorbell ringed as the door swung open. It was one of his deputies. "Help me. Tiger, Tiger." McAllister says desperately, pleading for his life. "Kill him." Jane didn't look worried. There was no way a human could get past Constantine. And the man himself said he would help Red John suffer. Jane immediately realized what the crazy magician was planning. The deputy aimed at Jane, making Red John laugh. "Ha ha ha. So close, Patrick, but still not enough. You will join your family knowing that you were a failure, who couldn't protect or avenge them. Do it, kill him," he growled. The deputy nodded, ready to pull the trigger, when he shifted his gun and shot Thomas in the knee. "Ah!" Red John fell on the floor, covering himself in the small pool of blood that had formed there. "Nicely done," Jane complimented as the deputy's figure was replaced by Constantine. "Thank you, it was a simple illusion but it got the job done. Now he is going to bleed out in a minute or two, so it's time for my part." Constantine approaches Red John. He wasn't going to take his soul. He isn't risking it with regular humans. Wizards and magicians are part of the supernatural. They are free game. But he doesn't want to piss off any death gods too soon. Or heaven for that matter. It's the same reason he doesn't use time turners. He isn't stupid. Nobody screws with time travel and gets away with it. Time gods would be on his ass quicker than you can say, "Oh snap." The only reason wizards probably keep getting away with it is because the time gods allow it. Like a little game. The unspeakables mostly use time turners and most of them die during their experiments. Wonder why? So Harry rips his mind apart just before the moment he dies. Red John started to scream. Since he was a normal human and had no defenses whatsoever, it was laughably easy. Harry got locations, names, and a few passwords to storage units, safes and safety deposit boxes, where books and records are being kept of all the members. The Blake Association was his. "I'm done." Jane lets out a long sigh as he looks at the broken man lying in a pool of blood. The weight off his shoulders is gone. He had done it, his family could rest in peace now, and so could he. Now all that was left to do was say goodbye to the team at CBI. Thank you, truly. Jane gives the man next to him a grateful look as he raises his hand. Constantine chuckled as he shook it. No problem. It was just good business. You should follow the news for the next year or two. Interesting things are about to start happening in California. Jane shook his head. It's fine. It's none of my concern anymore. I'm done. What do you plan to do next? I don't know. Never thought about it honestly. Constantine looked at Jane's lost expression. Well, good luck with your future endeavors. I'll be sending you back now. He snapped his fingers and a magic circle appeared beneath Jane. What the? Whoosh. One moment Jane was inside the sheriff's office in Napa, the next he was standing inside the room in his house where Red John had killed his family. Magic. Right. He looked at the smiley on the wall written in blood. A symbol that has caused him so much pain and grief. Now was just a mark on a wall. Jane turned around and started to make his way back to the CBI. It was time to close this chapter in his life. Grigori. Meeting. Here it was once again. The leaders of Grigori have sat down in the same room to discuss the future actions and current problems of their organization. And their fearless crazy leader decided to do something different for this meeting. On the order of the Governor General of Grigori, everybody is to drink a barrel of fire whiskey during this meeting. Now his fellow cadres didn't mind drinking. But a whole barrel sounded reckless and insane. But the results turned out to be great. Even the grumpy warmonger Kokabeel was enjoying the magical alcohol. Azazel smiled as he watched the body language and micro-expressions of his colleagues. This might be the first time they have had a peaceful meeting like this. This has to be one of my best ideas yet. Get everybody drunk and happy, then we start with the doom and gloom. Usually this would be a terrible idea. A drunk crazy Kokabeel is just madness. But a drunk and stoned Kokabeel who is too lazy to move is perfect. I'm standing that Irishman a big gift and a job offer. Combining cannabis and alcohol with the perfect ration into the ultimate relaxation beverage that tastes good. Pure genius. This might be a problem for humans, but they are fallen, they process this differently. It wouldn't kill them, but it will make standing up difficult after this. Penemu, what's next? Give us the fun stuff, Azazel called out as he raised his glass. Penemu, another cadre in the organization, looked at the files. Well, Mystery Fallen is still killing low and mid-class strays. Protecting humanity and whatnot. Kokabeel scoffed, ridiculous. It's probably an angel that fell for some reason and still decided to follow Father's teachings. Many of the cadres agreed with him. Fallen generally don't help out humans out of the goodness of their hearts. Frankly, most Fallen hate and look down on humans. They were there when humans were created. When they were nothing more than just another species of ape. It's kind of hard to have respect for a creature when you have seen its worst sides repeat over and over again. Azazel's right hand man Shemhazai waved his hand. Ignore it. He will either take care of the strays or die. Next topic. Alright, budget for the next year. Boring. Boo. Boo. The cadre started to boo at her. Penemu facebombed, of course, but she will have her revenge. She learned a thing or two about Romania through her contacts. The Teeps faction have a secret weapon. And she is going to put the file on Azazel's desk when he falls asleep. So when he wakes up with a hangover, he will still have no choice but to deal with the problem. That's what you get for pushing half your work on your employees. Now I drink. Penemu grinned as she pulled out a wine bottle and slowly started to enjoy it as she watched her fellow cadres insult each other while trying to have some semblance of a meeting. Azazel was going to regret this genius idea the next morning. Chapter 129, Second Year Starts. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. On the train, Harry suddenly started to sing in his head, but I didn't shoot no deputy, oh no, oh. Hope watched as Harry suddenly started to shake his head to an invisible beat. Realizing his clones must have done something. Probably something strange. Harry, what song are you thinking about? Bob Marley, I shot the sheriff, Harry replied without a care in the world. Hope deadpanned, he didn't. Of course he did. I can't believe that he would actually go and shoot some random sheriff. Nobody saw you, right? You covered your trail. Oh, there was another guy there. We took turns shooting the scumbag and I burned the place afterwards, so I'm good. Why did I even ask? I should know better by now. Harry, the train will reach Hogsmeade soon, Hope reminds Harry. And, he just raised an eyebrow, why should he care about that? Harry, you and I might not care about the uniform. But Luna is new, Daphne and Tracy aren't interested in being social pariahs like you. Harry couldn't recall the word, so he did a quick search in the dictionary in his head. Social pariah is a person who is disliked, rejected, or not accepted by a social group. Oh, makes sense, but I still don't care, and... Hope facebombed, Harry, you are in a cabin filled with girls. They need to change clothes. Harry rolled his eyes and grumbled under his breath, "Stupid common sense, you people have magic. Common sense is useless to a wizard or witch. Just use magic to change clothes." Harry snapped his fingers and the uniforms from their trunks floated out. Another snap of his fingers and the clothes automatically changed. He even went a step further and transfigured Astoria's clothes. Now she matched with Daphne's Ravenclaw ones. She had "Unofficial Ravenclaw" written on her back, along with #1 little sister in the world. And judging by the grin on her face, she loved the look. "Rude." Tracy crossed her arms and glared at Harry. Daphne sighed. "She is right, that was very rude, and unfortunately for Tracy, Harry won't care one bit." You say something, Tracy." Harry turns to the girl in confusion. He. "Trey is funny." Astoria laughed at the deadpan look Tracy was giving Harry. "Oh, there are more Raxperts around Tracy now," Luna said with unfocused eyes. "Ugh." Tracy just palms her face and drags her fingers down. The train stopped, and the students started to leave in an orderly fashion. Harry sensed that someone was watching him. He turned towards the feeling and saw the twins. Once the twins saw him looking their way, they just smirked. Normally Harry would just ignore them. Hope was easily taking care of their childish pranks. But for some inexplicable reason, he got a bad feeling. Something that doesn't happen usually. Now a gut feeling is instinct. It's unscientific and sometimes it works out, even ordinary people. Like how dogs can sense something bad was about to happen or an earthquake before it hits. Wizards are even more connected to that, but only those who are more in tune with their magic. Like skilled aurors or hit wizards. People who constantly use their magic and whose lives depend on it. So Harry decided to do something he had only done in one particular case. Divination against Dumbledore. He pulled out his tarot cards. "Harry," Hope said in a strange tone. Harry never uses his cards, saving them up for emergencies. Even though he failed to use it before the attack on his stores. Then again he predicted someone would attack, just not a high class. Wait for a bit. Harry shuffled the cards. There were 2 piles, pulled out 2 cards out of the 22 major arcana cards and 1 card from the 56 minor arcana. A reversed Wheel of Fortune, meaning no control, clinging to control, bad luck. A reversed The Magician, meaning trickery, illusions, out of touch. A reversed 7 of Swords, meaning imposter syndrome, self-deceit, keeping secrets. What the hell is this? All of them reversed. But still, I am so glad I did this, even though the more often you use divination the less effective it is. Though this is mostly for beginners. I have heard masters of divination use future sight in battle, literally like One Piece. Harry was definitely surprised by the cards, especially by the meanings. No control, bad luck, trickery, illusions, imposter syndrome, self-deceit, and secrets. He took one more glance at the twins who were going towards the carriages. It's all about pranks and chaos. But I wouldn't get this kind of feeling just from 2 teenage wizards. There is something off about this. Let's say it isn't about them, what else could the cards point to? Harry thought about it and an idea formed in his head, which made his gut feeling even worse. No way. Pranks, illusions, imposter, and deceit. There is only one person that comes to mind when you put all of those together. Norse god Loki. Why the fuck would Loki be involved with a couple of nobodies? Wait, he is still a god of pranks. Those 2 morons prayed to him, didn't they? Of course they did. Only someone as brain dead as them would even consider to pray to Loki nowadays. He is very fickle about prayers and blessings. If he doesn't like you, say goodbye to your sanity. Seeing as they are still the same, Loki must have been amused by them, so a plus for the twins actually. Judging by the rumors I have heard about Loki and my knowledge. It's rare for him to actually like someone even slightly. This will most likely involve them pulling some over-the-top prank designed by the god of tricks himself. Which explains the bad feeling. I need to think about this. Is it more worth it to just take the prank like a man, or ruin it and then the possibility of Loki paying more attention towards me? Decisions asterisk. They continued along the path and then split up. Luna went on the boats. Astoria went with Luna to keep her company. The rest went to carriage rides since they were second years. So these are the Thestrals. He looked curiously at the skeletal, winged horses. They can only be seen by those who have witnessed and accepted death. Which was everybody except Tracy. Daphne and Astoria saw their father being killed by Harry. Hope has killed a few people during her journeys with Harry. And Harry, well, no words are needed to explain him. They are certainly strange. Hope says with a wry smile and Daphne nods. Wait, you call all see them? Come on. I'm barely in this group as it is. Tracy whines about not being able to see them. Harry ignores Tracy's existential crisis as a member of the group and pokes at one of the horses. It tries to bite him. He doesn't even bother and lets it bite him, but after applying some barriers on his forearm and continues to poke and run diagnostics on the poor creature. Chomp. Chomp. Nay. The Thestral shook its head as its teeth started to hurt. Fascinating, Harry had a wide smile on his face. How did this happen? Was it a mutation? Or did some god decide to mess around? A horse with the concept of death interwoven in it. Did Poseidon and Hades get drunk and decided to throw around their powers to make this? No, it's not death. This horse has no death energy in it. I'm sensitive to stuff involving souls and death. It's something else. Loss and grief. Only those who felt loss can see them. A horse hidden by emotion. Evolution possibly, like how a demiguise got the ability to turn invisible, though that thing is even more broken since it can see the future. I need to get my hands on one of those monkeys. Though this does open up an interesting research topic. Invisibility behind a single emotion. Let's say you are in a bloody war and I decide to hide behind peacefulness or serenity. Nobody would be able to see me. Well, that's for later. Time to go traumatize the hat again. The carriages arrive quickly to the main gate. The first eyes were still going the long way around across the lake. Taking the beautiful view of the castle. It's very pretty, isn't it? Luna commentated with a dazed tone. Tori, who was on the boat with her, Ginny Weasley and another girl nodded. Yeah, I saw it last year when I was with my sister and Harry. It's still very pretty. Ginny gritted her teeth and clenched her fist. She used every bit of restraint she had to not lash out. She hasn't even seen Harry. What if this little girl goes and cries to him? Harry will hate her forever. I'll show you your places soon. A tentacle burst through still surface of the lake, scaring quite a few of the Muggleborn. But the giant tentacle just waved at them. Oh, that reminds me, Tori rummages through her bag. Before she starts, pulled out a bag and turned it over. Cut up seafood started to fall from the bag into the lake in large amounts. Fish, crabs, lobsters, and sharks. The Kraken was instantly intrigued by the food. Then Tori throws some weird metallic balls that Harry gave her. She had no idea what they did. But this was her first mission from Harry. So it had to be done perfectly, even it was disgusting to see the bleeding fish parts. What she didn't know is that those were probes. And there were a few of them inside the fish as well. Last time Harry was here he used his sonar spell to get a look at the squid, realizing that it was in fact a kraken. These things will get a much better image and the probes that it will eat will show biometrics. The kraken's health, its organs, brainwaves, and possibly magical amount. The last one was still a work in progress. But not bad for Magic Sonar Probe Mark 18. It took 18 times before Harry was somewhat satisfied with his product. The Alpha and Beta marks were the most frustrating since he was still figuring out how he was going to make it before he realized he can just make the parts first and then shrink them to fit inside the alchemic metal shell that makes it easier for the magic-powered sonar waves. Daffy is going to praise me after this. Tori had a big smile on her face. To her the most important things were that her family is happy and getting praised a lot by Daphne and Harry. And Hope. And Melinda. And Bella, maybe by everybody, but mostly importantly by Daphne and Harry. Harry and his group entered the Great Hall. And Harry immediately locked eyes with Dumbledore. The old man looked tired but tried to hide it. After a few moments nothing happened. Harry half expected Dumbledore to at least try to probe his defenses. He even let out a few openings on purpose. But Dumbledore isn't stupid, he knows that Harry must have learned diplomacy by now. Not to mention whatever magical artifacts Harry might have that protect him from mental attacks. So even when he sat down their staring contest continued. But without magic. It was like a chess match. Both players trying to uncover information about the other to plan more and more moves ahead. Harry saw a tired Dumbledore who looked like he didn't want to be here. Dumbledore saw Harry, the growth spurt he had during the summer. The increased magical reserves. The boy still wore his green coat, but now he had a few more accessories, new rings, a chain that went into his t-shirt, most likely a necklace. Both obviously magical artifacts, otherwise the boy wouldn't be wearing them. If nothing else, Harry Potter was pragmatic. He has gotten stronger and bolder. It's moments like these that his wit is clearly shown. He obviously knows about Grindelwald and possible ways it will affect me. So he is looking for any useful information that he can use to his advantage. For someone who despises politics, he is showing a lot of potential. But the boy won't apply himself. My men told me about the incident in France. Many members of the traditional faction were found dead. Apparently they were the ones causing trouble for the boy. What a fortuitous coincidence for him, Dumbledore chuckled inwardly. What did they expect would happen when they didn't cover their tracks well? But still I'm being stretched too thin. A lot of my plans were put on hold because of Gellert. I haven't even set up the test I was planning for young Potter. I was planning to hire that moron Gilderoy Lockhart to provoke Potter to see what he would do. But now that war is on the horizon, I can't afford to have useless people fighting it. I can always call them down to being sheep later. But if the acolytes mow down the wizards in Britain, there will be no one left for me to rule. They need to be strong enough to at least hold the line. Harry, on the other hand, received a telepathic transmission from Hope. She didn't want to break his little staring contest with Dumbledore. Harry, did you notice the new dark arts professor? Didn't need to, I can feel his magic. It's Lupin, he is unimportant. Ignore him. At that moment, the First Eyes, being led by McGonagall, entered the Great Hall. Tori just skipped to the Ravenclaw table and plopped down next to Daphne with her head raised, looking at her big sister with sparkling eyes. Praise me. Daphne sighed and started to pat her head and pamper her little hellion. Asterisk. Sorting continued on as usual. Harry sent a telepathic link to the hat. He didn't know what it would see in Luna's head. But Harry reminded it what would happen if it tried to take revenge for last year. He was to do his job and send Luna to Ravenclaw. And that's exactly where the Moonchild was sent to. The students clapped and Luna went to sit by Astoria, getting a few surprised looks from professors and students. The sorting continued on until the last student, Ginevra Weasley. As soon as the hat was put on top of her head, it started to curse inwardly. Why does this shit happen to me? God fucking damn it. All her thoughts are about going to Ravenclaw. She is trying to push through. But if I send her there, she is as good as dead. What a stupid, obsessive, delusional child. Go with your family, stupid weasel. Gryffindor. The hat yelled out and Ginny's eyes widened. No. I don't want to be in Gryffindor. A/N. Asterisk, divination is so OP in hacks. Especially in the gamer novel. Asterisk, hellion, a rowdy or mischievous person, especially a child. Chapter 130, Remus Lupin. No. I don't want to be in Gryffindor. Ginny yelled out, gaining the attention of the whole hall. Students and teachers both looked at her in surprise. Most of all, it was the head of the Gryffindor house, Minerva McGonagall. Weasleys have traditionally all gone to Gryffindor house. And now their youngest child rejects the house, and it was basically a slap to her face. Especially after how lenient she has been towards the twins. The twins and Percy facebombed. Ron just looked a little red. When his roommates looked at him. Surprisingly, Snape, Dumbledore, and Harry all had the same reaction. They just raised an eyebrow. Snape was just an ass and enjoyed anything that ruined the reputation of Gryffindor. Dumbledore because he suddenly recalled the plan about Ginevra and Harry, and it turned out like this. It was such a small thing compared to all the troubles he has had lately that it actually amused him. Harry also knows the plan about him and Ginny. And this little stunt was just funny to him. Ginevra, stop this instant. Once the Sorting Hat has decided, there is no changing its mind, McGonagall said in a stern tone. But I want to go to Ravenclaw. Ginny complained with tears forming in her eyes as she lovingly, crazily, looked at a particular green-eyed boy. Minerva quickly figured out the situation. Well, that is a disaster waiting to happen. What in the blazes has Molly been telling this girl? There are easier ways to commit suicide. The Sorting Hat snorted, stupid ginger. Not only are they soulless, but apparently this one is brainless as well. Should have just sent her to Ravenclaw and let her die. There is no resorting. Now make your way to the Gryffindor table before I call your mother. McGonagall looked at the little girl with a serious expression. Ginny had tears in her eyes as she made her way to where her brothers were at. But she also looked at the Ravenclaw table. She saw the girls were around Harry, and now her best friend Luna was with them. Stupid tramps. But how could Luna do this to me? She was my closest friend. Unforgivable. She is not my friend. And I will show her, I will show all of them. Harry is mine. What she didn't know that Hope was the one who was using legilimency on her. She doesn't like doing this since it's an invasion of privacy. But the girl looked odd and distressed. So she was curious if there was something wrong with her. She never imagined this. Wow. She really is crazy. Hope dug deeper into her memories and just treated this as practice. Ginny already hated her and now her curiosity was stirred. That is one brainwashed kid. Daphne told me stories about how people worshipped Harry from his fantasy books. But this one takes the cake. Her mother insisted and assured her that she would marry Harry one day and they would live happily ever after inside a castle like a king and queen. In a way, it is not her fault. She has been force-fed that fantasy her entire life. And it's now a crucial part of her personality. Harry said that our memories and experiences shape our personality. Without those you might as well be dead, and what's left would be an entirely different person in your body. Like amnesia patients. Even if we try and fix her by removing those memories, she would no longer be herself anymore. The only way for her to be whole is to break out of the prison she has created by her dreams and ideals. Poor girl. Hope felt bad for Ginny, but there was nothing that could be done. And if the girl crossed the line, then that was it. Harry made sure to drill it in everybody's head to not show mercy even to a child. Every wizarding child can just point their wand and cause a lot of harm even without using dark spells. With Ginny sitting down at the Gryffindor table, the sorting was officially over. After that debacle did Harry finally saw this year's data teacher. Remus Lupin. Dumbledore stood up and coughed in his feast, making every student in the Great Hall turn towards him. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. As many of you have noticed, we have two new faces here at the professor's table. First, I would like to introduce you to Remus Lupin, your new professor of defense against the dark arts. Another new professor. A third year said with confusion. He had assumed that the professor from his first year would come back. Since Quirrell disappeared last year. Kid, there is a new one every year. A seventh year just shook his head. He turned to his group. How long do you think this one will last? 2 sickles that he is out before Halloween. 3 sickles that it's until the end of the year. I'm matching your bet and I say that he will die on Halloween. The older years started to place bets amongst themselves. Seeing that the gossip wasn't stopping, Remus just stood up. Greetings, as Headmaster Dumbledore said. I am Remus Lupin and I look forward to being your teacher. I hope I can be a better example than your previous professors, he said with a small smile. Didn't notice him when I entered the hall. That's unusual of me. Well, he is so insignificant it wouldn't matter. And I was focused on Dumbledore with our little game. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Remus was insignificant to him. Beside him being a werewolf, there was nothing interesting about him. And Harry has plenty of other werewolves to interact with for research purposes. To help his people first and foremost. Dumbledore smiled. And our second teacher I present to you, Rubius Hagrid, who is now the Care of Magical Creatures professor. Your previous teacher Sylvanus Kettleburn has decided to retire, and I quote, to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. The headmaster let out a good-hearted chuckle. Harry just deadpanned at the men. Real smooth, Bumblebee. That was dark and it did not set a good tone for new students. People here are stupid. You pull that stunt in the US and you are getting sacked. Who wants to be in a class where the professor loses limbs to the creatures students are supposed to be studying? Harry, didn't you sign up for that? Hope asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah. I knew that the half-giant would be the next professor. And I have a solid grasp on his personality. The man is kind, loyal, but also an airhead and a moron. He thinks dragons are cute. So there is a chance he will bring some dangerous creature to the class. Easy samples. I don't even have to do anything. Hope and Daphne refused to facepalm. They already got used to Harry's shenanigans. Hope has been with Harry much longer, but Daphne had adapted. You think of these moments as just Harry things. Well, now that that's settled, let the feast begin, Dumbledore said with a wide smile as he clapped his hands. Food appeared on the table and students enthusiastically started to dig in. The first eyes looked at the food with awe, but the older ones were just starving. Ron the glutton just kept stuffing his face with food. His brothers, on the other hand, invited Ginny over to sit with them. Well, more like they told her. What were you thinking? Percy hissed lowly at Ginny, who had a sad expression on her face. Talking back to Professor McGonagall like that, Percy was more worried about how this will affect him rather than the family's reputation. Their reputation was already rock bottom anyway. The twins, on the other, had looked amused as hell. Both of them had grins on their faces. Oh, quite bold of you, Gin. Talking back to that scary old cat like that. Mom is going to explode. Hey, I'd bet she would hex someone. They were only making things worse. And that was fine for them. They thrive in chaos. Especially after learning that God Loki was real. Which means all the other gods were probably real too. But that doesn't matter to them at all. Gods were real, that means godly pranks were real too. They have much more to learn. Hogwarts, the Ministry, Dark Lords, none of that matter now. All that matters is pranking everybody up the ladder until they reach God Loki. This was the best way they could think of to repay him for his kindness. The twins had their worldview broken to pieces, and the lesson they got from that is do more pranks. But I wanted to go to Ravenclaw, Ginny said with tears in her eyes. Why? Percy couldn't understand. You sit down, you get sorted. Simple as that. And she got sorted into the house where her family was. What was the problem? I wanted to be with Harry, Ginny mumbled. Percy and the twins looked at her with eyes wide open. Whooped. Ron's head snapped towards his sister, his mouth full with food as he looked at her with shock and anger. He felt betrayed. Harry Potter. Percy said in disbelief. Wizard extraordinaire. Look at me wrong and I will kill you, Potter. Ginny only nodded and the twins looked at each other and then back to Ginny. Good luck with that. Harry looked at the staff table and suddenly had a thought. A very interesting thought. You know what? Dumbledore is looking a bit too comfortable even when he looks tired. Let's change that. Harry quickly sent a message to Black Kaiser, who was doing a job in Germany. Blow up the front of the German Ministry of Magic, then place the deathly hollow mark in the sky. Harry grinned and Hope immediately caught onto that and kicked him under the table. What did you do? She whispered to him. Something fun, Harry whispered back, and then he got a reply from Kaiser. Sure, but can I ask why, boss? Harry smiled at that. Good, the ring is working as intended. I doubt he even realizes that his personality is changing when it comes to me. To mess with Dumbledore. The reply came back instantly, say no more. He. Perfect. A white falcon arrived near Dumbledore. It was a Patronus message. Albus frowned. He recognized the Patronus. It was Kingsley Shacklebolt's Patronus. Dumbledore. He appeared in Germany. The ministry there was attacked. Albus's eyes widened. He quickly stood up but then froze in place. He was about to call for his phoenix but he didn't have Fawkes anymore. He scowled at the memory of his empty office. Albus directly appreciated out of Hogwarts and was on his way to the international portkeys to go to Germany. He didn't trust the people there to recognize Grindelwald's magical signal. It might have been his acolytes who did the attack, and he can trace their signal better than the Aurors there could. Harry smiled once he saw Dumbledore leave. Ah, what a perfect way to start the new year. A/N. I think this is a good representation of the twins at this time. Stupid teenagers who don't even process the concept of consequences. Their mind is filled only with pranks. No matter how stupid or cruel the pranks might be. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Chapter 131, New Defenses. Been a tough week, didn't have time to write. Was sick for most of last week and had shit to do over the weekend. But here I am still alive in this stupid world of ours. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. The feast went on as usual even without Dumbledore. Once it was done it was time for the perfects to guide the first eyes through the castle to their dorm rooms. See you guys tomorrow. Trace, keep an eye on Luna, if anybody thinks of even looking at her wrong. Mention that she is under my protection. Tracy looked at Harry then at Luna who was her clueless cute self. I hope I make some new friends. Don't worry Harry, I got it. Nobody will make trouble for Luna, Tracy said with a grin on her face as she patted Luna's head who just enjoyed the attention. She just closed her eyes and enjoyed the sensation. She had never felt this protective feeling from a big sister. She was an only child and had lost her mother from a young age. The Weasleys' family were her neighbors and she played with Ginny. Bill, Charlie, and Percy were always busy. Fred and George played their pranks and Ron was just a jerk. There was nobody else. So this was an entirely new feeling. And she liked this peaceful feeling a lot. After separating from Tracy and Luna, Harry's group went towards the Lord's quarters. Harry let out a little smile once he saw the stone carvings of his familiars on the door. They were set to attack anyone trying to get in. Wait a minute, I need to check something. Harry stared to cast diagnostic spells. He checks the defenses and was surprised that none of them were breached. I expected them to try at least 2 times before giving up. Not that they couldn't get it, but it would be too tedious to continue. Sometimes it's just not worth it. Wasting hours of your day to crack a rune scheme only for another one to pop up from behind it with a nasty surprise. Once they entered the room, did a whole sweep of the place for any listening magics just in case, and there were none. If they didn't enter through the door, there was a low chance of them placing spells in the room. But Harry didn't think they were below opening up a hole in the ceiling or floor to get in. If they did, a bunch of poisonous snakes and nasty traps awaited them. Once he was done turning off all the safety measures he implemented for the summer, it was time for the others to come in. You can come in now, everything is fine. The group of girls walked in, while Astoria ran in. Woohoo, she ran towards her room and jumped on the bed. Well, the room she shared with Daphne, whose eye was twitching as she watched her sister, not even 5 seconds inside the room and already made a mess. Probably a new record. You guys unpack, I'm going to check on my lab. Harry gave the girls a little wave and entered his workshop, exactly the same as when he left it. Good, looks like my stasis shelves are working just fine. Harry smiled at his little modified shelves. Wizards really were idiots. No, they went a step above that, they are morons. Messing around with time turners. I wouldn't be caught dead using those. What do you when a time god suddenly pops up in front of you? You'd be screwed, that's what. Frankly, I think the only reason wizards are alive is because some time deity finds them amusing. Like watching a stupid dog chase after its tail. Probably more than one wizard has fucked up when using those things. Meeting yourself in the past, creating a paradox, or not completing the time loop and getting stuck. Free entertainment for bored gods, and if a wizard goes overboard, the gods just smite them. Harry sat down on his chair. His very comfortable and enchanted leather office chair. Speaking of idiots, this was unexpected. I was sure they would tamper with my defenses. Then again, with all the trouble Dumbledore is in, he probably didn't have time. I'm low on his threat scale after all, just a piece to be sacrificed, willingly or not. Judging by the notes and ideas I found from his office, I have a pretty good grasp on his personality. His real personally, not that senile old man act he puts on. He wants for me to sacrifice myself, just so he can keep his hands clean and use my death to make me some sort of martyr. After I die he can just easily kill Voldemort, take the reins and become the leader of wizards in Britain and the world through politics. Carrying on Harry Potter's will, the defeater of 2 Dark Lords. Leader of the wizarding world. That is his goal, or something similar to that. Harry smirked. Dumbledore is still a threat. In Hogwarts he was a potential to be a strong high class and he was obviously trying to kill me. But that's easier said than done. It's not like I'm just going to sit there and let him take a swing at me. But that thing with Reginald was a mistake. A mistake that I allowed because of my aversion to politics. Even now I want nothing to do with it, it revolts me. Even if you want to sell something you need politics. That's why I just force people to do it my way or they don't get anything. If I had information on the actions of others my safety and the safety of the others would be easier to secure. But if I'm not using politics there is only one way to do it. Spies and a whole lot of bribes. I'm going to need more money. Harry groaned in his hands. More work, that's just what he needed. It was already hard enough because he can't stop with his crazy research ideas that eat up his whole budget. Harry started brainstorming ideas, his clones were doing the same thing. He couldn't explain just how much he loved his clones. That has to be the biggest achievement in his life. Thought projection magic. Which frankly wasn't even projections anymore. He was just too lazy to think of a new name. They weren't even clones, they were him, it was quite literally all for one, like the Musketeers. No bullshit Vegapunk route that had different personalities, no shadow clones that popped once they were hit and caused memory overload to the user. It was real-time information sync. His progress on whatever he studies was up by 200%. If theoretically he used 5 shadow clones for 5 hours. That would be studying for 25 hours, a major improvement in a 5-hour time frame, but since those shadow clones operate independently at least half of them would be reading the same book and reach the same conclusion. So out of those 25 hours only about 12 were useful and it even that had overlapping information. Not to mention the memory overload. A loss in mana and efficiency. His clones were the perfect thing for him. The second one clone reaches an improvement or discovery. All the other parts of himself know it too, that means they can focus on the thing that is important. Brainstorming with them also leads to good ideas. After all each clone can use enhanced through process and parallel thoughts magic. And each brainstorms about different things. Research, security, spells, possible ways to get stronger. After fighting Reginald and going over the fight to see things he had missed, Harry facebombed. During that entire fight, he never used the unforgivable spells. It was a major oversight. He was more used to fighting with magecraft and cheap shots than the usual wizarding style. There are useful spells in there. If even one of the unforgivables hit Reginald, even the death curse, it would have been a game changer even if it didn't kill him. Just stunning him for a second would change the flow of the battle. His lack of experience was obvious. There were mistakes made, but he survived and he will improve. Harry actually started to draw inspiration from the Chinese factions. But not about some enlightenment or anything similar to that. No, no one, absolutely no one on this planet fights as much as the Wuxia bastards. Not the devils, not the church, not even the Norse that beat up each other for fun. They have had wars, but the wars in supernatural China never stopped, they just change regions and many factions and sections. Every month there is always some big clan warring against someone. Even recently it got so bad that the big guns had to get involved to quiet it down. But that warlike environment has made a pretty useful mindset. The most technological achievements for humanity was during war. This was no different. They created new pill recipes and pill refinement techniques, new weapons and smithing techniques, new formations/arrays, body refinement, cultivation techniques and etc. Now Harry already does these, they just have different names. He has potions, he is creating enchanted weapons and artifacts, ward schemes, his ritual to strengthen his body and magic, his fire to devour souls. What he needs right now is inspiration on how to improve those. Hence look at the war region and see what works best. A clone was working on that right now. Inside Potter Manor his 4 clones were doing different things. The newly created 5th clone, just like all the clones before him, had low magic reserves. The weakest clone was always doing something like testing potion recipes or playing around with poisons. The other ones with larger mana reserves were either enchanting test weapons or using magic to boost their brainpower to think faster. Each tackling a different project. All of them linked together. The second clone was sitting in the garden enjoying the night sky as ideas went through his head. He was the one theorizing on the new defenses. I can make a defense now, but if I make it now, I will inevitably have to upgrade it later. And in the future I assume I will have a target on my back. For what I have no idea. But I have done a lot of sketchy shit and that is just up until now. But when it is time to upgrade, a lot of the main functions will need to be shut down and that's a heavy risk to take. It was quite the conundrum. The protections certainly needed an upgrade. The one he has were made by wizards that were slightly more powerful due to the age of the manor that is channeling the mana and the fact it was over 2 ley lines. Any house protections when activated will function as a barrier. The better the design and materials, the longer it lasts and the more beating it can take. There are dozens of languages that work with mana to create wards. And then we have boons and hexes, which is another clusterfuck. I like to call them bounded fields, like from Fate/Stay. It's simple, a domain created by the wards, boons, and hexes that surrounds the house and protects it from all attacks. Would have called it a domain, but that already refers to the domain of gods. Now that I think about it, ward zone also works. But meh, it's just a name, it can be explained in 100 different ways. Harry sat there for a full hour before he lifted his head and facepalmed hard. Enough to hurt him and leave a mark on his face. I am so stupid. If one bounded field filled with wards, boons, and hexes wasn't enough, just make another one. One can stay active, while the other one is being repaired or upgraded. Even if the other one was fine, it could just recharge while it was offline. Why stop at 2? Why not 3 of 4? Since the protections at the start are going to be weak, why not go all to bet on the future? With how I plan to make them, they might end up as something really decent. Harry's eyes looked around the garden as he was thinking for the perfect number of bounded fields. He notices the sun dial near him and it clicks. A clock. 12 bounded fields. 1 for each hour. 12 original fields, then they can combine with others. You can combine 2 or more bounded fields for a greater effect. There are tens thousands of combinations, since each bounded field will have different things in it that can be arranged for a different effect, and for its strongest form combine all 12. While one is active as normal, the previous one recharges. And I can constantly work on upgrading the other ones without worrying about the protections. They will be weak at the start since it will take a lot longer to properly set it up, and it can charge up to its potential. Maybe make it so that the one that is active gets most of the mana from the ley lines and the other gets enough for a recharge. Oh, this is going to be a pain to design, but it's also going to be so much fun. Limitless possibilities. It's going to be shit at the start since all 12 have to be built up, but give it a few years and it's going to be a monstrous defense. Hogwarts. Harry's room. Harry blinked when he got the info. Damn, that's a nice idea. As expected of me. My other selves are putting in the work. So time to see what else I can get from Hogwarts. He opened up his archive magic and started to type. Plans for this year. Get Rowena to start teaching him about the Room of Innovation, as she swore an oath to do so. Ah yes, I remember scamming her and the other founders. Good times, that reminds me. Get Salazar's and Helga's legacy that they promised me, and kill the big snake in the basement. I'm strong enough to make sure I don't die from the basilisk. Ideally I would like to kill it without damaging it. Maybe a killing curse shot in its mouth. Everything that snake has is valuable. The eyes, venom, skin, and even the flesh, blood and bones. Find one of the hidden rooms. The 5 hidden chambers. I don't know if they even exist. I need just one. If it's some stupid reward for wizards, I probably won't even bother with it. But if there are old spells and treasures, then I'll look for the rest, Harry mused as he kept typing. He was always short on time, and searching the entire castle for some rooms even when he knows the approximate location sounded like a waste of time. It all depended on who made the room and what they put in them. Harry wrote some more stuff down and closed the holographic screen and keyboard. I plan to stay in Hogwarts for this year and at best the next one too. In these 2 years I will need to get the most I can from Hogwarts. After that maybe I'll apply to one of those magician schools to see what they have. After all, generations of people researching a topic is bound to yield some results. And I still have so much to learn about magecraft. I also need to start poaching some talented students and start expanding my business. I'm going to need a whole lot of money and materials in the future. Ravenclaw Common Room. Tracy and Luna entered the Ravenclaw Common Room. Professor Flitwick gave a quick speech about Ravenclaw and said if anybody needed anything they could ask a perfect or go to his office to meet him during certain hours. Tracy already made some friends last year. She also hung around with Blaze, who was having the time of his life. In Ravenclaw there is no political bullshit, but that didn't mean there was no competition. People here are desperate for the best grades since it gives a few perks. If you are in the top 5 of the class in your year, you get a room all to yourself and ask Flitwick to teach you a spell. Within reason, of course. Hence there was a lot of backstabbing during exam days. Some petty stuff like making each other not being able to sleep, giving the wrong study notes. Pettiness to the extreme just for good grades. On the other hand, Luna was trying to make friends and was falling. Children can be more crueler than adults in some things. The girls in her year in the second year mocked her imaginary animals and her father's crazy newspaper conspiracy theories. This naturally made Luna sad. But then she remembered that she has other friends, so that made her feel better. But Tracy didn't miss this. She overheard their conversation and practically stomped her way towards Luna and hugs the little girl with one arm, glaring at the older students. What the hell do you think you idiots are doing? What's it to you, Davis? Shouldn't you be hanging around Potter like some little minion? A third-year student sneered at her. The Ravenclaw students' jealousy for Harry's talent and knowledge was clear, especially among the older years. Harry Potter finished his magical education before he was 11. At the school that is considered best in the world, from what they learned from news sources. Potter's minion am I? Well, I guess I should tell him that you guys bullied Luna, someone that he announced was under his protection. Tracy raised her wand and started firing stinging hexes and leglock curses. The hell? Are you crazy? Stop that. The students stumbled to grab their wands. You plan to retaliate? Well, go on. She spread her hands, giving them a clear shot, but I don't want to see you complain or apologize when Harry comes to find you tomorrow, she said with a grin. She might not be book smart, but she knows how to deal with people. The bullies froze in place. They didn't dare to attack her. No one wanted to get on Harry Potter's bad side. That guy was a maniac who had already killed adult wizards, and they overheard from their parents to avoid him as best as possible and not annoy him. In the parents' minds, Harry Potter had become another Lucius Malfoy. Rich, arrogant, and powerful. Well, powerful in wizarding terms, Lucius was among the most powerful Death Eaters under Voldemort's command. The bullies didn't know what to do, they could only hop away in embarrassment. They were the ones being bullied now. Tracy was shamelessly using Harry's reputation as countermeasure. The best part is Harry would just give her a thumbs up and keep up the good work. Daphne said it best. So what if they get expelled? Harry was a great teacher, and he said once she is old enough can come work for him. He gave her a very good deal. Her future was already secured. He. This is going to be a fun year. The reign of Tracy the Terror begins. And if anybody has any problems with that, they can deal with Harry. Mwahaha. A/N. The number of combinations you can make from 12 symbols is 4096. But this is a giant barrier that can be made from different materials, languages, and energies. Anyways, opinions about the mana protections. I will admit I think I read something similar somewhere. The clock idea is not mine, but I read a few that had just stacked defenses. Honestly, I read so much shit and just took notes for the future. I have about 200 notes on random shit and ideas. And it keeps growing every day. Not counting the ones I make for fics that I have. I just get a random thought when I'm at work or at home and I just write it down. I don't really have another name, so I call them bounded fields. I have been researching Fate/Stay since they have some interesting magecraft. But man, that world is fucked up. I don't think there are terms for separate defenses, or if there was I forgot it. Like a completed defense with ward schemes interconnected, added with boons and hexes and such. I think they just call it a barrier or protections. That sounds kind of lame. So bounded fields, a defensive field. Sounds simple and better. Anyway, any other opinions about the chap? Chapter 132, Visible Improvement. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. The new year in Hogwarts started. The students were preparing for the first class of the year. They were rushing through the hallways and the moving staircases. 1 minute they were going down, only to end up on the previous floor. Some students tripped on a specific step and fell down the staircase, thinking they were going to die, only to slow down near the end and softly touch the ground. The first years had it the hardest, clueless kids running around trying to arrive on time for class. For the second years, the first class was herbology. So they all made their way to the greenhouses with their dragonhide gloves and other items they would need. Good morning, class. Welcome to Greenhouse 3. Second years, the plump old woman called out. There were about 40 students in the greenhouse. They were surrounding a table filled with pots in a U shape. The top is where the professor stood. Good morning, Professor Sprout, X. Daphne and Tracy watched the pots curiously. They noticed some of the pots that were nearer to the professor were Harry's pots. Well, it makes sense now that I think about it. Daphne mused. Professor Sprout is one of the most knowledgeable people about plants in Britain. She would obviously know the value of the pots Harry made. In fact, Harry told me she is the richest person in Hogwarts. Need a rare plant to save a life. Oh, too bad it's not in season. And she sells it to the healers or potioneers. Now gather around, everyone. This is the first class of the year and we are going to repot mandrakes. She lifted up a pot and put it in front of her. Now who here can tell me the properties of the mandrake root? Hermione Granger raised her hand almost instantly. Daphne had to stop from rolling her eyes. But something unexpected happened. Granger seemed to realize something and quickly put her hand back. So she does have some common sense. Yes. Miss Granger, but the professor saw her when she first raised her hand. Hermione nodded. Mandrake, or mandragora, is used to return those who have been petrified to their original state. It's also quite dangerous. The mandrake's cry is fatal to anyone who hears it. In the back of the greenhouse, Tracy whispered to Daphne. Hey, do you think Harry has these? Daphne deadpanned at her. He recently decided to keep some in his pocket to throw at enemies. Where is he anyway? Asleep. He stayed up all night researching something. Now pay attention, Daphne said to Tracy. It wasn't that she was a big nerd all of a sudden, but Harry had drilled it into them not to fuck around with plants. And they were standing in a room filled with mandrakes. If one of them was more mature than the rest, it would be game over. Pomona smiled at Granger. Excellent, 10 points to Gryffindor. Now, as our mandrakes are still only seedlings, their cries won't kill you yet, but they could knock you out for several hours. Which is why I've given each of you a pair of earmuffs for auditory protection. So could you please put them on right away? The students rushed to put on the fluffy earmuffs. Daphne and Tracy added some extra protection on their ears with a spell. Blaze, the sly student that he was, copied them. Flaps tight down and watch me closely. You grasp your mandrake firmly. She grabbed it by the stems and gave it a good shake to show how high she was holding it. You pull it sharply up out of the pot. In one sharp pull, Professor Sprout pulled out the plant and everybody got a good look at it. The root was shaped like a very ugly and dirty baby, and even with the earmuffs the scream was still uncomfortable. Got it? And not you dunk it down into the other pot and pour a little sprinkling of soil to keep it warm. She started to pour soil over the mandrake and it slowly started to quiet down. Neville looked at the ugly plant baby and felt sick. Slowly his eyes rolled backward. Ugh, and he fell down. Thud. Pomona sighed. Longbottom has been neglecting his earmuffs. The Slytherins smirked and shook their heads. Some were even covering their mouths to hide the laughter. Seamus Finnegan checked up on him. No ma'am, he's just fainted. Pomona shrugged. Yes, well, just leave him there. Well then, on we go. Plenty of pots to go around. Daphne sighed. Me and my bright ideas. Be more productive, Daphne. You need more hands on studying. I should have just stayed in bed. A few hours later, Harry finally decided to join them. He was still sleepy and drowsy but awake. He met the group in the Great Hall for lunch. As soon as Harry and Hope sat down, a plate of pasta appeared in front of them. Pasta alla trapanese, Sicilian tomato pesto. Harry put one bite in his mouth and relaxed. Ah, it was so worth it to teach my house elves to cook. The pizza is good too, Daphne complimented, using a fork and knife to eat her pizza slice. Astoria, who was sitting next to her, was busy stuffing her cheeks and eating with her hands as is the proper way. She said something with her mouth filled with food and gave a thumbs up. And Tracy, who was supposed to be another role model for little Tori, was doing the same thing as her. Devouring the pizza in front of her. Blaise Zabini was looking at them with an envious expression on his face. How lucky of them. They get to eat good food, while I'm stuck with this. He poked the beans on his plate with fork. But Blaise was smart enough to know not to annoy Harry Potter. It might have been different last year when he first met him. But this year everybody was staying out of the boy's way. He killed 2 adult wizards and defeated the wizard killer. And nobody wanted to get on his bad side. Blaise had heard from his mother that some people who pissed him off in France mysteriously disappeared. Yeah, I'm going to be polite, but keep my distance until Potter is feeling normal or as benevolent as possible for him. You went to Lupin's class? Harry asked Daphne and Tracy, who nodded. It was interesting. Daphne paused as she thought on how to explain it better. Lupin was good, I guess. Compared to last year's teacher and the rumors I have heard about the previous years. He is calm and teaches what we need to know. Competent is the word I would use, but now that I think about it, that's a sad standard. The students are finally excited about getting a competent teacher when they should be looking for a great teacher. Tracy blinked, then pouted. Damn it, Daph. Why did you have to break the mood? Now I feel stupid for thinking Professor Lupin is good. But you are right, the students are cheering about getting a competent data teacher. What is wrong with this school? Tracy put her hands on her head while her elbows were on the table. She was staring at the pizza in front of her like she was hoping it would talk and tell her the answer. Hope just giggled. She had premium education taught by the magical mad scientist Harry. And she never took it for granted and gotten proud or spoiled. She doesn't even remember how long she had spent in the woods, surviving like an animal. Her new life was a gift and she cherished it, always improving herself so that she can be useful to Harry, who was just going further and further ahead of her. Frankly, she was really worried about it until Harry calmed her down. He explained that since they are arriving at their teenage years, they will rapidly improve up until they turn 21. After that, their magic will stabilize and growth would slow down. So Harry was doing everything he could to squeeze out as much of his potential as he could. Wars aren't won by a single powerful person. With enough soldiers they will be worn out and will die. So that's who she wants to become. I will do it. I will become someone who can stand by Harry in the future. Hope repeated this to herself. It was a trick she found in a book. Self-hypnotism. You repeat your goal over and over again to increase your drive and ambition. To help you push through with your training. And for Hope it was showing results. It was time for Hagrid's class, and to the surprise of everybody, Harry Potter decided to come. The same guy who basically said fuck you to the entire school schedule was on time for a class. Hagrid set up a meeting point in front of his hut and takes them right at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest. There shows up Buckbeak the Hippogriff. When Hagrid asks who will go first, all of the students stepped back. Hope decided to try it out. And being the nice girl she is, she gives him a bow. Buckbeak bows back and Hope pats him a little. All right, easy enough, right? Who's next? Harry started walking with a smile on his face. Once he reached the magical beast he didn't bow, being the maniac he was, Harry decided how to stare down Buckbeak. Harry. What are you doing? Hagrid started to close and his hand raised towards Buckbeak. Why aren't you bowing? Harry just smirked because there is no reason to bow. He just blasted the beast with his aggression. The presence of a killer. Despite being only 11, Harry had killed quite a few people and magical beasts. And as strong as Buckbeak was, its instincts were telling him there was no chance of survival against this boy. So under the stunned gazes of all the students as their jaws dropped, Buckbeak bowed his head, his beak touching the ground. Well, isn't that interesting? Harry patted Buckbeak on the base of his neck and started walking back to the castle. Hagrid was also stunned for a few moments before he realized he was a teacher. He coughed in his fist and looked at the other students. Well, that wasn't exactly the normal way to do it, so don't you all go and copy him. Even if I did that, Buckbeak would treat me as a target. So bow and be respectful. Now who's next? Harry was back in his room sitting on his office chair. He had his archive magic activated. Several holographic screens were in front of him with a big keyboard that was on the desk. Well, that was a fun little test. Those animals are famous for their pride, fighting people and other magical beasts if it feels it's being challenged or its pride was being insulted. But it looks like if the predator is strong enough they throw that pride away to survive. Quite intelligent for an animal that has the head of a bird. Harry chuckled and shook his head before focusing. Well then, down to business. On the screen a few pictures and notes appeared. Plans for improvement. That fight with Reginald was enlightening to say the least. It was the first time I fought someone that outclassed me that much. Many of my weaknesses became obvious. First is the bad synergy between my magecraft and wizarding magic. I did use both in the fight, but it was mostly offensive AoE spells. I didn't even attempt the unforgivables because I forgot about them. The pressure of the fight caused me to be narrow-minded. I also didn't use any of my spell stack spells. They require a bit more focus, because you are literally taking a few spells, to 100 spells and squishing them together in a single chant. Yeah, a little insane now that I think about it. I must be an idiot to develop that when I did. I don't think even high-class magicians would play around with that in case it blows up in their face. 100 of your own spells exploding right in front of you, even if they are the most weakest ones. What could go wrong? Harry shook his head. It was frustrating to look back and see all your mistakes. I messed around, tried a new fighting style that was basically a magic brawler with a few cheap tricks. Doping on potions, using untested weapons and traps. That's not what I want to be. It's time to go back to the basics and build up again. He typed something on the keyboard and a long list appeared. All of the spells he has created and recreated. Along with unfinished ones and ideas. Second, I need to upgrade my multitasking. That means more parallel thoughts that work just as efficient with the accelerated though process spell. Selecting my spells. The unforgivables are going in, even if they don't work fully, they can make the target pause for a second or two. Spell stacking and explosive spells are a must. Harry thought back on a particular moment he tested this. Boom. He completely obliterated the inside of a small mountain. A little too much, don't you think? Hope deadpanned from behind him. She could only see darkness inside the hole. The hole was so big light was having trouble going in. Harry made the spell push inside the mountain before it exploded. He blew it up from the inside. Nope. I set up a bounded field earlier. I'm going to make this into a safe house. I'm planning to expand operation and hire some more people. They will need a few places to crash if things go wrong. Maybe I should just carve out the whole mountain and make a hub of sorts. Harry, are you high again? He blinked. Shit, did I mess up my fluxy mix? Hope facepalmed at his reply. Good times. Harry smiled at his own chaotic experiments. Yep, those aren't going anywhere. Bleach spells are definitely staying. And I need to utilize my sacred gear more. From the way Reginald fought, just by having it float around me causes psychological pressure. That's an aspect I never considered. Make them think and doubt their usual methods of attacking. With Mirror Alice by me, they will avoid targeted spells and instead use area of effect spells. He wrote that down in his notes and moved on. Potions were useful during the fight, but close combat should always be treated as a last-case emergency. Potions will also fall under that category. A few defensive ones are fine. Now how to efficiently use those spells. The most obvious answer is to add more mouths to chant the spells, but that comes with its own risks. The area of the mouth needs to be exposed. Let's say I wear a sleeveless shirt with my arms exposed. And I add a mouth to my forearm and shoulder, with another one on the back of my hand. That's 6 extra mouths to chant. But due to the nature of transfiguration, those areas will become more vulnerable. And I can't put in on the biceps as it would impede my movement. The shoulder is already risky enough. I need to be able to swing my arms. I plan to start using weapons when I make my staff. Weapon, there is another one. I forgot the sword of Gryffindor. And Rowena's diadem. Fuck. Add it to the list. This is what happens when you hoard a bunch of stuff. How do I even go about using all of these artifacts and weapons while chanting spells and it not impeding my movement? I don't think anyone would be able to. Harry paused as his eyes went to a picture of him while he was using the spell to add more mouths. No. There is one. There is someone capable of doing it. Harry let out a wild grin as he gained another crazy idea. And if that psychopath could do it, then so can I. Let's see who can wield it better, shall we? King of Curses. Ryaman Sukuna. A/N. Opinions about the chap. And about the way this thing is going. I just think it's so Harry-like. Not enough mouths. Make some more. Too many artifacts to use. Make more arms. Face with tears of joy. Harry be getting a small power-up. Which I think is about damn time. He got a much-needed wake-up. Now as I planned, Harry still has some childish tendencies. It has to do with how the brain grows and forms throughout our life and hormones. So as he grows older he will be wiser and smarter. Chapter 133, Ryaman Sukuna. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Ryaman Sukuna. That was the answer Harry came up with. In his world he was a powerful sorcerer who became a curse. He made 2 extra arms and an extra mouth on his stomach. This allowed him to chant twice and form hand signs required for certain attacks. All while fighting and wielding weapons. And Harry was planning to push this even further. To him there was no psychological impact to mutilating his own body. It was a necessity. The DxD verse might not be as dangerous as Naciverse or Dragon Ball, but it was still a clusterfuck of factions and dangerous beings. And that's not even mentioning the 2 beings that hang out in Dimensional Gap. One sneeze from them and a city or a country could be wiped out. And they got one shot by some alien invaders. So yes, Harry was a bit panicked since there wasn't a lot of time left. In Harry's mind there were only 17 years left. That's when all the chaos happens. The alliance was created and factions shift, Chaos Brigade act out openly instead of the shadows. And 1 year after that the aliens invade. Naturally, since this wasn't an ordinary DxD timeline, Harry takes in consideration that there will be some or a lot of changes. And he was born a wizard who at most reach high class. Another way of saying just a stronger cannon fodder. And since he wasn't lucky enough to be born with a cheat like some other protagonists, he has to make his own. This is going to a whole other level of human transfiguration. Just changing the skin to a mouth and a few muscle fibers underneath to act as vocal cords is one thing. I have a lot of leeway with wizarding magic to mess around. Technically it's magic that does all the talking. Science and magic meet halfway to make that spell work. Harry looks over at the pictures of the human skeletal and muscle system. Specifically on the torso and arms. But adding 2 extra arms is extremely complicated if I want them to be perfectly functional. The back muscles are going to be the most complicated thing about this whole process. I can just copy the bones and shoulder blades. The extra arms need to be lower than my real arms. But for them to move with accuracy in a fight they need to be perfect. That means I'm going to have to rearrange my entire back to accommodate for the extra muscles. This is going to take a lot of research and test dummies. I'm not stupid enough to test this on myself. There are a few characters in fiction that have 4 arms. But most of them are just slapped on there without any anatomical detail. Like 4 arms, Ben 10, Fourth Kind, MHA, or Noitora, Bleach, and many more. They may attach it better to look good, but the one with the better anatomy is Sukuna. Harry started on working on the prototype. Since the only changes what were going to be made were the torso, he created a holographic version of it. It was just an extended ribcage with extra shoulder blades in the joint. This should work for now, even as he thought of that Harry worked meticulously on making it as correct as possible. Because he knows he will have to make some changes later, so he did the best he could so that minimal changes are required later on. Next Harry started to slowly add the muscles, bit by bit. The back muscles are among the most complex in the human body. They are layered and each has its own purpose. These muscles form a large, intricate network connecting the spine, shoulders, neck, and hips. Any change to that and you might not even be able to move. You can only stand or sit because the back muscles are stabilizing the spine against gravity. And Harry wanted to redesign the whole thing because he wants extra arms. If any doctor heard what he was planning, they would smack him. Muscle after muscle, layer by layer, Harry started to slowly shape the back. He spent 20 minutes doing this. Once he was done, Harry looked at the result and nodded his head as expected. It looks like shit. While the torso looked great and appeared to be a success, the muscles beneath the skin weren't complete. Harry already started making simulations about movement and noticed the muscles were straining. If this was a real human, they would be screaming out in pain. Well, that's what simulations and test dummies are for. Even if I make the perfect design, there is still the matter of creating the spell to make it worse. It was then that Harry froze in place, and so did the other clones. He slammed his head on the table and groaned. I am so stupid. This directly interferes with another one of my plans. The plan Harry was talking about was his idea to carve hundreds of runes on all of his bones to get stronger. Even to make magical tattoos with various effects. Theoretically, if I already got those, then adding 2 extra arms would interrupt the design and cause the runes in the bones and tattoos not to work. Worst case, they explode and kill me. Harry got this idea from various fictions. Tattooing runes, spells or magic circles on the body is nothing new, but it's usually done on the hand, arm or leg, something small and single purpose. But Harry got the idea to combine both, creating a 3-dimensional design like he did with his pots, but for his body. This is bad. I will need both if I want to survive the future. I need the arms now. The runes and tattoos would have only happened once my body reached its peak and wouldn't grow anymore. So it was a long-term project that I had plenty of time to design and research. And I still do, but the arms throw a wrench in that problem. The solution is to either make them permanent when I am an adult or to make them semi-permanent and they can just fold in. It wasn't as if 4 arms were something new. A lot of gods in the Hindu pantheon had 4 arms. Shiva has 4 arms and so does Indra. Wait, do I even care if I have 4 arms? No, I don't. I can just hide them with magic when I got out in public. And it won't be passed down to my children since it's not genetic. Well, there it is, problem solved. I can always just mess with Indra when he eventually comes. He is a cunt, and always looking for allies against his war with Shiva. When he asks about my arms, I'll just call him an elitist cunt. Oh, just because your faction has 4 arms nobody else can. What do you hold a patent on 4 arms now? But you are a wizard. Hey, that's racist. Harry happily smiled and giggled a bit because of his imaginary conversation. He closed down the archive magic. He stood from his chair and stretched his body. Ah. That was a productive session. Now what's next on the list, right? The founders. Well, let's see what Salazar and Helga have for me. Maybe the data will help me somehow. Stranger things have happened in this world. Maybe I should summon all 4 of them and watch them bicker. It would provide entertainment if nothing else. Dumbledore in Germany. Something isn't right. Dumbledore frowned as he watched the scene in front of him. The Aurors of the German Ministry of Magic, or as they call it here, Ministerium für Zauberei. They have already taken down the Deathly Hallows mark. And were attempting to locate the magical signature of whoever did this. Dumbledore only used 1 spell to check the situation and realized that it was hopeless. Whoever did it was long gone. They had used a simple bombarda to blow up the entrance to the ministry and just put the mark in the air. But in there lies the problem. Albus frowned as he watched Aurors run around and a few cloaked individuals come and leave. Belonging to a special forces part of their operation. This isn't Gellert's style. He is theatrical. He wants to be seen so that he can inspire more wizards to join his cause. He would never stoop so low as to just blow something up without even showing up. There is always a meaning to any one of his moves, an angle that he can exploit. If anything else, this reminds me more of Voldemort's guerrilla warfare. Albus was running through all the data he had gathered on Grindelwald's moves over the past few months. Could they have joined forces? He thought about it before shaking his head slightly. No, that's a silly idea. Both are proud and arrogant individuals and they have complete different ideologies. Tom Riddle is just a brute spreading fear and hate with his little terrorist attacks. Gellert fights for wizarding kind, many admire him and willingly join his cause for revolution. Because that was his end goal, a revolution and a world for wizards. And in there lies the problem. Why hasn't he appeared yet? In the past, his movements were easy to track. He goes from city to city, giving out speeches, gathering more and more naive wizards to his side. Yet beside the meeting with his acolytes he hasn't been seen since. Albus was deeply concerned about this. When an enemy hides completely like this, it usually means there is something troublesome coming. He hadn't even considered the possibility that Grindelwald might be dead. Why would he? Gellert was his rival, his equal. It was a surprise that Gellert had escaped when he promised that he wouldn't. Since he was defeated, he had lost his will and was imprisoned in the castle he himself had designed. The wards and shackles kept him from using his magic. Yet despite that he had still escaped. And was making moves in the shadows. Such a man couldn't possibly be dead. I fear that he might be really desperate this time. That he would do the unthinkable, allying with those magicians. They pose a serious threat. But until today there had been no sighting of any acolytes, and I believe this attack wasn't from them. This is a truly strange and maddening situation, and it is strange that Gellert had never once attempted to contact me, even through a letter. I expected that he would gloat or explain why he broke his promise. I guess I will have to wait for someone to contact him. Albus smiled as he recalled a certain memory from the distant past. When they were young, they developed a method to communicate with each other. It was just for fun. At first they were researching the Deathly Hallows, specifically the Resurrection Stone. An old ritual, it summons the spirit of dead to communicate with them. They started experimenting and realized they could summon their own spirits if they were willing. Naturally, after their conflict, neither one of them attempted this again. I hope that he is at least willing to do this. Due to the nature of the ritual, no harm can come to the spirit, so it was perfectly safe. I need answers, and this is the only way I can think of to get them in the current situation. Seeing that there was nothing left for him to do here, Dumbledore went inside the ministry. It was time to get something out of these fools, or the whole trip would have been a waste. At least he can get some money from them or get them to owe him a few favors. A/N. I lost like 600 to 700 words while writing this. Double right-click on Pat Writing, and the page refreshes. I was very pissed off about the word count. I grabbed one of those stress ball and squeezed the life out of it for like 5 minutes. By the way, DxD Indra is a piece of shit. He is sarcastic and arrogant as hell. Well, most gods are arrogant. But he is also said to be somewhat benevolent and dislikes chaos. Wonder why? Maybe because his fated enemy is Chois incarnate. Unlike him, Shiva is shown to be very benevolent and chill. He is the destroyer. Eventually he will destroy the world. Since the end has to come eventually by his hand, he is just lazy and enjoys life. Chapter 134, Summoning the Founders Again. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. After organizing his notes, Harry went to the Roar/Roy. He used the access Helena had given him and made it to his own proffered space. By the way, Hope. Why are you here? I thought I told you to go and relax. Harry looked at Hope with a confused expression. She has a day off and she still wants to help me with experiments. I am relaxing. Hope pulled out a bucket of popcorn all of a sudden. Now go and start the show. Harry nodded sagely. I have thought her well. He had corrupted a nice and innocent girl to his particular brand of comedy. Well, it might be her own brand. Hope loves drama. She is always reading those shoujo manga and watching TV shows. But I guess that's normal for girls her age. In my previous life I was obsessed with crime shows. Now that I think about it, Patrick Jane is in this world. There might be other shows as well. I want to mess with them. Hope looked at Harry, who got a mean grin on his face as he mumbled something about police and FBI. Hope clasped her hands. May you rest in peace, you poor souls. But for now, my drama show, please. Harry, the Founders. Hope snapped Harry out of his brainstorming. Oh right. Harry pulled out the Resurrection Stone from his pocket. Godric Gryffindor. Helga Hufflepuff. Rowena Ravenclaw. Salazar Slytherin. As Harry called out and flipped the stone in his hand, 4 ghosts appeared in front of him. Hope was touching his shoulder so that she could see them too. The ghosts looked around before their eyes landing on Harry. You again. Godric yelled out as he pointed his wand at the boy in front of him. Harry just smirked and raised his hand, making a "come on" gesture. The other 3 just sighed as they watched Godric embarrass himself once again. Good to see you again, Harry, Rowena said with a complicated expression. She really didn't know how to feel about this boy. On one hand, he scammed her, the first one to have ever done so masterfully. Yet if the boy succeeded in his plans, her house would rise from the dead. Quite literally. I assume you called us here to honor our oaths. Salazar got right to the point. I have been waiting for this, Helga said in an excited tone. Someone was going to continue her craft. Of course she would be excited. Hey, wait. Why am I here? Godric pointed at himself with a frown. Oh, that. Harry raised an eyebrow and smirked. I just called you to mess with you. You are not important. Godric's face went red. He roared in anger as he swung his fist at Harry, who just looked at him with an amused look as his fists went right through him. The old man swung a few more times before he threw his hands in the air and blasted. I have heard ghosts can hit people, so why can't I? Since they figured it out, they were probably smarter than you. Harry never stopped taking shots at Godric. Rowena facebombed as Godric got angry again. Godric, stop letting a child influence you, and she turned to Harry, and must you tease him? He is very sensitive. The gobsmacked look on Godric's face sent the other two founders into laughter. Hope was munching on popcorn like crazy, her cheeks were stuffed like a hamster. I should make a manga out of this. It would definitely be popular. Stop laughing. Salazar wiped a tear. Stop being an idiot. You are one of the greatest wizards from the old age. Get a grip. Helga turned to Harry. Harry dear, how about we get this over with, the plump old lady said with a kind smile. Even though it was great to see her friends once again. She was dead, the dead shouldn't remain in the land of the living. Sure, where are your legacies? Salazar and Helga looked at each other and let out a small sigh. Chamber of Secrets. In the forest. Both answered at the same time. And it was the most obvious answer from both of them. Salazar created the chamber and modified it to his style. Helga had planted the whomping willow and many other plants in the forest to diversify the area and create a self-sustaining ecosystem. The forest was always there and had magical plants and beasts. But that was deep in the forest, somewhere where even Helga didn't dare to go. But the area around Hogwarts was her creation. She made sure to plant fauna that would repel the aggressive magical creatures. Special trees and bushes who secrete a substance unbearable to those creatures. Well, let's check out the forest first. I haven't raided that place in a while. Helga blinked. What do you mean raided? Harry took the whole group through the castle. Since only he and Hope can see them, it was not a problem. The ghosts had a nostalgic expression on their faces as they floated through the hallways. However, more than once Rowena would frown once she noticed something. The wards have been tampered with. Who? Harry raised an eyebrow. He was impressed. This woman truly is a genius. Even as a spirit, she can't sense mana at all, she can't feel the wards. Yet she had noticed it. What do you mean? Salazar frowned as he looked at his former college. I don't see anything that's wrong. Godric just scratched his beard in confusion. Helga patted him on the shoulder. You just keep quiet. The air, the students are cold. The warming wards we added aren't functioning. That is the first one. The second one is the indentations on some of the walls and floor. Most likely due to students' pranks or spells. The castle can repair itself against minimal damage, but it hasn't, meaning those wards have been deactivated. And most strange of all, specific ghosts and paintings there are far more active than usual. That means the current headmaster has ordered them to specifically track someone's movements. Harry's movements. Harry let out a low whistle. He was really impressed now. Damn, that's hot. Even Hope was a bit shocked, but more so to Harry's reaction. It was very rare to see him like this. Who is the current headmaster? Salazar said in a dark tone. Harry just put a soundproof spell around them, an old man named Albus Dumbledore, former Gryffindor. Wait, I know him. I saw him when he became headmaster. I like to see whenever the position is changed, Helga said with a huff. Yep, he has a long beard and hair that reaches his stomach. I honestly want to strangle him with it. He sees himself as a chess master and the leader of the light. He constantly manipulates everyone around him, enemies and allies alike. I have been his target for a while. He plans for me to die to fulfill his goals. All of the founders had frowns on their faces. Godric even growled. He might not like Harry, but he is still just a child, a grown-ass man planning to kill a child, especially since Dumbledore is from his house. Gryffindors are supposed to be brave and righteous. What is righteous about this? I'm going to kill that old man. Harry chuckled and shook his head. If it was that easy, I would have done it myself. The old man is likely connected to the Leylands underneath through his connection with Hogwarts as headmaster. He has been doing this for decades. I'll figure it out eventually, and I'm not stupid enough to fight him until I am ready. I'll just run away. Dumbledore wasn't the young and impulsive Reginald. This was a man who lived through a war and has had access to dozens of rare books, scrolls, parchments, and texts. Who knows what kind of spells he might pull out of his dusty old beard. Harry is increasing his library and spells. But most of those are magecraft spells that he creates or buys. Wizards normally would never reveal their family spells. Dumbledore most likely pressured them through politics or just got the spells after the family was dead through his manipulations. And Harry hasn't had the time or the desire to play those games. Salazar let out a little smirk. Good mindset. Pity you are not in my house. Rowena smirked lightly. He is smart. It's obvious that he belongs in my house. Ha, the kids in your house are cowards who just put their nose in books all day. Harry knows when to act. That's a Slytherin trait. He logically considers every possibility. That is his intelligence and wisdom shining. He is a Ravenclaw. Salazar and Rowena continued to bicker while the group made their way to the forest. Godric and Helga were enjoying their little argument, Helga even more since it was rare to see this. Usually it would be Salazar and Godric arguing. Hope just had a big smile on her face as she just kept munching on her popcorn, peak entertainment. After a few minutes they arrived in the area around the beginning of the Forbidden Forest. Well, the beginning from the perspective of Hogwarts. Who knows where this forest ends, or more accurately said where it begins. Nobody has ever dared to even go too deep in the forest. It's here, Helga pointed at a few big boulders. They were covered in moss and bushes that have sprouted from the space between the rocks. Clearly they have been here for a long time, as some of the rocks were shaped in odd ways and had cracks. Most likely due to exposure from rain and water constantly dripping on a few spots from the leaves. What now? Harry raised an eyebrow. He used a few spells to check out this location but nothing pinged. It was just a few rocks. Did she just bury her books under a few rocks? He. Hegla turned her nose up at their confused expressions. Point your wand at the rocks and repeat after me. Pumpkin mumpkin beef bro stew, Helga said in an old English tongue. Harry deadpanned at her and so did the other founders. The boy facebombed and sighed before he pointed his wand and said that ridiculous incantation. Seriously, pumpkin mumpkin beef broth stew. What is wrong with this woman? But as soon as he said the words, the boulders started to shake. They slowly moved apart and in the open area the earth moved sideways, revealing an old staircase that goes into the earth. Torches on the walls of the staircase lit up, showing that it goes quite a bit down. Helga huffed, you were underestimating me, weren't you? This place is hidden by strong ritual magic cast under a full moon on Samhain. No one can sense this or enter without my incantation. Interesting. Harry mused, full moons on Samhain or Halloween are rare. It happens roughly every 19 years. It is the most powerful time to cast rituals. The last one was in 1982 and the next one is on 2001. Harry was going to enjoy that. He had no idea what he was going to do, but it was going to be something crazy. Ah. I remember that 1 inch, Salazar said nostalgically. The other three turned to him and looked away. It was better for them not to know what this crazy fuck did with his ritual. Harry just grinned. Well, let's get this shit started. Chapter 135, Legacy. I am alive. Sorry people, been way too busy. Had a few important meetings. Lots of documents and bureaucracy. God, I hate people. My brother also came to visit, so been hanging around with him. Anyway, enjoy the chapter. Word count 2000. The group went down the somewhat creepy staircase, the torches illuminating it lightly. It looked exactly like those you would see in a horror movie. The tunnel was perfectly preserved. Yet despite that there were still some cracks here and there, but their placement was too perfect. Harry turned to Helga with an amused expression. You have some strange hobbies, he said, intentionally pointing at the cracks. Helga just laughed, like an old man laughing heartily. So you noticed it, huh? I did those on purpose. When my students helped me build this place, they were always scared to come down here. The memory of this place was wiped from their minds after the ritual. But it was still amusing to see those moments. Same old Helga, Salazar shook her head. He was the master of dark magic among the four of them. But Helga had the darkest humor. Gallows humor. She once transfigured a few skeletons from rocks and made them fall from the ceiling during a scary night in the castle. He still remembered being baffled hearing students' screams echoing through the hallways. Harry chuckled. This woman sure was wicked when she was alive, a true witch. Hope just frowned. She had enough of pranks. Those two twins were a pain in the ass. She hoped this year they would learn their lesson and leave her and Harry alone. At the end of the stairway there was a big door. Harry opened the door and was greeted by a bright light. It was a big space underneath. It was high enough to fit full-grown trees. Near the opening of the room there were several tables. Some of them had little pots with plants. On others there were several books. Next to those tables were bookshelves. There were also several potion stations. But to Harry they looked primitive. I see, Harry nodded, understanding what this place was. It was an artificial greenhouse. The room was brightly lit by some crystals in the ceiling. There were several plants and trees scattered around. Helga clearly used this room to research plants. Most likely valuable and rare plants. Surprisingly, Harry barely recognized a third of them. Must be her own crossbreed. Impressive. I can't tell at all what was the original plant. And then using these plants to push the boundaries of potions. So what do you think? Helga put her hands on her hips and looked at the whole group with a smug look on her face. She had never shown them this after all. Well done, impressive. Salazar and Rowena complimented her. They knew just how far Helga went for her craft. They could see many things in this room. Rituals and runes, both of their respective crafts. Used to further her own, everything in this room from the lights to the water and soil was made for growing the plants. Even the wood that she used to burn under her big cauldron for potions. Helga, like them, was a pioneer of her time, testing the limits of what she could do constrained with her current knowledge and materials. Godric just shrugged. What's so impressive about plants and potions? This was not Godric being condescending or undermining her craft. The man was a barbarian at his core. He was a genius at transfiguration. But also a simpleton. He was a fighter, not a thinker. In battle he was unmatched. In battle he would go slash down enemies with his sword while animated golems and beast would tear anything around him. His golems required delicate work to animate them to withstand a long battle, yet the men did it as easy as breathing. An idiot born with talent for transfiguration unmatched in his generation. He could never understand the passion of his friends. He never thought or tried to push the boundaries of his magic. He did what was needed, it came easy to him. Even when it was time to create Hogwarts. He was a womanizer and an alcoholic, he enjoyed his life and it was also the cause of his death. Killed by his own son after he slept with his daughter-in-law. The other 3 ghosts deadpanned at him, all sharing the same thought. Godric was still an idiot. All of them knew how important plants and potions were. Except for this buffoon. He never got injured before, so he couldn't appreciate how useful potions were. All 3 of them had their special crafts, and they took them seriously and constantly strived to improve. While this Manhor was only thought about wine, women, and fighting. It was a wonder they were even friends at all. It is impressive. But I doubt any of them would have even come near Rowena's invention. Even if the woman had help, she made a functional primitive copy of innovation clear. A sacred gear crafted by God. Her intelligence was beyond those of her colleagues, but also a curse. The more intelligent you are, the more you see the world for what it is, especially in the current times. Back then Rowena was basically surrounded by warmongering monkeys. Harry mused as he watched their interactions. 4 very different people with different personalities and crafts. Managed to strike a friendship and then created the only magical school on the continent. An academic step-by-step on how young wizards and witches could master their magic rather than the specialized teachings of their clans, tribes, and families, which left a lot out of their education. Cool, let's get this over with. In such a big space with many plant species and equipment, it would take a long time to take it back piece by piece. So Harry decides to take it all. Literally. He locked the entire space and moved it into a trunk. How is this possible? Salazar said with wonder in his tone. This wasn't just creating an expanded place inside a trunk and then decorating it. This was moving one space into another. You had this specially prepared, Rowena commented as she examined the large metal box Harry pulled out and the runes inscribed on it. This box was prepared for this exact purpose. Harry scoffed, of course I did. How am I supposed to steal something that can't be moved? The answer is just shove the whole space in a box. Helga's sweat dropped. She did say she was going to give him everything. But the methods of this child. Wasn't he a bit too prepared to steal something? As expected of Harry. So that's why he has been reading those books about space magic. Hope smiled as she stuffed a whole palm of popcorn in her mouth. Special popcorn that she saved for just this occasion. Butter made from mutated cows, special sea salt and the best corn. All to make a better experience while she watches her drama show. Done. Harry isolated the space and linked it to the very big metallic box. Now everybody outside, he said casually, but he picked up box with one hand and Hope with the other and started to quickly run up the stairs. The ghosts looked at each other in confusion before a look of realization appeared in their faces. They quickly scrambled as they ran after him. Especially Rowena. Unlike the rest of her colleagues, she had a better idea of what was about to happen. And even if they were dead, such violent ripping of space might affect the soul. Harry can't intentionally harm them due to the contract that is formed when someone uses the resurrection stone. But if they are stupid enough to stand when space is violently ripped apart and stuffed into a metal box, then that is on them. All of them cursed Harry's name in their minds. Just when they got out, the ground started to shake. The little pebbles and rocks on the ground barely touched the earth before they were flung up in the air. Come to Papa. Harry grinned as a maniac as he yanked the space towards the metal box. The space folded, leaving behind an empty cube-shaped cave with a strange slide entrance. Harry took it all, the stairs as well, because he was too lazy to make new ones in the metal box. I may have made a mistake with my decision to leave my workshop with you, Rowena glared at Harry. The odds of something happening to them was low. But that didn't mean it was impossible. They were already dead, but what if they were trapped in that space while it was being folded and ripped? They most likely wouldn't be harmed, but if they were trapped in a cycle of space folding for eternity, they would go insane even if they are dead. Too little too late. Harry grinned at her, causing Salazar to laugh. Even if he was slightly pissed off, this was exactly the kind of heir he would want. Intelligent, bold, powerful, and most importantly, he had the ambition to push magic forward. Hope, can you stay here while my clone arrives? I won't be able to teleport this, or operate with it. So I'm going to have to haul it back to the manor the old-fashioned way. Sigh, drama's over. Hope put away her popcorn and pouted at Harry, who just pinched her cheeks. Don't get cheeky with me. This stuff is important, and my clone should be here in 5 minutes. So it's not like you will miss anything. Hope then realized something. Wait, how exactly is your clone going to bring it back? Harry said, old-fashioned, that can be interoperate in a few different ways. I'm going to launch it out of a cannon. Harry smiled at Hope while she deadpanned. Harry was crazy, but not that crazy. Harry just sighed seeing that she wasn't taking the bait. She knows me too well, I'm going to drive it back. What else? Hope turned back to the 1-meter cube metal box. You are going to drive that back to our house. In a truck, Hope. You know the ones I used to transport the pots since they can't be moved with magic. Oh, Hope honestly forgot about that part. It was such a minor thing. Of course Harry had a logistics division that moves his pots via trucks from the factory. Maybe I should rest. Harry told me about it and I just forgot. I'm his magical assistant. He has other people to handle logistics. Though it's not the big trucks. This is a pickup truck from the warehouse. The one my people use to get around and buy stuff for me. Anyway, it's only going to take a few minutes. My clone is going to teleport himself with the entire car here. See ya in a bit. Harry left with the ghosts, leaving Hope alone in the forbidden forest with the metal cube. Hope looked around the forest before sighing, he is an idiot. How is he going to drive out of here? A few minutes later she found her answer. Harry did arrive with a pickup truck. Except on the front there was a big metal bumper that was designed to ram and push things on it. There was a giant praying mantis with sharp claws that looked like blades. Hope instantly understood what Harry was planning. He was going to cut and bulldoze his way out of the forest. I'm done. Why are you going back in the castle? Salazar asked the young boy with a raised eyebrow. Because that's where the entrance is. Duh. Salazar stopped walking and pointed in a certain direction. The nearest entrance is 50 meters that way. Harry stopped and looked at the old man. Say what now? Chapter 136, Legacy. Harry stared at Salazar like he grew a second head before he snapped back to reality and narrowed his eyes. Explain. Salazar smirked at the boy's change of attitude. He finally showed a bit of that childishness that he kept locked inside of him. So he can get caught off foot. Nice to see that he isn't completely lost. It would be a pity if he later becomes a madman just because he didn't enjoy his childhood. Child, there are many entrances towards the chamber. The one you speak of is specifically the exit point for my Basilisk Esmeralda. There are dozens of tunnels going in and out of the chamber. In case I needed to defend the school at a specific point or I was just being too lazy to walk those ridiculous staircases. Don't insult my staircase. Godric yelled out, causing Salazar to roll his eyes. Clearly it was not the first time they had this conversation. You named your Basilisk Esmeralda. Harry looked at the men with a dumbfounded expression. Salazar raised an eyebrow. That's what you got of my explanation. That's the part that was most interesting. Lead the way, old man. Harry just smiled and let Salazar lead them to the tunnel. This one is also one of Esmeralda's tunnels. When I used to release her so she could go and feed in the forest. I'm sure she would be happy to go and hunt after being in hibernation for so long. I doubt that moron Voldemort fed her properly. Salazar scoffed when he threw about his other descendant. A man-child with delusions of grandeur and power. Lashing out when he doesn't get what he wants. Attacking people and spreading terror, but running away when more people arrive. Those are not the markings of a leader or a revolutionary. His cause is laughable, his methods pathetic. The only thing Tom has going for him is his mastery of the dark arts. And even then the fool created 6 Horcrux, brutally splitting his soul and going more and more insane. A failure. Salazar just shook his head. Harry was a much better choice of what he would want in his descendants. The boy isn't very shrewd and prefers to brute force things. But he has ambition and is obviously very accomplished at magic. Even if he is also a bit crazy. They arrive at a big hill with a few big rocks scattered on it. Everybody looks to Helga and Salazar. They both probably got the idea from someone and copied it. Helga just turned her head seeing that their ideas were pretty similar. Salazar just shamelessly ignores them. Use Parseltongue to open it. Dollar open dollar, Harry hissed out. And one of the big rocks moved away, revealing an underground tunnel that went diagonally into the earth. The group walked for 10 minutes before they reached a dead end. At the end of the cave there were many stone snake carvings. Some were big, some were small. Again. Speak and it will open. Salazar looked at the stone carvings with a bit of nostalgia. Harry felt some pretty dark magic from them. He got a feeling that they were about to attack. There was probably a time frame of a minute or two before the snakes attack if you didn't speak in Parseltongue. After speaking the dead end started to shake, it slowly started to pull back and opened like a door. The chamber was opened for them, allowing them to look inside. The room was very old. Entirely made out of stone. Or so it appeared. Harry glanced at the shape of the giant cave along with the stalactites hanging from the ceiling and the few stalagmites on the ground. The chamber was flanked with towering pillars that were entwined with carved stone snakes coiling around the pillars, and the statue Salazar was at the far end. The basilisk resided within the mouth of Slytherin's statue, most likely also symbolizing his ability to speak to snakes. This is natural, the cave was here before Hogwarts. A stalactite is formed when rainwater seeps through the ceiling containing minerals that harden. Stalagmites from water on the ground and the drops that fall from the stalactites, that's why you see them sometimes meet in the middle and join to form a column. Now they typically grow 0.1 to 3 millimeters per year. It takes them a century to grow an inch. The ones above are a hell a lot bigger than 25 centimeters, some were a few meters long, and the ones on the ground were around 20 centimeters. You cleared the ones growing on the ground, didn't you? Harry commented as he looked at the formations. Good observation, Salazar said with a smile. The founders looked around observing the cave as well. They were in the way, so I got rid of them. The ones above looked nice, so I kept them there. It would be a pity to destroy such a beauty of nature. Why didn't you tell us there was a cave here? Rowena raised an eyebrow. It certainly interested her that there was such a thing beneath the school. Salazar shrugged his shoulders. It would have been useless. I searched every last bit of this place. No magical energy whatsoever. It only started to gather magic when we created Hogwarts, and it started to drain power from the ley lines beneath the cave. It had no signs of humans or animals even being here. A completely enclosed space that just had some insects that I got rid of when I found it. Rowena quickly lost interest after hearing that. If that was the case, then the cave itself was useless. It just saved Salazar the trouble of having to dig it out himself. Godric looked at the snake statues, the pillars with snakes, some small statues of Salazar, and the enormous statue of Salazar's head which was at the end of the cave. It's stupid and looks ridiculous. Why do you even need so many statues of yourself, you narcissistic weirdo? Rowena also decided to comment on his tastes. You really should have tried to keep the theme better with the cave. This just looks like someone tried to make a throne room and failed. Salazar just rolls his eyes at their commentary, transforming this entire space. A space that is basically just my pet's playpen along with a hiding spot for my possessions. Why would I bother to do that? I made sure Esmeralda was comfortable. She has a pool and a nice nest. The statues aren't there because of my ego, they're there so my basilisk is always looking at my face. To make her get more used to me and increase our bond. He didn't bother explaining himself. Why would he? He was dead. What good would come out of it? That would just be a waste of time. Go to that pillar, Salazar pointed at a specific one. Harry followed to where he pointed to and started using diagnostic charms on it. A small book library hidden inside the pillar. Smart. The core is there, you just shaved off the outside a bit, put books in and covered it up. Harry nodded as he placed his hand on the pillar. Dollar open dollar. KRRRRRRR. A 2-meter section of the pillar split in half. The pillar opened like a cupboard. A small part on the back acted as a hinge, keeping the open pillars in place instead of them falling on the ground. Inside the pillar there were several shelves and books neatly ordered. Harry let out a whistle, not because of the number of books, but because of the titles. All of it, every single one was in Parseltongue. But there were many empty spaces in the library. This library was obviously raided by Voldemort. Probably taking all of the valuable and useful books with him. Salazar clicked his tongue. Damn that selfish egotistical brat. He was annoyed that the hidden library was taken away from here. He specifically instructed them to remain here for his descendants to study. Don't worry, old man, I already got those books back. Well, stole them back, but it's the same thing. But he doesn't know about the secret library because Voldemort didn't know. Good. Good. How many did you write yourself? Harry turned to Salazar, who relaxed a bit and now had a proud look on his face. More than 60%. This is the culmination of my magical knowledge without my legacy, of course. I left this for my descendants. My insights, the way I understood magic, how to use Parseltongue properly and plenty of spells. Harry nodded, quite smart of him. It was not his legacy, his rituals, or his most dangerous magic. But everything else was there: how to use magic, how to survive, how to fight. He basically wrote magic for dummies so his descendants could have an easier time in life. It was a huge advantage for any wizard or witch. Grrrr, Hope called out as she literally dashed through the tunnel. It only took her a minute to get here in wolf form. She shifted back to normal and deadpanned at Harry. Done. Your clone arrived and he wasn't driving a truck. Harry grinned. He already knew, as the clone came up with an interesting idea and he wanted to surprise Hope. The clone arrived in a bulldozer, and it wasn't a small one either. It was one of those that can pick up your car. How did you even get it? Hope sighed as she pulled her popcorn out of her bag. Bribed a construction company for it. I'm basically renting it. He turned back to Salazar. Why not put the books in your family home? Harry's words caused all of them to frown at him. Kid, do you know how much Hogwarts cost to build? Godric glared at the brat. But Harry had a shit-eating grin on his face. Oh right, you guys were broke after you built Hogwarts. So you did know? Rowena sighed, cursing the kid for reopening closed wounds and then just pouring salt over them. Such a bad personality. Helga wanted to go and smack him, but she couldn't. Salazar just smirked, well done. He is just like me when I was younger. I wasn't called Silver Tongue for nothing. After all, it's easier to kill an angry fool rather than a calm opponent. Ha 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 ha. Harry just laughed at their expressions as he used the Gemino charm on the books. Since Salazar's wish was for these to remain here, he would honor it. He just needs to teleport these back home, and a clone will take some paper and ink, and use alchemy to make them permanent. I'll bring back the other books from Voldemort here later, Harry said as he commanded the library to close. Then his entire presence changed as he looked at the Salazar statue. Yes, I hid my legacy in there. There is a secret room inside the nest. Call out my basilisk first. Try to communicate. I trained it well so it should respond to some of my phrases. Even though Harry heard that he really doubted it would work. Plus his goal was always to kill it and get all the benefits he can from its corpse. So how do I open it? Harry turned to Salazar. Continue as you have done so far, just command it to open. Open $. Nothing happened. Are you sure you built it right? Maybe it broke after you died, Godric commented. The other founders refused to look at the moron. If it was broken, then how did Voldemort open it 50 years ago? He must have changed the chant required for it to open. Rowena came to a realization. That stupid little bastard, Salazar gritted his teeth. Voldemort selfishly changed the chant, effectively locking out any potential descendants from this place down the line. I think I know what it is. Harry deadpanned. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four, Harry called out, and Salazar gasped at how embarrassing that was. The entrance to the nest opened, the mouth dropped, and you could even see the tongue inside. What did you say? Rowena said with interest as she saw Salazar's shocked face. Don't you dare. Salazar actually got a bit of color on his cheeks. Harry let out a little smirk before he focuses on the noises he heard from the statue. Godric flinched back. What was going through your head when you made this, you freak? You going to tongue kiss a giant? Salazar just facebombed, really getting tired of everybody judging his artistic choices. No, I think he is planning on using it to lick your mother's cunt, and needed a tongue that big because her cunt was so wide from using it too much, Harry said with a cold tone. He was about to face a basilisk and this moron was making jokes. Hope choked on the popcorn. Godric went red with anger and was just about to yell at Harry when he turned to glare at Godric. If you don't shut up, I'm sending you back. I have already been nice enough to let you meet your friends again, so don't push me. Harry turned back to the entrance. The dragging sounds were getting louder. Hope, take the ceiling. And put on some glasses. Avoid looking at its eyes. If I fuck up, use this. Harry threw her the sword of Gryffindor, pierce it right below its skull and sever the nerves there. A snake's brain is actually pretty small and it's located above its jaw. I'm not sure if you can pierce the skin and the skull, so it's better to focus on the nerves. Hope put away her popcorn and grabbed the sword with her hand. She looked at Harry with a serious look. Roger. But please be careful. Hope jumped on one of the pillars and started running upward, reaching the ceiling. The beast finally appeared. Esmeralda the basilisk left her nest. Call her by her name, tell her you brought cows as a snack, Salazar said as he looked at his basilisk with worry. Esmeralda. I am the new heir of Salazar Slytherin. Harry hissed at the big snake. I brought you food. $KILL hungry. Esmeralda raised her head. She didn't even hear Harry but was looking at him like he was fresh meat. FOOD. $KILL. Kill. This is not right. Salazar frowned. He had never seen this side of Esmeralda. He had trained her to the best of his abilities since she hatched. She was docile and completely obedient to him. Harry did some diagnostic spells on the basilisk then at the nest. The poor thing had gone crazy. The snake was starving. He noticed the hibernation spell on the nest was broken and was working somewhat. The basilisk's body was preserved but weakened. It felt hunger and stayed conscious for 50 years without moving. Along with whatever methods Voldemort used to control it, he fucked up when putting it back in hibernation. Even with Harry speaking to it with Salazar instructing him, it was useless. All that was left was a wild beast running on instinct. Salazar looked at his basilisk with a devastated expression as he heard Harry's explanation. He had created it, watched it grow and hunt. His creation that was meant to protect Hogwarts was now a danger to it. He closed his eyes. Kill her, but make it as painless as possible. Please. Got it. I challenge Esmeralda the basilisk to a rite of conquest. Harry felt the magic link them. The basilisk was even more eager to kill Harry and eat him. I made a spell just for this guy. Bakudo number 76. Komatsu Shinzo. Harry conjured red torii gates on top of the basilisk. Gates of the great god. Thud. 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 Starting from its tail, every meter a torii gate dropped on it. It had suppressing runes inscribed on the surface, and the gate then fused with the ground as it was designed to, making it harder to throw off. As soon as the basilisk's head dropped on the ground, Harry transmuted the floor to enter Esmeralda's mouth and act as a card jack, forcing her mouth open. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Even with the suppressing runes suppressing her body, she still has enough power to forcefully tear the gates that have fused with the floor. Harry wanted to kill it while completely preserving the body. Every single bit of it was priceless. Even if he spent his whole wealth, where the fuck would he find another 1,000-year-old basilisk? They just didn't exist. Most of them are kept for around a century before being killed and harvested for their parts. So there was only one solution he came up with. Harry pointed his wand at the mouth that was forced open and gathered all of his hate that he had for the magicians interfering with his business and Dumbledore with his manipulations. Avada Kedavra. A green flash left his wand and hit the top of the snake's mouth. Esmeralda started to hiss and trash in pain. I didn't expect it to work, but still. That magical resistance is ridiculous. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Harry kept spamming the spell. It was the only way he could think of to beat the basilisk without harming its body. The next best thing was to transfigure the floor into a box and suck all of the air out and suffocate it. But that would have definitely damaged the eyes a bit. Then he noticed something. The killing curse was taking away its magic, its already weakened magic. A few more shots and it would be over. But it looked like the Torii gates were about to be ripped out. He used his emerald flames to attack the basilisk's soul. Shveia, Esmeralda hissed even louder. Harry frowned. Her soul is also eroded. A sound soul dwells within a sound mind and a sound body. The body and the mind were damaged. I guess it should have been obvious that the soul would suffer as well. Salazar, I'm sorry, but she can't even be called a beast anymore. A ruminant will inside a broken body. A few moments later it finally appeared, a chance. Esmeralda's damaged soul was being burnt by the flames and the soul's hold on the body weakened. Avada Kedavra, with one last mutter the killing curse left his wand. A green jet hit Esmeralda inside her mouth. The next moment her giant body dropped on the ground. A evolutionary miracle. A basilisk reaching 24 meters. Ah, Harry let out a little sigh as he felt power coursing through his body. He did a quick comparison. He gained 150% boost on magic, 100% boost on the body along with a boost 50% on soul. Seeing the results Harry frowned. Just 30 Wyvern gained him 75% magic and 100% body. And the basilisk was much stronger than them. It was still a boost, but the result should have been better. Wait, Harry's eyes widened. Is it because Esmeralda was weaker due to malnutrition and the shit Voldemort pulled? Damn it, it has to be it. Fuck. If I knew this was going to happen I would have given it potions and healed it. Hell, I would have fixed the mental issues as well. The yields were still significant. It was a 1,000-year-old basilisk, but Harry was a perfectionist. He always wanted to get maximum value out of something. Salazar let out a tired sigh. His eyes were stinging but he shed no tears. It is better this way, at least she won't be in pain anymore. Hope dropped down from the ceiling with a relieved smile on her face. She was ready to impale the snake as soon as it broke free of its restraints. Well, that went well. Harry clapped his hands as a magic circle appeared on the floor. One after another, all of the Harrys appeared. It was all hands on deck. Even Constantine and Nicholas Black arrived and they had stuff waiting for them in America to handle. That's how much Harry valued this basilisk. Let's go. Harry walked towards the statue and walked in its mouth. Sensing Salazar's mood, even Godric refrained from making a joke, even though he really wanted to make a deep-throat joke. He was also afraid that Harry would send him back right before the end. Then he would never know what's inside the nest. As soon as they entered the nest, Harry and Hope were hit with a god-awful smell. Piss, shit, and a kind of rotting smell. Hope immediately fell on her knees and covered her nose and mouth, refusing the urge to puke. Seeing this, Harry did a bubblehead charm on her and made the inside smell nice. He then put his hand forward, Scourgify Maximuma. Almost instantly the dirt, grime, and the various substances were removed. Harry casted another spell to clear the air. Over there is a hidden door. Salazar pointed at the back of the nest, right where the basilisk slept. It probably blocked the exit with its body. So even if you knew about it you would have to defeat the basilisk first to get there. Harry pushed that part of the wall and it opened inward like a door. What was inside was a magical space similar to Helga. But instead of plants and potions, Salazar's hidden study looked like a horror house. Magical animal parts in jars filled with liquids. Brains, eyes, hearts. There were unicorn horns, wyvern wings. Claws and pelts from various creatures. There were also quite a lot of rare parts even in today's time. The walls and desks were filled with ritual diagrams. They were everywhere along with the necessary calculations for them. It gave extremely dark and creepy vibes. Harry just let out a smile. Now this is more like it. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. What did you guys think about the chap? Chapter 137, Harvesting the Basilisk. Went on a little trip this weekend. Didn't have time to write. So next chapter will prob be late. Totally worth it though. Got to be on a boat for the first time, just an hour and a half for $30. I felt like a pirate. The seas are calling, I have found my path. Raise the sail. DxD. Impressive is it not? Salazar said with pride in his voice as everybody looked at his legacy, but Godric couldn't take it anymore. You were sad, fine, I will play nice. But now that you are smug, it's a different story. You collect animal body parts, you weirdo. Who knows what you have been doing to them? Salazar turned to Godric and the red-haired man shivered. Because there was a smile on Salazar's face. To use a great example. I shoved them up your mother's cunt. You bastard. Godric jumped at Salazar, who just stood still and watched with an amused expression. Godric was still the same even after 1,000 years, a beast in battle, a genius in transfiguration, but when thinking was involved. Let's say it's not his strong suit. You did well, Salazar, Harry complimented. He saw some really impressive rituals, even by today's standards. And this man did it in the medieval era. That one is a ritual on basilisks, right? Harry pointed at a specific ritual on the wall. You can tell. Salazar said in a surprised tone. Harry was a genius without a doubt. But for him to be knowledgeable about complex rituals at his age was unheard of. Harry nodded as he studied the ritual in detail. There are plenty of examples floating around the black market in these particular rituals. Sacrificing animals' parts, they mostly follow the same design. I can read the words. You planned on using venom and skin to make yourself immune to poison and low-level spells. Great minds really do think alike. Harry withheld a smirk. He was also planning the same but without the immunity to low-level spells. Just armor made from basilisk skin could do that. And Harry planned on going a lot further than what a wizard's body might allow. He didn't want any rituals messing with his body coming to bite him in the ass later in life. Looks like rituals have improved since my time. Good, all magic should be researched to its maximum potential. Harry nodded. I agree, some of the darker aspects of necromancy is a bad idea though. Humans shouldn't mess with death, he said in a dark tone. Harry always avoids taking souls of ordinary people or trying to bring someone to life. That's human ego and it always has consequences, people not understanding what they are actually doing. And even if they are successful, a death god might be notified and will come to kill them. So necromancy will be on hold until he is strong enough to survive a fight with a god. I didn't expect to hear that from you. You are experimenting with souls. Even with the resurrection stone, just by being capable of making a deal with us requires soul magic. Harry let out a smirk. I said humans, but that won't apply to me once I am strong enough. Well, thanks for being here. Rowena, I'll summon you again when I have successfully made a body for Helena. Rowena nodded. She expected this from him, after all her deal isn't completely finished. Good, it feels strange to be in the mortal realm, Helga said with a small sigh. It was nice to see Hogwarts again, but this constant pressure on their souls was troublesome. They just know they don't belong here anymore. Bah, it's about time. Godric just crossed his arms. Despite being afraid to speak up earlier, so he wasn't sent back. His curiosity was the only thing keeping him. Good luck, Harry. I hope when I see you next time you will tell me what great things you have accomplished in your life. Salazar gave him a warm smile, like a grandfather being proud of his grandson. Harry nodded at him and released them. The spirits disappeared and went back from where they came from. Ah. Finally done with those geezers. Let's go back, Hope. Harry and Hope left the nest. Outside, the clones were getting everything ready. This wasn't going to be a simple harvesting. Harry might be doing something inhumane. But this will lead to long-term results. Hope watched with a confused look as the Harrys pulled out an extremely large waterproof tarp. It was even bigger than the snake. Then all of them used magic to gently put the snake on the tarp before continuing to build some framework around the edges to make a pool. Harry, I thought you said you were going to harvest it. But to me it looks like you are making it a mini pool. Hope said as she looked at him with a baffled expression. Harry grinned at her. Hope, this isn't going to be a simple harvest. This is a whole medical operation. I won't let even a drop of blood go to waste from this thing. He proceeded to go to the newly made pool that was only about 2 feet high, or deep depending on how you look at it. Every single Harry changed their clothes to black waterproof scrubs. He looked like a butcher or a fisherman rather than a doctor with those scrubs. Beginning procedure. One Harry pulled out his archive magic and linked it to the basilisk. Another placed his hands on top of the belly, right where the heart was. Hado number 63, Raikoho. BZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Lightning engulfed the basilisk as it spasmed slightly. Beep. 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 A line was moving on the holographic screen. And we have got a pulse. 2 other clones went to the mouth. They each carried a very, very big syringe. It was as big as their torso, which they used to gently puncture the venom sac and started to fill it all up. Venom extracted. Now the teeth. They proceeded to pull out every fang from its mouth and blocked the passageway from the venom sac to the fangs. Fangs removed. 3 Harrys gathered around the eyes. Each had an extremely focused look on their face, drops of sweat falling from them as they kept their hands steady and precise. The eyes were the most important and expensive part of the creature. They cut the skin around the eyes into strips, not caring if it was usable or not. A little sacrifice was needed to get the eyes out in perfect condition. And there were definitely people that would even pay for those strips. Skin and flesh were slowly removed. Now came down to the bone. They placed their hands around the bone. They applied the sticking charm on their hands and slowly at a snail's pace used a tiny bit of magic to form a string. That sharp string severed the bone cells, layer by layer. It took 10 full minutes before they heard it. Clack. The bone snapped, staying in the exact same place, as it was stuck to their hands. Each Harry lifted up a piece that was the size of an adult torso. The eye was completely exposed now. They gently cut into the flesh around the eyes, going as deep as they can and cutting at the optic nerves. Once they were successful, they put the giant eyeballs in specially prepared vats filled with liquid to preserve it. Heh, I feel like I'm in Naruto. Take a Jujutsu and shove it in your skull. They switch their eyes like they're light bulbs, just screw one on and it's done. You get a quick power boost without doing that much. Next they make a cut around the neck, then from the belly all the way to the tail they skin the basilisk, but use magic to keep the organs in place. They got maximum value from the basilisk skin. It was such a large chunk of hide that he could make several body armors. And that's exactly what he intended to do. Even what little was left on the skull was going to be replaced later with some leather or something. After that they take out the skeleton and cut off all the organs and quickly replace the heart, lungs, and stomach with mechanical/artificial parts. The only real thing left in the basilisk was its skull with the venom sacs and the brain. As well as its natural stomach acid that was just transferred to the new stomach. Harry quickly connected all the parts together and wrapped it all in a membrane to act as the skin holding all of it together. The basilisk was still alive technically. It barely had any brain waves, but it was alive. The heart was beating and the lungs breathing. Harry would dump food and potions in its artificial stomach and it would use the energy from the food to create more poison. He had made a basilisk poison factory. This is cruel. Hope didn't bother to hide how uncomfortable she was about all of this. It's one thing to hunt it, kill it, and eat it. It was a whole other thing to turn it into this. It was inhumane. It is. Harry didn't deny it. He himself knew very well just how fucked up this was. But it is necessary. Basilisk venom is highly desired and severs as an excellent deterrent. It will discourage enemies to attack me. A drop of poison will kill a mid-class easily. And I have a large amount of this. Nobody will be stupid enough to attack me. And I have a certain crazy reputation. If they try and take it away from me for their own goals, I will use it all up against them. Not to motion my experiments, I can improve this, make it stronger, make it airborne. This is my nuclear solution. Unless I concentrate it or use some other rare materials to make it stronger, it won't do shit against anyone more powerful than high class. But it's an army killer. Biological warfare. Harry looked at the 2 giant syringes filled with venom. This is a game changer and I'll be damned if I don't use this to its full potential. With all of that finished, Harry returned the basilisk back into its nest, dropped some carcasses in the artificial stomach and sealed it back up. Every month or so he would just drop by and feed it. And in a few months the venom will be ready again. The other Harrys took everything back home. The ones staying at the house looked like they overdosed on sugar. They couldn't wait to start experimenting with the new toys. Well, let's go, my work is done here, I think I'm just going to rest now. Hope looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You resting? The world must be ending. Harry just smiled. Don't be snarky, I do need rest, or well, one of me does. We just cycle our sleeping patterns for maximum efficiency. Couldn't you just fuse back instead of them sleeping? Hope asked curiously. Harry was going to teach her the spell eventually. More hands on deck would be useful, and Hope would use it to rapidly improve. Sadly her occlumency wasn't there yet and her mind didn't work like his. At most she would only be able to sustain 2 extra copies. Yes I can, but as I said it wouldn't be efficient. This way someone is always working. And my copies that are working as Constantine and Nicholas need to appear to lead somewhat normal lives. The deeper their cover the better. These connections that they are making will be useful in the future. Suddenly Harry had an evil grin on his face. Speaking of which, maybe it's time to make use of them. That fat fuck Oliver thinks too highly of himself, capturing me and using my invention to get richer. Let's see how he likes it when he is hunted. I will post bounties on his entire organization. Both with mundane and magical assassins. The smarter assassins will naturally avoid angering a magical syndicate. But there are always fools who are ready to risk it all for money. If anything else, it will annoy the fuck out of them. The weaker members will definitely be killed. Too many holes, even if they are small, will eventually sink the ship. And you are the treasure hunter who will dive after the sunken ship. Hope smiled at him. Harry always had a habit with connecting stuff with treasure and pirates. Bingo. Hope just shook her head. Boys will be boys. Even a crazy one like Harry. Chapter 138, Open an Account. I have no idea what I was drinking when I wrote this. Seeing it now, the flow sucks, and scenes get cut off. But it is what it is. I'm super busy now and can't fix it. Harry wants place a hit on every weaker member of the Russell family syndicate. $1 million per low class. Not the ones that were already trained in magic and fighting. Just the mid and high low class would be too expensive. It would be cheaper if he kills them himself. But there were still 50 weak low class fighters. That's $50 million. It might seem like a lot of money, but Harry can easily get that back. And this was not just about killing them. The Russell family knows that by now Harry has a few people working for him. But Harry was on the defensive. But the added pressure caused by 100 assassins, where you don't know when or how they will strike, will cause a lot of pressure to the weaker members, leading to a lot of mistakes, and that will slow down his business. Russell has made a lot of enemies. And these assassins give the perfect excuse for them to move against Russell, weakening his organization even more. So Harry was investing $50 million to give the people in the shadows an opportunity to strike. If one of those guys sends a single mid-class to go cause chaos, it will be worth it. The bigger the confusion and chaos, the better the odds for Harry. It will be a situation where Russell doesn't know who is attacking, causing him to either stretch his forces thinner, or he will double down on defense, giving Harry more time to get ready. London Continental. In the heart of London, there was a hotel quite similar to its counterpart in New York. It was officially registered as a VIP hotel. Even wealthy people couldn't get in, but the millionaires understood why. You need connections to walk through the front door. Underworld connections. This is hotel for assassins. It also serves as a safe zone. All business is prohibited on Continental grounds. The one place where cold-blooded killers can feel safe, where they can have a drink and recuperate from any of their injuries. It was also a place where people can scout the competition. Assassins are strange people, each killing for money, yet on edge with each other. Because you never know when a contract might be placed on you. So they keep track, who is on a mission. What are their methods? Creating connections so you will be notified if there is a hit on you. Greetings, sir. An old Englishman was at the front desk. He had graying hair and a well-trimmed beard. He looked at the men who had just entered the hotel. Hello, mate. Name's Constantine. John Constantine. The men behind the desk didn't react. But he recognized the name, a rising star so to say in the American underworld. This man has killed a lot of people over the past few months. There were rumors that he uses magic, but was forbidden from using it during his kills. Will you be staying here tonight? Constantine gave the men a little smirk. Yes, for the entire week. The old man nodded and lifted a key from under the table. Room 305. Do enjoy your stay. Will do, mate. Have a good one. Constantine left the lobby and went towards his room. Phase 1 complete. Now for Phase 2. In a room filled with old-school switchboards, there were several women with plenty of tattoos and strange hairstyles. But all of them wore a white shirt and skirt. Just like in the past when switchboards were used from the late 19th century through the mid-20th century. There were dozens of documents and folders scattered on their desks. They all had an old computer system as well, with CRT monitors. All the paperwork was hand-done via typewriters. There was no copying the documents. The Continental went to a great length to ensure nobody could hack them or track them. The women in the office handle all of the paperwork regarding assassinations. And you can be sure of one thing. As long as there are 2 people left alive on the planet, someone is going to want someone dead. Assassinations have been happening since the beginning of humanity. And that wasn't going to change anytime soon. There was a blackboard at the back of the room, written in a grid with chalk were names and the amount placed on the target. The open contracts. From $100,000 to a few $1 million bounty. One of the women got a call and she quickly connected it with a cable. Operator, how may I direct your call? Accounts payable, a man with a deep voice called. One moment please, the female operator answered. Continue. I'd like to open a few accounts. Name on the accounts. 50 names, already sent over, the man answered to the surprise of the woman. That was too many names to talk about over the phone. In cases like this they need to look through the list to see if there are any names that they can't target. State of contract. Open. Denomination. 1 million per kill, the man answered with a bit of amusement in his voice. Identification. The woman could feel the man smirk through the phone viper. Processing, you will be notified if the request passes through. The woman ended the call and quickly wrote a note that was sent to management via vacuum tubes. Management also received the list of names in 15 minutes. The man who was sitting in the main office of the hotel looked speechlessly at the list. All of the people on the list were part of the Russell family syndicate. Attacking a magician organization is beyond his authority. He quickly grabbed his phone and called the high table, informing them about the situation. The reply he got was surprising. Proceed with the contract. The high table has no business with Oliver Russell. They actually are in business with his rivals. So if Oliver falls, it would be a big opportunity. And he was no threat to them. The high table has their own fighters. A single crime syndicate was worthless when compared to them. If the entire British magical community challenged them as a single entity, that was an entirely different thing. An hour later, every phone in the Continental started to ring, and about 200 more all over the city. The assassins were notified. Now all that was left to do was to wait. But the high table weren't without their own problems. What could have Russell done to anger Viper? The man was already a legend in the underground community. His poisons, weapons and potions were expensive yet preformed perfectly. The man was a merchant of death. Selling poison and antidote. Selling weapons to take lives and potions to save them. There have been repeated targets on business. Yet all who have tried had died in extreme pain. The man was using the people who target him as test subjects. As free public advertisement to how effective his poisons were. After 100 people had been killed, there have been less and less attacks. Nobody wanted to be the next victim. 2 days later, 20 of the Russell family soldiers were found dead. All killed in various methods. Naturally, seeing so many of his people die, Oliver suspected something big was moving behind the scenes. He used all his contacts and even the ones he had in the alliance with those other bastards. The results he got sent him into a fit of rage. A hit has been placed on every soldier under his employment. Someone had sent assassins to target his organization. He called the Continental to threaten them. The reply that he got was that the high table doesn't deem him as a threat. With just 4 high-class magicians, he can never threaten them. So Oliver decided to call back all of his people and meet the assassins head-on. If they wanted to play it that way, he'd take a pound of flesh from them as well. Back at the manor, Harry was in his lab. He was looking in disbelief at the results he had gotten back from the basilisk venom. What the actual fuck? He had to reread the data twice. That's how shocking this was to him. Nah, I'm calling cap. There is no way in hell the original Harry in the book survived this. That is some bullshit plot armor. I'm not sure I can survive this. In the original, Harry was bitten. He dragged his body towards the diary and stabbed it, and only after that did Fawkes shed a tear on his wound. That is a few minutes. This thing will kill a low class under 10 seconds. Harry sat down on his chair and just looked at the ceiling. Bullshit, actual bullshit. I have a lot more poison and venom resistance than most thanks to experimenting on myself. I constantly smoke my poison mix and inject myself with venom in low doses. Since the ritual says the more immune I am to poison and venom, the better the results will be. And some kid who could barely run with how skinny he was survived for a few minutes. Nah, it must be the world difference. Mine has a much higher level cap. It makes sense. 1,000 years ago a lot of dangerous things were still running around. The basilisk had to be strong enough to defend itself. And this is the venom of a 1,000-year-old one. Much more potent and dangerous. Harry looked at the bodies lying on the floor. Once again it proves how valuable it is to keep prisoners. After he got the basilisk, Harry went and kidnapped a few of Russell's grunts. He got some information on their hideouts and schedules for transporting goods. Naturally he told this information to the Continental. But the real reason was their bodies. Depending on how strong you are, the longer you can withstand the venom. But even with the strong low class, it still only took 20 seconds for them to die. Reginald, an early high class, died just shy of 4 minutes. That is really insane and kind of unfair, but most likely the ones that targeted the basilisk in the past were mid to high class beasts. As strong as we get, we are still human. We might gain resistance to magic and physical blows. But at our core, we are still the weakest race. The Australian box jellyfish's venom can kill a normal person in 5 to 10 minutes. And this is completely incomparable. Basilisk venom is a nightmare. This snake wasn't born naturally. It was bred to be a killing machine by some madman. I don't buy the story that a wizard created this. The venom is neurotoxic, hemotoxic, cytotoxic and myotoxic. That means it attacks the nervous system, circulatory system, the cells and tissues and whole muscle groups. Harry looked toward his workbench where there were a few types of destroyed metal. And its venom has corrosive properties. This thing is a nightmare, a killing machine. No, that's wrong, I don't even think it was created to fight. Someone probably had the same idea as me, a venom/poison factory. This snake was most likely created only for the purpose of making its venom. The venom was the key, it was designed first, then a snake was genetically made that could produce it. Fucking genius. Harry let out a wild grin, all that effort and research from some madman from the past. And it's all his now. Someone designed it, Salazar created it, and now Harry owns it. The original probably wasn't even supposed to be this strong. Nobody could have expected it would live up to 1,000 years. The venom must have also mutated slightly and become even more deadly. Otherwise these results don't make much sense. I understand the venoms, but the corrosion doesn't belong to a snake type. Not even hydras have corrosive attacks. It's all Esmeralda's own evolution. The desire to corrode. Maybe it wished to escape, to melt the stone to be free. And over the centuries after Salazar died it mutated. It's a definite possibility. Harry put down the enchanted crystal vials filled with poison. It's going to be fun to experiment with these. I'll start tomorrow, I can't really let up on my other projects as well. To think even with this amount of clones/copies I am still struggling to keep up. It's going to be a while before a new one can join in. Going for quantity instead of quality isn't a smart move. Each Harry has to be capable of using magic to be more efficient. It's better for the weakest one to reach a certain level first. And I lost one clone to Reginald. But it will be worth it in the end, as long as I can get to 10 clones, I can keep up with the workload and they can train to get stronger. And when I meet an opponent beyond my capabilities, all Harrys will put their mana into one, I'm sure it will be quite a surprise. This Harry went toward the bedroom. It was his turn to sleep. This shift schedule was really a good idea. Harry never stopped improving. Someone was always researching, studying or training. Every hour, every day. This was the minimum he had to do to catch up to the monsters of this world. Once he was strong enough to deter people from attacking him, then can he afford to take a break. Chapter 139, Luna I. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. I feel like I'm getting closer and closer of just quitting and saying fuck you to the people at work. Last 2 weeks, this makes the start of the third has been turbocharged, we have an overflow of items and it's screwing up the whole process and making things difficult, for me. Boss. Vacation, colleague, vacation, shift leader and colleague sick leave, another 1/2 sick leave. 60% of my team is gone and somehow I'm dealing with the bullshit. I have barely had any time to write at all. I'm going to punch someone if this continues. La la la. Luna was singing in her mind and humming to her song as she skipped in the corridors of Hogwarts. She was in a great mood, she was put in Ravenclaw and already had friends in there. There were a few mean girls in her year. But many of them avoided her. Tracy had already warned all of Ravenclaw that Luna Lovegood is under Harry's protection. And nobody wanted to mess with an insane boy who kills for fun. So Luna was isolated, but she wasn't bullied. Tracy was there, after classes she plays with Astoria. The little hellion was eager to show off some spells. They spent hours playing with Lego blocks. Luna even learned the spell and had a blast making a castle with a little moat. Daphne came over and sometimes watched as they played with a small smile on her face. Hope was also nice, she spoiled Luna a bit, and sometimes brushed her hair. Luna was a very lonely child, mostly due to her strange personality. But Hope grew up with Harry, Strange went out the window a long time ago. Luna was a perfect cute example of Strange done right. Luna stopped skipping as she saw Ginny walking towards her. Hey Ginny, she gave her friend a bright smile. Luna, Ginny practically growled. Why are you so close to Harry? Harry is mine. Luna just tilted her head in confusion. How can a person belong to someone? We are friends. Luna just says happily, Daddy was right, I made a lot of friends at Hogwarts. Ginny stomped her feet, you don't get to be friends with my Harry. Why? Having more friends is better. It's not about friends. Harry is mine. I won't let anybody have him, you hussy. Luna flinched back from Ginny's harsh tone. She didn't understand why Ginny was doing this, they have been friends since they were little kids. Tears started forming in Luna's eyes, her oldest friend had abandoned her. Are you listening to me? Or are you really loony in that head of yours? Depulso. A wave of magic blasts Ginny away, sending her flying into a wall. Don't mess with my friend. Astoria yelled out, she had no idea what was going on, but she saw a girl yelling and scaring Luna. So she did what Harry told her to do, shoot first and ask questions later. She looked at Ginny with her hands on her hips. Why don't you take someone your own size? You are shorter than me. Ginny glared at the little girl before raising her wand. Astoria didn't hesitate, she started shooting those embarrassing prank spells at Ginny. Acne grew on her face, Her hair went over her eyes and glued itself there, blocking her sight. Her front teeth grew so much that they rivaled those of a beaver. Her feet got stuck together before she was hung upside down. What is going on here? Fitch arrives to see the scene, only to see the sorry sight of a little girl hanging upside down and Astoria pointing her wand at her. Oops, Tori said with a sheepish look on her face. Busted. Potter Manor. Andromeda was in her workshop experimenting with potions. There were various tools and recopies scattered around on the desk. A hardcover notebook filled with scribbles and numbers. Many numbers and names were crossed out. Liquids in the glass beakers were bubbling. Several pots were on a low heat as ladles moved by themselves. Knives were cutting up magical ingredients. The windows were open and there was a fan along with runes that moved the fumes outside the workshop. It looked like a mix between a kitchen and a science lab. This is the lab Harry personally built Andromeda with his understanding of modern requirements for potions. Andy's position in the family was strange to her at first, but she was very happy now. She didn't need to worry as much as she did before. Wizarding society is difficult to deal with. Even after she left her family and got a job, things were not so easy. She was a black, therefore she was different than the progressives. She married a muggle-born, so she is a blood traitor. She was not rich, therefore useless to the neutrals. She had no real allies and the pressure from her workplace wasn't helping. The only thing she had going for her was that she was good at her job. Healers were valued anywhere you went. But her passion was in potion making. Wizards have been studying the same potions for decades, even centuries. It was rare for a new potion to be invented. Mostly it was just improving on older recipes. But things were different now. When Harry Potter became the head of the house, she assumed he would be bossy and immediately moved to take control. Well, he was bossy, but control wasn't his plan at all. He had dumped a lot of the politics onto her hands and just gave her a lot of money and plenty of ingredients, just saying, go do what you want. Just keep improving. Potter's pots and the magical essence he extracted from flux grass, it was revolutionary for potion making. Ordinary magical grass to aid the growth of plants that could save lives, but that was an ideal situation. Most of the time the pots were used to grow rare magical plants that could be sold for a lot of money, or people growing plants in their homes so they don't have to spend a lot of money in the stores. She had asked Harry, is it possible to make potions out of extracted essence directly, and the boy replied that it was definitely possible, but doesn't do it. In some rare cases does he take a troublesome ingredient and extract the essence to save time. But he doesn't practice it. It was an entirely new field and that would take time. They would also need to study the extraction timing and force for each magical ingredient. Harry didn't have time for so much boring and manual work. And wizards weren't ready for that big of an improvement. These were the people that still used birds to deliver messages. So she had decided she was going to do it. She was going to try and document the extraction process of each magical ingredient, both plant and animal, and how they interact in their essence form. It was a big task, one that would take a lot of time, trial and error, and brutal failures. This would burn through a lot of ingredients. Harry's reply when she told him her decision was also in his style, good luck and keep me updated. I don't have time to help out, but I can give you advice. Andromeda watched as another ingredient burned to dust. The extraction was a failure. Then she felt the wards shake before they immediately settled. This happened a few more times, causing her to frown. The wards were set to skin everyone, even Harry. He doesn't trust even himself. It usually settles right away once it recognizes Harry, but this many shakes means a lot of his clones were returning to the manor. What is that boy up to now? Andromeda made her way to the living room and saw a bunch of Harrys with a serious look on their faces. This is weird. We usually see 2 of them at most, since every clone is off doing his own thing. But seeing this many of them is unsettling. Andy kept a calm look as she walked in. Harry, she greeted nobody in particular. The Harrys had a look of realization and smirked. Hey Andy. She was instantly shocked by the unexpected greeting, causing all of them to laugh. Ah, that was good fun, Harry chuckled inwardly as he then focused on the task at hand. All the clones kind of overlapped as they stepped forward towards the clone in the center. One by one they fused back together. Harry notices a small boost in power, even after doing the rite of conquest. This was a boost of all of them fusing back into one. Nice, if each clone keeps training and progressing like this, it's going to be great when we fuse back together again. Since I will have so many parts of myself that are separated, each one can continue researching and training in various things. Those will add up when we fuse again. Harry starts walking towards a special room he has been building. A ritual room inside the manor. The real deal, not that shabby thing he had in Melinda's house. Potter Manor already had a ritual room. It was old school and did improve upon the rituals a little bit. Ritual room. Rituals are a strange branch of magic. By its nature it was esoteric, most rituals were based on equivalent exchange. You sacrifice something to gain something. But there were also other kinds, cleansing rituals for example, a prayer to a god to use some of their authority to ward off evil inside a house. The location is also important when doing a ritual. If someone were to do a ritual that increases their affinity to fire inside a forest, worst yet a magical forest, it would have devastating consequences. Nature itself will interfere with the ritual. The best case scenario would be immediate death. In the middle would be getting infected with an incurable despise and having a painful death. The worst case scenario would be being turned into some kind of nature monster to guard the forest from invaders. The Potter ritual room was isolated from the rest of the manor. Quite literally. The safest way to preform a ritual was in a place with absence of magic. The Potters had bought a large amount of stone that repels magic. But at the end of the day they were wizards, the stone they got was not strong enough. The solution. Place another layer of stone above the ones they got and enchanted it with a certain spell. Something that everybody uses but they don't realize its true nature. What spell repels magic? The most basic shield spell, the Protego. The spell came into existence with the desires of wizards to protect themselves from spells. To protect themselves from magic. Anti-magic. It was a paradox. It was a spell powered by magic, yet it rejected magic. The Potters wrote in their journals that they had discovered this when they were thinking of methods to finish the ritual room. It worked and they didn't bother with it further. Harry had been improving it based on modern ritual knowledge and now with Salazar's legacy involving some unknown tips for strengthening the ritual. And thanks to Fawkes, he has an unlimited amount of phoenix ash, tears and feathers. Which was a significant boost for this particular ritual. The ritual Harry was doing was one he had been planning for many years. Using the basilisk parts and venom on himself. The venom ritual would give him immunity to poisons on the level of the strongest venom or poison used in it. 1000-year basilisk venom is up there in terms of lethality. Then there was the ritual with the eyes and flesh of the basilisk. Harry planned on doing that one first. He theorized that it would help to have a better compatibility with the eyes. It would be a shame if he got some nerfed version of the basilisk's gaze. He stood in the room naked as the day he was born. Any additional items could interfere with the ritual. He took off all of his enchanted clothes and jewelry. Even the earring that he always wore 24/7. The container for the souls of his fallen enemies. There was a large magic circle drawn on the floor from phoenix ash. On the walls there were symbols drawn in basilisk blood. Harry placed the ingredients in an exact order. The venom, which was the main part of the ritual for its immunity, on the opposite side on the left he placed phoenix tears, but it was only a few drops, and a single phoenix feather on the right side. It was there to help him withstand the venom more easily and counteract any negative effects. He placed the basilisk's heart, a large part of its flesh and some of its bones on their spots, each were at the end of the circle and formed a triangle. The shape formed a six-pointed star. This became a Jewish symbol in Prague in the 14th century but has ancient roots. The six-pointed star was used in alchemy and esoteric arts. It represents balance, unity, and protection across various paths. Triangles and cubes were often used in rituals. Depending on the amount of materials needed. The more ingredients, the more complex the shape needed to be to stabilize it. Harry stood in the center of the magic circle. He took a deep breath. Let's do this. Chapter 140, Rituals. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count 2270, without a/nofc. Harry raised his hands and quickly cut his wrist and drew blood. He did a little spin and the blood fell on the floor, creating a circle made out of blood drops. It doesn't need to be perfect. It was the symbolism that mattered more. Magias magnas invoco. Haec tibi sacrificio do, protectionem, immunitatem et rober pito. Vocationem meme audi, in nomine meo. Hadrian. I call upon the great magics. I give you these as a sacrifice. I ask for protection, immunity, and strength. Heed my call, on my name. Hadrian. As soon as he said those words, the magic circle on the floor was set aflame. An eerie green flame. Normally in this situation it was supposed to be ordinary flames or even the flames of a phoenix. But people who have used this ritual didn't have a flame designed to consume souls or Harry's absurd affinity for fire. Harry had a nervous look on his face when the green fire spread, but calmed down as the ritual continued to work as intended. The green fire consumed the sacrificial items and then pulled back towards Harry and set him on fire. Immediately the pain started. His entire body was hurting, like needles stabbing him all over. Every cell in his body was screaming. Harry gritted his teeth but stayed still. The pain would pass, but the gain would be permanent. But then from the fire came out a shrill, from the green flames came out a soul, the basilisk's soul. He had purposefully not taken its soul. 1000-year soul was tempting, but he was in front of the founders. He might need their help in the future, so there was no need to antagonize them. But even with that, the main reason was because the basilisk was sick. Sick in the mind, the body, and in the soul. He would gain very little from its soul and might even lose out and spend more energy getting rid of the contaminated parts. But the ritual all on its own somehow brought the soul back and started cleansing it. After 5 full minutes the pain stopped and the ritual needed with the purified soul engulfing Harry. He stood still for a few moments, absorbing everything and double-checking if anything had changed from what he planned. And there was no change to the ritual, there was even a boost with the soul. Maybe magic had deemed me deserving of the soul as well. As the winner of the rite of conquest I get everything. I just didn't expect that even after I threw the soul aside magic would help me cleanse it. If I did that shit on my own it would have taken ages and the returns would have been small. Harry stretched his body, a few joints made a satisfying pop. He waved his hand and cleared all the dust and grime from the floor. He left the room and summoned Mirror Alice. The sacred gear materialized in front of him and he finally got a look at himself. Damn. He was taller, a lot taller. Harry was 12 years old. Because of his absurdly expensive magical ingredients that he and Hope consume in his training, naturally their bodies grow faster. His height was 160 centimeters. The average for a boy his age was 150 centimeters. Asterisk. Now he was 167. That was taller than most 14-year-old boys. And he had bulked up considerably, showing more muscle mass. I had thought I would be more lean since it was a snake, but more muscle does make sense. A snake is basically just almost pure muscle from 65 to 70% of their total mass. For comparison, humans are only 40% muscle. They have about 25 different muscles on each side of the body at each vertebra. Harry poked at his biceps. Oh, I can't wait to test this out. With the previous boost in physical strength I would be able to do some fun things with big weapons. Actually, let's do that now. I need to wait at least 1 hour until I do the next one. Doing rituals back to back is pretty stupid, it's best if they were stretched out a few days. But these two are linked together. I still want to give it an hour for the body ritual to be completely stabilized. Harry snapped his fingers and was wearing clothes again, his gym clothes. He apparated to the training area. It was time to grind. Crrrrrr. The weights on the training machine creaked as Harry pulled on the handle. It was too heavy even for the machine to handle. Crrrrrrr. The cables looked like they were going to snap from all the metal plates attached to it. Thud. Harry let go of the handle and the weight slammed back down, breaking the machine. He looked at his hand and let out a laugh in disbelief. This is crazy. Peak mid-class physique at 12. Harry threw a mid-class lightning spell and apparated in front of it. The lightning hit his body. He had no shields and no mana protecting his body. And all he felt was a jolt like he was being tazzed. And that's without magic. He shook his head. His magic broke through high class, he was now on the same level Reginald was. But the biggest jump for him personally was his soul. From the basilisk, 150% on magic, 100% on the body along with a 50% on soul. His soul by far is his most powerful thing. In the first place he was a transmigrator, he has been purifying and consuming the souls of his enemies. And now that got a 50% boost. For about 95% of the people in this world, from all races. The soul was meaningless to them. It existed, it was important and needed to be protected. But that was it, unless you were a god linked to a soul domain, a necromancer, a magician, or cultivator who uses soul power. Only for those few who pick or stumble upon this path was a soul something incredible. Harry is one of those few. His peveril magic, the basis of the magic was the power of the soul. The stronger the soul, the more things you can do with it. And the stronger the soul decoloring flames. One of the most evil acts a necromancer can do, they manipulate souls and bodies, they chain spirits and ghosts. They fuse souls to their own soul. But consuming them, erasing them from existence, who they were, what they accomplished and taking in what little is left behind as pure nourishment. With the souls he had devoured until now and this boost, Harry's ability to purify souls had doubled and even a little bit more than that. Meaning he could do it better now and grow faster. A sound mind, a sound body leads to a sound soul. It was a common phrase, the better the body and the mind, the better the soul. But where does magic come to that equation? Inborn magic for most species comes from soul. It acts like a metaphysical door, big steel doors, a link to new hidden world. Some people when they are born that door is opened slightly, allowing magic to flow into the body, and start generating their own. As they grow older and the soul grows, that door is pushed open more and more. Anyone can learn magecraft with enough effort. They study, learn, fail, and through pure effort take some magic from the environment and push the door a bit, allowing the magic to be capable of storing inside the body. The size, shape, and the nature of the soul plays a big part on your magic. For Harry a big part about that is his affinity for fire. Some might have been inborn, but by creating and using the soul-devouring flame that is powered by his soul, it naturally will take in some of the fire elements. Once Harry was done with those tests, it was time for some new ones. He snapped his fingers and a house elf brought an entire box full with bottles that had labels on them. These were various poisons he had developed and venom from various animals. He drank, injected, and placed some on his skin, one by one with a few minutes of interval in between. Spell circles were constantly spinning around him, monitoring his body. Nothing, there was absolutely no effect on him. If anything, the harmful foreign substances were broken down and turned into useful proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, and etc. Even his strongest poisons, his best sellers, completely ineffective. It was time for the final test. Basilisk venom. Harry forces Fawkes to give him some more tears just in case this doesn't work as it should. This was the most dangerous substance he had encountered up until this point, if you don't count the Philosopher's Stone. I should grab some elixirs later. I also need to work on getting rid of that tracing core, but that requires me to be much more skilled in alchemy. So much to do, so little time. Harry carefully used a specially made pipette to pick up a few drops of venom. This was made from the same things as the bottles that he was keeping it in. He dropped a few on his pinky finger, ready to use Phoenix tears and even cut off the finger if necessary. And the venom slid off his finger. The small part that was absorbed through the skin was broken down as the earlier poisons. Ha 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 ha. Harry started to laugh like a madman. Poison immunity. He had done it, and with big boost for his body. Now even if he is hit by something a lot stronger than basilisk venom, his chance of survival has increased greatly and the ability to minimize the effects. On to the next one. Enough time has passed, Harry felt no discomfort with his body. That means the ritual was perfect, the best possible result without any side effects. Even the best rituals still have a lingering effect for a week or so, discomfort or pain until it disappears. He should know, since he always has a headache for at least a week after the mind rituals that he did. Harry returns to the ritual room and starts drawing the next circle. This time the pattern was much simple since the only ingredients were the eyes. He strips naked and starts the chant. Once again green flames appeared and engulfed the basilisk eyes. Almost immediately a harsh burning pain appeared. Harry fell down on his knees as his hands went to cover his eyes. It felt like metal needles that have been heated up, repeatedly stabbing his eyeballs. Dozens, hundreds of times. Fuck. Motherfucker. Harry kept cursing as he clenched his fists. He then shut up and grit his teeth. He would have slammed into the floor, but he was afraid that he would break it and interrupt the ritual. After 5 minutes of inhuman pain, the ritual stopped and the fire vanished. Harry slumped forward and fell on the marble floor. His entire body covered in sweat. His body in shock from the pain. He let out a tired groan. That was the single worst experience in my life. Fuck. I don't think I have ever felt that much pain. Almost made me want to kill myself just for it to end. No wonder so many people die in rituals. Even if you do everything right, it still doesn't mean you can handle it. After a few minutes of just lying there, Harry regained a bit of strength and pushed himself off the floor. Fuck, they still hurt a lot. Harry winced as his vision was a bit blurry, but it was clearing up quickly. He left the room and summoned Mirror Alice once again. No change. Harry raised an eyebrow as he looked at his reflection. They were still the same emerald green eyes as before. No, there is something there, I can feel it. Sippy, he called out, and a house elf appeared next to him. Yes, Master Harry, it asked with a calm but slightly excited tone. He had trained them not to be so energetic. For an introvert like him, the elves were too much. Now they were quieter and more composed. Bring me one of the lab rats here from cage 19. Right away, Master. It popped away and returned the next moment. With a small white mouse floating above its hand. Harry used his magic to float the mouse in front of him to his eye level. Harry followed the strange feeling in his eyes and pushed magic into them. His eyes shifted, the pupil became vertical, his green iris shifted to a sickly greenish yellow. He looked at the mouse right in the eye. The mouse spasmed, and the next moment its entire body fell limp. The mouse was dead. Harry let out a little smirk. Interesting. Very interesting. This will definitely come in handy. He then felt another wave of pain from his eyes and quickly stopped pushing magic in them. I need to rest and recover. But this is definitely worth the pain. I still need to test if I have the petrification part of the eye as well. But that's for later, now I just want to sleep. A/N. Asterisk, Harry's B-Day is on July 31st. By the way, what is better? I have heard many theories about the basilisk eye, but I still like the most basic one, that it stops the heart of anything it looks at. Seems the most reasonable. Okay, that whole lore drop about the soul was me thinking about the difference between wizards, magecraft users, and people with magecraft legacy like Leafy. We already know how wizards got their power. But is the difference between normal magicians and Leafy really due to knowledge and bloodline? Or does bloodline and soul come into play on a bigger level than I though before? I need opinions on this. Then again, it doesn't change much. But I want the lore to be as good as possible and make sense without screwing up. The door thing was 100% inspired by FMA Brotherhood. God, I love that anime. Also, didn't really plan for the basilisk soul. People were saying how Harry needed a boost, and all of a sudden the idea forms. I just went along with it. People seem to forget how I write. I don't do the standard plan everything out and write it. I write the background and the characters, then a few cool scenes and moments as short notes for the future. Then I just let the characters have their own stories and actions. An idea pops into my head and I shelve it for the moment that badass scene comes to life. I don't know, the random time some shit happens makes it seem more real to me. It fits my idea of the DxD world, which is chaotic as hell. Chapter 141, Libra. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. While Harry was sleeping, his casual words to Castile about Ryzovim being interested in the holy relic in Romania were causing waves. Once Heaven learned the Graal was in danger of falling into Ryzovim's hands, they mobilized the church and some angels. They also doubled the money they were offering to the hunters and mercenaries. If there was one thing the church always had, it was money. 2,000 years to accumulate wealth and power. During the 4th century, Christianity became a favored state religion. The church received land, treasures, and endowments from emperors and aristocrats. This marked the beginning of their wealth accumulation. From the 5th to the 15th century, the church became the largest landowner in Europe, collecting mandatory 10% tithes from citizens. Wealth was generated through the sale of indulgences, meaning rich people sin, then they buy forgiveness. And through simony, selling of church positions to noblemen who used it to put their 3rd and 4th sons in the church for better benefits later on. Ironically, this has funded lavish papal courts and cathedral construction. The churches, cathedrals, beautiful religious artwork were all created with bribe money. Asterisk. As the centuries passed, the church grew more and more corrupted. As long as they spread Christianity through the world, Heaven cared very little, since they also had their battles to fight against other pantheons. It was during these wars that God gained the materials for many of the sacred gears he created. And after the Great War and the fall of God, Heaven was too busy to deal with matters involving the corrupt popes, bishops, and priests. So the church had more than enough money to hire a lot of people willing to go into Romania to fight with vampires and possibly devils. And that's exactly what they did. Libra HQ. Inside a huge office with many sofas, the team was slowly gathering. Their leader Klaus von Reinherz, a beast of a man, was sitting on his desk clicking quickly while staring at the screen. He engaged in a chess match against the #100th ranked player in the world. The 100th players are frequently in the 2600 to 2700 ELO range. They are elite grandmasters, not comparable to the top 10, but can easily beat 99% of any other chess players. This particular player was Klaus's friend and they have matches all the time. Most of them ending with a loss for Klaus. Klaus let out a grin as he typed to his opponent. It was a magnificent game. Mr. Yamakawa, I wish you good luck in your next tournament. I do like chess, but it gets pretty boring after the first few hundred matches. The same for other strategy games as well. I wish someone would make something more challenging. Oi, boss, what's the big deal? It's a day off, you know. Zap entered the room with his posture slouched. The man looked like he had been drinking a lot. Stupid monkey. Chain shot him a look of disgust. You say something, bitch. Zap shot back at the werewolf. Can we not do this every time, please? Leonardo said with an exhausted look on his face. He was out delivering pizzas until he got called in. I just want to sleep. Klaus looked at his team with a serious expression. It seems that we will be returning to Romania. The leaders of the Fong Hunters have called in every team. His team looked at him with speechless expressions. Last time they barely got away from the high-class vampire that appeared out of nowhere. Zap literally was looking at Klaus with his jaw dropped. You have got to be shitting me. What are those geezers smoking? No way I'm going. He shook his head, swearing to never step foot again in Romania. Klaus, isn't this a bit rash? Dr. Steven said in a worried tone. Yes, I doubted them too. Even Dog Hummer is coming with us this time. That cutie is coming, KK said with an excited expression. Chain also nodded. Hummer is very hot. Unlike you scum, she couldn't help but take more shots at Zap. Shut it, she-wolf. Why don't you go smash a building, like your green cousin? Chain's eye twitched. I'm not a cartoon character, and She-Hulk had her powers under control for the most part, you uncultured dipshit. Enough with the bickering. Klaus cut them off, causing both to flinch. This is a serious situation. The church has nearly tripled the money for every single kill from low class to ultimate class. Catching, Zap's eyes turned into dollar signs. Okay, let's go. Zap quickly pulled out his phone and typed something. We have a flight in 3 hours. Leonardo just deadpanned at Zap's behavior. Is he bipolar? It's not that simple. Klaus shook his head. At first, even with the increased bounties, I still didn't want to risk our team. But orders from above changed that. The entire Fang Hunters Guild is moving. And so are our rivals. Priests, exorcists, inquisitors from all 3 church jurisdictions are moving. Angels will also be there. The target are the vampires, but we have confirmation that devils and fallen will be there as well. There have been rumors floating around that druids will also be appearing. BZZZ. Klaus's phone vibrated on the table. Klaus picked up and looked at the message, almost dropping the phone as he did. Klaus? KK asked with a worried expression. 2 demigods from the Hindu pantheon have been spotted in Romania. We are to leave immediately. If by any chance we are to see them, we are to retreat immediately. Klaus gripped his chair, unwilling to put his team in such a dangerous situation. But as leader of Libra, one of the strongest teams in Fang Hunters, he couldn't walk away. Well shit. Zap slumped, then immediately perked up. Looks like we are going to have to do this one carefully. Klaus. We should stick to the edges and focus on the thralls and low-class vamps. Let the church deal with all the other problems. Stephen stated the obvious. None of the people here were stupid enough to die in someone else's war. Their job was to clear out the mob so it doesn't interfere with the big guns or spill out into civilian territory. Klaus stood up. That would be our best approach. Libra, move out. We have a plane to catch. Hogwarts. The twin pranksters were hanging their heads low as Snape glared down at them. Just 20 minutes ago Draco Malfoy's hair turned almost completely red, leaving a few locks of his blonde hair to make the Gryffindor colors. Why did you paint Mr. Malfoy's hair red? Snape said in his usual slow tone. How do you know it's us? Yeah. It might have been a Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw trying to frame us. This is abuse of authority. Do you even have proof? The twins went back and forth. And here was Snape's problem. He did not have proof. In fact, the twins were seen through the day and they had an alibi. An alibi that they had carefully constructed. The good thing about being twins is that they look exactly alike. One of them went to the kitchen to give an elf the potion, while the other just made an illusion of himself using the spell from the book. Snape glared at them, but the twins avoided his eyes and looked at his chest. Look at my face when you are speaking. The twins glanced at each other while their heads were lowered and withheld a smirk. They both looked up, but their eyes stopped when they reached Snape's chin. Technically they were looking at his face. Again no eye contact. Snape had no opportunity to use legitimacy, and asking to look at his eyes was just stupid and would throw suspicion on himself. He wasn't well liked and this would just make things harder. What he didn't know is that the twin already learned diplomacy, so even if he tried he would be caught by them. They might not be skilled enough to stop Snape, but they can definitely notice his attempt. You are free to go. I'll be watching you too. Snape sneered at them, spun around and started walking, his robes billowing behind him. After making sure Snape had left, the twins looked at each other, grinned and high-fived. Well played, brother of mine. No, it was obviously you who did the most work. How about we call it a team effort, Gorge said with a smile. Team effort it is, Fred laughed. Both of them enjoyed praising each other like this. After all, if nobody else will do it, they just do it on their own. The twins headed back to the Gryffindor common room ready to prepare for the next prank. But this was just a warm-up. Their goal hasn't changed. Prank Harry Potter by the end of the year. Miss Michelson, might I inquire as to Mr. Potter's whereabouts? Hope just looked at Professor McGonagall with a dumbfounded expression. Why would they care about this now? Harry is currently studying some new magic and won't be available for a few days. I do not see the reason for your concern. Due to the nature of the agreement Harry has with the headmaster, he does not need to attend any classes. He just needs to stay in the school. Interaction with other students is also his choice, Hope explained politely. McGonagall's words seemed to have died in her throat. Dumbledore made an offhand comment about how nice it would be if Harry socialized more with his peers. So he sent her to talk to the boy. But Hope was also correct. Harry Potter has no other obligation with them other than to come to this school. It's fine, I just haven't seen him and was beginning to worry. Please carry on with your day. Minerva nodded and started to walk back to her office. Hope, seeing this, just shook her head. Actually, that is a valid response. If you don't see Harry for a few days, you can expect something big to happen. 2 days later, Harry wakes up and he felt a lot better. The strain on his eyes was better as well. In a few more days it will be completely gone. That sucked ass. Worst experience of my life, but so worth it. Harry stretches and pops the joints in his body. He then starts to focus on thought projection magic. Though at this point it's better to call it fragmentation. That's actually a better name for this. Fragmentation. He starts splitting himself. This time he made 3 more clones, one that he lost and 2 extra ones. The Harrys looked at each other before giving a single nod. After that they all left to do their particular projects or research. The grind never ends. A/N. Asterisk billowing is the primary word for a cloak moving in the wind, conveying a dramatic, filled with air motion. Always forget this word. Asterisk did some research about the church money. Goddamn, almost all of it was bribe money and the money they taxed from people. Chapter 142, Bella flustered. Still alive, just sick. I have had a stubborn cold for the last 3 weeks. Just irritating symptoms. It's because of the weather. It went from cold to hot, then back to cold, now it's getting hot again. My body can't adapt and it fucked me up. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. One day before Harry woke up, Bella had some free time on her hands. Andy told her that Harry was home, so she decided to go and ask him some questions about magic. Since it was still in the afternoon, she assumed Harry was in his room. There was always a clone in there. Bella knows better than to enter his lab, workshop, or the greenhouses. She might not even know how she dies the moment she enters. There are no traps in those places. This was Harry's home. If someone had breached his house, that means he had already lost. She was worried about getting bit by some monster insect or an explosion happening from whatever stuff he has in there. Bella knocked on the door of the main bedroom. Seeing as there was no response, she assumed there was nobody inside and decided to go in anyway just to make sure. She opened the door and saw the room she rarely goes into. It was the biggest bedroom in the house. It was filled with expensive furniture, paintings, and decorations. Harry threw all of it away, even the desks. The room was bare of those things. Now in their place were a few flower pots and gentle scented incense. This was a room purely for sleep. Ever since he started the Harry rotation, this room has been critical. There was also another room where another clone slept. Since sometimes their times overlapped. But Bella wasn't looking at the room. She froze in place like a deer in headlights. Harry was on his bed naked as the day he was born. He was sleeping soundly, except a certainty part of him was standing proud. Harry was finally in puberty. He had theorized that he would enter it earlier due to the magical ingredients and his increased growth. But that didn't happen, even when scientifically it should due to his hormones. He then threw his hands in the air and left it as wizarding bullshit. Now with the ritual increasing his height and build, he was quite the specimen for young witches. What the hell did he do? Bella.exe was still in shock, but she recognized that Harry looked a lot different than when she last saw him. Did he age himself? Can he do that? Curiosity overtakes her. She gets near the bed and looks down at his erection, then at her hands. Can I even cover that with both hands? This can't be right. She started to doubt her common knowledge. Bella still had some memories of the past. Harry got rid of the bad, traumatizing stuff. But her cutting off her supposed husband's dick would always make her smile. Hey, he was an adult back then and still has a smaller dick than a teenager. When I'm pregnant, maybe I'll ask Harry to call his soul back so I can rub it in his face. That might happen sooner than I thought. Bella left the room with a smirk on her face. Back to present. After splitting up, the Harry army started making some big progress. More people meant more processing power. Most of the clones went off to do their own thing. 3 clones got together and decided to tackle the firepower problem. Namely the Wyvern flames. These flames would be a big help when he was fighting. Draconic flames, even the weakest kind from Wyvern and Drakes, is still much better than the flames humans produce. We might get stronger flames if we pump more mana in the spell, but draconic flames by their nature carry the draconic predatory nature. Seeking to devour and destroy anything in its way. Quite literally, any other flame is more powerful than a magician's. Another in a long list of reasons why humans are the weakest race. Well, weakest intelligent race. It was difficult for a human to get to a level where he can be seen as a threat without a Longinus or decades of training while doping on holy power like Vasco Strata. That's also a reason why Harry is so focused on research. He was looking for a new path to power. The only path currently available to him. That didn't include joining some faction and getting used like a factory. Lab #4/226, aka Things Go Boom Lab. Wyvern Flame Attempt 174. Harry spoke out loud. He and 2 other clones were in the lab that was far out of the manor. 3 clones were gathered around a small flame that was being stabilized by them. Due to the last 10 attempts showing minimal progress, I am continuing the method of creation, due to the fact that the first 100 attempts were complete and utter failure, but I gained an increased understanding of the nature of the Wyvern flames. Everything was recorded by a self-writing notebook that was floating in the air. Archive magic was extremely useful for Harry. But expecting his entire family to learn it was optimistic at best. It required a certain mindset and a strong grasp on occlumency. Hope could do it since she has been with him since he was a kid. He held nothing back when teaching her, hoping she would reach her full potential faster. He needs capable people working under him if he wants to have any peace and quiet in this world. People to help him, and people to manage all of his stuff. Even if he plans to go in a roundabout way to do it. All three of them looked at the flickering yellowish-red flame. It didn't blow up. That's interesting. Well, this obviously is working, even when it shouldn't. I was thinking about how to stabilize the flame and this just happened. The goal is to keep a piece of the fire with me and push mana into it to make it grow, and I use it to attack my enemies. The Harry started to push more mana into the flame seed. I never expected a stray thought would actually work. I just threw in a soul for the last few experiments to see if it would do something. It's surprising that it worked, or maybe this is what it needs. My mana supplies the fuel to grow, but what keeps the flame existing? I have the spark, the flame of wyverns, but what is the tinder? What is it first that helps form it? A soul. It's interesting that the flame needs a soul to support its existence. That's BTTH logic, but then again Incinerate Anthem does have some intelligence and conciseness. To the point that it can choose its own user. If the holy flame doesn't like you, it will just leave. So it shouldn't be that surprising. The yellowish flame started to wobble and collapse. The three clones had only one thought, and it echoed in the Harry network. Oh shit. Boom. One overpowered repair charm later. The lab was back to how it was, until it explodes again. It was now lab #4/227. The second number is how many times he has had to repair this lab. Well, that was useful. Now I know what I need. I don't think the wyvern souls I got have completely been purified. I'll try using them in the next experiment. And if I run out, well, I can always get some more. While some clones made a big breakthrough with the wyvern flames, another one was preparing to tackle a project that has been in the making for quite some time. It was an idea he had gotten as soon as Melinda gave him the Yggdrasil branch, well, stick or stem considering how big the damn tree really was. It was obvious Harry was a staff, a magical foci. But he didn't want to make a boring regular staff with such an insanely rare material. Especially considering what Melinda went through when she obtained it. Normal staffs are usually a magical tree with a core of some sort on the top of the staff to act as a point of focus. The part of the staff where the spell was actually going to shoot out of. Harry had a strange idea to turn it into a staff/spear. He was going to put the biggest basilisk fang on the staff, that would be the focus point where the magic shoots out of, and he can use it in close range if the situation develops that way. He pulls out the Yggdrasil stick and starts to shave and shape it using magic, specifically advanced transmutation. He used it to hollow out part of the staff. Just large enough for the Elder Wand to go in. He then places some circular groves in it in a straight line. They were barely noticeable. He used these as markings. He was going to find some rare gems or cores to add to the staff to boost its power. Materials like the Philosopher's Stone. But he wasn't going to put it on the staff. That would be a waste since he had far better plans for it. A plan he had been holding back until he got the basilisk skin. A grimoire. Grimoires come in different sizes and uses. Some are just records for family spells or just research throughout the centuries. Others can be cursed, used as horcruxes and even as magical focus instead of a wand or staff. Harry was going to make the latter but with a twist. A battle grimoire. A self-autonomous magical machine gun that can float around him and spam spells. He has Black Clover to thank for this idea. The spine of the book was bones from the basilisk as well as the case. The cover that goes over the case will be basilisk skin, and the best part, the pages will be from paper made from the Yggdrasil shavings. With magic, many of the steps normally done can be skipped or altered. But if he wanted to make enough pages for a grimoire, he would have to use up the whole stem. And that would be stupid, but luckily he was a wizard. He only needs one page. After using magic to literally transmute the fibers in the shavings, he created a single A4 paper sheet. It was not as white as the modern notebooks, it looked a bit brownish, similar to parchment but of the highest quality. If he went too far, the paper would lose its magic. He used the Gemino charm to duplicate the single page. Even after using all of his magic, he could only make 5 pages at once. Feeling drained and exhausted, Harry just smiled, as expected from the Yggdrasil tree. Even coping some minute shavings takes a lot out of you. Especially since I'm making them permanent. Harry didn't have any more materials to bear the burden or lower the cost. All of it was directly his magic. He could take the magic from the other clones, but they also needed it for their own experiments. He would just do it in a couple of batches the next few days with all the magic he has. Until he reached at least 200 pages. The last page would be the original and would never be touched. And if he needed more pages, he would just duplicate some more. Wizards have a spell for these grimoires to make the pages near infinite, so he wasn't worried about that. For ink, he would use basilisk blood mixed with his own. Any spell that can be written in Parseltongue, he will write it as so. He theorizes by using so many basilisk parts, the grimoire would actually shoot out spells in Parseltongue, increasing their power. On the cover of the grimoire in the center there was a grove, that's where the Philosopher's Stone was going in. If he is running low on mana, the grimoire would use the energy in the stone as fuel to keep spamming spells. Yggdrasil wood and basilisk materials. He had both items that would drastically increase his firepower. Both items will be blood and soul bound. But what Harry didn't realize what he was actually making. He had created a sacred gear, the most basic version of it. But what were sacred gears? They were items with power bound to your soul. Some were strong, others weak, but they all had one thing in common. They were bound to their host's soul. With this he had stepped into a new league as a researcher and inventor. A league which consisted of some of the most powerful and smartest people in the world. And Harry was still only 12 years old. So young, and it begs to question and what kind of things he will make in the future. Will they rival real sacred gears in terms of complexity? Will he create his own divine weapon like many of the gods in the world? Time will tell how far he would go. A/N Hidden Tittle, Staff and Grimoire. What do you guys think of the chapter? This has been a long time coming. I have had this idea since basically right after the start of the FIC. It took me a little while to write it all out. Hope you guys like it. Chapter 143, Artifacts. Patreon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. The weather sucks, I mean it's great now, sunny 30 Celsius. It was 15 last Monday. I went to work in a winter jacket, 10 degrees last week. Bro, my body can't adapt to this bullshit XD. Done. Harry let out a sigh of relief. He didn't screw it up, everything went perfectly. For 2 entire days, the Harry army rotated on the staff and grimoire. The staff was made from a tiny piece of Yggdrasil, the world tree. It had enormous requirements to be made into a staff that uses its full potential. He can't just slap things on it and hope for the best. He was fusing the Elder Wand in its core for a bit more kick to the spells and the Basilisk Fang on the top to act as a focus. And this will naturally increase the potency of poison or toxic spells. But to do so, the flow of mana must be smooth. He had to fuse the wand and the Fang as if the tree always had them, to connect the tiny fibers with the wand and the nerves inside the Fang. It was meticulous and straining work on a microscopic level. A single human tooth has about 100,000 microscopic nerve endings, and the giant snake Fang has millions. Let alone the mana channels inside the staff that need to fuse with the Elder Wand. The grimoire was a lot more simple. The only thing left for it was to get the Philosopher's Stone and place it on the cover. But that can wait for later. Without the stone it wouldn't have near infinite energy, but it was still very useful. Now all that's left to do is to write out the most useful combat spells in it and let it do its thing. Harry grabbed a quill he made from a phoenix feather. Fawkes was having a bad time. All of his feathers were getting plucked, tears streaming as a result. He was forced to combust to heal himself, making more ash, and then the process repeats. Harry started to write. Let's see, Fire Breath spell is going in, lightning spells are in, Defindo, Sectum Sempra and Wind Slash is in. I'm going to make this thing into a mini malevolent shrine. He started writing spell after spell. I should put in some one-on-one spells, like my Bakuto spells, anything that will slow them down and immobilize them. I planned on changing my fighting style, but now I can just put my old style in the grimoire, scummy cheating book, for the win. 1 week later. Harry was making his way back to Hogwarts. Honestly, he would have kept going, but Hope reminded him that she exists and she was not happy. He might have went too far this time. He put an illusion on himself. The level of growth he went through was not normal. He really didn't want to bother with the ministry about him using dark rituals to grow his body. His patience is on an all-time low thanks to people creating so much trouble for him. He was an introvert who just wants to study in his room at his core. Then go outside and use that knowledge to blow stuff up. And he was stuck on an island with inbred magical morons. He already was showing restraint by not blowing the place sky high. Especially with him messing around with nuclear materials. Unknown to Harry, some governments are very confused as to why there have been so many explosions in deserts. Naturally they suspected each other first, but then it happened in deserts across the planet. So it became obvious that this wasn't a military operation and concluded that terrorists around the world were testing weapons they had acquired. The supernatural faction saw this and they immediately decided it was an idiot arrogant magician. Because there are special areas for testing out magic. So it's either some arrogant shit who thinks the rules of secrecy don't apply to him, or it was a moron who didn't know where the designated testing zones were. Both were strangely accurate in Harry's case. When he got back to his room, Hope was standing there with her arms crossed and her foot tapping the floor. She looked like an angry wife that caught a hungover husband coming back home. What took you so long? You barely even replied to my messages. What crazy shit have you gotten involved with? No W. Hope's next words died in her mouth as her jaw literally dropped when Harry dismissed the illusion. The first thought she had was, taller, then she looked at his face and built hot. Then Harry flicked his finger and an air projectile hit her in the forehead. Don't project you thoughts like that, he deadpanned at her. He didn't even need to read her thoughts to know what she was thinking. Thanks to Jane's experience, reading micro-expressions and predicting thoughts was easier than ever. She shook her head. Hope was a girl in her teens and she was very much in tune with her werewolf side. when she saw Harry again without his illusion. She blushed, her cheeks were red like a tomato. Don't try to distract me. Why did you change so much? What kind of crazy stunt did you pull? Please tell me you didn't use transmutation to make yourself older. Nope, it was the ritual. Harry grinned at her. The basilisk ritual did this. Hope immediately connected the dots. She was there when he killed the basilisk, but this big of a change was completely unexpected. Harry nodded almost gleefully, it was so worth going after that big-ass snake. I'd say, the aura he gives off has changed and so has his scent. Hope took a sniff from the air. Harry's scent carried a bit of the basilisk and there was something else. It confused her at first, but then she remembered when she noticed this particular trait. It was among the older students of Hogwarts. Specifically in the 3rd year, teens going through puberty. Well, about time. I was beginning to think Harry was delaying it with magic. I can see him avoiding puberty because it will make him more stupid. Boys shut their brains off when they see a pretty girl or anything involving adrenaline. In that moment Daphne, Astoria, and Luna stepped out of Daphne's room. The girl looked tired, she was basically designated as the babysitter. Though she can't deny it feels good to see her little sister having a real friend and playing around. But Astoria is a sugar-does gremlin and Luna's strange ideas weren't helping Tori calm down. A few moments ago she decided she and Luna were going to hunt Crumplehorn Snorkack. Whatever that thing was. He has grown. Daphne noticed right away, is it the same as the drugs I was forced to take? No, Harry wouldn't take something that will mess with his potential. Wow. Tori jumped up, her eyes sparkling with awe. You are taller. And bigger. Did you make a new potion? Hey, I think you look prettier. Can you make me big too? I want to grow big. MMGHMM, Daphne put her palm over Tori's mouth to shut her up. Harry just shook his head. No, I did not make a new potion. Potions like this exist and are shit. A man is handsome, not pretty. No, I will not make you bigger, you will grow up with time. Tori pulled down Daphne's hand and pouted, aw. Luna, help me convince him. Double pout attack. Tori pursed her lips, puffed up her cheeks and opened her eyes, silently starting at Harry with a sad and pitiful expression. Harry just flicked her forehead. Try that on a gullible idiot like Sirius. That doesn't work on me. Astoria rubbed her forehead and turned to Luna. Why didn't you help me, Luna? She lightly shook her shoulder. Luna strangely ignored Tori and kept staring at Harry with a confused expression. There was something new around his head. The color was red and silverish. The wisps of mist were red and circled around Harry's head. Funnily enough, they formed a shape that Luna recognized. A knife. Luna tilted her head. Is Harry hungry? But I have never seen that color on people when they are hungry. Hope noticed this, patted Luna's head. You want some pudding? Before Hope could even finish, the pudding was in Luna's hands and she had a big grin on her face. There is always room for more pudding. Hope just sighed inward. The distraction was successful. She already knew what Harry was feeling. You didn't need to have sharp senses to pick it up. It was in plain view. Harry's bloodlust. So he will be going for the ones who attacked the store. But this time I'm definitely going. Hope clenched her fist. She has been working on a blood ability like Libra once Harry told her about the werewolf chain. And she has been getting pretty good at it. Most of all, she needs to fight. Her battle experience is limited to sparring against Harry and Melinda. After all, what use are claws if I never get to use them on someone? Potter Manor. Work, damn it. Sirius yelled at the magic circle that was forming in the air only to crumble and die out as if it was mocking him. Ah, this is impossible. Sirius grabbed his head and screamed out. This was a nightmare. It was bloody hard and hurt his brain. What kind of torture is this? Why are there letters in math? It's an outrage. A scandal. They are teaching this to kids. I'm going to complain to the government. Smack. Andromeda came from behind and smacked him over the head. Sirius, stop acting like a child. It's not that hard, you just have zero ability to focus. You were a better student when you were in Hogwarts. She looked at him with a disappointed expression. I didn't have anything better to do. Pranks and hot girls kept me motivated. I'm an adult now, it's normal that we find it harder to study. Oh really? Andy crossed her arms. Then why am I making solid progress and you are not? Sirius looked at her with a serious expression and placed his hand on her shoulder. Andy. I don't know if anyone has ever told you this. But you are and will always be a big nerd. That doesn't change with age. Smack. 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 Sirius burst into laughter as she slapped him on the shoulder with a fed-up expression on her face. I am not a nerd. Boom. An explosion rocked the training area. Ah, this is impossible. Dora's scream was heard from the other room. Soon after, the door opened, revealing a dirty and soot-covered girl. I hate magecraft. I hate math. See. Sirius pointed at the poor girl. That's your own daughter, who should be getting this easier since she just finished Hogwarts. Yet even she doesn't get it. Face it, Andy. You are a nerd. Andromeda glared coldly at the old prankster before lifting her arm. A magic circle materialized in front of her. Hey, calm down, Andy. It was just a joke. We can talk this through. Sirius raised his hands in surrender and slowly started to walk away. Talk to this. With a pulse of her magic, a wave of water rushed out of the magic circle and engulfed Sirius. Uncle Siri. Dora dived in to save the drowning man out of instinct. Andromeda watched with a dumbfounded expression as her cousin and daughter swirled around in the water waves like they were in a washing machine. Neither of them used magic to get out and were trying to swim out instead. She lightly facepalmed as she was realizing there was little hope for these two. Where did I go wrong with that girl? Andromeda waved her and the water vanished, leaving two soaked bodies on the floor. She left the room and headed to the bar. She wasn't drunk enough for this. Dora and Sirius looked at each other with blank expressions. You are stupid. Why did you upset Mum? You are calling me stupid. You could have used a spell to get me out of the water, instead you jumped in. Fair. Dora felt silent and then stood up. Want to go use Bombarda on some rocks? Sirius didn't even think about it. Let's grab some beers. This magecraft thing gave me a serious headache, the man-child said with a wide grin, making Dora snort. That was terrible. No, it was seriously terrible. Dora used argumenti on his face. Go grab the beers, uncle, before I tell Harry you are slacking off. Sirius paled. You wouldn't. He likes me more than you. And I can always say my progress is slower because you keep distracting me with bad jokes. Hop to it, doggo. Dora left the room with a big smile on her face. Sirius just looked at his hands. Since when did I become the one who gets bullied all the time in this family? He didn't get any reply to that question, so with a sigh he dragged himself off to the kitchen to get some beers. Forgetting that he could just call a house elf to do it. Chapter 144, Raven 141, Snake Den and Fight Part. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. The original chapter is 4,000 word count. I have found that anything over 3,000 word count is just too long to keep scrolling on web novel. It takes forever to get to the end, and if the app resets you have to keep scrolling back to find where you were. Much more simpler to cut up the chap, so people, like me, don't just get lost in the text. And I hate it when authors don't put titles on chaps and it's just numbers. I mean, come on. It can't be that hard. Slytherin Common Room. Draco Malfoy was sitting in his room looking at the letter that arrived this morning with a complicated expression. It was a letter from his mother. His mother that abandoned her family. This was not the first letter he had received. They were ones that she has previously sent. The first one was her apologizing for leaving him. At that moment he wanted to burn the letter to ashes. He had pointed his wand at it, but couldn't say the spell. For some reason unknown to him, he just couldn't. Then another letter arrived. This time Narcissa told him everything about the Black family and Malfoy family deal. She didn't mention anything about the current situation with Harry being the Lord. But all past deals she revealed to her son, hoping to educate and broaden his mind. Draco now knew how much money his father used from the Black family vault, that were taken out under the pretense that he would be Lord Black. And the price the previous Lord Malfoy paid to arrange the marriage with Lucius and Narcissa. He understood that his parents never really loved each other. It was a business transaction. It explained a lot about the things that he was wondering. Why they stayed in different rooms, why they were so cold to each other yet were all smiles at pureblood gatherings. Recently she had begun sending him pictures. Parures of the world outside Wizarding Britain. London, Paris, Rome, Prague. The Muggle slums that he thought weren't there. Tall buildings, lights, strange carriages, and so much more. Draco stared blankly at the latest photos. He didn't know what to think. He was a Malfoy, he was better than everybody else. Yet he also knew his mother would never lie to him. She has never lied to him before. But there is always one more thing. In every second letter she explicitly tells him to avoid Harry Potter. Mentioning his status in other countries and that they treat him like a Dark Lord. He might be only 12, but he wasn't suicidal. If a student his age can kill full-grown wizards, he was staying far away from them. Draco sighs and decides to go for a walk to clear his mind. He leaves his room and goes up the stairs, entering the common room. The common room was a dungeon-like room with greenish lamps and chairs. This dungeon extended partway under the lake, giving the light in the room a green tinge. The common room had lots of low-backed leather sofas and dark wood cupboards. The walls were decorated with tapestries featuring the famous medieval Slytherins and some of their adventures. Students were sitting around in the sofas in their own little groups. Playing poker, spreading gossip, and exchanging information. Every action is observed by others. You must always carry yourself in a certain way, because if you show any weakness the others will use it against you. Both his father and mother have taught him how Slytherin House operates and how to carry himself. He calmly started to walk towards the exit, ignoring everybody. He was not approached. With the hit to his family finances, there was a change in the hierarchy among Death Eaters. Lucius Malfoy was no longer the top dog. The fathers instructed their children to cause trouble for Malfoy. Any damage to the Malfoy name was good news for them. But it was still the start of the new year. So many didn't want to bother with it right away. There were plenty opportunities in the future. Just as Draco touched the door to leave, a balloon suddenly appeared above the door and popped. Red and yellow dust fell on top of Draco, creating a dust cloud around his head. Cough. Cough. What in the bloody hell? Malfoy ran out of the dust cloud, swinging his arms around. The other students were surprised and jumped from their seats, but the next moment they all burst into laughter. What's so funny? Draco frowned at them. He understood they were laughing at him, but a simple dust cloud and small misfortune shouldn't trigger this kind of reaction. Malfoy looked at the mirror. An upperclassman pointed at a mirror while he was slouched and his hand on his knee formed, laughing too much. Draco looked at the mirror and his eyes widened. My hair. My glorious blonde hair. His hair was dyed and styled. His blonde locks were painted red with an even deeper golden blonde at some parts. And his hair stuck up and was moving like a real fire. It was obvious who was the culprit. Red and yellow, Gryffindor colors. Weasley. The students with instructions from their fathers looked at each other with a smile on their faces. We don't even need to do anything. Malfoy is just going to embarrass himself. Draco Malfoy wasn't the only one having a hard time. 250 kilometers away, Russell family was in a lot of trouble. Due to the massive loss of their lower-level members, now even the high class have to step in to finish basic missions. They also got rid of quite a few assassins, which seems to have scared off most of them off. But that didn't do anything to improve their mood. The captain following along for this mission was John McQueen. And he was very, very angry. His footsteps left small cracks in the ground due to him not controlling his mana properly. And his anger was understandable from their point of view. They were captains in the organization. Right below the boss. Their job was defense or offense, only stepping in when it was time for the big guns to enter the battle. And now they were doing grunt work, because apparently Oliver pissed off somebody that he shouldn't have. I should be in my room sipping on a martini getting serviced by my maid. Yet now I'm dragging these useless wankers like a parent dragging a spoiled toddler. Can't even handle a few ordinary assassins. How long until we reach the location? McQueen asked his officer who was walking behind him. Another one was in front of him. Both were on the lookout for any snipers or traps. About 1 more hour, Captain. The captain nodded and they continued on their way. He would have preferred just to teleport the materials back. But that was an unnecessary risk. If by some chance someone were to trace back the teleportation coordinate and break through their barrier while they are at it, they could send a bomb. Or they could capture one of their officers, strap a bomb to him and let him teleport back through the barrier. Since they were under attack, they didn't want to take any chances. Hence this method of transportation. Even if it was very irritating. The group continued walking for another 30 minutes before McQueen suddenly stopped. Nobody move, he called out in a loud enough tone so that everyone would hear him, but not enough to be a shout. Captain. One of the officers had a questioning look on his face. McQueen narrowed his eyes, searching the surroundings. We are not alone. No, you are not, a young voice sitting on a tree. Everybody looked towards the tree, and in that exact moment 4 big purplish beams of light shot in the sky. They quickly connected to form a cube, then barriers formed between the lines. Perfect cube. Sounds much better than 4 violet flames formation, though to be fair it sounds hella sick in Japanese. Shishiinjin. With the 4 clones outside the barrier finishing setting it up, they started to lay down wards in the area. This time he did something new, he created a few combat wards. That will affect anyone inside except the one who placed them. The original usually used as a death trap, they gather a bunch of people and just place down depuff wards and boom. Naturally the wards won't affect them since they are outside and are the ones who placed it. But since Harry has clones, he technically was the one to place them, so the wards ignored the Harry that was inside this barrier. Technically right, the best kind of right. Harry smiled as he fell down from the tree. The group of people quickly got into formation. So you are him, the brat that got Reginald. McQueen cracked his knuckles, that instantly made Harry frown. Possible close-range fighter. Unexpected, then again they are a crime syndicate. I assumed that all the higher-ups are stuck-up magicians. You ran out of luck, brat. Reginald was a newly promoted high class. I on the other hand have been at this level for a decade. He took off his coat. Harry instantly got down to analyzing. Tall at least 190 centimeters, well built, lots of muscles, built for power. Judging by his muscle mass he stands at minimum 100 kilograms. Definitely a close-range fighter. Magicians would never train their body this much. A high-class melee. This is getting interesting. Harry let out a smile as he heard his words. 10 years and still stuck in high class. Someone's lacking talent. McQueen growled, I will enjoy ripping you limb from limb. Everyone attack him. The men froze as his brain was processing what was happening in front of him, and so did his men. The boy in front of him grew 2 more arms below his real ones, then on all the arms mouth started popping up in any available space. Sukuna form. Mirror Alice, staff and grimoire. Harry already started preparing since before they got here. Mental spells were active, backup spells and shield spells were on standby. The more these fools wasted time, the more the wards would drain their energy and debuff them. What? 3 sacred gears. McQueen wasn't as calm as he was before. It was well known that the soul can only handle 1 sacred gear, any more and it would rip itself apart under the weight of the sacred gear. Sacred gears act like parasites from an outside point of view, but they had a symbiotic relationship with the host. They stay in the soul and consume a tiny bit of spiritual power to stay alive. In return the host gains some sort of ability. If they were 2 sacred gears they would just react hostile to one another, harming the host instead. How are you still alive? McQueen couldn't help but ask. This went against everything he knew. Harry smirked. I'm too stubborn to die. I can't say the same about you. The next moment, with no warning and no signs, magic circles had appeared and started to shoot down spells at the group. It was Harry's new scumbag move, illusion over the mouth and a silencing charm of everything below his neck, and it was only in a certain area, not on the mouths themselves. The mouth still chanted the spells, but the enemies couldn't see it or hear it, yet the spells activated. The Yggdrasil staff could easily handle multiple spells coursing through it. The moment the spells started, the grimoire opened up and started to spam spells at them as well. Chapter 145, Raven 141, Snake Den and Fight Part. If you guys like my work, consider looking at my other fics. I'd like to think I have some pretty nice ideas. I also have a bunch of one-shots that I write. I really should just put some of them in the pandas snippets. Word count. Barriers. McQueen yelled out. The less experienced members got out of their shock and raised their hands, forming barriers. The ones with more experience immediately put up some barriers once they noticed the attacks. But their leader didn't bother to put up any defense. Like a beast he charged through the spells. They broke as soon as they hit his skin. On his hand there were some knuckle dusters made of unknown material. Classic mana skin. He really poured all of his focus in melee. Mana levels mid-class, less than mine. Power classification was always complex. Not everything can be summarized into I have more mana therefore I am stronger. The easiest way to determine someone's class is how much destruction they can cause. This was true for magicians. But what about those who don't focus on destruction? Thousands of years ago the answer was simple, and it stayed so all the way to the present. People rely on different things: mana, their body, weapons, poisons. So they kept it simple. If you can defeat or kill a mid-class, you are a mid-class threat. If you can beat a high class, you are a high-class threat. McQueen was perfect example. He had mid-class mana reserves, but due to extreme training his body is that of a early high class. With his skills in martial arts, as soon as gets close to someone with his superior speed it's over for them. Spells. Dodge or tank them. Barriers. Tear them apart with force. Just brute force. McQueen reached Harry. A barrier appeared in front of him blocking his way. The man responded with a simple right hook. Harry raised an eyebrow. With the contact to his barrier he figured out what the knuckle duster was made from. The entire thing is some sort of tungsten titanium alloy, but what was special was the front of the duster. It was coated in a thin layer of orichalcum. A metal famous for its hardness and infamous for its difficulty to focus magic through it. It wasn't anti-magic, but it makes for a very good shield. It was also very difficult to create, requiring a skilled alchemist. It must have cost him a fortune to get that thin layer on there. It also explains why it's so effective against barriers. At its core, a barrier is a shield made out of mana. This was a very hard metal, and the whole point of a knuckle duster is to focus all of the power of a punch in a single point or line in this case. It's also the reason why knuckle dusters are considered lethal weapons for mortals. A knuckle duster is the equivalent of a hammer, without the awkward hold and a lot more power. And this was a muscle maniac boosting his strength with mana and possibly several body type boost spells. Harry didn't stay in one place. He backed off and started moving. He also started to fire the unforgivable less at them. McQueen's eyes widened as he quickly dodged. The spells missed him, but hit 4 of his people behind him. 2 dropped dead, 2 fell on the ground and started to scram and spasm. Good instincts. Harry complimented the men in his head while shooting another killing curse at him. McQueen punched the air, and the force of the swing shot out an air blast that hit the curse head-on, creating a bang when they hit each other. Harry kept his barrier up, blocking spells from the other grunts and officers, but he never stopped casting. The bombardment kept on going. He conjured snakes and poisonous insects, threw poison fog at them and AoE confundo. The troops start to panic and throw spells around like crazy and swinging their weapons like they were hallucinating enemies. Nothing like a bit of friendly fire. Harry smiled once he saw the chaos. His inner gremlin was jumping from joy. The officers though are holding out, well as expected of mid-class fighters. Their mana and stamina was draining. Harry, while he was spamming spells, it was to clear the weaker enemies, and they were dropping like flies. He still had to conserve strength. He was a genuine high class now, but his strength was split apart. Maintaining a barrier this big wasn't easy. But that didn't mean he couldn't save on mana. McQueen kept chasing Harry around, and once the grunts were burnt, electrocuted, poisoned, or just killed by their friends, Harry sent a signal to the clones to start shrinking the barrier. From that 50-meter cube it shrunk down to 30. Normally this would be a very stupid idea since the opponent was a melee fighter. But this also meant less cover for them. The entire squadron was down to 6. Again. 1 high class and 5 mid class, but they were in rough shape. Harry was much stronger compared to his fight with Reginald. And he had learned a lot. After the grunts were down for the count, he switched to specific spells to keep them busy. Harry slammed his staff into the ground. From the earth 4 massive golems rose up, each 4 meters tall and at least a meter wide. Harry started to lay down some enchantments on them to make them more durable and send them on their way. The golems started to rip out trees and threw them at the officers while closing in on them. They had to defend from spells coming from above, and now physical items were being thrown at them, meaning another barrier and more things they needed to split their focus on. McQueen acted swiftly. He couldn't let his men get cornered like this. The low class were a pity, but they could always get more. Mid-class fighters were more difficult to convince to join the group. One of these officers was his son, Gregory. A fact he had kept a secret so his son wouldn't grow up to be an incompetent baboon because of nepotism. He fought his way up and became his second in command. He rushed towards his son as the golem was closing in on them. With one punch he shattered it into pieces, before throwing a few quick jabs, pushing the golem stumbling with just the force from his punch even at a distance. Regroup. McQueen yelled out and turned back to the boy, only to see that Harry had a wild grin on his face as he pointed the staff at them. All of the mouths spoke the same word at the same time. Fiendfire. One moment it was normal, the next it looked like they were in hell. An inferno shot out from the staff, engulfing them in seconds. It looked like they were swallowed up by an orange sea of flames. Even with his defenses, McQueen felt the heat as it burned his skin. Blisters started appareling over all exposed areas, his knuckle dusters heating up and his enchanted clothing catching on fire. Rah! McQueen swung his fist into the ground. A giant shockwave erupted as earth was flung into the air, pushing it and flames away from the group. He turned around to see his 4 officers break down into ash, but his eyes were only on his son. There was no hair left on his head, his skin was scorched and it was cracking, his arm and a part of his torso was burned away. His eyes were liquefied, falling down his face like tears. Following in the footsteps of his father, he also used the same style. But neither his body or his mana could protect him from the cursed flame. F at her, the men could only say so much as even his throat was burned. He fell forward, his scorched corpse breaking apart, leaving him split in pieces. Gregory. An almost inhuman roar left McQueen's mouth, it was full of grief and anger. The barrier was lifted. But McQueen didn't seem to even notice that, he charged at Harry with fury in his eyes. He swung his leg toward Harry, who anticipated the kick. A few dozen small flat barriers appeared in front of him. McQueen broke through them, but the last one, which was tougher than the others, held and sent Harry flying back. Shoo. A magical rope wrapped itself around the man's leg, it was tied to Harry. McQueen instantly lost balance and fell to the ground as his leg was still being pulled. Just as he was about to sit up and tear the rope, his instincts screamed even as rage had consumed him. McQueen quickly rolled over to the side. Thud. 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 Spears embedded themselves on the previous spot. The spears were heavy and sharp, seeing as they were half embedded into the earth. The man had narrowly escaped, but this made his positioning unstable. Boom. A spell hit him in the head, sending him flying. He grabbed the side of his head as he noticed it was bleeding. He got hit again on the shoulder, this time by a green spell, creating another small explosion. Ah! McQueen screamed out in pain. He felt as if tiny blades were ripping apart his muscles. What is this? Thought the bombarda would do more damage, but man, he sure tanked the killing curse. The explosion damage was minimal, as he was protected by his mana skin. But the nature of the spell didn't change. It kills anything it touches. That part of his shoulder was dead, but I don't know how much. Harry was unconcerned, he had McQueen surrounded, his 4 clones had joined him in the fight. You wanted to find and capture me, look how that turned out for you. If you had minded your own business, your sad excuse of a son would have survived. Even if he had the advantage, a little more couldn't hurt. And provocation in these moments when your opponent is emotionally unstable is the perfect time for it. You bastard. McQueen appeared in front of Harry in a surprising burst of speed. He used it all of his strength, all of his power, he poured it all into one punch, aiming right at Harry's face. And then hexagonal barriers lined up one after another. Boom. Crash. 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 Cling. What? McQueen's eyes widened in surprise, and it was understandable. The barriers he had been breaking all this time suddenly got much tougher. He only broke 7 of them. Harry takes advantage of this short momentary loss in focus. A clone from behind used a greatly overpowered Sectum Sempra, cutting his Achilles heel. The other clones shot out Bakuto spells and lightning spells. It was over. McQueen had been captured. Well, that takes care of that. But damn if he didn't earn some respect. 7 of my new super hard hex barriers shattered like glass. Tough luck for him. If it was any other high-class human, he might have stood a better chance. Magic users don't play fair. And that goes double for me. Melee fighters are at a big disadvantage against a magician who knows what they are doing. Things would have been different if he knew Tuki. With that, he could sit still and just tank everything I throw at him. The Harry squad tied him up and sealed him. It was time to go home. But his panic about me having multiple sacred gears is completely understandable. It was common sense, with one exception, that a few people know about. The only known person to have 2 sacred gears is Mitsuya Kenzaki, *A/N. The next part 1 imagine as HXH narrator. If you don't like this type of style, I can get rid of it. I just always thought it was so damn cool for the narrator to explain it. Mitsuya Kenzaki is the luckiest and the most unlucky bastard in history. He was born with 2 Longinus class sacred gears. Innovate, Clear, and Tell Us Karma. Mitsuya should have died on the spot when the 2 Longinuses sensed each other. Tell Us Karma has the ability to create and enforce choices that aren't possible forcibly, no matter how small the percentage of that happening in reality. Innovate, Clear can create an ideal world in a fashion similar to Dimension Lost's, with the additional ability to create nearly perfect imitations of living beings, much like how Annihilation Maker can. However, anything made inside Innovate Clear's world can only exist in that world. But by sheer luck or fate, Tell Us Karma forcibly awakened itself early, and as a survival instinct it activated. Tell Us Karma made it so it was possible for 2 Longinus to coexist. Even if the chance of that happening was so close to 0, it might as well have been infinite. But that kind of massive change requires a lot of power that Mitsuya didn't have. So yes, he survived, but his price was his health. He has chronic illnesses. It was nothing fatal, but most of them were like arthritis and asthma, making his life very difficult, forcing him to take medication for all of them. This naturally made him depressed, so he was taking medication for that as well. And then there was the conceptual weight in his soul. The Longinuses might coexist, but the strain on the soul was massive. And both only made him a target for other factions. So he was on the run, hiding himself from everyone. Even I tried to find him, but no luck there. I'll wait until I'm better at divination before trying to find him again. 2 Longinus isn't something one ignores. Especially Innovative Clear that I really want to have. It was a researcher's wet dream. Harry stretched as he looked at the bodies on the ground. Well, time for a cleanup. And looks like quite a few of them are still alive. Good, I was running out of test subjects. How ironic, for most creepy mad scientist human lab rats are the hardest thing to get, since kidnapping people would alert someone. I on the other hand just have to wait, and idiots will come after me regardless if I take the initiative or not. Fate is a bitch, marking me with a prophesy and making me a trouble magnet, but damn if it doesn't come in handy. Chapter 146, Tuki. After that successful little field trip, Harry teleported back into the manor and threw the prisoner into the dungeon. Harry dusted off his hands, feeling quite good about himself. Well, that's another blow for Russell. Wonder how long it would take him to come begging for a deal. His ship is sinking so fast he doesn't even have time to plug the holes. And I'm sure his so-called allies are like vultures, just waiting for a chance to swoop in and grab what they can when he collapses. Harry stretches as his joints pop. Everything is according to schedule, even with these nuisances causing trouble for me. Better yet, they are delivering a steady supply of lab rats. I have a lot of people dying every second day. Research takes a lot of money and materials. Experimenting and researching new things is 80% failure, 15% luck, and about 5% skill. It's like walking in a fog in a jungle and finding treasure. No matter how skilled you are, just stumbling upon treasure in a whole forest is luck. Research is starting over and over again, hundreds of times, until you find the right path. Once you find the path, the fog clears, you know exactly where to go next, even if you still can't see everything clearly. Then skill becomes a lot more important, then things start to speed up. Improving old discoveries is just optimization. You are not doing something groundbreaking, hence why it takes less time. It's a cycle. Harry finds new things to study, like alchemy. Since it is a well-documented subject, with families keeping their secret recopies, of course. He was making significant progress. Anything he finds he will try and improve so he can more quickly get a better understanding. After reaching a certain level he will make a decision. Is it worth pouring in money and materials to research new things relating to alchemy? If it isn't, then he picks another subject and repeat that all over again. naturally using some of what he learned to create a few simple things to sell. Business was going well. Potter Foundation was doing good work. Potter's Pots and Potter's Potions were part of that. As well as owning many businesses and property that he got after he crashed Britain's economy as Lord Black. He is also in the process of making Ravenclaw Incorporated. He will get more Muggleborns to work for him. The people will only know that it shares a close relationship with the Potter Foundation in the form of investments. Now since it was 1992, there were a lot of opportunities to make money in the mundane world. He planned to have mostly Muggleborns there because all of them will be under a brutal but fair contract. No spies, no backstabbing, no corruption. Even attempting betrayal, stealing or leaking information, you will automatically become a slave. He also plans to have incentives. If you find a loophole and inform your supervisor, you get a fat bonus. So the contracts are pretty much iron tight. So now all Harry has to do is slowly grow out his influence. Investing in things that are going to get big, naturally he will double-check the information he knows with his clones. Nicholas Black and Constantine have gotten to know plenty of big wigs. Money is useful no matter what faction. But sometimes flat money won't change someone's mind. For example, Azazel, you can offer him $1 billion and he won't even blink because he has other ways of getting that money. But offer him a rare one-of-a-kind material and suddenly he is interested. It's good to keep a supply of things other people want even if they aren't that useful to Harry himself. This was basic trade in the supernatural world, well in the mundane world as well. Things that can't be easily acquired with money are obviously more valuable. This is also the method he has been using to acquire many rare materials for research. Just use money to buy shit and hoard it like crazy, then trade it away for even rarer things. I need food. I spent a lot of energy in that fight and so did the other parts of myself, Harry mused. Sippy. Pop. A house elf appeared in front of him. But this time it kept silent. Melinda had told the elves Harry was tired and wasn't in a talking mood. She really was afraid Harry would blast the poor things away if they annoyed him. Sippy, go prepare a large amount of food. Sippy bowed, right away master, and with that she disappeared with an almost silent pop. Harry went down to the dining table and started to take out food that he put under stasis and then placed in his expanded small bags. He didn't want to wait and those stasis charms didn't last forever. The other clones who participated in the fight were also eating. Each clone needs to eat and sleep, as they are alive. But that means they also grow. Every improvement both physical and mana-wise gets combined when the clones fuse back together into one. Harry consumes a lot of food, but it also means he gets stronger quicker too. And as usual he continued to brainstorm even while eating. The grind never stops. Another clone was in the dungeon with McQueen. Now Harry's plans for McQueen were simple. The man was going to be turned into a living puppet. There wasn't a lot he could learn from McQueen in the first place. The man was a close-range fighter, a brawler. He was going to mind-wipe him and give him a simple command. Keep training. Training his body was tedious to Harry and he hated it. Exercising was one of the things he hated the most. Even with potions, pills, and better food to make it more efficient. So he was now going to test things on McQueen. All those uncertain and unstable potions he makes to make it easier for him to train he will test on his new lab rat. And hopefully, he would eventually unlock the man's Tukey, so that he can learn it himself. If McQueen had Tukey, Harry would have lost the fight 100%. With just his mana skin he managed to tank quite a lot of Harry's spells. With Tukey his power as a melee fighter would double if not triple. That's how much of a difference Tukey makes. After all, it's the thing that allowed yokai who are naturally attuned to it to fight against human magicians and exorcists. And judging by the data he was currently getting from McQueen's body as the spells kept analyzing him, the man might be close to unlocking it. He had pushed his body as far as it can go. Almost squeezed every bit of potential he was born with. As an ordinary human with no bloodline or being part of a family of magicians, McQueen has done all that he could. So there was only one thing for him to chase after. Unlocking Tukey. Tukey is in essence the external manifestation of one's life force, in other words their ki, which would be then wrapped around them as an aura. Using this, a person achieves heightened offense, defense, and speed. Tukey also opens up the gate for Senjutsu, which is using nature's ki. But for any race other than yokai, Tukey was anything but easy. Life force was stubborn and it didn't want to move. It wasn't as malleable as mana. If you imagined mana as mist or water or any other mental image that allows you to quickly move it around the body, then Tukey was like tar or tree resin. Sticky, viscous, and slow. If you stop pushing it, it will just go back to its previous form. Harry had an interesting thought. Now that I think about it, Tukey is similar to Nen, both rely on life force and come out as a white aura at the beginning. But Tukey doesn't flow as smoothly. Nen is obviously more overpowered of the two. Tukey might just a lower tier version in the multiverse scope, or maybe the natural evolution. I have heard Tukey being turned into flames and lightning, just like a Hatsu. This is interesting, I'll make a note of this, when I get Tukey and look for teachers. But that was for the future. Harry was nowhere near the level required for Tukey. But as a wizard he had a longer lifespan thanks to magic when compared to humans. He didn't know how that would affect his Tukey. Would it be more powerful or would it take even longer to acquire since his potential is bigger? The most common way humans get Tukey is by training until their body literally can't improve anymore. Then through long meditation they sense the power in their cells. The life force that is contained in them, which was the result of years of rigorous training. If someone just tried to get it through mitigation it would be much more difficult, since the life force wouldn't be as easy to spot. Harry scratched his head. You would think after 2500 years someone in the Potter family would come across Tukey. But no, like every wizard they focus on magic and the Belmonts never reached a high enough level through training to get it. The Belmonts were hunters, not fighters. They locate the target, ambush, or trap it. Then used enchanted items to make it easier to kill monsters. The reason they trained their bodies was to stay alive, not in pursuit of strength or power. To the Belmonts skill was much more important. After all it was a foolish notion to even try to physically compete against vampires and werewolves. There were easier ways to commit suicide as a hunter. Harry just sighed, fine, I guess I just have to do it myself. Like everything fucking else. But on the bright side, I can be the first Potter in history to accomplish this. Then I'll bring back the souls of famous Potters and rub it in their faces. Now that thought just brings a smile to my face. A/N. I know about the last chap. I am not happy with the fight scenes. Honestly I seem to be getting worse at them. I need to do more research. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Chapter 147, Fleur's Change. France. Delacour Manor. Apollon was sitting in the living room enjoying a cup of tea and relaxing. It has been a long and chaotic day. Her husband was still stuck in the office. Some idiot pureblood went into the suburbs and met an exorcist. Obviously he was deemed as a heretic and killed. Now quite a large number of wizards were panicking and were angry. So they killed him back in revenge. Now the whole thing escalated. The church is a big organization and they have many people stronger than them. That and the fact that wizards and the church have an animosity spanning centuries made this very difficult to resolve. So she was taking a peaceful break now. Then a loud bird-like screech echoed in the house, causing Apollon to sigh. What now? Gabrielle. Fleur screamed out and Apollon heard hurried footsteps on the floor above her. I'm sorry, the little girl yelled out, but it was quite hard to believe her as she ran with a smile on her face and her giggles echoed in the hallway. Once they got to the stairs Apollon finally pieced it together. Gabrielle was holding a wand and Fleur's hair was all fuzzy and sticking out in every direction. Give me back my wand you little gremlin and accept your punishment like Avila. Apollon facepalmed, what am I going to do with these two? She loved her daughters but they were so chaotic. No. Gabrielle predictably ran towards her mother to escape Fleur. Mama. Save me. Get back here. Fleur was quickly catching up. Despite being a lot older and bigger, chasing after kids was exhausting. HUP. Gabrielle jumped at her mother who caught her and put her in her lap. She then turned to Fleur and gave her a smug grin. Growling, the older girl looked like she wanted to set Gabrielle on fire, and it showed, her hands were engulfed in Vila flame. This has gone long enough, Apollon stared down at Fleur who froze in place. Girls. I can already tell this is Gabrielle's fault. But I want to hear it from the start. Fleur pointed her finger at Gabrielle, she stole my wand and turned my hair into a mess. Gabrielle immediately pouted, Fleur wouldn't play with me and just ignored me. I was studying. I'm supposed to be in school now, but I'm at home. And we played the whole day yesterday. Fleur growled at her. She is at home because of all the chaos happening around in France. School is no longer safe, plus she can relax and spend some more time with her family. Liar. Mama, she finished all her homework the day before. Gabrielle turned to Apollon with pleading eyes. Apollon raised an eyebrow at that. Her daughter was smart and talented, but she only did what was required to keep her high grades. Never more than that, hearing that she willingly studied was surprising. Fleur blushed a little and looked away. I started to study some advanced topics. And why would you do that? Apollon put her hand over Gabrielle's mouth. She needed to stay quiet for a while, this was important. Gabrielle tried to pull away the hand but her mother didn't give in. So she just crossed her arms and sulked in Apollon's lap. Fleur had a conflicting expression on her face. I realized I wasn't as impressive as I had assumed. With minimal effort I'm already the best in my year and soon in the entire school. But when Harry Potter arrived, I have never felt so lacking. Ah. So that is the cause. My little girl finally has a crush. Apollon stopped the smile that was going to appear on her face. Even though they might look human there, Vila, unless they are absolute scum, Avila will always be attracted to the most powerful mate available. Powerful can be subjective, it can be raw magical might or maybe rich and politically powerful. Avila's instinct drives them to get the best possible life for protection or luxury. But there are exceptions, sometimes it's just to get pregnant with the most powerful mate they can find. So the next generation can be even more successful. So you decided to change that? Yes, she said resolutely, I don't see why I can't do it. Good, at least now she will take things seriously. Apollon was very pleased with the results of Fleur's new mindset. CKRRRRR. A drawer opened by itself, right after a letter started to float and flew to them, landing on the table. Apollon immediately pointed her wand at the letter, her other hand was engulfed in flames. Fleur, reacting just as fast, grabbed Gabrielle and her wand back. Markings appeared on the back of the letter, then they connected, forming a magic circle. The next moment a holographic Harry appeared on top of the letter, but just his upper torso and face. Harry Potter. Apollon looked with a shock at the little hologram. How? Why? Has he been listening on us all this time? He looks at them with an amused expression as they pointed their wands at him. Harry then turned to Fleur. Interesting choice in hairstyle. Anyway, what is this I hear about exorcists and wizards? The older girl's face went completely red in the next moment when she realized what had happened. Wah! Fleur screamed out as she ran back to her room. Fleur! Gabrielle ran after her, but her tiny legs couldn't catch up to Fleur's stride. Bang! Apollon heard the door slam shut, and then a loud thud. Which she assumed was Fleur jumping on the bed. Great. Now I have to deal with that. She forced a smile on her face as she turned to the hologram. How can I help you, Mr. Potter? And how are you doing this? Harry smiled. This is a simple communication method that magicians use. Wizards aren't capable of using them yet, so I just placed one on the letter in case I needed to contact you quickly. Letters take too long, England and France are also too far away for flu calls. Now back on the topic at hand. What happened with the exorcists and church? Hogwarts. While one of the clones was speaking to Apollon, another Harry was walking around on the 5th floor hallways. Hope was silently just following along. Hope is still a bit pissed off. She wanted to go with Harry when he fought McQueen, but he didn't let her. What kind of bodyguard was she when she never followed him when he goes into danger? Hope, I know you are angry with me, but why are you following me around for something as boring as this? Harry turned to her with a raised eyebrow. She should have some more important things to do or just relax. She has been training pretty hard lately. Hope's eye twitched. When you say boring, I hear potentially life-threatening. She isn't wrong though, that thought immediately passed through Harry's head. Technically what he was currently doing would be tantamount to suicide. But that only refers to anyone that wasn't him. As a proper high class now, he has plenty of mana to keep his absurdly strong barriers going. Frankly, the only danger here was Dumbledore. Harry still is unsure on how much of a power-up the old men can get from the Leylands. I really should find a way to deal with that. Destroying the Leylands would be such a pity. I can use this place after I take out Dumbledore. Maybe seal them temporarily, or disconnect Hogwarts from them. Harry, Hope tapped him on the shoulder once she realized he was lost in thought. What are you doing anyway? Looking for an extremely dangerous secret room that nobody has found in centuries, and those who have previously found it have all died. Smack. Hope facebombed. Why do I even try? She turned to Harry with a serious look on her face. Why do you always do stupid things like this? You might have extra lives thanks to your fragmentation clones, but I still worry when you take unnecessary risks. Harry patted her on the head, completely unconcerned with her worries. They are not unnecessary. This world is cruel and hard. Until I reach a point where I can intimidate other factions, I can never stop. I have told you before, Hope, the strong live, while the weak get slaughtered. The reason I'm doing is just because of a maybe. Maybe in one of those rooms there will be something valuable or helpful in my research. If you never take any risks, there will be no opportunities. We would have to grow at a slow and steady pace. And when there are beings that can kill us by just blinking, slow and steady really isn't an option. Hope clenched her fist. Then why am I training so hard? When you always just leave me behind at home. Harry sighed. I'm leaving you behind because it's not your time yet. As the tribrid, unlike me, you will start your real training once you reach your body matures. What do you mean by that? Hope said with a confused expression. I'm a wizard. I rely on magic and magecraft for the most part. That means I keep pushing things I can do with mana and things I can create like the poisons and artifacts. Age has nothing to do with that. When I reach my normal physical growth, nothing will change except bigger mana reserves and bigger physical strength. But for you, specifically your werewolf and vampire parts, you will be able to do a lot more and grow even more. Right now what you are doing is laying the foundation for the future. A werewolf requires a strong body more than anything else. A vampire needs blood magic and a strong body. To fully activate your vampire bloodline, I think you need to die temporarily. Only then will you be a true tribrid. It's not just a transformation, it's an evolution. I just don't want you rushing into danger and getting hurt. If that by any chance makes your evolution worse, it would be such a pity. So don't worry about being useless now. I have looked through every record I can find and all point towards the same thing. Focus on your training, it will pay off, believe me in that. Hope just lowered her head. She understood what Harry was saying, but it was hard to let go of these feelings just like that. Seeing this, Harry just sighed and scratched his head, HAAA. Then again, you also aren't wrong. Having no fighting experience is also a stupid decision. I'll take you on some hunts with me. But only mid-class ones. Hope gave him a bright smile and she just hugged him, thank you. Harry smiled as he held her in his arms. You are welcome. They spent a few moments like that before Hope heard someone coming, so they separated. Judging by the footsteps, it was just a few students. But she wanted to keep these kinds of things private. Harry, on the other hand, just froze in place. He just received some information through the Harry network. What the fuck? 3 minutes earlier. USA. Constantine. RAAHHHH, a creepy mutated creature screamed out in pain as lightning tore through its body. Constantine pointed a finger at it and rectangular light beams shot out of it. They pierced the creature and sealed its movements. Nice, another devil for the clones back home. This should help with the devil flame research. BZZZZZ. Constantine's phone buzzed. Like a reflex, he pulled out his flip phone and put it on his ear. Constantine here. Who do you need killed? I'm in a good mood, so I will offer you a 1% discount. A rough sigh came out of the phone. John. It's Bobby Singer. Bobby, how has it been, old man? Hair's still turning gray thanks to those misfits of yours. John chuckled at his expense. Bobby let out another sigh. He sounded exhausted. It's actually why am I calling? Sam and Dean were arrested in Washington. And they aren't breaking out of this 1 inch. Constantine raised an eyebrow. With their skills, those two should be capable of breaking out of any human prison. Arrested by who? It was Navy cops that got them. John. It looks like they want the death penalty for the boys. Chapter 148, NCIS. Original chapter was 5,360. Splitting it in half. Read the A/N at the end of chap. Navy cops. Constantine asked with slight amusement in his voice. What were they doing? Robbing a boat. No, that would still be police matter. They didn't attack a Marine, did they? The line went silent. Bobby, what the hell? Listen. Something is killing Marines. I tried to tell them to let it go. The government has people for these kinds of things. But they wouldn't listen, saying while we waited the ghost would keep on killing. And those two morons decided to do what exactly? Break into a Marine base. Constantine face-bombed. The sound was so clear that Bobby winced on the other side of the phone call. I'm going to kill both of them, Constantine grumbled. That's what I said when they called me. Wait, they called you Bobby? Use there, call a lawyer card. Isn't Sam a lawyer? Studied for it. And his best idea was to call you and not one of their angel friends. Yes. Constantine could hear in Bobby's voice that the man was regretting his life choices with the boys. Sigh. Text me the location. Constantine ended the call and smiled. Well, this interesting opportunity. The Winchester brothers are maniacs, but they are well connected in the hunter community. Well, Bobby was, and they tell this sucker everything. Time for another performance. Most rich companies know about the supernatural. I occasionally will reveal the truth to some people as an experiment to see what happens in the future. But hunters are fair game, they are near the bottom of the barrel. Now if someone were to give them better weapons and methods, that ought to give humanity a boost. NCIS. Team Bullpen. Huh. So somebody finally got them. Special Agent Anthony DiNozzo commented in a joyful tone. Tony is a tall, lean man in his late 40s with brown hair and green eyes. He is most often seen wearing suits and dress shoes that he states are of high price and designer labels. One of his favorite pastimes was to flirt with women and torment his junior agents in various ways. They go from simple pranks to what is technically psychological torture. He was looking at the two faces on the screen. Sam and Dean Winchester. Devil worshippers leaving arcane symbols and signs in every motel they go to, grave robbers who burn the corpse afterward, mass murderers, thieves and many other crimes. Yeah, they got caught trying to sneak into a Navy base, his college essay Timothy McGee answered him. McGee is a tall, lean man with short blonde brownish hair and green eyes. McGee attended Johns Hopkins University and MIT. He earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Biomedical Engineering from Johns Hopkins University and a Master of Science degree in Computer Forensics from MIT. I find that hard to believe given their extensive record of avoiding capture, Ziva frowned as she read through the report. Ziva David is a former Israeli Mossad officer. Ziva is a young Israeli woman with a slim but fit build, and long dark brown hair, brown eyes, and tanned skin. As a former operative with the Israeli Mossad, Ziva was highly skilled in interrogation, performing assassinations or shootings, and could hold her own in hand-to-hand combat. In her time with NCIS, she has learned ability to process a crime scene all by herself and interrogating people without torture. They do have a sweet ride. Tony clicked the remote again and the picture changed. A black 1967 Chevy Impala. I do like the older models, Ziva nodded. It might be strange for a woman to like cars a lot, but Ziva was an enthusiastic driver. Meaning a menace on the road that drives like a madwoman, so much so that her colleagues refuse to get in the same vehicle as her if she is behind the wheel. Man, the chicks I would get with that car. Smack. Right from behind Tony, Leroy Jethro Gibbs appeared with a cup of coffee in his hand and smacked him over the head. Aye. Morning, boss, Tony grabbed his head and said with a wry smile. Ziva hid a smirk when she that. It was always a pleasure watching Tony get what he deserved. David, stop smirking or you will get one too. Now tell me what we've got. Gibbs stood in front of the screen while the team went into work mode. Gibbs was a tall man with silver hair and piercing blue eyes. He was intimidating and commanding. Gibbs was a former Marine with sniper training and an agent with a lot of experience. MCG jumped to start reading the report. It was obvious that Gibbs wasn't in a good mood and they didn't want to make it any worse. At 0900 yesterday, 9 o'clock, there was Black Impala hanging around in the town. Two men in suits were going around asking questions. Apparently they had NCIS badges. Gibbs frowned at that but kept quiet. Ziva took over. They were asking questions about the dead Marines who were killed. They were asking questions about our case, boss, Tony said in a serious tone. Not many people knew about the case as they were keeping a tight lid on it. A Navy officer has a Carrariized hole in his chest. The latest in a string of several murders, a serial killer targeting Marines for unknown reasons. What kind of questions? Gibbs asked with a raised eyebrow. Devil-worshipping killers playing detective. I need more coffee. The usual, boss. Have you seen anything strange happening, people behaving differently, strange patterns? Stuff like that, McGee answered. Okay, somebody want to tell me why those two were doing our job? Gibbs asks his team only to be met with awkward looks on their faces. We don't know yet, boss, but we will. Soon, Tony flashed Gibbs a charming smile, trying to bullshit his way out of this. His only reply was Gibbs giving him the stare that sent shivers down his spine. We will work harder. He went back to his desk and sat down, quickly typing something on the keyboard. McGee. Location on the brothers. McGee looked startled before he coughed in his fist. The brothers were apprehended in the Marine base and were sent here for questioning. They will be arriving shortly. They have already called a lawyer. Gibbs' frown got much worse. The team immediately noticed he was in a bad mood, well, in a worse mood. Gibbs hates lawyers. What is rule number 13? He practically spat out. Never involve lawyers, along with 6 more rules about lawyers, Tony said from memory. Technically this wasn't our fault. What would technically be the reason for your hospital visit when my foot is up your ass? Shutting up now, boss, Tony zipped his mouth and threw away the key. Denozo, you stupid bastard. Why can't you ever shut up? While Tony was mentally arguing with himself, Ziva moved over to Gibbs's desk. Gibbs, how do we handle these two? I haven't really been involved with cases involving crazy people. They are cultists, Ziva. There isn't really a rulebook when it comes to their type. I'm just covering all my plates. Everybody looked at her strangely, then it came to Tony. You mean bases? Covering all my bases. If the glue sticks. Shoe fits. Tim corrected her. Ziva sighed and let out a forced smile. Thank you, McGee. Gibbs just let out a little smirk. He took a sip from his coffee, only to realize it was empty. Damn, forgot to get more. Gibbs then opened up his drawer and pulled out a can of home-ground coffee beans, and this is why I always keep some in reserve. Judging by how that started, I'm going to need a lot more. In an armored prison transfer van. Sam was staring down at Dean, not even bothering to recognize the 2 SWAT officers by his sides, same with the 2 who were on Dean's side. What? Dean just spread his hands, acting completely innocent. I told that this was too risky, Sam pointed out each word, like he was talking to an idiot. How was I supposed to know they upgraded their security system? Because that's what competent thieves do, dirtbag, unlike you it seems, the guard said, and Dean looked offended that he was basically being called an amateur. Dean, shut up, Sam glared at his brother and Dean reluctantly kept quiet. After a few hours they arrive at their destination. In an underground garage of sorts. Sam and Dean were dropped off the armored truck. It would be stupid to resist in this situation. A few agents were waiting for them to arrive as to place them in the interrogation rooms. Hey, what about my car? Dean then remembered his precious car. An agent smirked. The car will be arriving at this location shortly. Our forensics are eager to see what you have done with it. Dean was about to snap at him and start making threats, but Sam cleared his throat and gave him a side glare. Stay calm. Dean gritted his teeth and looked back at his brother. I know. But if they harm baby, I'm getting payback. Just by looking at each other they can tell what the other is thinking. This is what a lifetime of experience means. The agents guided them to the interrogation rooms. Gibbs ordered the agents to place them in separate rooms and let them sweat for a few hours. Abby's lab. Guys. You have to see this, it's so cool. Abby ran towards the group, her pigtails jumping around as she did. Hey Abs, is that a new choker? Tony said with a smile. He was trying to change the topic and calm her down. Yep, thanks for noticing, Tony. It was really hard choosing the right one. I spent like 10 minutes looking over them all before I Abby. Gibbs cut her off in a gentle tone. The case, he pointed towards the wide assembly of weapons and items on her table. Right, she pointed at him with her fingers and then moved on to the table. This is like a supernatural/horror geek's dream. We have wooden stakes, silver bullets and daggers, holy water, rock salt bullets, pure iron bullets. Ordinary knives and guns, ceremonial knives and guns, and you are not going to believe this, a Molotov cocktail mixed with holy water. Abby was absolutely geeking out. Wait, those things are used against evil, aren't the Winchesters demon worshippers? McGee said in a confused tone. As a hardcore gamer he obviously knows a bit about supernatural lore. Huh. Abby tilted her head. What makes you say that? How about all the pentagrams and weird arcane symbols they leave in their hotel rooms? Tony pointed at all the images Abby had pulled up on her screen. Abby looked at them with a dumbfounded expression before she started to giggle. Those aren't demonic symbols, silly. Far from it, they are the opposite. You see, an upside-down version of the pentagram is associated with the devil. The normal pentagram is the opposite. It's anti-demonic, it grants protection against evil. Look, Abby pointed at the other symbols. I did some quick research. This one is for ghosts, this one apparently is for wendigos, some really obscure stuff that I haven't even seen before. Forget about worshipping demons, I found some rope dosed in what I think is holy water. I think these guys are hunting them. Hunters, like Van Helsing. Awesome, great movie too. Tony let out a big shit-eating grin on his face. Gibbs just rubbed the bridge of his nose. Definitely need more coffee. An hour later the team got the full details from Abby and the interrogation can begin. They decided to start with the younger one first. Sam was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. He looked as if he was meditating, but really he was trying to contact Castile to get them out of this mess. Cool as a cucumber that one, Tony commented. Ziva turned to him in slight surprise. Tony was rarely impressed by criminals. And according to his file, talented too. Went to law school and he is good with computers as well. McGee read from his file. Then you are going in first, McGeek, since you speak the language. Tony rolled the last word while giving McGee a pat on the back. Break a leg? Actually don't, because he might break yours. McGee and Ziva just sighed because of his antics. Ziva gave her college a nod and McGee returned it. Sometimes just this was enough. As soon as McGee entered the room, Sam opened his eyes. He looked at McGee from top to bottom, trying to get any clues he could use. McGee calmly sat down in front of him and opened the folder he was holding. Sam Winchester, full scholarship for Stanford University. It says here that you were studying pre-law and showed quite a lot of potential. So what made you go off track? Seems to me like you had a full ride. Sam just smiled at the agent's attempts to rattle him by pointing out his history and jokingly said, you know my name but I don't know yours. McGee frowned and judged what way he wanted to continue. So far Sam had been civil, so continuing on this track could lead to results, so he decided to tell him his name. Special Agent Timothy McGee. Something seemed to click in Sam's mind. He looked at the one-way mirror with a slight smile on his face. Ziva, Tony said in a strange tone. Yes, Tony, Ziva replied in a calm tone, but her arms were crossed, one hand clenching a bit too hard. This is a one-way mirror, right? If that's so, how the hell is he looking directly in my eyes? Ziva frowned. I don't know, but I find it creepy. It was understandable, but they were only human. Sam and Dean have hunted monsters of the night. Without instinct and being able to feel the location of enemies, they would have died long ago. Is that right? Funny, you remind me of someone, Agent McGee. McGee raised an eyebrow. Really? And who would that be? He tried to keep the interrogation going, to make the suspect feel more comfortable before the real questions began. Have you ever heard about a book character named McGregor? This time McGee was startled and it visibly showed on his face. Tom E. Gem City. Nice anagram, by the way. Love the book. Judging by the height and the intensity of the stares, I would say that's Tommy and Lisa. You really should avoid writing about your coworkers. It's bad form and reveals a lot of details. McGee was speechless, he kept opening and closing his mouth but no words came out. Sam smiled once he saw this. I won't be answering any more questions until my lawyer arrives. Sam closed his eyes and returned back to what seemed to be meditation. On the other side of the glass Tony whistled, damn he is good. Ziva nodded in agreement, yes. And this is the nicer brother. I can't wait to see what Gibbs will do to the other guy. Tony smiled, no matter how tough someone was, they always break in front of Gibbs. Actually I want to have a try at him first. A/N. So people are definitely going to ask if this is another crossover. No. The main FIC is HP/DxD, everything else is just me being a lazy ass and not wanting to create OG characters and to not confuse you guys. People react better with characters they know. So I use those like Sam and Dean, Jane, and now NCIS to build the world. By the way, please forgive the plot hole in this chap. I forgot about the timeline. It's currently 1992. NCIS starts in 2003. In 1992 Gibbs joins NIS/NCIS under Mike Franks. So yeah, my bad. I was so excited to write NCIS into this I forgot. I did the same with The Mentalist. But these are just short cameos so they won't impact the plot at all. patrayon.com/alcoholic_panda. Word count. Chapter 149, NCIS Part. Dean was looking at himself in the one-way glass. He was making weird faces and checking his teeth. Not a hint of fear or stress, Gibbs commented as he watched Dean make himself at home. Yeah, these guys aren't like the usual scumbags we get, boss, Tony commented. After seeing Sam practically humiliate McGee he rushed into this room. You waiting for an invite to Nozo? Gibbs gave him the look and Tony straightened up. No boss. I got my invite a few minutes ago, I even dressed for the occasion. So how should I do this? Good cop didn't really work out, but bad cop is so cliché. I'm thinking the cool commanding detective vibe and th. Smack. Tony quickly shut up and rubbed the back of his head. Got it, going away boss. Gibbs shook his head as Tony left the room. DiNozzo was his best agent, but his personality was something else. Let's see how this plays out. Dean watched as the agent practically skipped his way into the room with a smile on his face. This isn't your basic agent. All of them are stuck up and follow up mostly intimidation techniques or playing the good cop routine. This guy looks like he just wants to have fun. Dean Winchester falsely accused as a devil worshipper and apparently you are a monster hunter, Tony said with a smile as he relaxed back in his chair. Dean raised his eyebrows at that, clearly a bit surprised. Well, what do you know, there are some competent people working for the government. But he isn't the one who figured it out, doesn't look the type to study lore. Dean clapped his hands a bit, impressive, out of all the agencies I have been chased before, you guys are the only ones who figured it out. About damn time, so who has the honor of being the smartest person working for the government in this country? A goth girl who works in the building. Dean laughed, of course it is. Never underestimate a goth girl, hooked up with one in high school, girl was kicky as hell. Is this one hot? While it would be rude to comment on my colleagues, it would also make me a bad friend if false rumors were spreading around. She is smoking my guy, oh and I had the same experience, proving that the goth girl stereotypes are right. Nice. Gibbs on the other side of the wall facepalmed, great, my agent is sharing the same brain cell as a mass murderer. But at least he got him to relax and possibly open up. So Dean, why tell me what were you doing in that base? DiNozzo asked casually. This was an interrogation and they both knew it. Him not asking any questions would just make Dean even more suspicious. That's why he started off with an easy question they partly knew the answer to. Dean got a mean grin on his face. In cases like these there is only one thing to do. Tell the truth and confuse the hell out of them. Sure, since you asked so politely, Dean stood up properly surprising Tony with his attitude. Really? That easy. We got a call from a worried wife, says that Marines were dying from mysterious wounds. No prints, no clues except a gaping hole in their body that had been cauterized. So we figured whatever was doing this was probably an evil ghost or spirit, so we decided to come over to kill it. But your boys jumped us before we got the chance. I mean, come on man, couldn't have your people waited until after we killed the son of a bitch who was killing Marines? Ah, Tony was speechless. But it was also understandable. How do you reply to that? He turned to the one-way mirror and looked at where Gibbs was standing when he left the room. Gibbs looked at Tony, his agent's face said it all, boss crazy person here. What do I do now? For mentally insane suspects there is usually a psychiatrist in there with them. But Gibbs also noticed something else, Dean wasn't lying. He fully believes in what he says. Which is even worse, now we can't believe a word he says. How do you believe brainwashed man who is completely sure that he is the one that's right? Seeing as Gibbs wasn't signaling anything or at least giving Tony a call, DiNozzo decided to keep the conversation going. So what, you guys are like the Ghostbusters? Dean smirked, hey, don't blame me when you get slimed. Sure thing, Captain Kronos. Tony couldn't help himself but smile. It was rare for someone to get his references this well. Aw. 1974, a horror classic. Dean nodded with a knowing look on his face. A fellow man of culture. Dean smirked, hell yeah, I even know the original inspiration for Captain Kronos. You don't get that kind of info online. Got it from some notes of the people who worked on the project. Really? Tony said with some excitement in his voice. For a movie maniac like him, new info on old classics was always welcome. Well, the legend starts with a family called Belmont Dash. You two really did it now. What the? Dean jumped in his seat, startling Tony. Gibbs on the other side raised an eyebrow at that, wondering what could startle the man that was completely composed when even bigger criminals have been affected by these interrogation tactics. Dean was freaking out. There was a voice inside his head, oh hell no, I am not getting possessed by a demon again. It's John, you moron. After breaking though high class, his sensing got a whole lot better. Now he can use legitimacy a lot better. Instead of eye contact, he can talk to anybody he wants that is in his range. Reading their memories, however, is a lot more difficult. Dean let out a smile, Johnny boy, it's so good to hear from you. This threw Gibbs and the team that was behind the glass in for a loop. Dean didn't display any signs of insanity. I should kill you both for making me do this. What was going through your peanut-sized brain when you thought of this plan? Dean's face scrunched up, not you two. Dean, you all right there, Tony said in an awkward tone. How the hell do you ask a crazy person if he is okay? Dean just turned to him and smiled, I'm great, my men, you have been good company for a cop. But I suppose I'm going to be leaving now. Tony blinked, leaving. From an interrogation room inside a government building. Yep, he has lost his mind. BZZZZZ, BZZZZZZ. The camera in the room and the equipment on the other side of the glass short-circuited. Brooks. Gibbs raised an eyebrow at the operator who was sitting on the chair watching the recording. Sir, it's completely fried, but the lights in the room are working so the power is still on. I have no idea what happened. What the fuck? Gibbs heard Tony yell out and his chair falling on the ground. He quickly turned his head only to see someone inside the room with the suspect and Tony. Gibbs was just about to rush out of the room when the men spoke, freeze. Gibbs, Tony, and the operator froze in place, they couldn't move a single muscle. Dean burst out laughing, ha 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 ha, oh the irony. Telling cops to freeze. Constantine walked over to him and smacking him over the head so hard that Dean hit the table with his forehead. What the fuck, dude? Dean glared at him, but Constantine let out some killing intent in his gaze. Do you two idiots know what it took to get here? Teleportation is monitored in DC. I had to teleport myself and my car to a nearby city, then drive towards here like a maniac. You two are paying for gas and that's the least of what you owe me. We are broke. Go rob a bank or something, I hear you two are good at that. John snapped his fingers and the chain on Dean's hands and feet melted away. Dean winced, low blow, man. Low blow. Now then, he turned towards Tony, who was sweating bullets. Easy there, magic man, I come in peace, please don't turn me into a frog. Denozo kept blabbing because he really was afraid. Nobody told him freaking magic was real. The door opened, Gibbs and Brooks walked in, but it was strange, like watching robots move around. Who are you? What do you want? Gibbs asked right away. But Constantine only looked at Brooks. He raised his hand then slowly lowered it down. As he did, Brooks dropped on the ground unconscious. He is fine. I just put him to sleep. As for what I want, it's above your clearance level, Gunny. We will go to the other brother now and then be calling your director. So keep calm and be quiet. A few minutes later, Sam, Ziva, and McGee joined the group. That room's agent was also fell on the ground. Sam rubbed his wrists. Thanks for the save, John. We owe you 1 inch. 1. Try a lot, Constantine rolled his eyes. This isn't possible. How are you doing this? Did you poison us? McGee struggled to speak. He was a man of science. Always denying anything connected with magic or supernatural elements. Ziva never gave up trying to move, her face was red from how much she was straining herself. John smiled as he raised his and lightning started to flow through his fingers. Kiddo, you have no idea what's possible in this world of ours. And miss, if you don't stop you will fall unconscious, there is no resisting my spell. We are all here. Gibbs commented, looking to see if this man would really call Vance. Constantine raises his hand and Gibbs's phone jumped from his pocket and flew into his hand. The next minute the phone was ringing. Gibbs, has there been a development with the Winchesters? Leon Vance says in a calm tone. I would certainly say so, Director Vance, Constantine says with a smile. Vance quickly got on his feet. Who is this? How do you have Gibbs's phone? Director, I'm currently in the building and have disarmed your agents. They are unharmed. You see, this case has ties with the other side. I'm here to clean up. I'm certain all the directors in the US have been informed about the S-classified files. While Harry was talking in a calm tone, he couldn't help but roll his eyes on the inside. How utterly unimaginative. S-files. Supernatural files. I expected a better name from them, honestly. Vance froze once he processed what this man said. What about the fallout of this case? None. NCIS won't be held responsible for this. You will decide if your men keep their memories of this case. I am requesting your presence in the morgue, but only you and your forensic scientist. Enough people know about this mess as it is. Understood. Vance ended the call. Constantine gave Gibbs back his phone. John, why aren't we leaving? Dean said with an awkward tone. The agents glared at all three of them like they were imagining putting bullets in them. Lucky agents keep their guns at their desk, then they enter the building. Sam sighed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Dean, we have to do cleanup first. It's dangerous for them to know about the other side. Let's get moving already. I'm on a tight schedule. Lead the way, try anything and you are going to enjoy your new life as a frog. John looked at Gibbs, who now regained control over his body. You can really turn us into frogs. DiNozzo looked horrified. You volunteering? Tony wisely kept his mouth shut on that question. Seeing that his team was still held hostage and the director was coming anyway, Gibbs led them to the stairs. 5 minutes afterward they entered the morgue. Inside, the director, Abby, Dr. Mallard and his assistant Palmer were waiting for them. Gibbs, Abby called out, and just like that the team regained control over their bodies. Whoa! McGee and Tony lost their balance and nearly fell face first into the ground. Ziva was more trained, so she was fine. Director Vance, I assume. Constantine walked up to the men. Vance looked at the stranger in front of him, the man that neutralized his best team without breaking a sweat. Yes. And you are? John Constantine, magician, hunter, and assassin. We have got quite the situation here, Director. You have been briefed, but these people haven't. Now I can erase their memories of this event like I did to those two who were in the interrogation rooms, or you can vouch for them. If you do, they will be your responsibility. Vance, what the hell is going on? Gibbs has had enough with the secrecy. Worst off, Vance was treating this man with respect after he and his team were basically hostages. That didn't sit well with him at all. Vance sighed and rubbed his forehead. I can vouch for them. This stupid case has already given me enough grief as it is. All of you, sit down and shut up. This is top secret. Only select few from each agency know about this. If any of you spread a word about this, you will be eliminated. Vance says in a serious tone, then looked at Sam and Dean. I assume those two are involved with your side. Dean just crossed his arms. Told you, monster hunters. Sam helplessly shook his head. Not that we expect people to understand. It's a secret for a reason. You can brief them later. Short story, magic, demons, angels, and gods are all real. Every mythology is real. Have your existential crisis later. Doctor, can you show me the bodies of the Marines related to this case? Dr. Mallard looked at Vance, who gave him a nod. Certainly. I don't know why, but I'm not as surprised as I should be when learning something like this. Ducky went to open up the morgue drawers. Then you must have discovered this before and your memory was wiped. The memory is gone, but you had been through the shock once. Ah. That makes far too much sense. Ducky chuckled. A lot of things were much clearer about his life. Constantine looks over the bodies and presses his hand against the wound. Judging by the way this cauterized wound formed, I would guess a fallen did this. Just perfect. Fallen. Abby said in excitement. Like a fallen angel. Angels are real. Abby practically squealed in Jot. Yep, and they kill babies because their dad was an asshole. Abby got a horrified look on her face from that comment. Dude, that's brutal. Dean looked at the girl with pity. It's insensitive to ruin someone's faith like that. She just doesn't know better. Sam gave John a pointed look. It's not my fault that the whole biblical faction is a fuckfest, corrupted form, hell all the way to heaven. And you know it's true, otherwise Sam would still be a believer. That stung Sam more than he would like to admit. When he found out how bad everything was, something inside him just shattered. It's also a big part of how easy it is for both brothers to use demon and vampire blood to fight. Because if you can't rely on angels, the protectors, to help you, then you have to help yourself, even if it means giving up on a piece of your humanity. Constantine cleaned off his hands. Well, now that I know what killed them, I will be leaving. I'm already late for a meeting and my boss isn't going to be happy with me. Constantine, what the hell are you doing? A cold voice appeared behind him. John froze in place. The brothers were jump scared, and so was the team. There was no noise. The only way down here was through the stairs or elevator. And the door wasn't even opened. Yet someone appeared without any one of them noticing. Constantine's face paled as he turned around nervously. Hey boss, fancy meeting you here. A/N. Lord Belmont finally shows up. Harry is going to be putting on a little show for the U.S. government as Constantine and Lord Belmont, and this is definitely getting leaked later to other governments.